This boy, barely 16 years old, was publicly driven out of the gates of the Empire's most powerful family. His father was ashamed of him. His brothers secretly pushed him to his death, and all the nobles in the hall were waiting to see the Corrin family make a fool of themselves. Everyone thought Su Ming was just a fool who could only disassemble mechanical parts. But no one knew that a system had been dormant in his mind for 16 years. And today was the day the system would awaken. The story begins with the gene lock activation ceremony of the Corrin family. The main hall was filled with imperial dignitaries, all waiting for Su Ming to have his talent tested, because his father, Clarence, was an imperial apocalypse-level powerhouse. His older brother, Su Rue, tested at a gene energy level of 13 and a brain energy level of 15 when he unlocked his gene lock 2 years ago, breaking the Empire's record for nearly 10 years. An ordinary person would be considered good if they had 5 points, but Su Rue was almost destined to become a top-tier mecha pilot. So when it was Su Ming's turn, everyone thought that the Corrin family was about to give birth to another monster. But Su Ming stood in the center of the hall, not even looking at the nobles, only fiddling with the mechanical parts in his hands. After the ceremony began, the dark green gene serum was injected into Su Ming's arm. A sense of revival quickly emanated from his body, and Clarence's eyes showed satisfaction. The guests also began offering their congratulations in advance. When the energy levels were actually tested, the hall fell silent instantly. The instrument displayed only 2 numbers: gene energy level 1, brain energy level -3. Isaac tried several different devices, but nothing changed. The son of an imperial marshal, a descendant of apocalyptic blood, was actually a piece of trash, worse than an ordinary person. Laughter quickly rose from the crowd. Some said Su Ming was inherently mentally challenged, while others waited to see the Corrin family humiliated. Clarence's expression, too, changed from anticipation to icy coldness. The attendant knelt down and explained that Su Ming had never seriously cultivated in recent years, spending his days only studying mechanical parts. Upon hearing this, a hint of smugness flashed in Su Rue's eyes, and he immediately gave a wink to the officials in the guest seats. The official stepped forward and cited imperial law. During the war, anyone over the age of 16 without cultivation talent had to work on a frontline logistics planet for 5 years. Clarence, as an imperial marshal, was no exception. Clarence suppressed his anger and gave Su Ming one last chance. He asked Su Ming if, starting today, he could give up those broken parts and cultivate honestly. If Su Ming agreed, Clarence could use his resources to pave a way for him. But as soon as Su Ming heard that he couldn't continue researching the machinery, he immediately shook his head, saying that he was still missing one last component and had to finish it first. The hall erupted in laughter. Everyone thought this second young master was utterly useless. He'd been deemed a cripple, yet he was still clinging to a bunch of broken parts. Clarence was utterly disappointed. He publicly announced that the Corrin family had no need for such an intellectually disabled young master. Since Su Ming liked mechanics, he would be sent to the mechanical repair department and then exiled to a logistics planet for 5 years. He then stripped Su Ming of his Corrin surname and ordered his servants to take him away. From that moment on, Su Ming was no longer the son of the imperial marshal, but merely a disgrace cast aside by his family. Just as Su Ming was about to walk out of the main hall, the mechanical part in his hand suddenly clicked and was successfully disassembled into 2 independent parts. Su Ming grinned foolishly and said, "The last thing is finally finished." The laughter in the hall grew even louder. Everyone thought he was hopeless. But the next second, a cold, electronic voice rang in Su Ming's mind. Analysis of 1 million mechanical parts achieved. Mech Warrior System officially activated. The system is activated, and the sealed consciousness begins to return. Genetic modification begins, transforming carbon-based life forms into astral bodies. The 9 luminaries sacred body is obtained, and the starry sky limitless heavenly art is loaded simultaneously. Su Ming cursed inwardly. This damn system, it finally decided to release me. After leaving the main hall, he was put into a vehicle bound for the interstellar teleportation station. No one noticed that the boy with the vacant look in his eyes was gradually regaining his senses. A moment later, a glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He wasn't from this world at all, but a transmigrator from Earth. However, his consciousness had been confined to an independent space by the system immediately after his transmigration. For 16 long years, he was forced to cultivate this starry sky, limitless heavenly art within the system space. His external body, however, acted like an idiot, only able to disassemble mechanical parts until he completed the task of 1 million mechanical components. Now, the mission is finally over, and the system has finally allowed his consciousness to return to his body. Su Ming's eyes gradually turned cold. He would never forget Colin Suri and all those behind him. He could see everything his body had gone through over the years clearly in the system space. His so-called older brother, who appeared to be an imperial genius, had been suppressing him all along. Su Rue refused to allow his servants to give him the opportunity to cultivate and deliberately suppressed the news that he was unable to cultivate, preventing his father, Clarence, from finding out. When Su Ming returns, he will definitely tear that hypocritical face apart with his own hands. Just then, a strange energy surged from the system, instantly flowing into Su Ming's entire body. His body began to transform from the depths of his genes, his original carbon-based body gradually evolving into a special being that was half energy and half flesh. A system notification sounded. Genetic alteration successful. Host has acquired the 9 luminaries star body. Physique matching complete. Starlight points function officially activated. From this moment on, Su Ming would automatically gain 1 starlight point for every mechanical part he disassembled. These starlight points could be used for cultivation, body repair, attack conversion, or further body tempering. If anyone were standing nearby at this moment, they would be too terrified to speak. Su Ming's energy level was skyrocketing. His physical energy level, which was originally only 1 point, had jumped directly to 21. His brain power level, along with the fruits of his 16 years of cultivation, exploded, soaring to 25 points in one go. Su Rue, the Empire's #1 genius, only had 13 points in his physical body and 15 points in his brain power when he unlocked his gene lock. But Su Ming had only just awakened, and he had already left Su Rue far behind. The system panel quickly appeared. Host Su Ming, physical energy level 21, brain energy level 25, gene lock level 1 medium, physical activity 100%. The transformation of his body had just been completed when the vehicle came to a stop. The door opened, and a servant stood outside, looking at him with disdain, and immediately berated him as a good-for-nothing who had wasted such a fine birth. Within the Korin family, as long as no outsiders were present, the servants never treated Su Ming as a young master. They all knew that Su Ming was a clueless fool who wouldn't react even if he was beaten or scolded. But the Su Ming of today is no longer the fool who could be bullied at will. He slowly got out of the car, looked at the attendant with icy eyes, and asked him indifferently if he knew what he was saying. The servant was stunned. The second young master, who used to only smile foolishly, had actually spoken. There was no trace of idiocy in his eyes, only a chilling indifference. After a brief moment of shock, the attendant became enraged and sneered, saying that Su Ming was about to be thrown into the Border Star region, where he would be treated worse than a dog, yet he dared to yell at him. After saying that, he raised his hand to slap Su Ming. In his view, Su Ming's energy level was only 1 point, not even as good as an ordinary person. Although he hadn't unlocked his gene lock, he also had 3 energy levels, more than enough to deal with a fool. But before his hand could fall, Su Ming grabbed it. The next second, Su Ming simply squeezed lightly, and a piercing sound of bones cracking rang out instantly. The servant's wrist was crushed on the spot, and he screamed in pain, staring at Su Ming with a face full of terror. He couldn't understand how a supposedly useless person with only a low energy level could possess such terrifying power. Su Ming didn't give him a chance to think. He slapped the man across the face, turning his head into a pig's head. The servant's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. Su Ming glanced at him coldly. If killing someone on the main planet weren't punishable by law, it wouldn't just be his hand bones that were shattered today. After saying that, he took the star coin card and passed from the attendant's arms, turned around, and walked towards the space teleportation station. Imperial law stipulates that any 16-year-old without cultivation talent must serve on a frontline logistics planet for 5 years. The order has been issued, and Ming will not disobey for the time being. Moreover, the Koron family had already expelled him. Leaving this place and heading to other planets would be a fresh start for him. From now on, he would carve out a world of his own. Who are you? Where are you headed? A staff member stopped Ming in front of the space teleportation station. Ming handed over his ID card, speaking calmly, and said his name was Ming and that he was going to work on planet NOP for 5 years. The staff member's expression changed slightly after scanning the resume. The information clearly stated that Ming was once the second young master of the Koron family, but now his Koron surname had been removed. His gaze turned strange, but he didn't ask any further questions. After all, this was a matter for the Koron family, not something a teleportation station staff member like himself could interfere with. So he handed Ming a card and had him insert it into the teleportation device. Ming thanked him and turned to walk into the passage. Just past the testing area, the energy level meter above his head suddenly lit up with 2 numbers, 21 and 25. Those were Ming's physical and mental energy levels. The staff were stunned. Someone who had only unlocked his genetic potential today actually had such values. It was simply outrageously rare. He couldn't understand why the Koron family would abandon such a genius. But the teleportation had already started. With a flash of light, Ming's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. With almost no discomfort, Ming arrived on a planet steeped in industrial activity. Everywhere he looked, there were steel buildings, transport tracks, and roaring machinery. The air was thick with the smell of metal and burning energy. Planet NOP was a crucial logistical stronghold for the Empire's front lines. As soon as Ming stepped out of the teleportation point, a burly man approached him, grinning and asking if he was there for work. Ming nodded and handed over his work ID. He could have easily ignored the Koron family's arrangements, but when he heard that the location was a logistics and mechanical repair shop, he became interested. Because what he needs most right now are mechanical parts. He earns starlight points for each piece of machinery he disassembles. And the logistics repair shop has no shortage of scrap parts and damaged equipment. Over the past 16 years, Ming has disassembled millions of pieces of machinery. Those tedious and daunting parts have now become his experience and confidence. He gazed at the distant logistics base, a glint of light in his eyes. Mechs were the dream of every genetically engineered warrior, and having already dismantled so many machines, he might one day be able to assemble his own mech. After flipping through the work permit, the burly man glanced at Ming's expensive clothes and frowned. He had assumed Ming was there to do manual labor, but the work permit indicated a skilled trade. The burly man sneered, saying that the battlefield was just ahead, not a place for noble young masters to gild their resumes. Without real skills, they would only cause trouble. Ming wasn't angry. He simply said he had training in mechanical disassembly and assembly and could handle the task. The burly man clearly didn't believe him and said directly, "Let's see what you're made of. If you can take it apart and put it back together, go to the mechanical department. If you can't, then go work in the cleaning room." Ming just smiled and nodded in agreement. The burly man led him into a huge machine production room. Inside, many mechanics were repairing damaged equipment sent back from the front lines. The sounds of metal clanging and welding mingled together, creating a chaotic scene. Upon seeing the two enter, someone immediately began to tease, asking if Monty had brought a newcomer. The burly man called Monty scoffed, saying that this pretty boy was probably just here to gain experience. He beckoned to a gaunt mechanic and asked him to bring over a few parts to test on Ming. Vank casually picked out a few ordinary parts from the pile of scrap and threw them directly in front of Ming. The mechanics, whose work was usually monotonous, quickly gathered around when they saw something interesting to watch. Monty crossed his arms, coldly watching Ming, and told him to start disassembling and assembling. Ming looked down at the parts and suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he didn't recognize them, but with the help of the system panel, he could directly see the internal structure of the components. The location of the damage, the circuit layout, and the strength of the materials were all clearly displayed before his eyes. The most difficult part of mechanical disassembly is figuring out the internal structure and avoiding critical circuits. Nowadays, many circuits are as fine as micrometers or even nanometers. The slightest error can render the entire component unusable. But for Ming now, these so-called tests pose almost no challenge whatsoever. Seeing that he was still not moving, Monty's eyes flashed with impatience, and he urged him coldly. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Go to the mechanical cleaning room and get a job. Ming then came to his senses, looked up at Monty, and slowly smiled. Don't rush, just watch from the side. Ming was confident and picked up a broken mechanical part directly from the table. He reached out to disassemble it, but the mechanic next to him immediately warned him that it was too dangerous not to use a scanner. If there was any hidden damage inside, forcibly disassembling it would only worsen the damage or even render the parts completely unusable. Ming seemed not to hear, his hands moving without pausing for a moment. Another mechanic shook his head in a low voice, saying that disassembling by hand was the most difficult to control the force, and without a robotic arm, it was easy to damage millimeter-level circuits. Monty's gaze turned cold. In his eyes, Ming didn't even know this basic common sense. He was probably just a pretentious young nobleman putting on an act. If he really damaged any parts, he wouldn't let him off easily. Just then, a soft cracking sound came from the component in Ming's hand. Everyone immediately looked over. The next second, the entire workshop fell silent. The damaged component had been neatly disassembled into two pieces and placed steadily on the workbench, the break clean and without any further internal damage. A mechanic stared wide-eyed, completely in disbelief. Without a scanner or a robotic arm, Ming had actually completed the perfect disassembly by hand. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Ming casually picked up the second component. With another soft click, the second component was also successfully disassembled, its internal structure remaining intact without any further damage. Secondary damage refers to new damage caused by operational errors during the repair process. This is very common in the repair department. A mechanic who can reduce the damage rate to 40% is considered to be in good standing. But after Ming finished disassembling the second item, he picked up the third. Then, a series of crisp clicks rang out as he easily disassembled the fourth, fifth, and sixth items. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers shifted from mockery to surprise, and then from surprise to disbelief. In a short time, Ming had disassembled 9 mechanical parts with a 0 rate of secondary damage. A collective gasp filled the repair shop. An experienced mechanic might be able to do this without a scanner, but disassembling by hand is entirely different. One must have a thorough understanding of every minute detail within the components. What's even more terrifying is that Ming's exertion of force was ridiculously precise. The slightest deviation would break the circuit and render the parts unusable. Yet, he didn't make a single mistake from beginning to end. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Did this kid start training in the womb?" The person next to him shook his head and said that training in the womb alone wasn't enough. He needed to train for at least 10 hours a day, without any distractions. They certainly couldn't have imagined that Ming had been inseparable from machines since childhood. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent most of his time disassembling parts. After millions of repetitions, he had become almost obsessively familiar with these components. With a final soft click, the 10th mechanical component was successfully disassembled. The workbench was piled high with individual parts, and the workshop was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just as Monty was about to speak, Ming still ignored everyone. He dragged over the engraving machine next to him, picked up a part, placed it on it, and began to engrave micron-level circuits on the surface. Someone immediately realized that Ming was trying to repair the parts. Another mechanic's eyes widened. The disassembly he had just done was outrageous enough. Did he even know how to repair them? Mechanical repair typically involves cleaning, disassembly, repair, and reassembly. Cleaning is the simplest, and the subsequent 3 steps become progressively more difficult. Most mechanics in the repair department specialize in only one of these steps. Ming had just completed a perfect disassembly, and now he was going to repair it directly. This time, no one dared to mock him. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at his hands. A mechanic whispered, "Ming's hands are too steady." Someone turned to Monty and asked, "What's his brain energy level?" With hands this steady, the value must be high. Monty took out Su Ming's work ID and glanced at it. When he saw 3 written in the brain energy level column, he was completely stunned. His brain energy level was 3? How could that be? Just then, one of the sculptors narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. He realized that Su Ming was repairing the X3 circuit board of the N265 electric rifle. But the X3 circuit board's wiring wasn't like that at all. Many of the circuits Su Ming was carving now even contradicted the original structure. Upon hearing the sculptor's words, everyone in the machine shop was stunned. Someone frowned and immediately asked him if he had made a mistake in the carving. Although no one understood precision engraving, they all knew how dangerous circuit conflicts were. At best, the parts would be rendered unusable. At worst, the circuit board would spontaneously combust. In mechanical repair, engraving errors were the most serious mistakes. Monty's face darkened, and he asked in a low voice whether they should stop immediately. But the sculptor did not answer. He just stared intently at Su Ming's hand, growing more and more confused. He muttered to himself that these lines, individually, seemed conflicting, but when connected, they worked perfectly together. When Monty pressed him on whether there was any danger, he could only shake his head, saying he didn't understand. To find out the result, they could only wait for Su Ming to finish the repair and then test it. So everyone could only continue watching, and the atmosphere in the workshop changed from watching the excitement to tension and anticipation. At this moment, Su Ming had already begun repairing the second part. The engraving instrument moved steadily in his hands, carving fine lines on the surface of the part without any unnecessary movements. Unbeknownst to anyone, system notifications were constantly ringing in Su Ming's mind. Disassembly successful, 1 star point added. Repair successful, 1 star point added. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. So repairing parts could also earn star points. If he could completely repair a weapon, he could easily earn dozens of points. This logistics workshop was a treasure trove for him. He was in high spirits, but his movements remained steady. Before long, several parts were repaired, and combined with what he had obtained from disassembling them, his star points quickly rose to 20. Looking at the parts before him, Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately began assembling them. The surrounding mechanics were already dumbfounded. He could disassemble, he could carve, and now he could even reassemble. Reassembly is the most difficult step in mechanical repair. Micrometer-level circuits must be precisely aligned, and the gaps between parts must be controlled to the limit. Even the slightest deviation will render all the previous disassembly and repair work futile. Even Su Ming abandoned his relaxed demeanor and focused intently on assembling the dozen or so parts one by one. The entire workshop was so quiet that only the sound of the instruments could be heard, and everyone was staring intently at his hands. Only when the last component was perfectly fitted into place did everyone seem to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Ming looked at the complete component in his hand, smiled faintly, and said that the circuit system of the N265 electric rifle had been repaired. Only then did he realize that he was already surrounded by a crowd. All eyes were fixed on the mechanical part in his hand, as if he were looking at an incredible work of art. The sculptor swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask Su Ming why the circuitry in this component was completely different from the original. Su Ming casually replied that the original circuitry had some flaws, so he simply modified it. This statement made the sculptor smile wryly. It's not entirely reasonable, and it's easy to say you can just make a quick change, but in reality, it's like creating a completely new circuit based on the original structure. Without a master's skill, who would dare to do that? Su Ming didn't explain much, and directly asked if there was a test rifle for the N265 electric rifle. Whether it was repaired well or not. Testing it would be the clearest way to tell. If the installed parts achieve 75% of the original power, it's considered acceptable. A power exceeding 90% is considered a perfect repair. Soon, someone brought the test gun. Su Ming took it, installed the newly repaired circuit system into the gun, went to the testing area, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Instantaneous electrical energy converged and burst forth from the muzzle. The test target shook violently the next moment. Even though the target was made of a super composite material, the power of this shot was evident. The results quickly appeared on the screen. The N265 electric rifle's power reached 130% of its original value, firing charging time decreased by 20%, and bullet velocity increased by 20%. Overall assessment. The repaired parts achieved 130% of their original effectiveness, and the parts quality was excellent. Looking at these lines of data, all the mechanics present got goosebumps. Mechanical repair usually only restores performance as much as possible, but the parts that Su Ming repaired were actually stronger than the originals. This was no ordinary repair. It was a complete reinvention. He essentially designed a completely new circuit for this electric rifle. Everyone turned to look at Su Ming, their expressions completely changing. Anyone capable of this level was a master in the mechanical field. Monty's breathing also quickened. He finally realized that his repair shop might have truly struck gold. Master Su Ming, this is where you'll be staying. Monty, beaming, led Su Ming to the staff dormitory. Sure enough, on a planet like NOP, status was useless. Only strength and value could truly earn respect. Yesterday, Monty was testing him with a cold face, but today he took the initiative to arrange the best staff dormitory for him. Su Ming took a quick look around. Although it couldn't compare to the living quarters of the Koran family, it was already quite good for a logistics planet. He nodded and asked Monty what he usually did. Monty immediately explained that disassembling 20 parts counted as a day's work. He was paid 1-star coin for each part disassembled, and any excess was also paid. If a part can be repaired, it earns 2-star coins. If it can be reassembled, it earns 3-star coins. For an average mechanic, this is already a considerable income. After saying that, Monty lowered his voice and reminded Su Ming with a smile. With his skills, completing the daily tasks would be a piece of cake. If he wanted to earn more, he could take on side jobs. He would be responsible for finding them, and they would split the profits 50-50ths. Su Ming didn't agree immediately, only smiled faintly, and said he would talk about it after he had settled down. Seeing that he didn't refuse, Monty didn't try to persuade him further, only telling him to contact him anytime if he needed anything. After Monty left, Su Ming immediately immersed himself in the system. At this time, he already had 32 starlight points in the system. This was the first time he had truly obtained starlight points, so naturally he wanted to test its effects. According to the system instructions, starlight points can be used for cultivation, attack, body repair, and body tempering. Right now, their most useful application for Su Ming is naturally increasing his strength. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Starry Sky Limitless Heavenly Art. He had cultivated this technique in the system space for 16 years, and it was so familiar to him that it was ingrained in his instincts. Soon, streaks of starlight descended from the sky, passed through the room, and were absorbed into Su Ming's body. Starlight always exists, whether it is day or night. The light from stars and sunlight are also forms of starlight. After the starlight entered his body, it circulated along the cultivation path, constantly tempering his physique. Su Ming could clearly feel his body gradually becoming more resilient. A moment later, he opened his eyes and quickly made a judgment. At a normal cultivation speed, it would take at least 2 weeks to advance from level 1 intermediate to level 1 advanced. Gene warriors are divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 unlocking of gene locks within the human body. Each time a new gene lock is unlocked, sufficient energy must be accumulated and a critical point reached before further breakthroughs can be achieved. Su Ming is currently at the intermediate level of level 1. If he wants to become a level 2 gene warrior, he must first improve to the advanced level of level 1 before attempting to unlock the next gene lock. But Su Rue was 2 years older than him and had unlocked her genetic potential 2 years earlier. In just 2 years, she had advanced from level 1 to level 4, a speed that was extremely rare even in the Empire. What's more troublesome is that Su Rue has the resources provided by the Koran family, and her cultivation environment far surpasses that of ordinary people. Su Ming has even stronger aptitude, but lacks resources, so catching up with her won't be so easy. Thinking of all this, Su Ming's eyes turned slightly cold. Su Rue had been secretly plotting against him since childhood, and he would settle this score with his own hands sooner or later. So Su Ming directly consumed 5 starlight points. The next moment, 5 strands of pure starlight surged from the system and instantly poured into his body. His 9 luminary sacred body is a special physique that is half starlight and half flesh and blood. The starlight points can assist in cultivation because his body can bear this starlight energy. Su Ming immediately activated his cultivation technique, absorbing all the starlight. The immense energy spread into every corner of his body, gradually becoming part of his own power. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, a look of joy flashed in them. He discovered that the energy contained in a single point of starlight was roughly equivalent to absorbing starlight for an hour. In other words, 24 starlight points are equivalent to a day's worth of cultivation. As long as there are enough starlight points, his cultivation speed can be greatly increased. Su Ming silently memorized this pattern, then converted the remaining starlight points into starlight energy and continued to absorb it. After a whole night, his body had noticeably become stronger. The next morning, Su Ming washed up and went into the mechanical repair workshop. The mechanics there still remembered the shock of the previous day. Upon seeing him, they all greeted him proactively, their attitude much more polite than the day before. Su Ming didn't put on airs and nodded in response to each of them. Then, he went to his workbench, skillfully picked up a basket of mechanical parts, and began to disassemble them. Su Ming calmed himself down and skillfully disassembled the mechanical parts in his hands. For others, this kind of work would be tedious and repetitive, but for him, it had long been a part of his life for more than 10 years. Disassembling components, carving circuits, reassembling machinery, and even assembling the entire mecha in the future, every step requires a high degree of focus. These basic operations can also train mental and cognitive abilities. There are no shortcuts to brain energy levels, and starlight points cannot be directly poured in. It can only be achieved through gradual accumulation. Even with abundant resources from a young age, Su Rue still had to improve step by step. Su Ming stared at the parts in his hands, clearing his mind of distractions. He knew that what he was doing now was just the foundation, but this accumulation would eventually bring about a true transformation. On that day, perhaps he would be able to assemble his own, or even the world's, most powerful mechanical equipment, a mecha. Before long, he had disassembled all 20 mechanical parts into individual components. The disassembly technicians watching nearby were filled with admiration. Such speed and stability were unlike anything an ordinary apprentice could achieve. Monty quickly approached, smiling, and asked Su Ming if he wanted to continue repairing and reassembling. He had disassembled 20 pieces in less than an hour, a speed 4 or 5 times faster than others. But what Monty truly valued was Su Ming's ability to subsequently repair and rebuild parts. If the workshop could consistently produce high-quality components, the soldiers on the front lines would soon notice. Then, his superiors would see his achievements. But Su Ming just shook his head, put down the parts, and said that he had completed his task for the day and wanted to go to a nearby shop after collecting his wages. Although the logistics planet is not a habitable planet, people still live and consume here. Shops, taverns, battle rooms, internet cafes, all are available. Since his rebirth, Su Ming has stayed in the Koron family mansion and has never truly seen the world. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wants to go out and explore. After receiving his wages, plus yesterday's earnings, he had over 40 star coins. Star coins are the common currency in human society and can circulate normally in all countries. Of course, the real prize on his person was the 200,000 star coins he had received from the servant earlier. The fact that an ordinary servant could have that much money was enough to demonstrate just how wealthy the Koron family was. Su Ming left the machine workshop and headed towards the commercial district. This planet was mainly responsible for frontline machine repair, but the commercial and residential areas were still bustling with activity. Shouts and hawkers echoed from both sides of the street. Some were recruiting mechanical apprentices, offering room and board and a monthly stipend of 50 star coins. Others were promoting new firearms, trying to attract passing genetic warriors. Most of the shops along the street were related to machinery and weapons. Su Ming looked around until he heard a voice coming from a shop promoting the ZX-30 Leopard-type robotic arm, which came with 3 energy bars as a free gift. Su Ming paused, immediately went into the shop, and asked the owner if he could take a look at the mechanical arm. The owner was a blue-skinned human, clearly not a native of the Mongolia Empire. Hearing Su Ming's question, his eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a mechanical arm from behind his back. This ZX-30 leopard-shaped robotic arm is equipped with an anti-gravity system, so it doesn't feel bulky when attached to the hand and is highly flexible. Ming took the robotic arm and, with the aid of the system's enhanced vision, instantly scanned its internal structure. Every component inside was clearly visible to him. It was a standard robotic arm manufactured by a technology company, with parts bearing obvious signs of assembly line production. Ming didn't like this kind of overly industrialized machinery, but he had to admit that some of its craftsmanship was indeed quite good. For him now, this thing was already very suitable. He became more and more interested as he looked at it, so he asked the owner what the energy level range of this robotic arm was and whether it had a built-in anti-modification system. The shop owner glanced at him in surprise, then gave him a thumbs up, saying he was indeed an expert. This model supports modifications, and its energy level ranges from approximately 20 to 80. Ming nodded in satisfaction and asked about the price directly. The shopkeeper held out his hand and offered a fixed price of 13,000 star coins. This price wasn't cheap. It was enough for an average family to live on for several months. But mechanical weapons were expensive to begin with, so this amount wasn't outrageous. Ming gritted his teeth and looked at the several parts on the counter. He said he could buy them for 13,000 star coins, but he hoped the shopkeeper would give him a brain enhancement part as a gift. The boss's expression immediately changed. The brain amplification component was specially designed for use by gene warriors. It could connect to the brain and enhance the power of mechanical weapons by leveraging the brain's energy level. If the mechanical arm itself has an energy level of 20 to 80, and Ming has an energy level of 25 in his brain, the power it unleashes could potentially reach 40 to 100 or more. The shopkeeper sized up Ming for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Consider it a good deed." He sold it to him for 13,000 star coins. After buying the robotic arm, Ming lost interest in wandering around and carried the huge robotic arm back to the machine workshop. He didn't go back to his dormitory, but went to his workbench. It was already late, and most of the mechanics had already left work. Only a few people were still working overtime in the workshop. Ming discreetly put down the robotic arm, but a young man next to him was immediately drawn to it. He stopped what he was doing and kept his eyes glued to the robotic arm. Ming ignored him, only taking out the brain amplification component given to him by his boss and beginning to disassemble it. The finished product had a mature structure, but in his eyes, it was still not refined enough as a mass-produced product. He moved swiftly and efficiently, quickly disassembling the component into a pile of individual parts. The parts, designed specifically for brain domain developers, were far more complex than ordinary components, but for Ming, they were far from difficult. His mechanical experience, accumulated since childhood, allowed him to handle complex structures with ease. The boy beside him watched, increasingly mesmerized, finding Ming's movements precise and fluid, with almost no unnecessary steps. After disassembling, Ming melted away the original circuitry of each component and began recarving micron and nanoscale circuits. This process took nearly 3 hours. After finishing with all the parts, Ming also felt exhausted. He knew very well that his concentration would drop when he was tired, making it unsuitable to continue assembling. Even he might make mistakes. So he stored the robotic arm and parts in the locker under the workbench and prepared to leave. But when he turned around, he found that the boy was still there, looking at him with admiration in his eyes. Ming was a little surprised and asked him why he wasn't off work so late. The young man seemed to be bad at communicating, and after a while, he whispered that the disassembly and carving skills were so amazing that he couldn't help but watch until now. Ming smiled and told him to get some rest, as he was also preparing to leave. But just as he was about to push open the door to leave, the boy finally mustered up his courage and asked Ming if he could teach him mechanical skills. Ming stopped and turned to look at him, asking if he really wanted to learn. Hope immediately lit up the boy's eyes, and he nodded quickly. He said he wouldn't learn for nothing. He could help Ming with disassembly and assembly, and also assist him in handling mechanical parts. Ming thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. He told the boy that he could stand by and watch when he was carving and assembling, and he could ask him any questions he didn't understand. The boy was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Ming was somewhat amused and asked the boy's name casually. The boy quickly replied that his name was Warren. Ming noted the name down and told him to go home and rest for the day, and they could discuss any problems tomorrow. After saying that, he pushed open the door and left, leaving Warren standing in the workshop, his face full of barely suppressed joy. But Warren didn't leave immediately. He returned to his workbench, took a discarded part from the scrap box, and, following Ming's example, erased the old circuitry and carefully attempted to recarve it. His first attempt naturally failed, but Warren didn't give up. He repeatedly recalled Ming's techniques and continued practicing with his head down. In the machine shop, the lights of the circuits kept flashing and going out, continuing until late at night. Perhaps even Warren himself didn't expect that this question today, coupled with the extra effort he put in every day afterward, would, many years later, give rise to an invincible powerhouse in the universe known as Warren, the god of machines. Of course, that's all hindsight. For Ming, taking Warren on as an apprentice did not cause any trouble. Warren was very tactful, only asking him questions during his breaks and never disturbing him while he was working. With this assistant, some basic disassembly work can also be handled by Warren. Those tasks wouldn't significantly improve Ming's current abilities. Continuing would just be a waste of time. Warren was able to take over some of the miscellaneous tasks, and Ming became increasingly satisfied with this assistant. Naturally, he put more effort into teaching him than he had at the beginning. Days passed by like this. During the day, Ming repaired and reassembled damaged mechanical parts on the battlefield in the workshop, earning a lot of star points from the system as a result. After get-off work, he continued modifying his robotic arm, adjusting it to a circuit pattern he was familiar with, and then installing the brain amplification component. His life was fulfilling and regular, and everything seemed to be steadily improving. However, Ming was unaware that at that moment, on Claire's star, one of the 5 major planets of the Mongolian Empire, a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him was grinning with delight. Father was finally gone. Perfect timing to secretly clean up some of the family's useless members. Claire's star, one of the 5 major planets of the Mongolian Empire, is renowned for its prosperity and extravagance. While its technology and military aren't the most advanced, it has perfected the art of pleasure and entertainment. This is why many of the Empire's prestigious families and powerful clans prefer to establish themselves here. While Claire's military system isn't top tier, it's teeming with powerful individuals. Politicians, geniuses, and powerful clans are everywhere, but the Koran family is the true behemoth here. The patriarch of the Koran family, Koran Clarence, is one of the 99 apocalypse-level powerhouses in the Empire. The entire universe-level empire has countless people, yet there are only 99 apocalypse-level powerhouses, highlighting their immense importance. At this moment, inside the Koran family compound, the eldest son, Suri, was casually instructing the man in plain clothes before him on his task. Once completed, the remaining star coins would be deposited into his account. He had already prepared genetic modification, plastic surgery, and a new identity card for the other party. Once the mission was completed, this person could completely change their identity and disappear without a trace. The man in plain clothes remained calm, nodding and assuring Ming that with his help, Ming would surely die. Rue sized him up. A level 3, low-grade gene warrior with a physical energy level of over 400. In his opinion, using someone like this to kill an idiot was safe enough. The man in plain clothes quickly left the Koran family and headed straight for the space teleportation station. When a staff member routinely stopped him to ask his destination, he simply uttered 4 words, Planet NOP. Meanwhile, Ming was still busy in the machine shop. After a week of modifications, the robotic arm had been completely transformed, becoming more solid and more dangerous than before. Most importantly, it can be amplified through brain energy levels. An ordinary person using it might only be able to unleash 5 points of power. But if controlled by someone with a brain energy level of 5, the explosive power can approach 10 points. Of course, this increase is not without its drawbacks. It also depends on the material of the machine and its load-bearing capacity. If the machine's capacity is too low, forcing its use by a powerful individual will only cause the robotic arm to burst. Looking at the modified robotic arm, Su Ming's eyes lit up with joy. Warren, who was next to him, also came over and touched it as if it were a work of art, his face full of excitement. Warren eagerly asked what the current energy level of the robotic arm was and whether it could be tested immediately. Su Ming shook his head and smiled, saying that this place was not suitable for testing and that he should come with him. Warren was puzzled. There was a testing system in the workshop, but he still followed Su Ming away. The two arrived at a remote wasteland, which was empty and devoid of any buildings. After Su Ming stood still, he directly attached the robotic arm to his right hand. The next moment, energy surged inside the robotic arm, and the cold metal structure seemed to come alive instantly. He raised his right hand and threw a powerful punch forward. A deafening explosion erupted, the violent shockwave instantly spreading and sending Warren, who was standing nearby, flying. When Warren scrambled to his feet, dazed, and looked ahead again, he froze completely. The once smooth ground now had a large crater more than a meter deep. The stone in the center of the crater was shattered, and traces of scorching energy remained all around. Warren immediately realized what was happening and looked at Su Ming in shock, asking if he was a Gene warrior. Gene warriors had always been something distant and alluring to Warren. He never imagined that such a person would actually be right beside him, spending every day with him in the workshop. Su Ming touched the robotic arm and said calmly, "It's all right." The robotic arm's energy level had been modified to reach 130 points, and the power of that attack was approximately 350 points. 130, 350. Warren murmured, repeating the two numbers. Suddenly, his eyes widened, staring intently at Su Ming. "You're a brain domain developer?" The robotic arm originally had an energy level of only 130 points, but Su Ming unleashed a power of 350 points. Warren quickly realized there was only one possibility. Su Ming not only had ridiculously strong fundamentals, but he was also a brain domain developer, with a brain domain energy level of at least 120 points. This means that Su Ming has likely already reached the level of a level 2 Gene warrior. Warren stared at him for a long time, speechless. His mechanical technology was so advanced, and he had even completed brain development. It was simply illogical. Gene warriors generally fall into two categories. One type develops their brain power, enabling them to pilot mechs and enhance their combat capabilities. The other type focuses solely on physical enhancement, relying on direct, physical combat. Su Ming clearly belongs to the former category. What's even more terrifying is that he's not an ordinary brain domain developer. Both his mechanical comprehension and combat amplification are excessively strong. Seeing Warren staring blankly, Su Ming asked him if it was strange. Warren nodded seriously and said that since Su Ming was a Gene warrior, he was not bound by ordinary laws. So why did he have to stay here to work for 5 years? Su Ming said calmly that he wasn't here to waste his time. Warren sensed something was amiss in his words and didn't press further. He simply smiled wryly and said that he also wanted to become a Gene warrior, but his family couldn't afford the drugs to unlock his Gene lock, and he had already missed the best opportunity. Su Ming told him, however, that the Gene lock is ultimately just a lock. Whether it's opened early or late doesn't determine everything. As long as one continues to cultivate, the genetic energy within the body will accumulate. When the genetic lock is truly unlocked in the future, all that accumulation will also erupt. Warren stood there stunned. This was completely different from the mainstream understanding in interstellar society. But Su Ming spoke so earnestly that hope rekindled in Warren's eyes. He decided to start cultivating again from today, and once he had saved enough money, he would buy the potion to unlock his Gene lock. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then returned to his dormitory. He placed the modified robotic arm beside him, feeling much more at ease. On this logistics planet, trouble could arise at any time. Having a handy weapon was always a good defense. He then examined the changes in himself. Warren was right. After a week of training, Su Ming had officially entered the realm of a level 2 Gene warrior. The starlight points increased his cultivation speed by more than tenfold. What would have taken 1 or 2 months to break through was now completed in just 1 week. At this moment, His physical energy level reached 131 points, and his brain energy level reached 124 points. In comparison, his brain energy level improved slightly more slowly. Even if mechanical technology could drive brain growth, it couldn't catch up with the physical energy level enhanced by the starlight. Su Ming regained his composure and prepared to begin his cultivation for the evening. Disassembling, carving, and reassembling parts during the day brought him over 40 more starlight points. These starlight points were enough to sustain him for an entire night of cultivation. But just then, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of wariness flashing in them. Something was wrong. After cultivating this starry sky, limitless heavenly art, Su Ming had become extremely sensitive to danger. At this moment, he clearly felt an unusual crisis approaching him little by little. He stopped cultivating and immediately grabbed the mechanical arm beside the bed, his gaze fixed on the door. An unease was emanating from outside. Though he couldn't explain why, it made his heart clench. Suddenly, a very faint noise came from outside the door, like someone pulling a trigger. The sound was so faint it was almost inaudible. If it weren't for the quiet of the night, even Su Ming might not have noticed it. But the next instant, a strong sense of crisis struck. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming instantly dodged to the side. With a deafening boom, the bed behind him exploded. Flames engulfed the room, fragments of the walls flew everywhere, and the entire dormitory looked as if it had been hit by a heavy artillery shell. Su Ming reacted extremely quickly, immediately attaching the robotic arm, smashing the window with his fist, and rushing out of the window. After landing, he rolled over and stood up steadily. When he turned back, the dormitory was already engulfed in flames. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would probably have been blasted to pieces by that shot. Su Ming felt a lingering fear, but dared not linger, and turned to rush out of the machine shop. Just then, a soft exclamation came from the darkness. A man in plain clothes slowly stepped out, his expression calm as he looked in the direction Su Ming had fled, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He muttered to himself, wasn't Su Ming supposed to be just a fool? Could it be that the young master was deceived by him? The man's gaze quickly turned cold. Fortunately, the young master had been careful and specifically asked him to deal with Su Ming. Tonight, he would eliminate this potential threat for the young master. Su Ming ran forward desperately, trying to shake off his pursuers. He didn't go to the workshop for help. Those mechanics were just ordinary people. They could repair machines, but they didn't have any special abilities. If they encountered an assassin, they would only be dragged into danger along with him. Asking others is useless. Right now, he can only rely on himself. Su Ming's mind was exceptionally clear. He glanced back. It was pitch black behind him, yet that aura still clung to him. The assassin was still behind him. Almost instantly, Su Ming guessed who had sent the other party. Apart from that cunning old fox Su Rue, no one would want to kill him at this time. He had been living in a daze for over a decade and couldn't possibly have offended anyone. The only person who wanted him dead could only be his seemingly respectable older brother, Su Rue. A cold glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had initially thought the two wouldn't necessarily have to fight to the death. But now it seemed Su Rue couldn't wait any longer. If that was the case, Su Rue would surely die when the opportunity arose. Another soft whistling sound rang out as a bullet whizzed through the air. Su Ming abruptly changed his footing, twisting his body sharply to narrowly avoid the bullet fired from behind. The Windbreaker Burst pistol has an effective range of 300 meters and a 6-round magazine. Based on the sound and power of the gunshot, Su Ming immediately identified the weapon model and calculated that the opponent had 4 bullets left. The assassin, unaware that his hand had been seen through, remained hidden in the shadows like a ghost, raising his gun once more. He was a professional killer. If he could handle a situation from a distance, he would never engage in close combat. But after the 3rd shot was fired, his eyes finally changed. Su Ming simply dodged out of the gap in the sealed aura, causing the bullet to miss again. The first 2 shots could be attributed to luck, but dodging the 3rd shot was anything but simple. This second young master, whom everyone in the Korin family called a fool, has probably been misjudged by everyone. The assassin didn't know that Su Ming's evasion wasn't a calculated move, but an instinct honed from 16 years of grueling training. When his consciousness was locked by the system, he had to dodge a hail of bullets every day. At his most critical moments, he had to avoid tens of thousands of attacks within 5 minutes. So even if the assassin was extremely accurate, it was almost impossible to actually hit him. Ming continued running, his right mechanical arm remaining stationary. On the surface, he was fleeing for his life, but in reality, he was waiting for an opportunity to strike and kill. After several shots missed their mark, the plainclothes assassin finally stopped firing. He understood that ordinary bullets were useless. Unless large-scale weapons were used, continuing to fire would be a waste. He holstered his pistol, his body suddenly accelerating, much faster than before, as he lunged at Ming. Since ranged attacks were ineffective, he would resort to close combat. He was a level 3 gene warrior with a physical energy level of 400 points. In his estimation, Ming had at most a little over 100 points, a difference of nearly 300 points, enough to crush him. But he didn't know that Ming had been waiting for this very moment. As the aura behind him closed to within 20 meters, Ming stopped in his tracks and whirled around. His right mechanical arm instantly began to operate wildly, with electricity coursing through the arm armor. The assassin's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the mechanical arm. He sensed a deathly threat emanating from it. But the momentum was too strong. Forcibly stopping would only make things worse. Left with no other choice, he mustered all his strength and threw a punch directly at the mechanical arm. In the open field, two figures collided violently and were sent flying backwards simultaneously. Ming fell heavily to the ground, a burning pain shooting through his body, clearly indicating he had suffered a serious injury. But the assassin on the other side fared even worse. When he got up, one of his arms was limp and completely powerless, having been broken by Ming. The assassin stared intently at Ming's mechanical arm, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how a useless person with a brain energy level of 3 according to the files could possess such power. Just then, Ming suddenly frowned and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The assassin's eyes lit up, and he immediately sneered. It turned out that Ming had only managed to save his arm with the mechanical arm. The recoil had already injured his body. Ming's face darkened. The other party was right. If he hadn't modified the mechanical arm to level 130, his arm would probably have been ruined by that attack. The assassin, seeing his extremely poor condition, charged again, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that very moment, a dazzling starlight suddenly erupted from Ming's body. Enveloped in the starlight, his injuries began to heal rapidly. A system notification sounded, indicating that the body's activity level was 45% and full recovery would require 30 star points. Ming didn't hesitate and immediately chose to consume them. As the starlight faded, his physical condition returned to its peak. Ming coldly watched the approaching assassin, a hint of disdain on his lips. The robotic arm restarted, current coursing through it. The next second, Ming raised the robotic arm and, to the assassin's horrified gaze, unleashed a punch. The assassin, now with only one arm, was torn apart by the terrifying force, his body shattered into pieces, dying instantly. Ming removed the robotic arm and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The final blow also had a recoil, but most of it was blocked by the robotic arm, preventing him from vomiting blood again. He went to the body and searched it, but found nothing. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he noticed a badly damaged watch on the killer's wrist. Space Watch. This is an outstanding invention from the new cosmic era. It looks like an ordinary watch, but it has an independent internal space that can usually hold more than 10 cubic meters of items. Ming tried to adjust the watch for a long time, but it didn't respond at all. He gave a wry smile, guessing that it had been damaged during the battle. However, as long as the spatial core remains intact, the items inside won't be lost. Once it's repaired, you'll naturally be able to examine the contents. Ming glanced at the assassin's corpse, then finally used the robotic arm to dig a hole and bury the body. Planet NOP was close to the front lines and was already in chaos. Several people died every day in the wilderness, and no one bothered to investigate. The next day, Ming was moved to a new dormitory room by Monty. Monty grinned and said, "Your dorm was attacked by some unknown force yesterday. and you're really lucky to be alive. He led Su Ming into another dormitory room and let him stay there temporarily. Su Ming looked around and saw that the environment was similar to before, so he had no objections and casually asked about what happened yesterday. Su Ming said he happened to be outside, and when he returned, the dormitory had been destroyed. In fact, he knew in his heart that it was fortunate that there were no surveillance cameras in the dormitory area to protect privacy. Otherwise, his identity as a genetic warrior would likely have been exposed. On the logistics planet, keeping a low profile is the safest option. Su Ming had heard stories of people being discovered to be genetic warriors and immediately sent to the front lines, only to die on the battlefield. Although he was stronger than ordinary people, he didn't want to gamble with his life. Monty couldn't explain why either, only saying that while the logistics planets weren't as dangerous as the front lines, they weren't exactly peaceful either. Su Ming nodded and didn't press further. At this moment, Monty suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Master Su Ming, what have you thought about what I told you before?" It turns out that the mechanical parts Su Ming repaired were noticed by the soldiers after they went to the battlefield. Now many people know that there is a skilled mechanic in Monty's workshop, and some people have already asked him if he takes on private jobs. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then said he could accept, but with 3 conditions. Monty immediately perked up and told him to go ahead and say what he wanted. Su Ming proposed that, firstly, he needed a private dormitory room with a separate workbench. He couldn't do freelance work in public areas, as that wouldn't be good for either of them. More importantly, he also needed a place to manufacture his own mechanical weapons. Monty immediately agreed, saying that arranging such dormitories wouldn't be difficult for him given his authority. Su Ming then added, "Secondly, we must try to conceal his identity. He doesn't want too many people to know about his skills." Monty readily agreed. Then Su Ming stated his 3rd condition. He wanted half of the profits from his side jobs. Monty was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine, I'll give you half." After the matter was settled, Su Ming didn't say anything more. Monty was overjoyed and said that he could contact him for anything on planet NOP, and that the private dormitory application would be approved tonight if nothing went wrong. During the day, Su Ming went to work in the workshop as usual, repairing and reassembling various mechanical parts. In the evening, Monty indeed settled on a private dormitory. In this way, Su Ming finally had his own workshop. Apart from having to go to the factory for work, he could spend the rest of his time here making his own mechanical equipment. That night, Su Ming took out the spatial watch he had obtained from the assassin and carefully disassembled it on the workbench. Before long, he had separated the spatial core from it. He then took out an inconspicuous little pendant, hollowed it out, and inserted the spatial core into a pre-prepared activation circuit. Soon, the original spatial watch became a pendant hanging around his neck. Su Ming used his brain-level energy to connect with the pendant and, under his mental control, opened its internal space. Inside were various bank cards, a brand-new identity card, a single-line contact phone, and some miscellaneous mechanical weapons. He quickly pulled out a private star coin card from his bank account, a gleam of delight in his eyes. Other cards required the assassin to withdraw money, but the private star coin card was anonymous and anyone could use it. Then, Su Ming took out his single-line phone. After turning it on, he found only one anonymous message. "How's things going?" He immediately realized this was likely a communication tool between the assassin and his employer. After a moment's thought, he replied directly, "Target is dead. Don't contact me again." After sending the message, Su Ming destroyed the phone on the spot, carefully inspected the parts, and only threw the broken shell into the scrap bin after confirming that there was no tracker. After doing all this, Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, Su Rue will most likely believe he is dead. Even if they have some doubts, it will take a long time to find out he is still alive. By then, Su Ming believed he should have developed a certain level of self-protection ability. Chapter 14 Planetary Level Mechanical Components. For Su Ming, the appearance of the assassin was just a minor interlude in his peaceful life. He didn't lose his rhythm because of this. He continued to work in the workshop during the day and studied machinery and read books at home in the evening, occasionally taking on private jobs brought by Monty. After confirming that he was willing to take the job, Monty introduced various repair tasks, including robotic arms and sniper rifles. Compared to repairing standard issue parts for frontline soldiers during the day, these side jobs were more challenging and offered better opportunities to hone Su Ming's mechanical skills. After all, most standard issue parts have similar structures, and working on them for a long time is just repetitive work with limited improvement. The mechanical modifications in his side jobs were much more interesting, with all sorts of strange weapons appearing one after another, which broadened Su Ming's horizons. 2 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming's life stabilized again, and his cultivation level continued to increase, from a second-level lower-grade Gene Warrior when he encountered the assassin to a second-level upper-grade Gene Warrior. He was just one step away from becoming a level 3 Gene Warrior. At the same time, his physical energy level and brain energy level also increased to 260 and 225 respectively, almost doubling compared to 2 weeks ago. This speed made Su Ming very satisfied. Little did he know that although he didn't want to be too famous, his reputation quietly spread as Monty continued to take on private jobs for him, and each modification satisfied the client. Many people now know that there is a highly skilled mechanic in the workshop managed by Monty. This reputation will later have some unexpected effects on Su Ming. At this moment, in the star field near planet NOP, a spaceship is rapidly traversing the void of space. It was less like sailing and more like fleeing for one's life. Inside the spaceship, several high-ranking officials with powerful auras sat around a round table, their expressions grave. A middle-aged man sighed. We didn't expect the people of Aquamarine to be so troublesome. We miscalculated this time. They were a cosmic mercenary group, working for money. Their original mission was to seize some kind of energy crystal, but they underestimated the strength of the Aquamarine people and were routed. Someone asked, "Have you shaken them off yet?" The middle-aged man shook his head. The detection system is broken, so we can't confirm for now. But judging from the last 2 days, we should have gotten rid of it. A man nearby frowned and said, "The real problem is that the spaceship is severely damaged, and many of its mechanical weapons are destroyed. We must find a place to repair it as soon as possible, otherwise it won't last much longer." Everyone nodded in silence. Continuing to fly like this would not only risk encountering danger in space, but the spacecraft itself might also disintegrate due to excessive damage. The middle-aged man ordered in a deep voice, "Harriet, search for nearby logistics and maintenance planets." Harriet immediately turned on the equipment and quickly frowned, saying, "Captain, there are 2 repair planets nearby. NOP planet, a level 1 repair planet. Zhonghai star, a level 3 repair planet." Upon hearing that it was a level 3 repair planet, everyone's expressions softened slightly. Logistics repair planets are divided into 5 levels, with higher levels offering stronger technology, equipment, and mechanics. Given the condition of their spaceship, it would be perfectly adequate for repairs on a level 3 logistics repair planet. But Harriet smiled wryly and said, "Zhonghai star is about 2 light years away from here, but the spaceship's space jump function has been damaged, so we can't get there in time. On the contrary, NOP is only a few 100,000 kilometers away, and you can even see its body from here." The group's faces darkened again. After a moment's thought, the captain could only say, "Let's try our luck on planet NOP first. Maybe there's a mechanic there who can fix the space jump system. Once it's working again, we can jump to planet Zhonghai." The group looked at each other and could only nod in agreement. Upon receiving the order, the spaceship immediately changed course and headed towards planet NOP. However, none of them noticed that shortly after they left, a spaceship appeared out of thin air and stopped at the spot where they had just been. An electronic voice sounded from inside the spaceship. "Enemy detected turning here. Change course." Soon, a deep voice rang out. "Chase after them." With a whoosh, the escaped spaceship pierced the sky and quickly landed on planet NOP, where it slowly docked in an industrial area under the guidance of the staff. As soon as the captain disembarked from the spaceship, he found the person in charge of planet NOP and politely asked, "Excuse me, are there any mechanics here who can repair planetary space jump systems? We will pay for it." Planetary level. Upon hearing this, the staff member was taken aback and said with a wry smile, "Planetary level mechanical parts are very difficult to find mechanics on a first-level logistics and repair planet. Why don't you order one from somewhere else first, and we'll help you replace it after it arrives. Mechanical components and weapons are also graded, just like Gene Warriors. Most of what Su Ming previously built were the lowest level surface grade, only suitable for surface warfare. Planetary level mechanics are a mechanical level above surface level, capable of being used in interplanetary warfare. Their structure is far more complex and precise than surface level mechanics, requiring extremely high skill from mechanics, and ordinary mechanics simply cannot repair them. Disappointment flashed in the captain's eyes, and he shook his head, saying, "We don't have time to wait. It's probably too late." The staff member hesitated for a moment before saying, "Why don't you try going to Monty? I heard there's a really skilled mechanic in his workshop who might be able to help you repair planetary-level mechanical parts." Chapter 15: Assembling the Sniper Rifle. Knock, knock, knock. Monty knocked on Su Ming's dormitory door. Su Ming opened the door and, seeing it was Monty, was somewhat surprised. "Captain Monty, what's up?" Monty chuckled and cut to the chase. "We've got a job, bro." The two had collaborated several times during this period and had become quite familiar with each other. Monty usually left the mechanical weapons to be modified at the door and rarely came in person. His special trip today clearly indicated it wasn't an ordinary job. Monty lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, "Planetary level, are you confident?" Su Ming paused for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, what do you want to fix?" Monty laughed immediately. "I knew you could do it. Come with me, a spaceship's space jump system is malfunctioning, and we need someone to take a look." Upon hearing about the space jump system, Su Ming became interested, put down what he was holding, and followed Monty out of the dormitory. 10 minutes later, the two boarded a spaceship. The crew members all looked over, especially at Su Ming's youthful appearance, their eyes filled with suspicion. Harriet muttered to himself, "He's so young. Can he really fix it?" The crew member next to him shook his head. At this age, even if they started learning from the womb, they might not be able to handle planetary-level machinery. The spaceship captain frowned and looked at Monty, hesitatingly asking, "Mr. Monty, is this the mechanic you mentioned?" Monty nodded, a hint of smugness on his face. The captain hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this part is too crucial. What if it gets damaged beyond repair?" The words were left unsaid, but the meaning was already clear. Su Ming didn't care and calmly said, "If you're worried, you can give me a planetary weapon to repair first. After you've seen it, we can decide whether or not to repair the spaceship parts." In fact, Su Ming wasn't very interested in the reward. He had already saved up quite a bit of money and had nowhere to spend it. If it weren't for the planetary-level components that attracted him, he wouldn't have bothered going out at all. The group exchanged glances, and the captain quickly smiled and said, "Young master, don't mind. It's normal to have concerns since it's our first time working together. There happens to be a planetary-level sniper rifle on the ship that's damaged, so please repair it first. The cost will only increase." After speaking, the captain took out a sniper rifle from the spaceship's internal storage space and placed it on the central workbench. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the gun. The Celestial Sniper is a planetary-level sniper rifle with an effective range exceeding 100 kilometers and an energy level of 2,000 points. Su Ming was obsessed with mechanics, and at this moment all his attention was focused on the gun. He completely forgot about his previous doubts. Without saying much, he immediately began to disassemble it. Planetary-level machinery is completely different from surface-level machinery. Its internal structure is extremely precise, and even the slightest deviation in handling could damage critical components. However, Su Ming possesses the system's X-ray vision ability, allowing him to see the internal structure of the sniper rifle clearly. He didn't even use any scanning equipment. He disassembled it by hand. The expressions on the faces of everyone on the spaceship immediately changed. They had some mechanical knowledge and knew how dangerous it was to proceed without scanning first. In their eyes, Su Ming's approach was utterly reckless and amateurish. Su Ming ignored the reactions of others, his eyes fixed on the sniper rifle, his fingers steady and precise as he disassembled the parts bit by bit. This sniper rifle was clearly severely damaged. More than 80% of its power system was destroyed, rendering it unusable. Su Ming disassembled and examined it, quickly devising a repair plan in his mind. Each part was removed intact without any damage. The expressions on the faces of the people inside the spaceship gradually shifted from initial dissatisfaction to surprise. In the end, everyone instinctively held their breath, afraid of disturbing him. The captain stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He had met many mechanics, but he had never seen anyone disassemble a planetary-level sniper rifle completely without the aid of a scanner, and without making any mistakes. Su Ming's technique was as fluid as dancing on piano keys, precise, elegant, and with a breathtaking beauty. After disassembling the parts, Su Ming didn't stop. He reached out and began to melt away the original circuitry and energy systems of the components, bit by bit. "Ah no!" One of the crew members instinctively shouted out. Once these circuits and energy systems are erased, the difficulty of repair will increase dramatically, and it may even cause the sniper rifle to lose the strength of a planetary weapon. But he was stopped by a look from the captain as soon as he opened his mouth. The captain stared intently at Su Ming, his gaze gradually becoming strange. He had seen true mechanical masters repair weapons before. They would first erase the original markings, circuits, and energy systems, and then re-engrave their own unique system. This approach demonstrates the mechanic's unique understanding of imprints and energy circuits. Repaired weapons often not only regain their original state, but can even become more powerful. A thought suddenly popped into the captain's mind. Could it be that this excessively young boy is actually able to carve his own unique mark system on this planetary-level sniper rifle? Chapter 16, The Invasion Arrives. The captain's heart began to burn with excitement. If Su Ming really had this ability, then this sniper rifle would be more than just a matter of increased power. Given Su Ming's demonstrated mechanical skills, he could very well become a renowned mechanical master in the future. At that time, this gun would be considered an early work of the master, its value increasing more than tenfold. Mercenaries value profit above all else, and the captain has already decided that once the modification is successful, he must treasure it and keep it as a precious keepsake. Sure enough, after Su Ming completely dissolved the original markings, circuits, and energy flow system, he did not stop. Instead, he moved the carving instrument in front of him, picked up the parts, and began to recarve. This is practically equivalent to asking him to reassemble a planetary-level sniper rifle from a bunch of parts. If successful, it would mean that this 16-year-old boy already possesses the ability to independently create planetary-level mechanical weapons. Everyone held their breath, watching Su Ming meticulously carve the intricate markings into the part. Nearly an hour passed, and he barely paused, completely immersed in the process. The crowd's gaze shifted from shock to awe. Even the most mechanically savvy member of the team couldn't decipher the purpose of those markings. Even more terrifying was Su Ming's steady hand, as steady as a precision instrument, without the slightest deviation. Someone murmured, "Nanometer level." He can actually carve nanometer-level markings. These words sent another shockwave through everyone. Nanoscale imprints are far more difficult to create than microscale ones. A mechanic capable of this level would be more than qualified to repair planets in Level 3 logistics. No one expected that they would encounter such a terrifying young mechanic on a Level 1 logistics and repair planet. As the last piece was carved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had been so tense that they hadn't dared to breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing Su Ming. But Su Ming suddenly frowned, and everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking they had failed. Fortunately, he simply looked at the captain and asked, "Do you have a nebula-level brain amplification component?" "According to my current markings, this gun can withstand nebula-level amplification." The captain's heart skipped a beat. Nebula-class components are a level above planetary-class components. Forcibly installing a normal planetary-class sniper rifle on it would likely result in it self-destructing. But Su Ming actually wanted to install a nebula-level brain amplification component into a planetary-level sniper rifle. If successful, this gun would be able to fire nebula-level energy at the level of a planetary weapon. The captain, breathing heavily, immediately retrieved a brand new component from the spaceship's storage space and handed it over. Su Ming took it and, as usual, completely modified the markings and patterns on it in his own way. He then picked up the other mechanical parts and reassembled them one by one. The outline of the sniper rifle began to take shape in his hands. While Su Ming was focused on modifying the spaceship, a spaceship suddenly appeared in the starry sky above planet NOP and stopped outside the planet. An electronic voice sounded inside the spaceship. Beep. Target detected has landed on this planet. A deep voice then gave the order. Check the defense level of this planet. A moment later, the electronic voice reported. Beep. Planet defense level is level 1, belonging to the surface level defense system, risk level, low. Upon hearing the result, a chill crept into the voice. Very good. They stole our vital energy crystal, unforgivable. Invade this planet, find the thieves, kill them, and retrieve the crystal. The order was given, and the spaceship slowly approached planet NOP. Soldiers in space combat suits jumped out of the ship and used gravity to plummet towards the ground. A cold, electronic voice boomed into each soldier's communication system. Invade planet NOP. Objective: eliminate 30% of the planet's inhabitants and reclaim the energy crystal. The mercenaries watching Su Ming assemble the sniper rifle were completely unaware of all this. Su Ming, on the other hand, was entirely focused on the gun and had no time to pay attention to his surroundings. As each part was reassembled into the gun body, a sniper rifle emitting a strong energy-level reaction finally took shape in Su Ming's hands. Beep. The assembly of the complete weapon is complete. The host has received a reward of 30 star points. Chapter 17, The Aquamarine People. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Ming wiped his sweat and smiled. The sniper rifle was finally assembled. In addition to the reward for successfully modifying the entire rifle, the system also awarded star points for each completed component. In total, this planetary-level weapon earned him over 80 star points. The benefits are far greater than those from modifying surface-level weapons. Su Ming picked up the sniper rifle and said to everyone, "The modification is successful. Its original effective range was about 100 kilometers, but now it should be able to reach 200 kilometers. The energy level has also been increased from 2,000 points to between 2,500 and 5,000 points." He added, "The exact value still needs to be tested with professional instruments. This is just an estimate." A collective gasp filled the spaceship. At this rate of improvement, the sniper rifle's performance had almost doubled something even a master mechanic might not be able to achieve. The look in everyone's eyes as they looked at Su Ming instantly shifted to one of shock and complexity. Unbeknownst to them, Su Ming was able to pinpoint the optimal solution and directly boost weapon performance by using the system to clearly see the connections between the markings. The captain's mind was in turmoil. 5,000 energy level that's already touching the threshold of a nebula-level weapon. Although it's only the maximum energy level, due to the brain amplification component, the stronger the user, the greater the power. In other words, this gun is practically a semi-nebula-level weapon. They really hit the jackpot this time. Hiring a mechanic of this caliber from outside would be impossible without incurring a huge cost. Just as the captain was about to speak, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the spaceship. Boom! A terrifying energy surge swept across the entire spaceship, nearly capsizing it. Those inside lost their footing and fell to the ground. The next second, the alarm sounded urgently. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, spaceship under attack. Energy shield system activated. Remaining energy, 64%. A pale blue shield appeared, enveloping the spaceship. Harriet looked out the window, his expression changing drastically. Damn it, they're aquamarine people. The captain's pupils contracted. Weren't they supposed to have been shaken off? How did they manage to catch up here? Looking around, everyone saw that more than 200 aliens dressed in space combat suits had surrounded the spaceship. These aquamarine aliens resembled centaurs, with the weakest being at least a level 3 genetic warrior, many reaching level 4. And the leader even at level 5. With NOP Planet's current defenses, they simply cannot stop them. This is a double-crushing defeat in terms of both technology and individual energy levels. Level 5 Gene Warriors have an energy level exceeding 3,500 points, making them virtually impervious to ordinary weapons. The mercenaries panicked immediately. Oh no, they must have installed a tracking system on us before. The shield can only last for 10 more minutes at most. Once the energy is exhausted, the spaceship will be unprotected. Everyone looked at the captain. His expression was grave. He was the strongest in their team, but he was only a level 4 upper-grade gene warrior. The opposing side had more people, and a level 5 expert was also present. A fight would inevitably be one-sided. Asking for help from NOP is also unrealistic. Faced with such an invasion, NOP would struggle to even protect itself. The captain could only grit his teeth and ask, "How many guns are still usable?" The subordinate immediately replied, reporting to the captain, "There are still 58 more." The captain ordered in a deep voice, "Use the spaceship's shields for cover and fire. Kill as many as you can. Once the shields are depleted, we'll fight them head-on." The mercenaries quickly picked up their weapons, went to the perimeter of the spaceship, and used the protective shield to fire at the aquamarine people. Ming and Monty finally snapped out of their shock. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the bitter smile in each other's eyes. They had, after all, been drawn into the war. They're now tied to these mercenaries. The aquamarine people don't care if they're there to repair weapons. As long as they're on a human ship, they're enemies. Captain Hyman turned around, his face full of guilt. "Mr. Monty, Master Ming, I'm sorry, we've dragged you down. If it really comes to the last moment, I will fight to the death to get you both to a safe area first." After saying that, he held out his hand to Ming. "Master Ming, give me the sniper rifle that you just assembled. It might be the key to our comeback." To Hyman's surprise, Ming did not hand over the gun. Instead, he gripped the sniper rifle in his hand and calmly looked at Hyman. "Let me do it." Ming spoke calmly. "I don't have the habit of entrusting my life to others." Chapter 18: Ming's Marksmanship. Hearing Ming's words, Hyman was taken aback at first. Then she laughed and cried and advised him, "Master Ming, now is not the time to joke. Give me the gun, or it will be too late." Hyman's tone quickly turned serious. He acknowledged that Ming was a genius mechanic, but this was a battlefield, not a repair shop. Combat should be left to actual combat personnel. But Ming still gripped the sniper rifle, his expression serious. "I am also a gene warrior. Moreover, I assembled this gun, and only I can unleash its true power. Open the hatch and let me out." Hyman paused for a moment. For some reason, he instinctively chose to believe Ming's words and opened the hatch directly. The next moment, Ming moved and climbed out of the spaceship. Hyman's expression changed, and he hurriedly followed him out. Once outside, Hyman didn't stop him anymore, but instead asked a nearby soldier for a planetary-level weapon. The mercenary hesitated for a moment, then handed him the gun. Hyman gripped the gun, his brain energy surging wildly, instantly establishing communication. With a bang, the power of a level 4 superior gene warrior erupted, pushing the gun's power to its limit. The power of this shot surged dramatically, instantly obliterating a level 3 aquamarine soldier in the distance and creating a deep crater in the ground. However, after firing, the weapon entered a period of reduced firepower. Further forced firing would likely render it unusable. Just then, a muffled loud thud came from the side. Buzz! Hyman's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked at Ming. That shot just now was fired by Ming's sniper rifle. What shocked him even more was that the energy level that burst out at that moment reached more than 2,800 points. Ming is actually a gene warrior, and he's probably not far from reaching level 3. For someone his age to reach this level is simply unbelievable. Before Hyman could react, Ming had already pulled the trigger again. Buzz! Another level 3 aquamarine soldier was instantly taken down. Hyman stared intently at the sniper rifle, a tidal wave of shock washing over him. This gun didn't need any buffer. Weapons capable of continuous high-energy firing do exist, but they must possess an extremely powerful energy system. This goes beyond just energy level. It's a core performance characteristic. Possessing this attribute at least doubles a weapon's value. But the sniper rifle that Ming modified actually did just that. The third shot was fired quickly. Buzz! The muffled gunshots, like the Grim Reaper on the battlefield, easily took away another level 3 gene warrior. 3 shots in quick succession finally alerted the General of Aquamarine Star to the anomaly. He frowned and looked toward the spaceship, but his view was blocked by the energy shield, making it impossible for him to see who had fired the shots. He immediately ordered, "The enemy has a skilled sniper. Spread out and find blind spots for cover." This experienced level 5 gene warrior immediately realized that a head-on assault on the spaceship was unwise. As long as the soldiers spread out and used obstacles, it would be difficult for snipers to lock onto their targets. The soldiers from Aquamarine immediately scattered and ran. Their strong lower limbs and incredible speed instantly increased the pressure on the mercenaries inside the spaceship. Once the enemy began to change direction, ordinary gunmen could hardly hit them. But the next second, the familiar muffled thud sounded again. Buzz, a level 3 gene warrior who was changing direction at high speed, was instantly blasted into pieces. The general's pupils contracted. He could see clearly that the soldier's aura was elusive and almost impossible to lock onto. Yet the enemy sniper made a judgment in a very short time and decisively opened fire. Such strong locking ability, such terrifying marksmanship. Buzz! Another shot rang out, and another soldier was blasted into a bloody pulp. The general's face darkened, and he immediately shouted, "Get behind cover and create blind spots." The soldiers quickly did as instructed. But soon, an Aquamarine who had already taken cover behind a bunker was shot through along with the obstacle and died instantly. This time, the generals of Aquamarine were truly shocked. How could they be so accurately shot and destroyed when they were already in the blind spot of their vision? Unbeknownst to him, his long-term training in mechanical disassembly and reassembly had already given Ming a terrifying level of trajectory prediction. The moment the enemy slipped into the blind spot, he had already deduced their next route in his mind. Ming's marksmanship was a skill he honed little by little over the past 16 years while confined to a small space by the system. The combination of anticipation and marksmanship resulted in a near-terrifying sniping effect. Moreover, with the system's enhanced capabilities, even if the Aquamarine soldiers hid behind obstacles, he could still see them clearly. Chapter 19. Shooting down a level 4 genetically modified warrior. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the battlefield, muffled gunshots rang out continuously. Each shot accurately claimed the life of an Aquamarine citizen. No matter how they dodged, they could not escape the bullet. Harriet was thrilled and couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is it? Does our mercenary group have such a skilled sniper?" The gunshots were steady and deadly, like a reassuring pill pressing on everyone's hearts. With teammates like that behind them, everyone would feel more confident. The teammate next to him looked at the boy not far away and quickly reminded him, "Harriet, that's Master Ming." Harriet was stunned. "What? Master Ming? Isn't he a mechanic?" Hyman slowly began. Mechanics and genetic warriors are not mutually exclusive. Many truly powerful mech warriors are themselves top-tier mechanics, and they often modify the mechs they pilot. Mechs are weapons beyond their level of expertise. But everyone understands that top mech warriors compete not only in terms of power level, but also in their understanding and mastery of the mechs. When Harriet and the others looked at Ming again, their expressions clearly changed. Could this young man really have a chance to become a mecha warrior in the future? Hyman didn't rule out any possibility, only saying in a deep voice, "It's hard to say what will happen in the future. But right now, Ming's shooting skills can indeed help us turn the tide." However, Hyman knew in his heart that the true core of the enemy was still that level 5 gene warrior. No matter how accurate an ordinary sniper rifle was, it would be difficult to inflict a fatal wound on a level 5 expert. Once the spaceship's energy shield is broken, they will still be forced to face fierce close combat. Just then, Ming, who had been silently sniping, suddenly asked, "How much energy shield is left?" Everyone immediately checked the data. Harriet's expression turned grave. "Master Ming, there are only 27% left." This number instantly made the atmosphere heavy. The level 5 gene warrior on the other side was too fierce in his attack. He had blasted away almost all of the shield's energy. A sense of crisis also rose in Ming's heart. He looked at the Aquamarine people besieging the spaceship, his eyes growing increasingly calm. His recent sniping kills only resulted in the deaths of over 30 level 3 gene warriors. While this achievement would be remarkable for a level 2 high-grade gene warrior, it's far from sufficient for the current situation. The real trouble lies with that level 5 Gene Warrior, followed by the 20-odd level 4 Gene Warriors. Level 3 Gene Warriors are merely the final layer of combat power. Our mercenaries number only a little over 100, while the enemy, even including those killed by Su Ming, has suffered fewer than 50 casualties. If the shield holds out a little longer, it will only result in a few more ordinary soldiers being killed, but it won't change the outcome. To turn the tide, we must start with the level 4 and 5 Gene Warriors. Su Ming took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. He raised his sniper rifle again, but did not fire immediately. Instead, he adjusted his breathing amidst the chaotic battlefield and locked onto a high-speed, moving level 4 Gene Warrior. A level 4 Gene Warrior's energy level is approximately between 1,000 and 2,500 points. With such physical strength, even if shot head-on, they would likely only suffer serious injuries, not necessarily be killed instantly. But Su Ming had no way out. He was going to shoot down the level 4 genetic warriors. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his senses traversing the battlefield, finally locking onto a level 4 Gene Warrior. The next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. His brain energy level exploded instantly, and he aimed and pulled the trigger in less than a second. Buzz! This shot was completely different from the previous ones, carrying a resolute killing intent, and cleanly and decisively pierced through the battlefield. The commander of Aquamarine Star's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized that the shot wasn't aimed at an ordinary soldier, but at a level 4 Gene Warrior. The level 4 Gene Warrior also felt himself being locked on and frantically changed direction to dodge. But the feeling of being locked on was like a shadow, impossible to shake off. The next second, a bullet slammed into him, sending him staggering backward. "Ah!" he roared, unleashing his full energy. His muscles bulged, veins stood out, and he withstood the bullet. Although blood splattered, he did not die on the spot. The commander of Aquamarine's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Good. Well done." He understood. The sniper's marksmanship was indeed terrifying, but his own energy level was insufficient. As long as the level 4 Gene Warrior defended with all his might, even if he was hit, he might not die. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a second muffled thud followed. The interval between the two shots was astonishingly short. The second shot was fired almost as soon as the first shot landed. The commander of Aquamarine Star's pupils constricted sharply as he saw incredulously that Su Ming's second shot had accurately hit the spot where the first shot had been fired. The two attacks were perfectly executed. Although the first shot was withstood, the flesh in that area had already been damaged and necrotic by the shockwave. When the second shot landed, the damaged body could no longer withstand the tearing bullet. In an instant, the level 4 Gene Warrior was blasted to pieces, his body torn to pieces. This scene froze both the Aquamarine Star people and the mercenaries in place. A chilling aura swept across the battlefield, and everyone stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Is this kind of marksmanship really something a normal human being could do? Chapter 20: The Terrifying Su Ming. No, this sniper is terrifying. His marksmanship is beyond what a normal human should have. How can he lock his presence so tightly? The general from Hylon Star felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't care if a level 3 soldier died, but a level 4 soldier was different. Each one was an important fighting force, and losing even one of them pained him. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the energy shield outside the spaceship, his killing intent surging. The shield won't hold for much longer. Smash it now. I want to kill that sniper with my own hands. The firepower on Aquamarine suddenly doubled, and the spaceship's energy shield value plummeted. At 20%, Su Ming pulled the trigger, and a level 4 Gene Warrior fell instantly. At 15%, 10%, Starlight swept across, and several more level 4 warriors died under his gun. By this time, for level 4 Gene Warriors had already been sniped by Su Ming. Su Ming gripped his sniper rifle, his eyes chillingly cold, crouching motionless in front of the spaceship, having already made his decision. His energy shield was down to 5%. This time, he didn't aim at the level 4 warrior, but instead focused all his energy on the level 5 Aquamarine Star general. The other party sensed his intention, frowned slightly, but a mocking look appeared in their eyes. killing a few level 4s and daring to point a gun at a level 5? How naive. The general appeared to be standing still, but his body was swaying very slightly. It was this almost imperceptible swaying that caused Su Ming's lock-on to miss time and time again. He could dodge from any direction at any moment. For a sniper, such a target is incredibly difficult to spot. Sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead. He pushed his mental strength to the limit, yet he still couldn't completely lock onto his opponent. The difference in energy levels was too great. If he couldn't lock them down, this shot would inevitably miss. But he didn't give up. 16 years of training taught him that locking and counter-locking depend not only on energy level, but also on endurance, judgment, and mentality. The outcome is never decided until the very last moment. Inside the protective shield, the alarm blared piercingly. 3%, 2%, 1%. Each blare sounded like the approach of death, suffocating everyone. The mercenaries gripped their weapons tightly, their faces grim. Only Su Ming remained as still as a stone statue, focused, steady, and single-minded. Even he himself didn't realize that while confronting the level 5 warrior, his brain energy level was rising wildly, reaching an astonishing level. Beep. Energy shield depletes. The alarm sounded, and the protective shield around the spaceship shattered instantly. In that very instant, Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. Now, the moment the protective shield shattered, the level 5 Aquamarine's composure wavered slightly. Su Ming finally seized the opportunity and completed the lock-on. Beep. 100 starlight points consumed. Starlight conversion successful. A flood of starlight poured into the sniper rifle, causing it to burst into a dazzling light that illuminated the entire battlefield. Everyone was stunned by this sudden burst of light. The next moment, a low gunshot rang out. The sound seemed to explode in the depths of one's soul, sending chills down one's spine and making one's heart tremble. The general from Aquamarine felt an overwhelming aura pressing down on him, an extremely firm force pinning him down. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape this shot. How is that possible? His pupils contracted sharply, and fear gripped his entire body. Then, starlight exploded before his eyes, engulfing him like a sea of stars. Boom! The deafening roar echoed through the industrial zone. The tremors felt several kilometers away. As the starlight faded, the level 5 Aquamarine Gene warrior was reduced to ashes, utterly dead. Su Ming sensed the other party's aura disappear and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, excruciating pain erupted throughout his body, as if his body was being torn apart. The starlight points he had just exchanged had already exceeded his limit. The immense energy nearly crushed his body, causing severe damage to his skin and muscles. Su Ming's consciousness rapidly sank, and his vision went black. With his last ounce of strength, he said to the system, "System, use the last of your starlight points to restore your major organs." Beep. 12 starlight points remaining. Repairing internal organ damage. Upon hearing the response, Su Ming finally felt relieved. His vision went black, and he collapsed in front of the spaceship. The mercenaries were alarmed and rushed forward. One shouted urgently, "Quick! Mr. Monty, take Su Ming to the hospital first. We'll escort you out." Some people warned that Su Ming's entire body was being torn apart by energy, and even the slightest movement could kill him. "Stop talking nonsense. The enemy leader is already dead. Take Master Su Ming and charge out." Without delay, everyone frantically protected Su Ming and tried to break out of the battlefield. Chapter 21: Awakening and Enhancement. As the light gradually pierced the darkness, Su Ming's consciousness returned. He opened his eyes, first observing his surroundings, then looking down at his body. His external injuries were mostly healed, which wasn't unusual in the space age. Moreover, before losing consciousness, he had used the last glimmer of starlight to protect his internal organs. Although his wounds had healed, his body was extremely weak, and his head felt like it had been stuffed with a durian, both swollen and throbbing. Su Ming smiled wryly. This time had indeed been too risky, directly exchanging 100 star points for an attack. The energy instantly filled his entire body before being released, its power terrifying, yet it nearly burst him apart. Had there been a few more starlight points, he probably would have been gone on the spot. However, The effect was equally astonishing. A level 5 gene warrior with an energy level of around 5,000 was instantly killed by a single shot. From now on, when using starlight attacks, he must first confirm whether his body can withstand the damage. Just then, a voice came from beside me. "You're awake?" Ming turned his head and recognized Monty, who was standing guard to the side. "Mr. Monty?" Monty stood up, laughing and scolding. "You've been hiding your strength well, kid. You even managed to shoot down a level 5 gene warrior. Who would have thought that planet NOP had an expert like you?" Ming smiled bitterly. "I killed the person, but I almost lost my own life too." Monty nodded, turned to call the doctor, and said that Ming was only half alive when he arrived. But fortunately, the internal organ damage wasn't too severe. Ming knew in his heart that if the system hadn't fixed it in advance, he would have died after that shot. Not long after, Monty entered with a doctor, followed by Hyman, a mercenary. Upon seeing him, Ming immediately inquired about the situation of the aquamarine people. After confirming that he was unharmed, Hyman laughed and said that with their leader shot dead, the remaining soldiers were terrified and had no idea that Ming was unconscious. They easily dealt with him in the end. After a moment's hesitation, Hyman tentatively asked, "Master Ming, would you be willing to join our mercenary group?" Ming paused for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. With his current abilities, leaving planet NOP wasn't impossible, but he wasn't ready to leave yet. This place offered ample opportunities for mechanical repair, and his sniping of the level 5 gene warrior had a significant element of luck involved. He only had a chance to lock onto the target and fire because the opponent was blocked by the spaceship's energy shield. In a direct confrontation, a level 5 gene warrior could kill him in one shot, giving him no time to snipe. Without sufficient self-defense capabilities, rashly leaving planet NOP will only put oneself in danger. Hyman could only sigh regretfully. Ming was both a repairman and a fighter, far more valuable than anyone else on their team. Even though he had anticipated being rejected, he still couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard the answer. He took out a card and handed it to Ming. "This is for the modification costs. I added a little extra on my own as a token of the team's gratitude. Your contact information is also inside. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything in the future." Ming took the card and nodded. Hyman said the mission deadline was approaching, and since they had confirmed he was all right, they should leave. In fact, Ming had been unconscious for 3 days. Hyman had already ordered space jump components from elsewhere and repaired the ship. Afterward, he bid farewell to Monty and led his team away from NOP. Ming and Monty completed the discharge procedures and returned to their dormitory. As soon as he entered, he couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host, Ming. Physical energy level, 410. Brain energy level, 570. Gene lock activation level, level 3, lower grade. Body activity, 92%. Body tempering level, level 1. The next level of body tempering requires 100 star points. Starlight points, 0. Ming wasn't surprised to see himself advance to the lower level of the 3rd rank. When he confronted the level 5 gene warrior, he felt his brain energy level rapidly increasing, and his physical energy level also broke through under the stimulation of qi. Although this was a perilous situation, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. In particular, the improvement in brain energy level has surpassed that of physical energy level for the first time. Watching the starlight points dwindle to 0, Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Having witnessed the power of starlight points firsthand, he longed for more than ever before. Ming murmured to himself, "Looks like I'll have to find a way to get more starlight points." Chapter 22 Warren's Evolution. Just as Ming was discharged from the hospital and was refocusing his energy on disassembling machinery, a small but far-reaching upheaval was quietly erupting in the Band Galaxy in the distant starry sky. The Band Galaxy is located on the edge of the Busa Free Federation, one of humanity's 5 major powers, belonging to the same supercluster level as the Mongolia Empire. In comparison, the Band Galaxy is merely an insignificant peripheral galaxy. At this very moment, the Lothar party of the Band star system, together with more than a dozen surrounding star systems, launched a coup, openly questioning the free will of the Free Federation and declaring that if the Federation did not adjust its democratic form, they would lead the surrounding star systems to secede from the Federation. Such occurrences are not uncommon among large human powers. The larger the power, the more difficult it is to manage peripheral star systems, especially since the Free Federation is governed by multiple political parties and has numerous autonomous star systems within it. Therefore, initially, the core federal parties did not take it seriously, only offering routine reassurances to the Lhasa Party and promising future benefits. However, the Lhasa Party delayed its response and even detained the politicians sent by the core parties. This finally angered the core political parties. In their view, the Lhasa Party's strength was less than 1/10,000th of their own, yet it dared to be so arrogant. As a result, both sides quickly hardened their stances, and the atmosphere within the federal government became tense. These things should have been none of Su Ming's concern. However, his planet, NOP, was less than 5 light-years from the Devon star system of the Free Federation. 4 interstellar spaceships, a typical planetary-level space jump system, could traverse this distance in an hour. If unrest erupts in the Devon system, it's highly likely that someone will pilot a spaceship directly into the Monkali Empire. Whether it's due to the spillover of war or a pre-arranged smuggling, the Empire cannot stand idly by. However, these disturbances haven't affected planet NOP yet, and Su Ming is unaware of the changes outside. At this moment, he is looking at Warren with a serious expression and whispers, "There's no one around now. We can inject the gene serum." Warren clutched the gene serum he had just bought, visibly nervous. He had finally saved up enough money, and today he had Su Ming accompany him to complete the most crucial step before unlocking the gene lock. Warren is almost 17 now, well past the age for the earliest gene injections, and his psychological pressure is greater than that of ordinary people. He glanced at Su Ming, took a deep breath with encouragement, and injected the drug into his arm. Warren exhaled, closed his eyes, and sat down on the ground. Soon, a wisp of pale green light emanated from his body, and the energy within him began to stir, as if it were about to break free from some kind of restraint. This was a sign that the genetic lock was being unlocked. Su Ming dared not be distracted. After all, genetic agents were risky, especially the supply from planet NOP. No one could guarantee absolute safety. He was prepared to immediately send Warren to the hospital should anything go wrong. Fortunately, Warren's condition gradually stabilized after he overcame the initial period of pain. Then, a strong energy level erupted from his body, which, although far less than Su Ming's, was much stronger than before the injection. A look of joy appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had succeeded. Warren had successfully unlocked his genetic potential. What surprised him even more was that Warren's physical and mental energy levels were both around 30. After unlocking their genetic potential, most ordinary people only reach an energy level of around 10 points. Even Su Ming only had 25 points back then. It makes sense that Warren cultivated for a year longer than the average person and became stronger after awakening. This also confirms Su Ming's previous conjecture. Cultivation is not only effective after unlocking the gene lock. The accumulation before unlocking will also be transformed into physical energy levels and manifested in the body. Su Ming is unaware that this seemingly insignificant theory will, in the future course of the universe, almost change the way humanity's genes evolve. Chapter 23: Body Tempering. Warren opened his eyes filled with barely suppressed surprise. He looked at Su Ming excitedly. "Su Ming, I've become a gene warrior. Does that mean I can pilot a mecha now?" As he spoke, he casually swung his hand twice, the movements already conveying a sense of power. Su Ming smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. Even the weakest mech has stellar-level combat power. You've only just entered the surface level. You'll improve slowly." Warren, however, was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he was even more excited. Genetically modified warriors have longer lifespans, and since he was a mechanic himself, his chances of becoming a mech warrior in the future were indeed quite high. Su Ming understood that truly powerful mecha warriors should ideally be knowledgeable about mechanics. Assembling a mecha oneself ensures the highest level of integration and makes it less vulnerable to exploitation of weaknesses. Otherwise, if the assembler tampers with the mecha, the warrior might be killed before even reaching the battlefield. After Warren calmed down, Ming pondered for a moment and then suddenly said, "Warren, I'm preparing to leave planet NOP." Warren's smile froze. "You're leaving? Why?" Ming calmly explained that planet NOP was too low level, merely a surface-class planet, and most of the mechanical components he could access were also surface level. For him now, further advancement was insufficient. He wanted to explore planetary-level planets, or even higher-level ones. This was not an excuse. After the aquamarine incident, Ming had considered leaving. What truly moved him was that planetary-level sniper rifle. That assembly made him clearly realize that the enhancement brought by high-level mechanical components far exceeded that of surface-level ones. More importantly, the starlight generated by a planetary weapon is almost equivalent to that of 5 surface-level weapons. As his energy level increases, his cultivation consumption also increases, making it difficult to meet his needs by remaining on planet NOP. Warren remained silent for a long time before suddenly looking up. "Why don't I come with you? Anyway, I'm already a genetic warrior, and according to Imperial law, I'm no longer required to stay on the logistics planet to serve." Ming was somewhat surprised, but seeing the determination in Warren's eyes, which didn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment decision, he finally nodded in agreement. He would indeed need help with the mundane tasks of disassembling and assembling machinery in the future, and besides, Warren was already considered a friend in his heart. "Then it's settled," Ming said. "Pack your things, and we'll leave planet NOP together in 3 days." That evening, Ming returned to his dormitory, put all the mechanical parts he usually bought for practice into his spatial pendant, and then sat cross-legged on his bed. More than a week has passed since the aquamarine incident. During this time, Ming has focused almost all his energy on disassembling and reassembling machinery, not for work, but to accumulate starlight points. After his star points were completely depleted last time, he realized just how important they were. Now that he was about to leave planet NOP, he had to prepare a reserve in advance. 400 points. This is the result of his recent frantic assembly of machinery, enough to sustain him for a while. After completing his daily training, Ming didn't rest, but instead looked at the system panel. Besides cultivation and attack, star points had another function that he hadn't paid much attention to before. Body forging. In the past, his energy level was too low, and he used almost all his starlight points on cultivating his techniques. But now, it's difficult for his energy level to make a qualitative breakthrough in a short period of time, so this function has come back into his sights. Host's body tempering level, level 1. Star points required for the next level of body tempering, 100 points. Ming was puzzled. In today's interstellar society, almost no one mentions physical training. The general understanding is that once the body's energy level is increased, the body's resistance and cell strength will also increase simultaneously, so there is no need for additional physical enhancement. And this is indeed the case. Countless testing instruments have proven that the higher the energy level, the stronger the physical fitness. Gene warriors at level 4 and above are difficult to harm with ordinary surface-level weapons, even without infusing their brains with energy. If energy levels can strengthen the body, then what is the point of body tempering? Ming couldn't understand it, but without hesitation, he directly spent 100 star points to exchange for body tempering. Beep. Host has exchanged for the body tempering option, consuming 100 starlight points. Body tempering in progress. As soon as the notification sound ended, a burst of intense starlight surged from his body, rapidly flowing to his limbs and bones, seeping into every corner. Ming's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. 100 starlight points are no small amount. They represent terrifying energy capable of instantly killing a level 5 gene warrior. Previously, just releasing them from within his body nearly caused him to burst. Now, with all this power surging into his body, is that danger about to repeat itself? Chapter 24, Leaving Planet NOP. But at that moment, Ming suddenly felt a devouring sensation emanating from the cells in his body, which were actively absorbing the surrounding starlight. He is now the 9 luminaries star saint body. Half of his body is composed of starlight, and his cells naturally contain starlight matter. At this moment, These cells absorb starlight like a person drinking water, their desire growing stronger and stronger, without him even needing to consciously guide them. Ming smoothly activated the starry sky limitless heavenly art, and a large amount of starlight immediately surged into his body, being rapidly absorbed by his cells. Before long, he felt a bloating pain, as if he had overeaten, as if every part of his body was expanding. As the cultivation technique continued to operate, the cells that had absorbed starlight began to transform, becoming more resilient and active, and their ability to absorb energy was also significantly enhanced. More than 10 minutes later, a layer of dark grime was expelled from Ming's skin, followed by a refreshing sensation emanating from the depths of his life core. He immediately got up and went into the bathroom, washing himself thoroughly. The dirty water flowed away through the drain, completely removing the impurities from his body. After washing, Ming closed his eyes and sensed the changes. His physique was stronger, his recovery ability, stamina, resistance, and adaptability had all improved. More importantly, this starlight body tempering had directly increased his physical energy level by 100 points. While ordinary energy level upgrades can strengthen the body, they are passive and slow. Starlight body tempering, on the other hand, is an active tempering process, faster and more effective. At the same energy level, Ming's physical strength and overall abilities are at least twice that of other experts of the same level. Ming was secretly delighted. The double advantage might not be obvious in the early stages, but the gap would only widen as time went on. At this moment, a system notification sounded. The host's body tempering level has been upgraded to level 2. The next level of body tempering requires 500 starlight points. A hint of regret flashed in Ming's eyes. 500 starlight points already exceeded his current total. He would have to find another way to obtain them later. 3 days later, Monty looked at Ming and Warren with a face full of reluctance. He sighed. Even that kid Warren quietly unlocked his genetic potential. I knew I couldn't keep you two here. Go on, and come find me anytime if you need anything. Ming and Warren bid farewell to Monty and then went to the official office of Planet NOP. To leave, they had to prove they had become gene warriors in order to be exempt from labor service. Under the guidance of the staff, the two stood on the energy level detector. The instrument quickly broadcasted, Tester, Ming. Physical energy level 510, brain energy level 570, level 3 lower gene warrior, qualified. Next up was Warren. Body energy level 35, brain energy level 37, level 1 intermediate gene warrior, qualified. Upon hearing the results, the staff were stunned, staring at Ming in disbelief. A 16-year-old reaching the lower level of the 3rd rank wasn't just rare, it was astonishing. Data showed that Ming had only turned 16 2 months prior, meaning he had advanced from just unlocking his genetic potential to the lower level of the 3rd rank in just 2 months. Such speed is unmatched even among the Empire's most outstanding young people. Ming calmly reminded him. According to Imperial law, please keep my personal energy level and gene level information confidential. He wouldn't have come to conduct the inspection if it weren't for leaving Planet NOP. His current cultivation speed is too astonishing. Before he becomes truly powerful, attracting attention is not a good thing. The staff member swallowed hard and quickly assured him that there would be no leaks. Then he changed the subject and looked at Ming. Would you be interested in joining the temporary army? Not a mercenary army, but a temporary army established in the name of the Empire. The situation in the band system is tense right now, and the Empire is also affected. The Provisional Army is preparing to deal with the chaos caused by the coup in the Free Federation, and they urgently need gene warriors who can repair machinery. Would you like to join? Chapter 25, Temporary Army Number 32. A temporary army? Ming was taken aback, and his first reaction was to refuse. The staff noticed his concerns and quickly explained that temporary soldiers are different from regular soldiers. They can leave at any time when their term is up, but their benefits are not bad, and they can also use the merit system of regular soldiers. Ming grasped the key point and asked, military merit system? The staff member nodded, explaining that the temporary army's military merit calculation was the same as the regular army's. Killing enemies, assembling machinery, and repairing equipment all earned merit. Once enough merit was accumulated, it could be exchanged for various resources. Seeing that Ming and Warren both understood mechanics, he immediately added that most mechanical gene warriors would want to own their own mechs in the future, and the military merit system could be used to exchange for mech knowledge and blueprints. The more military merits one had, the higher the level of blueprints they could exchange for. Upon hearing about mechs, Ming and Warren exchanged a glance, both clearly intrigued. For mechanics, the allure of mechs is immense. Without systematic knowledge and blueprints, even the most talented individual cannot create a mech out of thin air. The internal markings and patterns of a mech are extremely complex. The slightest error can cause the entire system to crash. Ming pondered for a moment, then asked how difficult it was to obtain military merits. The staff immediately said there were many ways, especially since the two were mechanics, and after joining the temporary army, they would earn military merits more easily than ordinary people. Ming looked at Warren, who nodded. Ming then said, "Okay, we can join the temporary army, but could we be assigned to the same unit?" The staff were overjoyed and said there was no problem at all. 2 hours later, a temporary military force of about 1,000 people would be passing through the planet NOP, and they would be registered there. Ming nodded, and he and Warren found a place to sit down and wait. To be honest, Ming was somewhat speechless. If he were still the second young master of the Korin family, what kind of mecha information couldn't he obtain? With the Korin family's resources, their collection of mecha knowledge would probably rival that of some star system level powers. But now that he has been removed from the list, all those resources naturally fall into Su Rui's hands. However, Ming was not angry. Since the Korin family had kicked him out, he would not be the one to regret it in the future. About 2 hours later, a huge spaceship landed precisely in front of the office building. Ming looked up and was slightly surprised. It was actually a star-class spaceship, clearly a level higher than the spaceships used by the mercenaries before. As expected of the Imperial Army's official legion, just looking at their equipment, they are already far superior to ordinary mercenaries. Soon, an officer with a mustache stepped off the spaceship, his insignia reading, Lieutenant Walker. Although the temporary army was a temporary organization, its high command and decision-making level were clearly still controlled by regular officers. The Empire would not allow anyone to command the army at will. Lieutenant Walker looked at Ming, Warren, and the staff, and asked directly, "These two are the mechanics who are going to join the Provisional Army?" The staff member smiled and nodded, handing over the two people's identification documents. Walker flipped through the files and his expression changed slightly when he saw Ming's information. 16 years old, a level 3 lower grade gene warrior? He couldn't help but scrutinize Ming. Reaching this level at such a young age was indeed rare. However, this was Ming's secret, and he wouldn't pry. He continued reading, and his eyes soon lit up. The mechanical level is planetary? Not bad. Recruiting 2 planetary-level mechanics on NOP was a pleasant surprise for him. Most of the military's mechanical weapons were still at the planetary level, and the 2 would certainly be useful after joining the force. Warren has made rapid progress under Ming's tutelage and is already able to repair some planetary-level mechanical parts, so calling him a planetary-level mechanic is not an exaggeration. As for Ming, he glanced at the stellar-class spaceship and already made his judgment. If he were really allowed to work on it, he could most likely repair it. However, since planet NOP didn't have any more advanced mechanical work, he had temporarily set the classification to planetary level. Even so, Lieutenant Walker was quite satisfied. Every army lacks mechanics, especially those with high skill levels. He closed the file and smiled. "All right, you 2 mechanics, let's get on the spaceship. Temporary Legion number 32 of the Imperial Taiguang Starfield welcomes you." Chapter 26 Lock. Ming and Warren were thus taken aboard the temporary military ship number 32 by Lieutenant Walker. As soon as he boarded the ship, Walker called over a short-haired girl. "Zhongli, 2 new planetary-level mechanics have arrived. Please help arrange things for them." Zhongli had a wheat-colored complexion and seemed to have a very straightforward personality. Her eyes lit up immediately when she heard they were both mechanics. "Great. We're in dire need of mechanics right now. You've come at the perfect time. Come with me." I'll take you to your lodgings. Su Ming and Warren followed her into the spaceship. A short while later, the ship shuddered slightly. Su Ming looked out the window. The buildings on planet NOP were rapidly shrinking, indicating the spaceship had taken off and was leaving the planet. As they passed a large hall, Zhongli stopped and introduced, "This is the mission hall. You can take a look first." A huge LCD screen stood in the center of the hall, with a dense array of missions scrolling on both sides. Some missions involved eliminating space bandits, others repairing planetary weapons, and still others capturing interstellar black market merchants. The rewards range from 100 to 400 military merits, an astonishing number. Many soldiers were checking the missions in the hall. Su Ming and Warren looked on in disbelief, and Zhongli explained, "The temporary army is more relaxed in its management. As long as you have more than 200 military merits a month, you're good to go. These missions are compiled from across the entire star system, and not just us can take them. Whoever completes them first gets paid." She added that the spacecraft is equipped with a small spaceship, which can be borrowed from the mission center when carrying out missions, and they can also leave on their own. The two then understood why a temporary army of 1,000 people had so many missions. It turned out that missions from across the entire galaxy were being contested together. Just then, a man's voice came from the side. "Zhongli, I heard that 2 more mechanics have arrived this time. Are these the 2 young men?" The 3 turned their heads and saw a man in military uniform walking quickly towards them, his face full of surprise, his gaze falling directly on Su Ming and Warren. Zhongli was taken aback. "Locke?" Locke nodded and immediately looked at the 2 of them. "You 2 are the newly joined mechanics?" Su Ming was a little uncomfortable with his enthusiasm and could only nod. Locke was overjoyed. "Great. Temporary Army number 32 finally has a mechanic again." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a mechanical battle knife and handed it over expectantly. "Young masters, this is a planetary-level overheated battle blade. Could you help me repair it?" Su Ming and Warren were both stunned. They had only just boarded the ship when someone actually came to them to repair their weapons. Zhongli noticed their confusion and explained with a wry smile, "Don't mind it. There was only one planetary-level mechanic on the spaceship before. When planetary-level weapons broke, everyone had to wait in line, and it often took several days for it to be your turn." Locke nodded quickly. "I was really in a hurry. I can't even go on missions until my sword is repaired, so I took the liberty of asking." Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Are there really so few mechanics?" Zhongli shook her head. "It's not that there are few mechanics, it's that there are few planetary-level mechanics. There are many surface-level mechanics, but they don't usually come into contact with planetary-level machinery, and most of them can only repair surface-level equipment." Locke added that planetary-level mechanics require a lot of resources to practice disassembly and repair, and without sufficient resources, they simply cannot be trained. Su Ming and Warren then realized that this identity was far rarer than they had imagined. Su Ming came from a prominent family and had been exposed to many mechanical parts. Warren, on the other hand, had learned a great deal from Su Ming on planet NOP, so neither of them had ever had this feeling before. Seeing that Locke was still standing, Zhongli reminded him, "All right, Locke. The 2 young masters have just joined the Legion. According to the rules, you should wait until the military merit system is activated before using military merit to ask them to repair things. Isn't it taking advantage of you to have them do it now?" Locke was immediately disappointed and could only give an awkward smile. "I was too hasty. Sorry to bother you." After he finished speaking, he picked up his sword and turned to leave. Just then, Su Ming suddenly spoke up. "It's all right. Repairing the battle sword won't take long. I'll fix it for you now." Chapter 27 Planetary Level Mechanic. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhongli and Locke were both taken aback. Su Ming looked at Locke and said with a smile, "But you have to take me to the workbench first. I'm not familiar with this place yet." Locke then came to his senses and quickly nodded. "No problem. The workbench is over here. Come with me." After saying that, he led Su Ming and Warren to the spaceship's mechanical repair room. Su Ming glanced around and noticed that almost all the parts being repaired were surface-level mechanical components, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Locke quickly explained that planetary-level mechanics all have their own independent workshops, and Su Ming will have one too in the future. This is a public repair room, mainly for use by surface-level mechanics. After understanding, Su Ming didn't ask any more questions. He simply found a workbench and placed Locke's battle knife in front of him. With just one glance, he determined that this was a thermal battle knife from the Warrior Company, a planetary-level entry-level weapon with an energy level of approximately 2,000. Locke nodded repeatedly beside him, but Su Ming was already focused on the battle sword. The next second, he skillfully disassembled the mechanical battle sword, his movements so swift and decisive that they didn't seem like those of a novice. A number of soldiers quickly gathered outside the repair room. They had originally come to try their luck with their damaged weapons, but seeing Zhong Li and Locke standing nearby, they immediately guessed that Su Ming was the newly arrived planetary-level mechanic. So no one spoke up and they all watched quietly. Su Ming quickly identified the problem. The blade is warped and the handle reinforcement system is broken. This knife is very brittle now and can't withstand high energy levels. It will break if you apply too much force. The most crucial aspect of melee mechanical weapons is their reinforcement system, which determines the level of physical energy they can withstand. Locke, with approximately 8 or 900 energy points, is a level 3 superior gene warrior. Wielding a battle sword without reinforcement, it would indeed be easily destroyed with a single swing. Without hesitation, Su Ming quickly disassembled the entire battle sword into hundreds of parts. Planetary-level weapons are several times more complex than surface-level weapons, but it wasn't difficult for him. In less than 10 minutes, the battle sword had been completely disassembled. The onlookers exchanged shocked glances. Even the other planetary-level mechanic on the spaceship probably couldn't have achieved that speed. Zhongli understood the difference even better. She had seen the old mechanic disassemble planetary-level weapons. The old mechanic needed a scanner and was prone to causing secondary damage, the whole process taking nearly half an hour. But Su Ming didn't need any equipment. Less than 10 minutes, 0 damage. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Su Ming first melted away all the original markings and patterns on the battle blade. Locke's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he almost spoke up to stop him, but remembering Su Ming's dismantling technique, he ultimately held back. Once the old patterns disappeared, Su Ming picked up the engraving instrument and carved his own unique patterns onto the key parts. As his experience increased, his technique became more and more stable, with almost no pauses. About half an hour later, all of the more than 100 core components were completed. The next step was reassembly, but Su Ming stared at the components for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Locke. Locke's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Master Su Ming, is there something else wrong with my battle sword?" Su Ming asked, "Do you have a stellar-level blade on you?" Locke was taken aback and said that while a stellar-level blade could be bought, using it with other planetary-level components seemed somewhat wasteful. Su Ming shook his head. "It's not a waste for me to keep it. You can just buy it directly." Locke was puzzled, but since Su Ming had repaired his knife for free, he didn't say much and instead used his military merits to exchange for a stellar-grade blade. A few seconds later, he took the blade out of his storage space and handed it over. Su Ming was taken aback. "You arrived so quickly?" Zhong Li and Locke both laughed. Locke explained that this was a small spatial teleportation device provided to soldiers by the Empire. As long as they exchanged military merits for supplies, the items would be directly teleported to their storage space. After listening, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the Imperial Army's immense wealth. The cost of just one of these spatial communication devices was probably no less than 100,000 star coins, and each person had one. In comparison, mercenaries are much poorer, having to rely on their own efforts for everything. Su Ming snapped out of his reverie and, without further delay, took the stellar-grade blade and said, "All right, give me the blade, and I'll install it for you right away." Chapter 28 was a huge hit. Su Ming was confident and immediately reassembled the parts in his hand. The repair room was eerily quiet. Everyone held their breath, staring in astonishment at his movements. They had never seen anyone assemble machinery so quickly, as effortlessly as if they were casually piecing together a toy. Su Ming picked up a part, casually attached it, and it fit perfectly with the other components. Someone couldn't help but mutter, "Can he really do it like this?" In normal machine assembly, Every step must be done with utmost care, as even the slightest deviation can render the machine unusable. But Su Ming moved extremely fast. Before the parts were even fully assembled, his gaze had already fallen on the next component. Everyone watched with bated breath, constantly thinking he was about to make a mistake. Yet, each seemingly casual operation ended up being completed smoothly, the mechanical parts engaging perfectly without the slightest problem. Seeing this, everyone was even more shocked. The control that Su Ming displayed was clearly beyond what an ordinary planetary-level mechanic could achieve. It was more like a high-level mechanic handling a low-level machine. About 15 minutes later, the mechanical sword was reassembled. At this moment, the battle blade emitted a strong energy-level reaction, and the blade itself had been replaced with a stellar-grade material. Su Ming had actually perfectly fused a planetary-level component with a stellar-grade blade. Everyone's eyes lit up. Locke was especially excited. After taking the sword, he immediately swung it fiercely at the testing device. The test results popped up instantly, reaching a full 1,400 energy levels. Locke's own energy level was less than 900, and he had previously only managed to deal a little over 1,000 damage with this battle sword. But now, with a casual strike, he was approaching the level of a level 4 gene warrior. He knew perfectly well that the extra damage came entirely from the mechanical combatants modified by Su Ming. Only by testing them himself could he realize just how outrageous this reconstruction technology was. Looking at the results, Su Ming nodded slightly. Not bad. Go back and test the specific data yourself. It shouldn't be bad. He had already made a rough estimate in his mind, but it would be safer to leave the precise values to the system for testing. After finishing the battle blade, Su Ming let out a breath and got up to leave the workbench. But as soon as he looked up, he froze. Before he knew it, 40 or 50 soldiers had surrounded him, blocking him in the center. They first looked at Locke with envy, then stared longingly at Su Ming. Su Ming was so focused that he hadn't noticed so many people around him. He instinctively asked, "Who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, the soldiers' eyes lit up instantly, crowding around him as if they had seen a rare treasure. Someone hurriedly spoke up. "Master Su Ming, I have a planetary ray gun here. Could you help me repair it?" The other immediately corrected. "Why call me little master? You should call me master. Master Su Ming, my anti-energy armor is damaged. Can you take a look?" Others were even more direct. "Don't try to get something for nothing. Master Su Ming, my star energy mechanical arm is broken too. Feel free to use my military merits. I don't need them." These soldiers weren't mechanics, but they had good eyesight. They had just witnessed Su Ming modifying equipment with stellar-level components, and they all understood that even if he wasn't a stellar-level mechanic yet, he was definitely not far off. Such people are rare finds. More importantly, although Su Ming called it a repair, the actual effect was almost equivalent to a complete overhaul. Locke's beaming smile said it all. Everyone had only hoped their equipment could be repaired to its original condition, but Su Ming's actions far exceeded expectations. A powerful piece of equipment could not only immediately boost combat power, but also be less likely to become obsolete as one's strength grows. Who wouldn't be tempted? Surrounded by a dense crowd, Su Ming could only look at the wall of people in front of him with a wry smile, wishing he could find a crack to crawl through. Fortunately, Zhongli spoke up in time. "Make way. Master Su Ming hasn't even received his military identification number yet, so you can't give him the military merit award now. Let me help him complete the formalities before we go find him." After saying that, Zhongli parted the crowd and smiled at Su Ming and Warren, saying, "Young masters, I'll take you to your dorm first." Su Ming and Warren both breathed a sigh of relief and practically ran to Zhongli's side, afraid of being blocked again if they were a step too slow. Su Ming's forehead was covered in sweat. He would rather fight the aquamarine people again than face this enthusiastic encirclement. Ultimately, he usually spends most of his time repairing machinery and is somewhat of a homebody, so he's not good at handling situations like this. Zhongli couldn't help but chuckle at their reactions, finding it amusing. Afterwards, she led Su Ming and Warren to the dormitory. This is a spacious double dormitory room with 2 workbenches in the middle, clearly prepared specifically for planetary-level mechanics to facilitate their daily research and work. Zhongli looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, Wait here for a moment. I'll go get my ID card. You can use it to accept missions and check your military merits in the future. Chapter 29 Mecha Knowledge. A short while later, Zhongli returned with 2 bracelet-like rings, which she handed to Su Ming and Warren respectively. She smiled and said that these were their identity tags, which had many functions and could be explored at their own pace. Their contact information was also left inside, so they could contact her anytime if needed. After saying that, Zhongli closed the door and left the dormitory. Su Ming and Warren exchanged a glance, and Warren immediately became excited, eager to check his ID card. He muttered to himself as he flipped through the pages, "I heard you can exchange military merits for mechs. I need to check it out quickly." Hearing this, Su Ming also lowered his head to examine the bracelet. The identity card has 4 main functions: missions, military merit system, contact, and request for assistance. Su Ming was most interested in the military merit system, so he clicked on it directly. The next moment, a plethora of exchange options unfolded before them. Potions, mechanical parts, daily necessities, cultivation techniques, knowledge blueprints, almost everything was available, and even military merits could be used to issue missions. Even more conveniently, the identification tag also has spatial teleportation and storage functions. Once the exchange is completed, the items can be delivered to the soldier quickly, which is both convenient and protects the soldier's privacy. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he clicked on the knowledge drawings category. Various mechanical knowledge appeared instantly, including planetary-level disassembly methods, stellar-level pattern analysis, and magnetic circuit assembly techniques. The content was so abundant, it was dazzling. This knowledge comes from mechanical masters of different schools, including not only planetary and stellar-level mechanics, but also cluster and galaxy-level mechanics. It is practically a complete mechanical knowledge base. With Su Ming's current capabilities, assembling stellar-level machinery is not impossible, and he is already proficient in planetary-level machinery. However, these mainstream systems still have extremely high reference value for him. After all, most of his past mechanical knowledge came from his own comprehension after working with numerous components within the Koran family. If he could learn the mature technologies of interstellar society, he would undoubtedly be able to further improve his own system. Su Ming became increasingly tempted as he looked at the materials. However, to obtain this knowledge, he had to exchange it for military merits, and each set of materials required a considerable amount of military merits. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. When he helped Locke modify the mechanical sword, he hadn't realized how important military merit was, and hadn't even mentioned any reward. Having already completed his task, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask Locke for military merits, so Su Ming could only smile wryly. Just then, Warren beside him suddenly exclaimed that the mecha knowledge and blueprints were ridiculously expensive. Su Ming was taken aback, then immediately found the mecha knowledge category. The WASP-type basic flying mecha, requiring knowledge and blueprints, 80,000 military merits, and a minimum pilot brain level of 3,000 points. The other advanced humanoid E-class mech requires 150,000 military merits and a minimum pilot brain level of 4,000 points. Upon seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but be taken aback. These two are just the most basic introductory models, and almost everyone who learns mecha starts with them. Even so, the price is still shockingly high. Su Ming had previously checked the mission hall. Completing ordinary missions only yielded a few hundred military merits, with even the more advanced ones only amounting to a few thousand. At this rate, he wondered how long it would take to accumulate enough to exchange for a basic mecha knowledge manual. However, he also understood that mecha technology was core technology of major nations and could not be freely circulated on the market. To acquire it, one had to either go through a legal means or official channels. The military merit system is the officially recognized method. As long as you redeem your merits here, it's equivalent to completing the registration process, and you won't be investigated by the authorities when assembling similar mechs in the future. Su Ming continued reading, and soon came across a Glory S-class nuclear-powered mech. It required knowledge and blueprints, 20 million military merits, and a minimum piloting level of 400,000 points. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes were almost red. If he remembered correctly, his adoptive father, Corin Clarence, piloted the Glory series mechs. However, The other party's machine was clearly more powerful, seemingly the ultimate glory SSS class model. Thinking of this, Ming felt a pang of helplessness. Catching up with the Colin family was indeed a long road ahead. Right now, he hasn't even touched a mecha, let alone the ultimate version. Ming shook his head and decided to start by working on the most basic mecha knowledge. Little did he know that soon his name would spread rapidly throughout the spaceship. And it all started with the mechanical battle sword he had casually modified for Locke. At this moment, Locke stood with several soldiers, holding the brand new mechanical battle sword in his hand. A soldier with a powerful aura spoke up. Mission objective, Planet Wood Tower. Extraterrestrial life has invaded. The locals have requested assistance from the Empire. Mission difficulty, level 4, low. The group nodded and entered a small spaceship. The next moment, the small spaceship detached from the main ship and sped off towards an inconspicuous planet in the distance. Chapter 30, The Planet of the Wooden Tower. Call out. The spaceship swept over the planet Muta, and several figures leaped down. Their space combat suits immediately switched to flight mode, carrying them directly to the ground. The Planet Wood Tower was in complete chaos. Hundreds of round, tentacle-like monsters were rampaging everywhere, their dense tentacles grabbing humans and stuffing them directly into their mouths to devour them. These monsters are a type of extraterrestrial life form that can drift and survive in the void. They have no fixed groups and cannot develop technological civilizations. They are stronger than ordinary humans, but generally weaker than genetically engineered warriors and technological weapons. After landing, Locke and his companions quickly recognized the enemy. So it was a furry monster. These creatures are common in the universe. They usually roam in a huddled mass, but once they discover a planet with life, they descend in swarms and devour living beings. For low-level, woody planets, this would be a catastrophic disaster. However, the furry monsters were not difficult for Locke's team to deal with. They came from Temporary Army Number 32, and there were about 15 of them in total. They were all level 3 gene warriors on average, and the captain was even a level 4 lower-grade warrior. With the aid of mechanical weapons, their actual combat power far exceeded that of ordinary gene-level beings. After confirming that the enemy was merely a furry monster, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The captain calmly ordered, "Take immediate action. The longer we drag this out, the more people will die on Planet Wood." The words had barely left his mouth when he rushed out, retrieved a ray gun from his storage space, and fired continuously at the horde of monsters. As the strongest member of the squad and a brain developer, he could unleash the full power of the weapon. Rays of light swept across, blasting the furry monsters into nothingness one after another. A large number of monsters immediately dropped their prey, brandished their tentacles, and pounced on the captain. These furry monsters were each 5 to 10 meters tall, and hundreds of them surged forward at the same time, creating a terrifying scene. Locke's team remained calm and quickly deployed their mechanical warriors to meet them. Soldiers who haven't developed their brain energy levels are better suited to unleashing their combat power with melee weapons. Locke also took out his thermal combat knife, a weapon that Ming had just repaired and modified. He gripped the hilt of his sword and charged towards a level 3, mid-level furry monster, channeling his energy into the blade. In an instant, the sword glowed crimson, its intense heat radiating outwards, as if even the air itself was being distorted by the heat. Locke slashed down with his sword. The level 3 medium-sized furry monster was directly cleaved in two. Terrifying heat swept through the wound, and the two halves of the body turned to ashes before they even hit the ground. The other team members were stunned. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Locke, what's going on? You've broken through again." Locke didn't answer, only looking down at the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with shock. In the past, if he wanted to kill an enemy of this level, he would never have been able to finish him off with a single strike. He would have at least fought for a while. But in that attack, just now, the fluffy monster was like a bubble in front of him, offering almost no resistance. Locke knew very well that this wasn't because he had suddenly become stronger, but because this battle sword was simply too outrageous. Its power has reached the stellar level. Even more astonishingly, the threshold for using it is only a level 3 gene warrior. Every weapon has its limitations, Simply being able to wield it doesn't guarantee it will be effective. If a level 2 warrior were to use this knife, he could at best use it as a sharp weapon, unable to unleash its full potential. Even some high-energy firearms, if used by low-level soldiers who attempt to wield them, can result in them being killed by the recoil. The rule is almost ironclad. What level of person uses what level of weapon? However, the mechanical weapon that Ming modified clearly possessed stellar-level power, but its threshold was only planetary level. This is like a child being able to easily handle a handgun and pose a deadly threat even to a strong adult. Thinking of this, Locke was even more shaken. Ming's mechanical skills were probably far beyond what ordinary stellar-level mechanics could match. Perhaps only true mechanical masters can achieve this level of skill. Chapter 31 Level 5 Cosmic Being. With this powerful heat-generating sword, Locke quickly distinguished himself in missions. The battle blade was incredibly sharp. Ordinary furry monsters were almost instantly killed in its hands. Locke was secretly delighted. He was only a level 3 mid-level gene warrior, but after wielding this mechanical battle blade with stellar-level power, his combat strength had jumped directly to level 4 low-level. Even a level 3 medium-level furry monster couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Locke's killing spree became increasingly successful, and he led his team to quickly clear out the surrounding monsters. His unusual behavior quickly attracted everyone's attention. They had fought side by side for many years and knew each other's strength very well. Now that Locke had suddenly become much stronger, everyone's eyes were on him. Some were amazed by Locke's incredible performance this time, while others were puzzled, wondering why his attack power had surged even though his physical energy level hadn't changed. They suspected the problem lay with his weapon. Then everyone remembered that Locke's previous battle sword had been damaged, but now it was not only usable, but also ridiculously powerful. So everyone's eyes were on the heat-generating battle sword in his hand. But just then, a scream suddenly rang out from the crowd. A soldier was instantly pierced by a thick tentacle, his entire body dragged into the air. Everyone's expression changed drastically, because that soldier was a level 3 superior gene warrior, not weak in the team, yet he was killed in one blow. Everyone immediately looked in the direction from which the tentacles were coming, and the next second, they saw a furry monster more than 20 meters tall slowly approaching. A normal furry monster is only about 10 meters long, but this one was twice that size. The captain's expression turned grave. He judged that it had likely been contaminated by radiation or some kind of special energy and had mutated. He immediately ordered Little Klee to test the energy level. The young team member quickly took out the detector and aimed it at the giant furry monster. Drop. The number 5,200 quickly appeared on the screen. Upon seeing this number, everyone gasped. 5,200 energy points, that's already at the lower level of level 5. No one had expected that such a monster would appear among the furry creatures. Although the captain was the strongest in the squad, he was only a level 4 low-grade gene warrior. Even with the amplification from mechanical weapons, he was far inferior to this level 5 furry monster. His base level was around 2,000, and his weapon could only increase it by a maximum of 1,500, yet the difference between them was still nearly 1,500. Such a gap was almost impossible to bridge. One of the team members, pale-faced, whispered that although the spaceship was just above them, the monster's energy level made it easily catching up. If they entered the void of space, their combat power would be greatly reduced, making escape even more impossible. The group exchanged glances, all seeing despair in each other's eyes. Someone murmured, "If we had stellar-level equipment, perhaps there would still be a sliver of hope." The captain shook his head. Stellar-level weapons have extremely high usage thresholds, typically requiring an energy level of over 4,000 to operate. Even if they existed, they couldn't use them. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "I have a stellar-level weapon, and it only requires 800 energy points to use." Everyone was taken aback and turned around to see that the speaker was Locke. He stepped forward, grasped the mechanical battle knife, and handed it over with an extremely serious expression. The captain's first reaction was disbelief. How could a stellar-level mechanical weapon, usable at only 800 energy levels, possibly exist? Before he could speak, 2 more soldiers were pierced by the tentacles of the level 5 furry monster, and their bodies were dragged away without even a chance to resist. The captain's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and helplessness. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, or everyone would die here. Locke strode up to the captain and forcefully handed him the sword. His tone was firm, as if he wanted the captain to trust him just once, because once he used the sword, he would understand its power. The captain was stunned. He knew Locke. The man wasn't one to boast. Could this battle sword truly possess special power? He took the sword, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Are you sure it has stellar-level combat power?" Locke nodded emphatically. "Absolutely no mistake. I wouldn't risk my life." The captain gave him a deep look, and then his entire body suddenly erupted with energy. "Okay, I believe you." As soon as he finished speaking, the captain turned around and poured all the energy in his body into the thermal battle blade. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The heat-generating blade instantly erupted with a terrifying heat wave, its dazzling light almost slicing through the night sky. The energy level of the blade surged wildly, becoming so powerful that it shook everyone to their core. Overjoyed, the captain couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "A fine knife." The battle blade seemed to grant him boundless power. The next second, he leaped up, wielding the heat-infused blade, and slashed fiercely at the 20-meter-tall giant furry monster. Chapter 32. The Power of the Battle Blade. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the street. Once the thermal blade was in the captain's hands, its power far surpassed that of Locke's use. Terrifying heat instantly spread, distorting and warping the surrounding vehicles and buildings. The captain gripped his battle sword tightly and slashed fiercely at the furry monster. The burning mechanical blade sliced through the air, leaving a huge red crescent shape, which then struck the monster hard. With this slash, the originally powerful furry monster was torn open with a huge wound, and the smell of burnt meat immediately filled the air. Seeing that the attack was effective, everyone's spirits soared. The captain immediately shouted, "Cover me. I'll take it down." Without hesitation, the team members focused all their efforts on restraining the furry monster's tentacles. They were no match for it head-on, but as long as they could hold off the tentacles, they could create an opportunity for their captain. Soon, after sacrificing 2 more team members, the captain finally seized an opening and cleaved the strongest furry monster in 2 with a single strike. The remaining monsters, no longer a threat, were quickly eliminated by the team. After the battle, the captain sliced open the furry monster's body, took a piece of flesh as a sample, and prepared to take it back to the temporary military spaceship number 32 for research. He had a feeling that this furry monster was abnormal and had probably suffered some kind of external shock. After cleaning up the scene, everyone returned to the spaceship. When the captain returned the thermal combat knife to Locke, his eyes were full of reluctance. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Locke, are you going to sell this knife? I can offer a high price." This battle sword is astonishing. It can be activated at the planetary level, yet it unleashes power approaching that of a star, essentially leaping a whole new level. Who wouldn't be tempted by such equipment? Upon hearing this, Locke immediately hugged his sword to his chest and stared warily at the captain. "Captain, a soldier's weapon is like his wife. A brother's wife is not to be trifled with." He had only reluctantly borrowed the knife to save his own life. Now that the captain had his fill and wanted his treasure, he certainly wouldn't agree. The captain could only sigh regretfully. What a pity. This battle sword is really useful. Its value is probably no less than some top-tier stellar-level equipment. Locke's face immediately lit up with pride. "That's right. Master Su Ming made it for me." The captain was taken aback and quickly asked who Su Ming was, also wanting Locke to introduce him so he could have a battle sword made for him. Locke was both amused and exasperated, and could only explain that Su Ming was a new mechanic who had recently joined the 32nd Temporary Army, and that the battle sword was one that he had repaired and modified. The surrounding team members immediately became interested. Some remembered that 2 new mechanics had indeed arrived on the spaceship, but weren't they planetary level? How could they have modified such powerful equipment? One of the team members who was present at the time said proudly that Master Su Ming was not old, but he was very skilled. He repaired and modified the battle knife in about 40 minutes. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. The planetary-level mechanic used to spend 3 or 4 hours repairing equipment, and that was just for simple repairs, let alone modifications. Some people complained on the spot that they had waited 4 hours to find Harry Show's equipment and had been thoroughly annoyed. Mentioning this originally only planetary-level mechanic, many others joined in the complaints. The captain didn't interrupt, but only looked down at his damaged planetary-level weapon, his eyes gradually filled with anticipation. Several hours later, the team piloted their spaceship back to the main ship. After handing over the spaceship, the team leader didn't linger and headed straight for the dormitory area. His teammates behind him laughed and called out, "Captain, mission's over. Aren't you going to relax?" The captain turned around and smiled. "I have something to do. You guys go ahead." Temporary soldiers earn money quickly, but the risk of death is also high. This mission resulted in 4 team members being permanently stranded on planet Wood. After each mission, the group would indulge themselves to relieve stress. This time, however, the team leader didn't participate. The team members looked at each other and quickly understood. Someone laughed and said, "Let's go." After witnessing Master Su Ming's modification skills, the captain's heart has already flown there. He's probably heading straight for Master Su Ming right now. Chapter 33, Rising to Fame. As everyone guessed, the captain had only used Locke's mechanical sword once, but he had already set his sights on it. He knew better than anyone that the mechanical battle sword was incredibly valuable, perhaps even surpassing ordinary stellar-level equipment. Back on the main spaceship, he didn't bother resting. He found out the location of Su Ming's dormitory and immediately went there. But as soon as they reached the door, the captain froze. Soldiers had already surrounded Su Ming's dormitory, craning their necks to shout inside. Some offered 300 military merits, while others offered 400, all asking Su Ming to help modify their weapons. The captain was startled and quickly squeezed to the doorway to check. In the dormitory, Su Ming was standing in front of the workbench, intently fiddling with the mechanical parts in his hands. His fingers moved so fast they barely stopped, assembling the parts one after another as if he didn't need to think at all. The noise outside had no effect on him. Su Ming's eyes were calm, as if he were immersed in a mechanical world, completely shut out from the outside world. The captain was secretly astonished. He could sense that Su Ming's brain energy level was unusually active during assembly, which was a unique brain training method used by mechanics. Ordinary brain developers simply couldn't learn it, and Su Ming's level of focus was clearly deeper, resulting in higher efficiency. Just then, the soldiers outside the door suddenly burst into a gasp of surprise. The captain immediately looked at the gun in Su Ming's hand. It was originally just a planetary-level gun, but now it had been fitted with several stellar-level components, and its overall energy level had been significantly increased. The captain quickly figured it out. Su Ming used a planetary-level main body combined with stellar-level components, giving the weapon near-stellar-level explosive power while still allowing planetary-level warriors to use it normally. This technique is truly ingenious. The captain's eyes lit up with admiration. He couldn't help but squeeze into the crowd and said with a smile, "Master Su Ming, could you help me repair and modify my firearm? I'll offer 500 military merits." Su Ming looked up at him with a strange expression and replied with only 3 words, "Go queue up." The captain froze on the spot. He turned around and saw a group of soldiers behind him trying not to laugh. He was a little embarrassed, but he could only obediently retreat to the back of the line. Su Ming stretched and looked at the long queue outside the door, feeling somewhat helpless. This scene had already occurred a few hours earlier. Not long after he and Warren moved into their dormitory, a large number of soldiers came to him, lining up to have him repair and modify their equipment. Su Ming worked continuously for 8 hours, repairing and modifying a total of 12 pieces of equipment. But the team not only didn't get shorter, it actually got longer. Even he felt a bit tired. However, the gains were also considerable. The starlight points generated by planetary-level machinery are far greater than those from surface-level equipment. At 100 points per piece, 12 pieces of equipment would bring him 1,200 starlight points. If we were still repairing surface-level equipment on NOP, we might not have made this much even after 2 days of hard work. Now it seems that leaving NOP was definitely the right choice. Besides starlight points, Su Ming also earned a considerable amount of military merits. The soldiers paid an average of 200 to 400 points each, and with the 12 pieces of equipment, he had already earned around 3,000 points. At this rate, the 150,000 military merits needed to purchase mech knowledge and blueprints aren't as far off as he imagined. If this continues for a few weeks, he'll have a chance to buy his desired humanoid E-class melee advanced mech. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked at the soldiers waiting outside the door, then pulled Warren to the front and said, "This is my comrade Warren. He's also quite skilled with machines. If you can't wait, you can ask him to fix it." Everyone immediately turned their attention to the unassuming Warren. This was the first time Warren had been stared at by so many people, and he was so nervous that he could only stand next to Su Ming and force a laugh. Soon, someone from the back of the group stepped forward and said that since Su Ming had recommended him, there would definitely be no problem, and he was willing to pay Warren 200 military merits to repair a mechanical battle blade. Among those who came to Su Ming, some wanted to enhance their weapons and were naturally willing to wait for him to take action personally. Others simply wanted to repair their damaged equipment so that it would still be usable. They would have had to wait in line to find Harry before, but Su Ming was much more efficient, which is why they got here. Only then did they remember that there were actually two mechanics who joined the 32nd Temporary Army. The thin, unassuming boy in front of me was actually a mechanic. Warren admitted that his skills were far inferior to Su Ming's, and he was already quite satisfied that someone was willing to have him repair weapons. Upon hearing that the other party offered 200 military merits, he immediately showed delight, quickly took the mechanical battle blade, and went to the workbench to prepare for repairs. Su Ming looked at him and smiled gently. Warren was his mechanic apprentice, but coming from a poor background, he always lacked confidence. However, Warren was unaware that the status of mechanics in interstellar society was far higher than ordinary people imagined. Almost all gene warriors rely on mechanics when their weapons are damaged. Surface-level mechanics might not be rare, but their status rises rapidly once they reach planetary level. Warren only lacks confidence. Once he starts taking orders, he'll quickly understand just how popular planetary-level mechanics are among soldiers. Chapter 34 Strange Things. The captain of Locke's squad waited for several hours before finally receiving the modified weapon. He then uploaded the video of the mission to Planet Wood Tower to the ship's internal public network. This public network is similar to a forum, and all sergeants on the temporary army ship number 32 can browse it. According to the rules of the Imperial Temporary Army, each squad automatically takes photos during a mission for future record keeping and to prevent anyone from shirking their duties. The video had just been posted when sergeants familiar with Locke's squad joked in the comments, asking if they had just earned some military merit and should treat everyone to a good time. But once everyone clicked on the video and saw its contents, the comments section quickly fell silent. Someone discovered that a level 5 furry monster had appeared during the mission and immediately realized something was wrong. The mission intelligence for planet Muta shouldn't have included a space creature of this level. How could there be a level 5 furry monster? This needs to be reported, right? If intelligence is wrong in the future, who will dare to carry out missions with peace of mind? Some soldiers focused on the furry monster, while others noticed the battle knife in Locke's hand. Soon, someone realized that although the knife possessed stellar-level power, it could be used by planetary-level soldiers. The comments section exploded immediately after these words were spoken. Everyone pressed for details, asking which master craftsman had modified this mechanical battle knife. Captain Locke didn't hide anything and directly stated in the comments that the battle sword was made by Su Ming. Su Ming? Is that the new mechanic on the spaceship? Isn't he a planetary-level mechanic? Many mechanics are too lazy to get certified. Master Su Ming must have been a stellar-level engineer long ago. He just hasn't registered. The news spread quickly, and before long, the claim that Su Ming was a stellar-level mechanic was known throughout the entire spaceship. As a result, more and more soldiers lined up outside Su Ming's dormitory to repair his equipment, and some even brought him stellar-level mechanical equipment to fix. And Su Ming actually managed to fix it. This further convinced everyone that he was definitely a stellar-level mechanic. Su Ming's status and earnings on the spaceship also rose accordingly. Originally, he could only get 200 or 300 military merits for repairing a piece of equipment, but now the price for each repair or modification has directly increased to 1,000 to 1,200 points. The value of a stellar-level mechanic far exceeds that of a planetary-level mechanic. Moreover, in the outside world, it's not easy to book a genuine stellar-level mechanic. Now that there's suddenly one on the spaceship, it's nothing short of a bonus for these soldiers. Su Ming's military merits skyrocketed as a result, earning him nearly 20,000 points every day. At this rate, he would be able to exchange them for the mecha knowledge and blueprints he had always wanted in less than a week. However, the controversy caused by the videos uploaded by Locke's team was not limited to Su Ming's incident. Soon, Lieutenant Walker, the true manager of the spaceship, also saw the video. More than the stellar-class mechanical sword, he was more concerned about the level 5 furry monster. Given his status, finding a stellar-level mechanic wouldn't be difficult, so the equipment itself wasn't worth his attention. What truly troubled him were the recent appearances of cosmic creatures with unusually high levels. Strange, this isn't the first time something like this has happened recently. Lieutenant Walker's expression was grave. He recalled the coup d'état by the Lothar party in the band system and their ambiguous attitude, and vaguely felt that the anomalies in this star system were probably related to the Lothar party. Thinking of this, Walker immediately got up and found the captain of Locke's squad. The captain bowed quickly upon seeing him approach in person. Walker nodded and said seriously, "I saw in the mission video that you took a piece of meat from that level 5 furry monster. Can I have that piece of meat?" The captain was startled, but immediately agreed. Of course, that piece of meat was originally intended for research, so it's more appropriate to give it to you. After saying that, he took out a preservation device from his storage space, which contained the flesh and blood of the furry monster. Walker took it and said in a low voice, "Don't tell anyone about this." The captain's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, "Lieutenant, is there really something wrong with this level 5 furry monster?" Walker shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but something just doesn't feel right. We have to examine this flesh before we can make a judgment." The captain opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Since the lieutenant had said so, this piece of meat was likely related to sensitive matters, so he naturally couldn't say anything more. Chapter 35. Exchanging Mech Knowledge. Time passed day by day, and a week had gone by since Su Ming's net worth skyrocketed. During this week, he gained a large amount of military merit, totaling approximately 160,000 points. He also accumulated a considerable amount of starlight points. After deducting the daily consumption for cultivation, he could still have about 400 points left each day, totaling 2,800 points for the week. That day, Su Ming excitedly opened the military merit system. He had finally accumulated enough military merits, and he could finally exchange for the humanoid E-level advanced mecha knowledge he had been longing for. Therefore, he specially canceled a whole day of work and prepared to stay in his dormitory to focus on studying the mecha data. Soon, a system notification sounded, asking whether to spend 150,000 military merits to exchange for knowledge and blueprints of the advanced humanoid E-level mecha. Once exchanged, the money could not be refunded. Su Ming didn't hesitate and confirmed immediately. The next second, electronic voices sounded one after another, indicating that the purchase was successful and the redeemed items had been added to his storage space. He immediately took out the materials, and a thick book and a pile of blueprints instantly filled the dormitory room. Warren, who was next to him, watched with shining eyes and a face full of envy. However, this information belongs to the Empire's core knowledge and is strictly protected by law. Even if Su Ming has already purchased it, he cannot simply show it to Warren. Otherwise, both of them would violate the core knowledge protection law. Unless Warren himself purchases access, there will be no problem. Su Ming wasted no time and began to study the book seriously. Mechs are the ultimate goal for all mechanics. Only those who can assemble mechs can be considered truly accomplished and hold a very high position in interstellar society. Because mechs are not ordinary weapons, but strategic equipment. Each mech is of great importance to the military, and their combat power is terrifying. Take the advanced humanoid E-class mech as an example. Every part of it is at least a stellar-level mechanical component, and key systems may even use star cluster level components. If a mech is successfully assembled, it's equivalent to covering its entire body with a large number of stellar level and star cluster level mechanical weapons. A single stellar level weapon would allow Locke's team to defeat a level 5 furry monster. If countless weapons were to be unleashed simultaneously, the power would be even more astonishing. Even a single star cluster level mechanical weapon is completely insignificant in the face of a complete mech. Once Su Ming completes this mecha, he can practically roam freely in the band star system. Even Lieutenant Walker, a level 6 gene warrior, would have to give way to it. However, after studying for several hours, Su Ming finally grasped the basics of mecha assembly. He couldn't help but marvel at how this knowledge was the culmination of countless hours of wisdom. If an individual were to start from scratch, it might take thousands of years to succeed. It's incredibly complex. Assembling a single weapon is like learning a subject, but assembling a mecha involves dozens of subjects simultaneously, increasing the difficulty by more than 100-fold. Compared to a complete mecha, assembling a single weapon is like children playing house. What made Su Ming even more wily was that, with his current brain capacity level, he was still unable to fully control this basic mecha. To truly control it, one must at least raise their brain power to the level of a level 5 gene warrior before they have the capacity to withstand the pressure of operating the mech. But Su Ming did not back down, because what he was best at was modifying highly technical mechanical equipment into versions with lower barriers to entry. By simplifying some components, the barrier to entry for using this mecha can be lowered to a level he can currently manage. Moreover, he himself will improve during the assembly process, and once the mecha is completed, its energy level will undoubtedly be higher than it is now. With that in mind, Su Ming no longer hesitated. He still had over 10,000 military merits left, so he exchanged them for a large amount of mechanical equipment in the military merit system. These are all the parts needed to assemble the mecha, but even after spending more than 10,000 military merits, the number obtained is less than 1/10 of the complete mecha. Real mechs not only have numerous components, but each one is also extremely expensive. Collecting a complete set requires a massive amount of military merit. Su Ming currently has far too little. He can only buy a portion to temporarily assemble one part, and then gradually complete the rest. Before long, the exchanged mechanical parts were transferred into his storage space via spatial teleportation. Su Ming took them out one by one, filling the dormitory with them, and then began to disassemble and re-engrave them. As he entered assembly mode, the order-taking mode was activated again. There's no way around it. I still need to keep earning military merits. Mechs are a bottomless money pit. Assembling a complete one will probably require tens of thousands more military merits. So Su Ming earned money by modifying mechanical equipment for others, and used his military merits to buy more parts to continue supporting the mecha. To his delight, as his research deepened, his mechanical skills improved rapidly. What used to take 40 minutes to modify a piece of equipment could now be reduced to 20 minutes. At the same time, assembling the mecha was extremely mentally taxing. Even Su Ming himself didn't realize that during the research and assembly of the mecha, his brain's energy level was increasing at an astonishing rate. Chapter 36: The Lothar Alliance. Time flies, and more than a week has passed since Su Ming exchanged for the mecha and began studying its assembly. During this period, a major event occurred in the Band Galaxy. After negotiations with the core party completely broke down, the Lhasa party within the Free Federation, along with 10 surrounding star systems, announced its secession from the Busa Free Federation and established a star cluster-level nation called the Lhasa Star Cluster Alliance, or Lhasa Alliance for short. The moment the Lothar Alliance was established, the atmosphere in the nearby star systems immediately became tense. At this moment, in the Parliament Hall of the core political party of the Busa Free Federation, several leaders were sitting together, discussing the rebellion. A member of Parliament calmly asked, "What are your thoughts on the Lothar Alliance?" The words had barely left his lips when several councillors wore expressions of disdain. One of them stood up and sneered. "You need to discuss such a trivial matter? The Lothar Alliance doesn't even have a single apocalypse-level fighter, yet they dare to call themselves a galaxy cluster-level power. They're practically courting death." According to them, The so-called Lothar Alliance is not a country at all, but a group of violent organizations that have betrayed the country with armed forces and forced citizens of the Federation to change their nationality. The most important thing to do right now is to send troops to suppress the rebels and rescue the people. The group quickly reached an agreement. One of the counselors looked to the side and said, "Brooke, you take the army and handle it." Brooke, whose name was called, exuded a terrifying aura, as if a star were hidden within his body. He was one of the apocalypse-level powerhouses of the Free Federation. Upon hearing the order, he merely smiled faintly. To him, the Lothar Alliance, without an apocalypse-level expert in charge, was utterly insignificant. In the realm of cosmic civilizations, the apocalypse level is the pinnacle of deterrence. A galaxy cluster-level power without an apocalypse-level expert is nothing but a joke. Sending a legion led by an apocalypse-level expert is enough to sweep through an entire galaxy cluster. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone present, the Lothar Alliance was not a threat, at most a boring farce. The congressman quickly changed the subject. "All right, let's put these clowns aside for now. Next, we should talk about the battle for the Radiant Mineral Star System and the recent ruling party elections." These two topics finally made the congressman serious. The universe is vast, but discovering new mineral veins and star systems is extremely difficult. Most areas that human technology can explore have already been discovered. Unknown territories are often associated with extraterrestrial races or cosmic catastrophes, limiting resupply, exploration, and technological advancement. Therefore, the emergence of each new mineral vein star system represents enormous profits. Whoever can seize the resources will gain an advantage in fields such as construction, military, and medicine, and may even widen the gap with surrounding powers. In comparison, the Los Angeles Alliance is indeed insignificant. Seeing that everyone had started discussing the mine, Brooke stood up and said with a smile, "You guys chat. I'm going to wipe out the Lothar Alliance." After saying that, he simply pushed open the door and left. No one was surprised, nor was anyone worried about his safety. Because in this kind of battle, a heavenly revelation-level expert was practically invincible. Soon, spaceships took off from the core political party area of the Free Federation, and a large number of powerful soldiers boarded the ships. The fleet rushed into space in the blink of an eye. At the forefront of the fleet, a mech exuding a terrifying aura sped along, its speed distorting the surrounding space as it swept through the void. Piloting it was none other than Brooke, known as the God of Slaughter. Meanwhile, in another star system near the band system, a spaceship was slowly cruising. Every now and then, sergeants would pilot smaller spaceships away from the main ship to carry out missions. This spaceship was the temporary military spaceship number 32, where Ming and Warren were located. At this moment, it lingers at the border between the Empire and the band system, responsible for patrolling for criminals and stowaways who might take advantage of the chaos to lose control. But at the same time Brooke led his troops away, the temporary military ship number 32 also encountered danger. A space creature resembling a sea turtle was silently swimming around the spaceship, as if it had already regarded the spaceship as its prey. Chapter 37 Undercurrents. That day, Ming, as usual, spent his day repairing mechanical equipment for the soldiers. At dusk, he took out the mecha parts and continued assembling them. The mecha in front of us is nearly 80% complete, with its core structure basically in place. Only the external parts need to be finished. At this stage, it already has the basic shape of a complete mecha. For Ming, assembling this mecha by hand was not just about building equipment. It was more like a technological transformation. He could clearly feel that his understanding of mechanics had improved significantly compared to before. More importantly, he had a vague premonition. The moment the mecha was truly completed, his brain's energy level might be drawn to it, experiencing an explosive growth. Although his improvement was already obvious during the assembly process, the moment of final completion was like the feedback after all the accumulation reached its limit, which was bound to be an explosive burst. Just as Ming was excitedly preparing to continue, the spaceship suddenly shuddered violently. A piercing alarm immediately blared throughout the cabin. Beep. Attacked by cosmic creatures. Energy level range. 1.5 W2 W. classified as a level 6 creature. Beep. The protective shield has been activated, with 70% energy remaining. Beep. Danger warning. The spaceship can only withstand 4 attacks. Please issue instructions immediately. As soon as the alarm sounded, everyone's expression changed drastically, and they rushed from their dormitories into the corridor. Lieutenant Walker also came out of the lounge, looking out the window with a grave expression. In the void, a gigantic turtle-like cosmic creature hovered, its eyes glowing red, staring intently at the spaceship. The next moment, it suddenly opened its massive jaws and lunged at the spaceship. Bang! A deafening roar and violent shaking reverberated throughout the entire spaceship, instantly reducing the shield's energy to 50%. Ming was startled and immediately recognized it as a cosmic dragon turtle, renowned for its terrifying bite force. Normally, without gene serums and systematic cultivation aids, extraterrestrial beings would find it difficult to break through genetic limitations. Most ordinary dragon turtles are only at level 3 to 5, but this one in front of us has reached level 6. Lieutenant Walker's face darkened as he immediately recalled the recent spate of high-energy cosmic beings appearing in the surrounding star systems. These abnormally powerful beings could not possibly have developed naturally. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Has the Research Institute still not analyzed the furball monster's flesh and blood? Their efficiency is too low." After saying that, he raised the incident level to emergency, then put on his space combat suit, and with a swift movement, flew directly out of the spaceship. Lieutenant Walker is the only level 6 gene warrior on the ship. He is the only one capable of dealing with an attack by a level 6 creature. Fortunately, although the dragon turtles were of a high level, they were merely a species living in the void of space, without civilization or technology. With the aid of human equipment, Lieutenant Walker was fully confident in facing creatures of the same level. He quickly took out a giant cannon from his storage space. Star Destroyer XZ-71 Giant Cannon, manufactured by Rhodes Technology Corporation, a superior stellar-class weapon. The people inside the spaceship gasped in surprise, and Ming was also drawn to the weapon. The giant cannon itself had an energy level of over 8,000 points, and with Lieutenant Walker's own energy level of over 10,000 points, it could instantly unleash nearly 20,000 points of destructive power. This is precisely the advantage of brain domain developers. They can use their brain domain energy levels to enhance firearms and mechanical weapons, allowing these weapons to unleash combat power far exceeding their original capabilities. People with excessively low brain domain energy levels can only choose melee equipment, putting them at a natural disadvantage in interstellar warfare. No sound returned from space, but everyone inside the spaceship could feel the terrifying energy erupting from Lieutenant Walker's body, and the cannon barrel was brewing a destructive attack. The dragon turtle sensed the threat and flew into a rage. Its massive body swam through the void as it lunged at Lieutenant Walker. But the moment it moved, the giant cannon unleashed a terrifying attack. The aftershocks alone forced the spaceship to reactivate its energy shield to avoid being affected. A silent burst of fire instantly engulfed the dragon turtle. In the stillness of the universe, the explosion seemed even more terrifying. When the light faded, everyone was shocked to see that the dragon turtle's head had been blasted open with a huge wound, and even its eyeballs had burst open. Lieutenant Walker gave it no chance to catch its breath. His internal energy surged again, continuously pouring into the giant cannon. The second shot fired silently, the terrifying explosion illuminating the surrounding star field. Both sides were at level 6, but Lieutenant Walker possessed a powerful piece of mechanical equipment, completely shifting the tide of the battle. This was the culmination of civilization and the power accumulated by humanity over many years of development. Before long, the dragon turtle's massive body was blasted to pieces by the giant cannon. Large chunks of flesh floated silently in the void, perhaps to be devoured by other cosmic creatures in the future, or perhaps to be captured by planetary gravity and crash into some other planet. Lieutenant Walker picked a piece of flesh from the blood and put it in a preservation device before taking it back to the spaceship. Despite the cheers of his crew, he showed no joy at the victory. Instead, he solemnly took the piece of flesh and returned to his lounge. He stood by the window, gazing outside. The vast universe remained tranquil and mysterious. Yet for some reason, Lieutenant Walker felt that behind this serenity, a terrifying undercurrent was slowly surging. Chapter 38: The Storm is Brewing. Walker's hunch was right. He had barely returned to his spaceship when he received an urgent message from the Imperial Laboratory. They told him bluntly that there was something wrong with the furry monster flesh they had sent. Walker's heart sank, and he immediately pressed for answers. The lab personnel said that the flesh contained a large amount of tissue that did not belong to the furball monster, clearly indicating that external forces had intervened. Even more troublesome, they also detected residues of special gene-modifying agents. Walker frowned, urging the other person to get to the point. The staff member was silent for a moment, then said in a heavy tone, "The mutation of the furball monster was caused by humans. Based on the locations of recent appearances of high-energy cosmic life forms, the Imperial Laboratory determined that the source of the mutation was likely near the band star system. In other words, the emergence of these unusual cosmic creatures is most likely related to the band galaxy." Upon hearing those 4 words, Walker took a deep breath and immediately realized that things were getting complicated. The band star system has been making a lot of noise lately. First, it betrayed the Free Federation, and then it united with other star systems to form a star cluster-level power. While the Empire and the Free Federation are stronger, the band system itself is a galaxy-level power. To an individual, it is an unshakable behemoth. Even a powerful being at the apocalypse level could be surrounded and killed by the power of an entire star system if they didn't launch a direct attack with an army. Now that about 10 star systems have united, even without an apocalypse-level force in command, they are not something that ordinary armies can easily shake. If Brooke hadn't led the main force of the Free Federation on the expedition, Wokert even doubted that he would have had the courage to approach the banned starfield. The Lothar Party's audacity in leading their galaxy out of the Free Federation suggests they must have a trump card up their sleeve. It now appears that those abnormally mutated cosmic creatures might be their secret weapon. Walker asked in a deep voice. Then what should we do with our provisional army? Should we withdraw? This was his biggest concern, because the current situation had clearly exceeded the capabilities of the 32nd Temporary Military Command. They can only handle stellar-level disturbances at most, but the chaos around them is already subtly escalating to the galactic level. A single misstep could drag the entire temporary army into the fray. After a long silence, the Imperial staff relayed the order: remain in place and maintain the patrol pace. 3 days later, the Empire will send a more elite force to take over, and then they will withdraw. Walker's expression changed, and he angrily said, 3 days? Brooke is leading his army to the Bandstar region today. War could break out at any time. You want me to wait here for 3 days? The staff quickly reassured them, explaining that although their location was close to the banned starfield, it was still within the territory of the Empire. As long as this area remains part of the Imperial star system, neither Brooke nor the Lothar Alliance would dare fire a single bullet into it. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Empire. That statement is indeed well-founded. In other countries' civil wars, no one wants to involve the Empire. Anyone who isn't insane understands this. Walker's expression softened somewhat. Thinking about it, it made sense. No matter how chaotic the surroundings were, it was unlikely the war would directly penetrate into the Imperial star system. At most, there will be an increase in illegal immigrants and unusual creatures, requiring them to strengthen their investigations. But he was still uneasy and asked again. The energy levels of the nearby cosmic life forms are already abnormal. What if we encounter beings far superior to me? Staff members stated that no extraterrestrial life above level 6 has been discovered so far, reassuring them. Having said that, Walker could no longer argue and could only accept the order for the time being. His communication with the Empire was unknown to the other soldiers on the ship, and Su Ming and Warren were equally unaware. At this moment, Su Ming was looking at the dragon turtle corpse floating in space, lost in thought. According to normal theory, the cosmic dragon turtle could not possibly reach the 6th level of energy, but they just happened to encounter a 6th level dragon turtle. For some reason, Su Ming felt a strong sense of foreboding. Then, he looked at the 3-meter-tall mecha in front of him. The mechanic's dormitory has its own workbench, and the ceiling is higher than that of a regular dormitory. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be enough room to put this mecha. The overall framework of the mecha is now basically complete, with only a small part remaining. Su Ming's expression shifted, and he immediately switched the dormitory to private mode and turned off order taking to prevent outsiders from seeing what was happening inside. After finishing these tasks, he moved the unfinished parts onto the workbench and focused intently on building the mecha. He always felt that there must be a connection between the dragon turtle's abnormality, Lieutenant Walker's solemn expression, and the recent news from the band system. The Free Federation and the Lothar Alliance are very likely about to go to war. Once war breaks out, this star system will inevitably descend into chaos. Su Ming must hurry and repair this mech. In the unlikely event of an accident, this mech might be the key to his safe passage through the crisis. Chapter 39, Mech completed. Su Ming's sense of urgency soon affected Warren as well. Seeing Su Ming close the order window, Warren didn't hesitate any longer, shutting down the system and immersing himself in cultivation and study. The war seemed to remain only in the news, but it wasn't far removed from their lives, and Warren felt equally uneasy. He looked at Su Ming, who was still focused on assembling the mecha, as if he were completely isolated from the outside world. Warren was very envious of that kind of concentration that allowed him to instantly immerse himself in the task. For a mechanic, this ability is more valuable than many talents. Warren glanced at his military merit system again. He only had a little over 10,000 points. Compared to Su Ming, who had already accumulated enough military merits to exchange for mecha knowledge, he had less than a tenth of that. After a moment of silence, Warren gritted his teeth and made a decision to temporarily abandon mech knowledge and exchange all his military merits for mechanical knowledge. He understood that most of the advanced knowledge he had acquired in the past came from Su Ming. If he continued to rely on others for guidance, it would be difficult to go far in the future. Mecha knowledge was tempting, but growth had to be done step by step. Warren then acquired a large amount of planetary and stellar mechanical knowledge and immersed himself in studying it. For the next 2 days, Su Ming and Warren went into seclusion. The soldiers who came to them for mechanical parts repairs were all turned away and left disappointed. The afternoon after the spaceship encountered the cosmic dragon turtle, a powerful energy reaction suddenly erupted in Su Ming's dormitory. Passing soldiers stopped and looked at the room in surprise. A familiar soldier poked his head out and asked, "Young Master Su Ming, are you all right?" Warren quickly poked his head out and explained with a smile, "It's nothing. He's been in seclusion these past 2 days trying to break through, and he couldn't control the energy level fluctuations just now. Don't worry." Everyone suddenly understood. Some laughed and exclaimed, "No wonder he's Master Su Ming. He can break through his cultivation level while repairing equipment." Others understood why he hadn't been taking any orders these past 2 days. After giving a few perfunctory replies, Warren immediately switched the dormitory to private mode. Seeing this, the soldiers outside dispersed. Warren breathed a sigh of relief as the room was sealed again, then turned to look at the center. The dormitory was now a complete mess, as if it had been swept away by a violent force. And the cause of all this was the mecha that had already been assembled. The mech stood silently, yet continuously emitted powerful energy fluctuations. The energy spread out in circles, as if stirring up a storm in the room, causing a buzzing sound all around. Warren stared at it in shock. He had never imagined that the mech, the moment it was completed, would possess a unique, breathing sensation, as if it had come to life. The energy level fluctuations were not chaotic, but rather highly rhythmic, as if it were celebrating its birth. Warren murmured, "It's incredible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a living person." He excitedly turned to Su Ming. "So this is what it feels like to complete a mecha. You've practically created life." Su Ming. Before he could finish speaking, Warren suddenly froze. Su Ming did not respond, but instead sat cross-legged in front of the mecha with his eyes closed. Upon closer inspection, his breathing rhythm was perfectly synchronized with the mecha's energy level flashing. The two seemed to be connected by an invisible force, their auras gradually synchronizing. What shocked Warren even more was that Su Ming's aura was becoming more solid, and his energy level was beginning to rise significantly. What's going on? Warren's eyes widened. The mecha was clearly just a cold machine, yet it had formed a kind of resonance with Su Ming, much like the resonance between a beast tamer and a wild beast in the beast god civilization. But wild beasts have life, while mechs are just machines. The two should not be compared at all. Just then, Su Ming and the mecha's auras surged simultaneously, seemingly about to reach their peak. Warren's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Activate protection mode. Block energy level sensing." The room system responded quickly. Beep, protection mode successfully activated. Almost simultaneously, Su Ming and the mecha reached their peak. With a deafening roar, a terrifying energy level erupted, instantly filling the entire room with raging power. Warren could barely maintain his balance and avoid being thrown back into the air. He struggled to lift his head and saw that Su Ming's aura, after reaching its peak, was beginning to gradually recede from his body. At the same time, the energy fluctuations emitted by the mecha also gradually subsided. A moment later, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes shone like stars, as if illuminating the entire room. Chapter 40. The Beast Tide Erupts. Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming open his eyes, Warren called out cautiously. The light in Su Ming's eyes slowly faded, and he stood up to look at him. "What's wrong, Warren?" Warren pointed to the mech not far away, his voice trembling. "The mech. It really succeeded?" Su Ming glanced at it and nodded, saying, "It's a success." Warren was immediately excited. This was the first time he had ever seen a mecha in real life. Even though this mecha didn't look as luxurious as the vehicles of those important figures, the sense of oppression it exuded still made his heart race. He couldn't help but ask if Su Ming sensed anything unusual the moment the mecha took shape. Su Ming laughed and said, "You mean the sense of breathing and the sense of life?" Warren nodded quickly. Su Ming pondered for a moment. It is indeed somewhat mysterious. Every time a mech is assembled for the first time, it will be born with a certain kind of spirituality. For the mechanic, it will also give back to him, greatly enhancing his spirit and energy. Warren then understood why Su Ming had shown such a breakthrough aura earlier. Clearly, Su Ming's strength had also increased dramatically after the successful completion of the mecha. His eyes lit up. "Then if we keep assembling mechs, we can keep getting stronger?" Su Ming laughed and scolded, trying to find a loophole. For mechs of the same type, there is only spiritual feedback during the first assembly. It's useless after that. This is why the first time a mechanic builds a mech, it's often in its most unique condition. Even with improved technology later on, it's very difficult to replicate the original design. Warren was stunned and didn't recover for a long time. Looking at the messy room, Su Ming had no choice but to let the cleaning robot tidy up. He then released his brain energy level and activated the mecha's storage function. The massive mecha rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a small ring that landed in his palm. When mechanics assemble mechs, they usually incorporate portability features for easy carrying. This ring is from a newly created humanoid mech. Su Ming secretly named it. "I'll call you Xiaoyi." After doing all that, he opened the system panel. After nearly 2 weeks of training, coupled with the feedback from the successful completion of the mecha, Su Ming's strength has undergone a tremendous change. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 3,700. Brain energy level, 5,000. Gene lock activation level, level 4, upper grade. Body activity, 100%. Body forging level, level 2. Starlight points, 4,300. Looking at the data, Su Ming took a deep breath. Originally, his energy level was only around 500, but now his physical energy level has surged to 3,700, and his brain energy level has reached 5,000, making him close to a level 5 gene warrior. However, the body's energy level has not fully caught up yet, so the panel still shows level 4, superior. Without hesitation, Su Ming immediately consumed 2,500 star points to upgrade his body tempering to level 4. After the system notification sounded, his internal power surged again, and his physical energy level jumped from 3,700 to 4,600, just one step away from level 5. More importantly, The improvement in body tempering seems to be calculated separately from the gene level. In other words, even if the gene level is not high, as long as the body tempering is strong enough, one can still possess an energy level and physical body far exceeding those of the same level. This discovery indicates that Su Ming's true combat strength is significantly greater than that of other gene warriors of the same level. Just after Su Ming finished assembling the mecha, a major event that shook the universe broke out from the Lothar Alliance. The Lothar Alliance actually managed to hold off the Free Federation army, led by Brook. The news alarmed all factions. After all, both Brook himself and the mechanical weapons and mechs equipped by the Free Federation soldiers were far superior to those of the Lothar Alliance. But they were stopped. The real reason is something the Free Federation cannot reveal, and only a few major human powers know the Lothar Alliance's trump card. At that moment, Lieutenant Walker received an Imperial dispatch. He immediately answered the call. "This is Temporary Army number 32. What are your instructions?" The voice on the other end of the phone was urgent. "Lieutenant, we've found the cause of the anomaly in the cosmic creatures. The source is the Lothar Alliance's research on supergenetic agents." The staff quickly reported that after being attacked by Brook, the Lothar Alliance was forced to release the experimental subjects from the research institute. Some were used to hold off the Free Federation army, while others had already scattered and fled. Walker's expression changed drastically. What exactly is going on? The voice on the other end of the phone was deep. Large numbers of cosmic creatures are fleeing, including many high-level life forms. Withdraw immediately before the beast tide fully erupts. Chapter 41, Level 7 Cosmic Being. After Lieutenant Walker hung up the phone, an unusually solemn expression appeared on his face. He made a decisive decision and immediately ordered the spaceship to return to the safe zone. However, the outbreak of the extra-genetic research event involving cosmic organisms far exceeded the expectations of the Free Federation and the Empire. Before the research on supergene technology had reached a stable stage, the experimental project was forced to begin. Even the Lothar Alliance itself probably can't estimate the effects of this event. Immediately, large quantities of gene-enhancing agents were brought out of the laboratory by various cosmic beings. It's like a virus. It can be transmitted from one cosmic being to another in some way. The actual number of mutated cosmic organisms is far greater than estimated. What exactly are they researching? This is definitely not supergenetic technology, but a virus. A virus that can cause biological mutations. Although Lieutenant Walker had ordered a swift withdrawal, he was a step too late. After the spaceship had been flying for about 20 minutes, he could clearly see that it was now surrounded by a large number of mutated cosmic creatures. These cosmic creatures vary in shape, but they all share one characteristic: they exhibit a level of aggression and hierarchy that differs from ordinary cosmic creatures. Furthermore, these cosmic beings do not attack other cosmic beings that have already been infected with the virus. Instead, they target other objects flying in space. The 27th Provisional Army has been completely wiped out. "Lieutenant, how are things on your side?" The Imperial operator quickly spoke to Walker. Temporary Army number 27, having ventured deep into the edge of the Lothar Alliance, was immediately attacked by cosmic creatures after the outbreak of the super-powered virus wave. Before they could even react, the entire army was wiped out. And now, the cosmic creatures have erupted, gradually affecting every temporary military unit. Things might not be going well for us soon. Lieutenant Walker looked out the window with a grave expression. All around him were now mutated cosmic creatures. The average energy level is around level 4 or 5. Occasionally, a few level 6 cosmic beings are mixed in. Although Lieutenant Walker is a level 6 gene warrior, he would probably be overwhelmed by tens of thousands of level 4 and 5 cosmic beings in a single encounter. However, for some reason, these cosmic creatures did not attack immediately, as if they were waiting for something. Everyone on the spaceship, like Lieutenant Walker, was on edge, their faces grave as they looked out the window. If these cosmic beings launch a joint attack, the Temporary Army number 32 will probably be torn apart instantly. At that moment, everyone, including Lieutenant Walker, suddenly felt their pupils contract. At this moment, all these cosmic creatures stepped aside, and a cosmic creature exuding a terrifying aura suddenly revealed itself. This is a cosmic creature that looks somewhat like a lizard, covered in sharp spikes. Steel lizard. This is a rare type of cosmic life form in the universe. Upon seeing the steel lizard, the alarms inside the spaceship immediately began to beep. Beep, beep, beep. High energy level organism detected. The organism's energy level is beep, 41,000 points. Beep, warning, warning, warning. This bioenergy level exceeds the estimated overall combat strength of Provisional Army Number 32. Warning. The warning sounds inside the spaceship sent chills down everyone's spines. 41,000 energy level. A level 7 inferior cosmic creature. Despair flashed in everyone's eyes. If we're talking about a level 6 superior cosmic being, Lieutenant Walker might be able to put up a fight if he uses mechanical weapons. However, level 7, lower grade, cannot be compensated for by mechanical weapons. Now that this low-level 7th grade cosmic creature has appeared, along with other low-level cosmic creatures around them, they are under siege and have no chance of escaping. What should I do? Am I going to die here? One by one, the officers, their faces pale, began to mutter to themselves. At that moment, a terrifying energy level suddenly erupted from the body of this level 7 cosmic creature, and it then released terrifying rays toward the spaceship. The moment the beam struck the spaceship, it shattered the spaceship's energy shield. The spaceship was nearly overturned by the attack. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to go out and fight. If we stay in the spaceship, we'll just be waiting to die. Lieutenant Walker spoke loudly. He immediately took the lead, donned his space combat suit, and rushed out. He then hoisted the giant cannon in his hand and fiercely blasted it towards the cosmic creature. However, this steel lizard glanced contemptuously at the giant cannon that was firing at it, then raised its head and smashed the cannonball apart with the sharp horn on its head. Then it unleashed another terrifying ray of light, blasting Lieutenant Walker away. The protective shield on his combat suit shattered completely under the impact. In the next attack, Lieutenant Walker will likely die in the jaws of the iron lizard. The people in the spaceship felt their hearts clench the moment Lieutenant Walker was thrown backward, and they felt cold sweat pouring down their backs. Brothers, let's go out and provide support. Otherwise, we'll be doomed. One of the sergeants prepared to rush out of the spaceship. But at that moment, his vision blurred, and he saw a figure rushing quickly toward the spaceship door. Huh. The soldier was stunned for a moment. Then he saw the figure clearly. Master Su Ming? The soldier was shocked and instinctively tried to stop Su Ming. After all, in his opinion, Su Ming was just a mechanic, and although he should also be a gene warrior, his level shouldn't be too high. After all, everyone has their own expertise. A highly skilled mechanic like Su Ming must devote a great deal of his energy to mechanical construction. While mechanical manufacturing can enhance brain energy levels, it cannot enhance physical energy levels. While Su Ming's actions were brave, they were somewhat unwise. The soldier panicked and immediately cried out, Master Su Ming, come back. It's dangerous outside. However, before he could even utter the word dangerous, the sergeant's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at the figure outside the spaceship. The other soldiers, like this one, were utterly shocked. Everyone looked at the figure at the entrance of the spaceship. At that moment, a mech gleaming with silver light slowly appeared outside the spaceship. Chapter 42. The mech show their power. Lieutenant Walker's protective shield in his combat suit had lost all its energy, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body, making him feel a burning sensation. Although the attack was absorbed by the protective shield, the terrifying impact still left Lieutenant Walker completely disoriented. However, Lieutenant Walker had no interest in paying attention to the excruciating pain emanating from his body. At that moment, he looked at the steel lizard in despair. Because the next attack had already burst forth from the steel lizard's mouth, instantly hurtling towards him. His mind went blank. He could only stare wide-eyed helplessly as the beam of light magnified before him. He was mentally prepared for death. However, the next second, he suddenly saw a silver light that instantly enveloped him. Before he could react, his vision blurred, and when it returned, he had been rescued and found himself on the side of the ray, just avoiding its attack. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from the side, grazing past him, Walker broke out in a cold sweat. A narrow escape from death. Walker then turned his gaze to the figure beside him who had saved him. Upon seeing that it was a silver-white mecha, a look of relief immediately appeared on Walker's face, and he said, "Has the Empire finally come to our rescue?" However, to his surprise, a familiar voice came through the combat suit's communication system. "Mr. Walker, cheer up. The Empire didn't come to our aid. It was me, Ming. The crisis is not over yet. Don't let your guard down." Walker's eyes widened as he looked at the silver mech. "Ming? How is that possible? Why do you have a mecha? Are you a mecha warrior?" Walker still found it hard to believe. Even someone of his level wouldn't have the chance to pilot a mecha. It's unexpected that Ming, who seemed unremarkable before, is now piloting one. We'll talk about that later. Ming's voice was filled with urgency. Then, Walker saw the silver mech in front of him disappear from its original spot and rush towards the steel lizard. Seeing the silver mech in front of him save his target, the steel lizard had long disliked the mech. At that moment, it swam around and suddenly pounced on the mecha that looked like a tiny little thing. The terrifying rays were once again concentrated and instantly surged towards the silver mech. However, as if it could anticipate its attack, the mech suddenly swayed left and right, actually dodging the beams it was unleashing. At this moment, Ming was sitting inside the mecha, solemnly controlling it. His brain's energy level had long been fully released and merged with the mecha. One beam after another shot towards him at an extremely high frequency. At that moment, all the other cosmic creatures around saw Ming and immediately opened their mouths, spewing out terrifying rays at him. Rays are a standard feature of cosmic life forms. Because they have lived in environments with high levels of radiation for a long time, most cosmic life forms have evolved the ability to shoot terrifying rays from their mouths. Radiation is deadly to ordinary life, but for cosmic creatures, it is like the relationship between fish and a river. Inside the spaceship, all the people saw were countless rays of light shooting towards the silver mecha from all directions. We're doomed. With such a dense barrage of attacks, Master Ming can't dodge them. Upon seeing such a dense barrage of rays, their palms immediately began to sweat, and a deep sense of despair flashed in their eyes. However, as a large number of rays shot past wildly, the silver mech made dozens of different changes of direction and body movements in an instant. Instantly, the mech easily dodged the dense barrage of rays. What? How is that possible? The people inside the spaceship exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This is amazing. Even the Empire's most elite soldiers couldn't do something like that, right? This is equivalent to focusing your mind on every angle simultaneously, instantly finding the weaknesses in countless attacks, and then dodging them one by one. Many people doubted that even if a heavenly revelation level expert sealed their own energy level and lowered it to the same level as Ming, they might not be able to perform a more brilliant move than Ming. Ming's figure, in the eyes of the soldiers, was like the most exquisite work of art in the world. Anyone who watches a master's performance will find it pleasing to the eye. Although using this word is somewhat inappropriate in the current context. But this was a feeling that was subtly growing in the hearts of all the soldiers. Ming's actions were so pleasing to the eye that they gave me goosebumps. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Ming, but his eyes were frighteningly calm. He had pushed his mental energy to its limit. The scene before him vaguely reminded him of the 16 years he had spent training within the system. Over 16 years, shooting, dodging, and practicing martial arts, in an extremely confined space, the system presented Ming with countless different scenarios, requiring him to dodge incoming attacks. At first, Ming was very clumsy, and even when he was shooting at people alone, he would often get hit. However, once you've been hit and it hurts, you'll find a way through the system's guidance and won't get hit again. An attack, but it missed. 10 attacks, none of them hit. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. A strong silver light burst forth from Ming's eyes, a manifestation of his brain's energy level reaching its peak. That's right. Ming is now excited. His blood began to boil, but his mind remained calm. A young man's ambitions soared to the heavens. After 16 years of training, Ming was confident that, under the same energy level and mecha conditions, even an expert at the apocalypse level would not be his match. Countless attacks came again, like heavenly fire descending upon the world. Ming's nerves were taut. Exchange for 100 star points. Ming's calm voice rang out from inside the mecha. At this moment, the surroundings are completely vacuumed, so he doesn't have to worry about others hearing his voice. He can finally communicate with the system at will. Beep. Successfully exchanged for starlight points. The system's voice rang in Ming's mind as always. It seemed that no matter what the circumstances, the system could not be affected in the slightest. Instantly, Ming sensed a powerful surge of starlight energy flowing into his body. Ming's eyes were cold as he frantically maneuvered his mecha, dodging attack after attack. Immediately, amidst the countless sparks of attack, his gaze, unusually cold, locked onto the steel lizard in front of him. Chapter 43: The Powerful Ming. The surge of energy caused the steel lizard to wriggle uncomfortably. It wanted to twist and turn again to unlock the mech. However, this mech is terrifyingly stable. Even when bombarded by tens of thousands of attacks, the mech maintained a very stable lock on the steel lizard while dodging. A terrifying attack was brewing within the Star Destroyer sniper rifle mounted on the mech's arm. What is a Star Destroyer? Even a single shot could destroy a planet. Of course, it is unknown whether the machinery company that manufactured this firearm exaggerated its claims. However, at this moment, the steel lizard sensed a very uncomfortable aura coming from it. Sitting inside the mecha, Ming was multitasking, dodging the barrage of attacks, while keeping his aura locked onto the steel lizard in front of him. At this moment, although the explosive power within his body was terrifying, it was firmly locked within Ming's body, without the slightest transgression. Ming is no longer the Ming from planet NOP. Whether it's physical training or the improvement of his physical energy level, he can easily control the power exchanged for 100 star points. Now, a glint flashed in Ming's eyes as he precisely located a weakness in the steel lizard. Immediately, the Star Destroyer's gun barrel unleashed a powerful attack imbued with intense starlight. This attack was aimed directly at the steel lizard. At that moment, the steel lizard felt as if the armor on its back had suddenly stood up, and it watched the attack with scarlet eyes. It felt like no matter how I tried to dodge, I couldn't avoid the attack. The silent attack landed instantly on the steel lizard, sending it flying backward, its scales cracking open. Upon seeing this, the soldiers on the spaceship cheered in unison. However, Ming's thoughts were not as excited as the soldiers. Although I hit the steel lizard, it didn't cause it much damage. There is still a gap in energy levels between the two sides. Although Ming possessed a mecha and his energy level was greatly enhanced, even with the addition of 100 starlight points, he could only unleash an energy level of around 37,000 at most. This is already an extremely terrifying energy level. It should be noted that Ming's own energy level is only a little over 5,000 points. But that's not enough. The steel lizard's energy level has reached 41,000 points. The two sides are 4,000 energy levels apart. Such a high energy level difference is enough to make the iron lizard immune to some of its own damage. However, the starlight in Ming's eyes did not disappear because of this. Energy level is very important. It determines the relative strength of the two sides. However, energy levels aren't everything. Otherwise, if the two fight, they can compare their energy levels, and the one with the lower energy level can just commit suicide. In a struggle, performance, mentality, judgment, and skills all play a very important role. There is a difference between the 37,000 point energy level and the 41,000 point energy level. However, the gap wasn't large enough to completely overwhelm the other side. Ming stared intently at the spot he had just attacked. Yes, although the wound isn't big, I did injure myself. As long as he could injure it, Ming was confident he could kill the steel lizard. The silver mech, like a streak of silver light, swiftly traversed among the cosmic creatures. System, redeem 100 star points. Ming spoke calmly. The next moment, a large amount of starlight energy surged into the mech. Ming's eyes narrowed, and he turned his gaze to the steel lizard. pinpointing the spot that had just been attacked amidst the countless attacks. Starlight flashed again in the gun barrel, and the next moment, a terrifying attack struck the spot where the steel lizard had just been hit. Master Su Ming's marksmanship is incredibly accurate. The people on the spaceship were amazed when they saw Su Ming's second shot. Su Ming's second shot hit the exact spot where the first shot had struck. With his first shot, Su Ming had already knocked off a portion of the steel lizard's scales, revealing the relatively softer flesh underneath. The second shot hit its flesh directly, instantly tearing the steel lizard's skin and causing injuries to its body. The people inside the spaceship looked excited. Now they see hope. Su Ming's performance was far stronger than they had expected. He was almost consistently flawless, and his maneuvers were as beautiful as a painting. Once Su Ming kills the steel lizard in front of him, everyone in the spaceship can leave and go to support him. Otherwise, if the steel lizard hadn't been killed, and everyone had rashly left the spaceship, they would have only held Su Ming back. Just as everyone was marveling, the silver mech fired at the steel lizard once again. One shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, one shot after another, steadily and continuously firing at the steel lizard. Soon after, a deep fear appeared in the steel lizard's eyes. The pilot of this mech had a terrifyingly high level of marksmanship. No matter how he dodged, the mech could accurately lock onto him. There's nowhere to escape to. Even when hiding behind cosmic creatures, this mech can accurately locate itself within the swarm of cosmic beings. And it fired at the cosmic creature that was blocking its way. After piercing through the cosmic creature in front of him, he directly attacked his own wound. The repeated attacks eventually created a terrifyingly large hole in the steel lizard's wound. System, how many star points do I have left? Su Ming's voice rang out calmly inside the mecha. He looked at the wound on the steel lizard, which was a full 1/20th the size of the steel lizard's entire body, definitely a serious injury. Upon seeing this, Su Ming immediately sensed that the time had come to kill the iron lizard. Beep. 1,200 star points remaining. The system's voice quietly rang in Su Ming's mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming's expression shifted. I previously had over 3,000 star points. Now, there are only 1,200 points left. Based on the calculation that each attack yields 100 star points, I have already fired about 20 shots at this steel lizard. Each attack hit the same wound on the steel lizard. No wonder the steel lizard was already considering retreating and wanted to escape. Seeing the steel lizard gradually shrink back, Su Ming took a deep breath, then put away his sniper rifle and replaced it with an enormous mechanical battle axe. Bloody Wave XAZ-071. Chapter 44 Bloody Waves. After Su Ming took out the battle axe, his expression became slightly more serious. This battle axe is a top-tier stellar-level battle axe, almost reaching the star cluster level. Normally, Su Ming wouldn't have been able to wield this battle axe given his current level of power. However, with Su Ming's modifications, the barrier to entry for using this battle axe was greatly lowered. Moreover, even with the aid of the mecha, Su Ming was still able to barely wield the battle axe. However, to unleash the full power of this battle axe, Su Ming still needs exchange for 400 star points. Su Ming gritted his teeth and directly exchanged 400 star points from the system. Judging from Su Ming's current physical training, the maximum amount of starlight energy his body can withstand is around 350. Any more than that would exceed Su Ming's tolerance and would damage his body. However, 400 starlight points are not much higher than expected. Even if they cause damage to Su Ming's body, they are not enough to cause his body to collapse in the short term. As long as his body doesn't collapse, Su Ming can use the starlight points to repair his body. In order to reliably kill this steel lizard, Su Ming was willing to risk damaging his muscles with a large amount of energy to exchange for this much energy, so that this attack would have unparalleled offensive power. As Su Ming exchanged out a large amount of energy, soon, a dazzling light erupted from the battle axe. A red halo flowed across the surface of the battle axe, creating an incomparably vibrant and beautiful glow. It looked as if waves of blood were flowing across the battle axe. This is how the name battle axe came about. The battle axe, now imbued with starlight energy, now appeared dazzlingly silvery white amidst the red aura. The combination of red and white makes it look even more dazzling and eerie. However, when facing an enemy locked on by the aura of a battle axe, the brilliance of the battle axe won't seem dazzling or beautiful. At that moment, the steel lizard felt a terrifying sense of crisis instantly enveloping it. The steel lizard was shocked and immediately prepared to flee. But at that moment, the steel lizard suddenly spotted the silver-white mech and charged straight toward it. Upon seeing this, the iron lizard was not surprised but delighted. Heaven had mercy, and this mech was finally ready for close combat. Although the steel lizard didn't know that Ming had only chosen to end the battle in close combat, because he had run out of starlight points to continue launching long-range attacks, it didn't stop it from feeling secretly pleased. The true strength of the iron lizard lies in close-quarters combat. Its claws and fangs are far more threatening than the rays it spews from its mouth. The name Steel signifies its formidable close combat capabilities, making it incredibly strong, an impenetrable fortress, and possessing astonishing defense. It had been trying to get close to the mech, but every time it had this thought, it would find that the mech in front of it would instantly blend into the group of cosmic creatures like a fish, making it impossible to get close to the mech. But now, the mech has actually abandoned its advantage in long-range shooting and wants to fight it in close combat. Isn't this just handing someone a head on their doorstep? The steel lizard immediately lost all will to retreat. It opened its huge mouth fiercely and pounced on the silver mech. At that moment, the silver mecha piloted by Ming also unleashed an astonishing speed. The battle axe he held was infused with a large amount of starlight energy by Ming at this moment, making it shine even brighter. Ming felt an unusually hot and heavy sensation coming from the mecha's hands. This is not a delusion. After the brain domain energy level communicates with the mecha, some of the special perceptions possessed by the mecha will also be transmitted to Ming's mind through the brain domain energy level. At this moment, both sides felt the same way. The heaviness was due to the fact that the energy level of the battle axe had exceeded the upper limit of the energy level that Ming could control, which was why Ming felt the heaviness. Weapons that exceed their limits often lose control. This is not a good thing for the battle. However, Ming gritted his teeth and forcibly bound the energy level of the battle axe with starlight energy, using the massive starlight energy to make up for his own energy level deficiency. He finally lifted the battle axe. The red and silver light above suddenly erupted with intense killing intent. Like a dazzling red wave sweeping across the void, it slashed wildly at the steel lizard. At this moment, Ming's body was gradually torn apart by the starlight energy, leaving it covered in blood, but he endured the ravages of the starlight energy. A silver glint flashed in Ming's eyes, and then, under the control of his brain's energy level, he instantly activated the nuclear power acceleration device on the mecha. Instantly, an incredibly powerful thrust was generated behind the mecha, propelling it more than tenfold in speed. This is why mechs are so much more powerful than normal mechanical equipment. Mechs are all-encompassing. The mech is powerful in every aspect, including defense, mobility, speed, attack, and agility, with improvements in every area. However, ordinary mechanical equipment only has one-sided capabilities. Boom! A powerful sense of being pushed back immediately came from the mecha. If someone's physical fitness level were slightly lower, they might actually die from this pushing sensation. Fortunately, Ming's physical strength was not weak, and he could withstand this amount of back-pushing force. The mech's sudden acceleration instantly disrupted the iron lizard's rhythm. It was gathering its strength, but was suddenly forced to release its attack prematurely by the mech's charge. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. The steel lizard nearly coughed up blood. Furthermore, Ming's instantaneous increase in speed allowed him to perfectly evade the steel lizard's aura lock-on, instantly escaping its grasp. Evasion is not just about dodging bullets and impacts. Dodging chi is also a form of evasion. Ming instantly dodged the steel lizard's lock, and the steel lizard missed its target. Ming seized the opportunity presented by the steel lizard's lack of new strength and swung his battle axe fiercely at the wound he had previously inflicted. Sizzle. The universe was utterly silent, but the sound of flesh being torn apart still reached Su Ming's ears through bone conduction. Die! Su Ming's flesh and blood burst open, his eyes flashed with silver light, and all the starlight energy on his body was completely released in this attack. The pain of distance came, but Su Ming forced himself to forget the pain and focused his gaze on what was ahead. The system's X-ray vision instantly acted upon Su Ming's eyes. Slicing through flesh and blood is like disassembling a machine. It requires a certain skill and finesse. With this axe strike, Su Ming skillfully found the grain of flesh within the steel lizard's flesh and easily sliced it open. Just then, a wildly beating heart suddenly leaped into Su Ming's eyes through the system's vision. Without hesitation, Su Ming raised the axe in his hand and slashed fiercely at the heart of the steel lizard. Chapter 45: The Death of the Steel Lizard. Originally, even if the steel lizard was severely injured by the giant axe, it would not have died immediately. However, if this giant axe were to strike the heart, then the steel lizard would be killed no matter what. In an instant, the axe pierced his heart. In Su Ming's eyes, the steel lizard's heart was cleaved in two by the giant axe, shattering into pieces. The rupture of the heart caused a massive amount of blood to gush out like a fountain, instantly turning the silver mecha into a bright red suit of armor. Su Ming was not complacent. He instantly spent 50 star points to repair his shattered body, and then maneuvered his mecha to retreat from the spot. As expected, facts proved that Su Ming's judgment was absolutely correct. Even after its heart shattered, the steel lizard survived for 3 minutes thanks to its powerful vitality, struggling and roaring wildly, tearing the surrounding cosmic creatures in two before finally falling silent. Upon seeing this, the soldiers in the spaceship jumped up and cheered. "That's incredible. I'm impressed. Record this. If I post this online, I'll probably gain a lot of followers. It's a textbook example of the underdog defeating the strong. Record my ass, brothers. The Iron Lizard is dead. Let's hurry up and get out there to support Master Su Ming." The soldiers roared and immediately donned their space combat suits, their faces filled with excitement as they rushed out of the spaceship. "Master Su Ming, don't panic. We're here to help you." Excited voices suddenly rang out from the communication system inside the mech. Su Ming's expression shifted, and he immediately turned his gaze toward the spaceship. Sure enough, a large number of soldiers emerged from the spaceship, armed with mechanical equipment, and charged into the cosmic creature group. A large number of laser missiles bombarded the cosmic biota relentlessly. There were so many alien creatures that the soldiers didn't even need to aim. Every attack they launched hit one of them. Su Ming wasn't idle either. Holding a mechanical battle axe, his figure transformed into a red phantom, casually moving among the cosmic creatures. Every time this phantom passed by a cosmic creature, it would easily shatter the surrounding creature into pieces. A large number of cosmic creatures died at the hands of Su Ming's mecha. Suddenly, the entire starry sky was filled with countless drops of blood. Seeing how terrifying this mech was, like a reaper of death, a deep sense of fear flashed in the eyes of the cosmic creatures. That mech is amazing. It's impossible to touch, yet its destructive power is so formidable. Faced with such an enemy, anyone would feel fear. And, most importantly, our leader, the Iron Lizard, was just killed by this mech. Without a leader, these cosmic beings were leaderless and had no organizational ability whatsoever. Immediately, people began to flee. The news spread like wildfire. Seeing that other cosmic creatures had already fled, the remaining cosmic creatures, filled with terror, gradually developed the urge to escape as well. Before long, all the cosmic creatures scattered and fled in all directions until they disappeared without a trace. In the entire void, apart from a large number of corpses and blood, only the soldiers of the number 32 temporary army remained. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing his tense nerves. He put the mecha back into his storage space, and then a great feeling of exhaustion washed over him. Both my body and my brain felt a strong soreness and swelling, as if I could no longer exert any force. Su Ming smiled wryly. This was due to excessive consumption and a high burden on the body. I hadn't felt weak before because I was so focused on keeping myself on my own. Now that I'm relaxing, I immediately feel weak. What the extraterrestrial beings probably don't know is, if they had persisted for another 10 minutes or so, Su Ming might have become exhausted and his condition would have plummeted. However, being extraterrestrial beings, their intelligence is indeed much lower than that of normal intelligent beings. Now that the battle was over, Su Ming paid no attention to the soreness. Feeling sore and swollen is a good thing. It's estimated that once the body and brain recover, there will be another big boost. Everyone returned to the spaceship, and the soldiers surrounded Su Ming, their faces beaming with excitement as they were about to shower him with compliments. Su Ming gave a wry smile, then pushed through the crowd and returned to his dormitory. He plopped down on his bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Even at the highest level of life, people still need sleep. It's not like in fantasy novels where the more powerful you are, the less sleep you need. Sleep allows the body to recover to the greatest extent possible. On the contrary, the higher one's level of understanding, the more rationally one will utilize sleep. Everyone was taken aback, then saw Su Ming head straight for his dormitory. They exchanged glances, then smiled knowingly. No one expected that the battle would be won thanks to a mechanic on the spaceship, leaving everyone with a feeling of having survived a catastrophe. However, despite everyone being in a good mood, no one had any intention of celebrating. We are still not out of danger. As long as we are in this star system, we are very likely to be attacked by alien creatures infected with the virus. After all, once infected with the virus, the extraterrestrial beings not only possess a higher energy level, but also extremely strong aggression and infectivity. Who knows if extraterrestrial life in more distant star systems might be infected? No one dared to linger, and they quickly piloted their spaceship, speeding towards a nearby star system. Shortly after the group encountered the cosmic biological chaos, the Lothar Alliance's research on supergene drugs was also exposed to the public by the media. If this were done in secret, it wouldn't be a big deal. Every faction would have studied it to some extent. However, if it were brought into the open, it would cause a massive cosmic biological uprising. After the drug produced side effects such as aggression and infectivity, the cosmic citizens immediately developed a strong aversion to it. No matter how prosperous technological development may be, viruses will always remain one of the things that all citizens fear. The panic caused by the virus is still very strong. For a time, the Lothar Alliance was like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. The Empire also issued its own condemnation and planned to send troops to attack the Lothar Alliance. But it's obvious to everyone that the Empire intervened at this crucial moment. Clearly, they've taken an interest in the super genetic agent being developed by the Lothar Alliance. Chapter 46: The Empire's Attitude. On the third military planet of the Empire, Konot, a powerful general pushed open the door and entered the room. Everyone, you've received the latest intelligence, haven't you? The Imperial Research Institute has conducted a special study on the Lothar Alliance's superpowered gene serum and obtained some data. There were still quite a few people sitting at the conference table in the room. After hearing the general's words, they couldn't help but start discussing it. This superpowered gene serum has a certain probability of accelerating the growth of gene warriors. Although it has some impact on intelligence and other aspects, we can control it, and the future empire can gain a secret weapon. We just received intelligence that the Lothar Alliance has managed to withstand Brook's attack using cosmic creatures spawned by superpowered drugs. Although Brook isn't considered too strong among Apocalypse-level beings, he still possesses Apocalypse-level combat power. They actually withstood it. Everyone started talking at once, discussing the superpowered gene serum. Upon seeing this, the general who had entered first frowned, and then said, "Gentlemen, quiet." Upon hearing the general's words, everyone immediately fell silent, and the conference room became eerily quiet. Everyone looked at the general with stern expressions. This man is no ordinary general. He is General Hill, one of the 36 pillars of the Empire. With his combat prowess, he reached the Apocalypse level at a young age. Although he rarely takes action now, no one doubts General Hill's combat strength. Hill glanced around the council chamber and then slowly said, "The Empire's High Command has already made a decision on this matter. We are preparing to head to the Banstar region and seize the supergene technology. If the Free Federation gets hold of this technology, it will likely cause a series of unnecessary troubles in the future. Although the Free Federation and the Empire are not enemies, competition in some areas is inevitable. Military clashes between the two sides are frequent, so the Empire naturally does not want to see the Federation acquire another emerging technology. The enemy has one apocalypse-level fighter. We'll send 2 of them directly to beat him to a pulp. Hill spoke loudly. Upon hearing Hill's words, the expressions of the people in the conference room varied. A female officer stood up and asked, "General Hill, public opinion on this matter isn't good, so we have to proceed in secret. However, many temporary troops near the banned Starfield have already witnessed the superpowered event. I'm worried. The temporary troops might not be keeping quiet." Upon hearing the officer's words, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze to her, and a strange look appeared in their eyes. What the female officer was referring to was indeed a very serious issue. The entire universe now harbors strong resistance to the Lothar Alliance's super-genetic technology or superviruses. The Empire wanted to master this technology, so it certainly couldn't publicize it too much, otherwise it would easily arouse public dissatisfaction. Because the regular army had signed a confidentiality agreement, people weren't too worried about the regular army leaking the information. Even if it did leak, there were ways to deal with it. However, a temporary army has few constraints. Once it is disbanded, all the soldiers in this temporary army may scatter and disappear, making it impossible to track them down or manage them. If someone posts this online, things could get really messy. A glint of shrewdness flashed in General Hill's eyes, followed by a cold laugh. None of you here have escaped mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Why worry about such a trivial matter? It's simple. Send 2 armies, one to seize the super gene technology, and the other to eliminate them. General Hill spoke calmly. No one was surprised to hear General Hill's words. This aligns with what everyone thought. What's the difference between a temporary army and a civilian scattered army? Even if an army like this were completely wiped out, the Empire wouldn't feel the slightest pity. And none of them were afraid of getting into any trouble. Those who are able to join the temporary army usually have no connections or power behind them. Otherwise, they would have been directly incorporated into the regular army. These people, if you kill them, you kill them. Nobody will care. Alright, we don't need to worry too much about these temporary troops. Their average legion strength is no more than mid-level level 7. We can easily complete the mission by sending 50 level 7 mech warriors. An officer stood up. He was the general in charge of the low-level mech warriors. Upon hearing this, he pushed open the door and walked out with great speed and efficiency. Soon, a warship took off, leading 50 level 7 mech warriors into the starry sky. At this moment, inside the number 32 temporary military spaceship, a large number of soldiers were blocking the entrance to Su Ming's dormitory. This time, however, they didn't want Su Ming to repair the mecha, they wanted Warren. These past 2 days, Su Ming had just woken up when he was faced with a large number of mechanical repair orders. Seeing so many orders, Su Ming gave them a headache and handed them over to Warren for repair. He also had to repair his own mech, so he simply didn't have time to repair any more mechanical equipment. Unexpectedly, Warren's repairs were quite effective. Over the past 10 days, the young man has been using his military merits to acquire knowledge of mechanical repair. His mechanical skills were thus greatly improved, and his repair methods subtly differed from Su Ming's. Su Ming was quite pleased with this. If Warren continues to learn mechanical knowledge from himself, he will only follow his own path in the future and will never be able to possess anything of his own. Now that he is knowledgeable and well-read, he does a decent job, which makes the soldiers very satisfied. Su Ming took out a brand new part and then skillfully began to disassemble it. He became focused, automatically entering a state of complete absorption. In this battle, although his mech was not directly hit, constantly moving between various energy rays was always a burden for the mech. There are some hidden damages inside the mech. Although they do not affect piloting, if they are not repaired in time, the lifespan of the mech may be affected. After experiencing a thrilling battle, Su Ming's brain energy level exploded to its limit. Therefore, it was quite easy for Su Ming to achieve a huge breakthrough in his brain's energy level. At this moment, Su Ming's brain energy level surged from the original 5,000 points to the range of 7,000 points. A brain energy level of 7,000 points is already a mid-level level 5 brain energy level. When combined with the Mecha and Starlight points, it can probably unleash terrifying power at the high level 7. However, Su Ming's physical abilities have now become a drag on his performance. With only 5,200, he just barely breaks into the category of a lower level 5 gene warrior. Su Ming smiled wryly. While others were struggling with how to raise their brain power level, he was struggling with how to raise his physical energy level. Chapter 47. Something's wrong. The following day, Lieutenant Walker reported the incident directly to the Imperial Station. The staff at the Imperial Workstation pondered for a moment, then said to Lieutenant Vokert, "Lieutenant, please stay where you are. We have obtained your coordinates. The Empire has dispatched a rescue force, and the rescue mechs will soon arrive at the location of temporary military coordinate 32. Upon hearing what the Imperial Workstation staff said, Lieutenant Walker couldn't help but show a look of delight. They actually dispatched mech warriors to provide rescue? It seems the Empire is taking this matter quite seriously. Walker was secretly delighted. Without a second thought, he hung up the phone and immediately ordered the spaceship to dock in place, awaiting rescue by the Imperial Army. However, he forgot one thing. If the Imperial rescue team really was heading this way, they should have let him fly towards the Imperial territory while meeting him along the way. But now, the Empire is keeping him stuck in place. Clearly, they don't want Provisional Army 32 to return to the Empire's core territory. Time passed slowly. After the battle, the cosmic creatures seemed to have developed a fear of the spaceship, and none of them approached the nearby star system again. After receiving the Imperial distress signal, Lieutenant Vokert was relieved and calmly parked his ship in the void to allow the Legion to rest. Soon, several hours passed. Su Ming straightened up, smiled, and patted the mecha in front of him. After several hours of effort, the damage to the mech was finally repaired. The repair of the mech also earned him nearly 500 star points. This greatly replenished the star points lost in the previous battle. Just then, a cheer suddenly erupted from inside the spaceship. Imperial reinforcements have arrived. Everyone's faces immediately lit up with joy. At this moment, the mech warriors dispatched by the Empire are already flying towards this direction. Upon closer inspection, the group found that there were approximately 10 mech warriors. The Empire seems to take this matter quite seriously, as they've actually dispatched mech warriors for the rescue. A rather burly-looking man was looking at the mecha warriors speeding towards him with a joyful expression. Each mech warrior is trained by the Empire at great expense. Not only do the genetic warriors piloting them need to unlock their brain energy levels, but they also need to spend a lot of money to build standardized mechs. Su Ming had assembled mechs before, and he knew very well just how terrifying the cost of assembling a mech was, almost no less than directly purchasing mech knowledge. These 10 mech warriors are practically flying star coins. These mech warriors flying towards temporary army number 32 each exuded a powerful aura, no weaker than the steel lizards they had encountered before. Such a force would be more than enough to provide assistance if they were truly coming to the rescue. Lieutenant Walker's face lit up with excitement when he saw the mech warrior. After waiting for so many days, it had finally arrived. Moreover, mech warriors came directly to the rescue, which shows that the Empire attaches great importance to this rescue. Without hesitation, Lieutenant Walker donned his space combat suit and stepped out of the spaceship to greet the arrival of the mech warriors. Su Ming, the Empire has dispatched mecha warriors to rescue us. When Warren saw so many mech warriors arrive, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Anyone who sees a mecha warrior will feel a strong sense of security. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming curiously turned his gaze to the outside of the spaceship window. Sure enough, right outside the window, 10 white mechs, radiating powerful energy, were speeding toward the temporary military ship number 32. Su Ming smiled, feeling much more at ease, and was about to focus his attention on the mechanical equipment in front of him. But just as he reached out to take the mechanical equipment, his arm suddenly stopped in midair. Then, Su Ming raised his head again and looked at the mecha warriors once more. The more he looked, the more solemn Su Ming's expression became. Something's not right. Ming muttered to himself. Something's not right? What's wrong? Warren, standing to the side, asked curiously. These rescuers didn't bring a rescue team. A behemoth like an empire has its own set of standards for military rescue operations. It is not simply a matter of sending out strong soldiers to rescue trapped soldiers. A real rescue operation would involve bringing a rescue team, medical personnel, mechanical repair crew, backup spaceships, energy blocks, and other supplies and rescue equipment. This would also prevent the trapped troops from suffering damage to their spaceships, serious injuries to personnel, or insufficient energy. While it's highly possible that Lieutenant Walker communicated with the other side beforehand, and there were no casualties. But you should bring your mechanic and spare mechanical parts with you, right? After all, this spaceship had been attacked by the Iron Lizard before, and no one could guarantee that there might be some hidden damage inside the spaceship. These are all things that need to be judged by the mechanics. Relying solely on the mechanics on the spaceship itself, it is certainly impossible to complete this step in a short time. The Empire is a top-tier civilization of humankind. How could it make such a basic mistake in its rescue procedures? They're not bringing any rescue teams, just these 10 mech warriors. Ming felt that something was wrong with this matter. That can't be. The Empire must have dispatched all its rescue forces elsewhere. But it doesn't matter. With these 10 mech warriors, we can still safely return to the Empire. Warren, standing to the side, seemed somewhat unconvinced. Citizens living in the Empire would not believe that the Empire would harbor murderous intent towards them. After hearing Warren's words, Ming muttered to himself, hopefully. But it's always better to be careful. Ming still sensed something was wrong. He wasn't a native of the Empire. He was a transmigrator from Earth. He absolutely didn't take the Empire's promise of citizens' safety seriously. After saying that, Ming stood up and put the newly repaired mecha into his storage space. Ming was careful and set the mecha to be released and donned immediately at any time. He then went to the front desk and borrowed a small spaceship from the staff, which he also stored in his storage space. After doing all this, Ming felt a little more at ease. But at that moment, a cry of alarm suddenly came from inside the spaceship. Ming's expression shifted, and he looked out the window, his pupils suddenly contracting sharply. A corpse, its face mangled beyond recognition, floated silently in the void. The smoke from the recent explosion had not yet dissipated. From the corpse's tattered clothing, Ming could vaguely deduce that the corpse. It was Lieutenant Walker. Chapter 48, The Destroyed Spaceship. Ming felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Lieutenant Walker's body floating in the void. Walker has been murdered. The killers were clearly the so-called rescue team. Just as Ming had predicted, these 10 mech warriors weren't there to rescue anyone, but rather, to silence them. Almost instantly, Ming realized that the Empire was probably still after superhuman genetic technology. Under the influence of public opinion in the universe, the Empire had no choice but to kill some people who knew about it to ensure that the information would not be leaked. For a vast empire, advanced technology is certainly worth far more than the lives of its citizens. Before Ming could react, he sensed several powerful energy levels that locked onto the spaceship. Oops! Startled, Ming had no time to think further. He grabbed Warren beside him, and the mech instantly covered his body. With a swift movement, he broke through the spaceship window and jumped out. Just as Ming broke through the spaceship window and jumped out, several terrifying energy levels erupted instantly. A series of fierce attacks engulfed the spaceship. The spaceship's protective shield only had time to hold out for a moment before it was shattered by the terrifying force. This force didn't stop after shattering the protective shield. It completely tore the entire spaceship apart. A dazzling burst of fire erupted from the spaceship, which instantly disintegrated and exploded in space. The soldiers inside the spaceship didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed in the terrifying attack. It is estimated that fewer than 20 people survived. Each of the 10 mech warriors opposite was no weaker than the Iron Lizard. Such a terrifying lineup destroyed the incredibly well-defended spaceship in almost an instant. Seeing that several people had survived, the mech warriors exchanged commands and locked onto the survivors, preparing to unleash a second attack to wipe them out. But at that moment, the pilot of one of the mechs suddenly felt an unusually terrifying sense of crisis locking onto him. The pilot was shocked and immediately prepared to maneuver the mech to make a small-scale movement. But at that moment, a terrifying attack silently descended upon the mech. Boom! The pilot felt a terrifying attack that blasted his mech away. Almost instantly, 40% of the mech's energy shield was destroyed. The Imperial Mech warrior was startled and looked toward the source of the attack. He saw a silver-white mech hovering silently in the air, holding a long-barreled sniper rifle and aiming it at him. Before the mech warrior could warn his comrades, he suddenly saw the sniper rifle emit a bright red light again. Boom! Another shot, and it locked onto the mech warrior. This shot shattered the mech warrior's protective shield completely, and the remaining force twisted the mech in a distorted shape. The mecha warriors were on tenterhooks. Fortunately, the attack only warped the mech, although the energy shield was shattered. However, the inherent hardness of the mech's material still managed to block the attack from entering the mech. It did not kill itself in one blow. Therefore, this mecha warrior could also deduce that the pilot of the silver mecha was probably not very powerful. Otherwise, if the mecha had been hit by 2 shots head-on, it would have killed him instantly if it had been a mecha with a higher power level. Even so, the next strike from this silver mech would be enough to take its life. Attention! There are enemy mech warriors. He only had time to speak hastily. The next moment, he felt the enemy's mech warrior lock onto him again. A strong will to survive suddenly erupted, and the Imperial Mech warrior instantly piloted his mech, constantly shifting positions and using maneuvering to shake off the lock-on of the opposing mech. But what made him feel desperate was that no matter how he moved, the enemy mech always kept its aura locked on him. It felt as if no matter how I moved, I was always falling into the opponent's predicted position. At that moment, the mech warrior broke out in a cold sweat. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. The shooting skills of this mech warrior are too strong. Even my comrades in the army who are famous for their sniping skills are probably not as good as this mech warrior. We can't just sit here and wait to die. The mech warrior gritted his teeth, and then a terrifying energy level erupted from his body. Instantly, his mech raised an electromagnetic pulse gun. He wanted to use the attack to force the opponent to move, so that the opponent's aura lock would definitely have an opening. Then he could take advantage of the opening and break free from the mech warrior's lock. To his surprise, the silver-white mech opposite seemed to be aiming, its body not moving at all, but floating in place, ready to unleash an attack. This allowed the Imperial Mech warrior to quickly pinpoint the location of the silver mech. Boom! A terrifying attack was instantly unleashed from the electromagnetic pulse gun. But at that moment, the Imperial Mech warrior's expression suddenly changed. The instant he unleashed his attack, he sensed that the silver mech had broken free of his lock-on in an instant. How is that possible? The Imperial Mech warrior's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that someone in the circle of top mecha warriors seemed to have mentioned a special movement technique. It means that just before the enemy locks onto you and prepares to attack, you can break free from the locked state by making small movements. Once you master this technique, you can almost certainly guarantee that your attack will miss. Because the locked target breaks free of the lock 1 second before the attack is launched, by which time the attacker has already prepared and released their attack, and there is no way to retract it. It's too late to undo the regret. Moreover, as the attacker releases their attack, a huge opening will inevitably appear at this moment. Once the locked target escapes, the attacker can switch from defense to offense and easily kill the attacker. However, this technique is extremely difficult to master, requiring the pilot of the locked mech to possess exceptional timing and movement skills. They also need to have a certain ability to judge attacks. A combination of factors is needed to make this possible. Even top-tier mech warriors wouldn't want to use this move unless it was a critical moment. After all, it's too risky. If you fail to break free of the lock-on at that moment, you will definitely be attacked head-on. Anyone who can use this technology at will is someone with extreme self-confidence. Chapter 49 Surrounded. As expected, without any surprises, Su Ming instantly dodged the Imperial Mech warrior's attack. Su Ming did not hesitate. At this moment, the opponent had just launched an attack, which was exactly when the opening was exposed. His eyes flashed with a strong silver light, and then his brain energy exploded, instantly brewing a terrifying attack within the sniper rifle. The opportunity was fleeting, and Su Ming did not hesitate to unleash his attack. If it had been any later, the other Imperial mech warriors would have been able to react and come to the aid of this mech warrior. At that point, it would be nearly impossible for me to kill this mecha warrior. The silent flames instantly engulfed the mech warriors on the other side. In an instant, the Imperial mech warrior was shattered to pieces by Su Ming's single shot without making a sound. At this moment, the other Imperial mech warriors finally realized what was happening. After all, although there was a lot of maneuvering between the two sides, the 3 shots were fired in a very short time. After 3 shots, Su Ming directly destroyed a mech warrior. Upon seeing this, the other Imperial mech warriors were shocked and abandoned their current attempt to kill the temporary soldier number 32, instead attacking Su Ming. Several terrifying auras instantly locked onto Su Ming. Su Ming gritted his teeth, then released the spaceship from his storage space and shouted at Warren, "Get in the spaceship and escape." After saying that, Su Ming ignored Warren and soared into the sky, using himself to draw fire. Warren was still completely bewildered by the scene before him when Su Ming suddenly threw him out. Warren was stunned for a moment, then he immediately realized what was happening. Without hesitation, he entered the spaceship and immediately started the small spaceship. This spaceship was rented from the front desk by Su Ming after he realized something was wrong. This spaceship is now the key to Su Ming and Warren's escape. Su Ming piloted his mecha, his figure soaring into the sky, far away from the spaceship's location. Similarly, he also diverted the Imperial mech warriors' attention from the spaceship's location. Su Ming's goal was simple, to draw enemy fire. Instantly, a terrifying attack erupted from the remaining mech warriors' cannons, and streams of brain energy locked onto Su Ming. These mech warriors activated their mechs, instantly accelerating as they attacked Su Ming. Su Ming was extremely focused at this moment, sensing every aura that was locked onto him. At this moment, all he wanted to do was escape. The other side had a full 9 combatants that were no less powerful than the Iron Lizards. With them working together, Su Ming had no desire to fight back. He just wanted to buy time so that Warren could quickly activate the spaceship's space jump function. These Imperial mechs are all basic models and do not have the ability to travel through space. The spaceship possesses the ability to travel through space. Once activated, the distance traveled is measured in light years. At that distance, no matter how fast the mech warriors run, they would never be able to catch up with the spaceship. Attacks came one after another, and auras locked onto Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were frighteningly calm. His mental abilities exploded as he frantically piloted his mecha, constantly dodging the attacks of the enemy mecha. This player is a master. Their movement is superb. An Imperial mech warrior spoke in a cold voice, his eyes filled with killing intent and rage. Despite being overwhelmed by sheer power, the opponent still managed to steal one person's life, instantly killing someone right under their noses. This is an absolute disgrace to the Imperial mech warriors. Therefore, the 9 Imperial mech warriors are now determined to kill Su Ming's mech. However, the group soon discovered that the pilot of the silver mecha was extremely skilled, like a slippery fish, making it difficult for them to lock onto the pilot's presence. Normally, they would be full of admiration upon seeing such superb skills. But now, this slippery mecha warrior is their enemy. For an enemy, such superb dodging skills are absolutely disgusting. They couldn't hit them, they couldn't catch them at all, which made everyone feel extremely frustrated. Use movement to force them into a tighter encirclement. Soon, the mech warriors devised a corresponding strategy. The group split up instantly and surrounded Su Ming. From all directions, 9 mecha warriors surrounded Su Ming. The 9 men then used their attacks to force Su Ming to reposition himself, gradually shrinking the encirclement. Su Ming frowned slightly. The enemy had a numerical advantage, and each of them was a formidable mech warrior. Even if one wants to make a breakthrough in one aspect, it still takes a certain amount of time. Other mech warriors would never give themselves such time to break through. As the enemy's encirclement tightened, the space Su Ming could move in also became increasingly limited. Su Ming is not a god. With limited room to maneuver, he can also be hit and cannot dodge. If the enemy narrows the encirclement to a certain extent, Su Ming may face great danger. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Su Ming suddenly saw the spaceship Warren was piloting slowly emitting a blue light. This is the initiation procedure before preparing for a space jump. Upon seeing that the spaceship was about to make a space jump, Su Ming was overjoyed. Su Ming, can we get out of this encirclement? Su Ming turned on his communication device, and sure enough, Warren's anxious voice came through the device. Upon hearing this, Su Ming quickly said, "Go ahead and jump. I'll come out at the last second. Just remember to open a door for me." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren gritted his teeth, a deep hesitation flashing in his eyes. He's scared, because once the spaceship activates its space jump function, it cannot be cancelled. If Su Ming hadn't broken through the encirclement of these mech warriors and entered the spaceship at that time, the spaceship would probably have jumped out directly, and Su Ming would have been left behind. If that's the case, it's equivalent to leaving Su Ming alone to face 9 mecha warriors. This is something Warren simply cannot accept. "Warren, trust me." Su Ming spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a look of determination flashed in Warren's eyes. "Okay, I believe you." Without further hesitation, Warren activated the spaceship's space jump function. The spaceship then began to vibrate slowly, as if it were about to break through the space in front of it and leave this star system. At this moment, Su Ming was gradually being surrounded by one mecha warrior after another. Chapter 50 The Battle Axe Splits the Heavens. The surrounding mech warriors relentlessly pursued him, and several mental energy levels firmly locked onto Su Ming. With little room to maneuver left, it became incredibly difficult for Su Ming to escape the mech warriors' lock-on. However, there was no panic in Su Ming's eyes. Warren's time announcement came clearly through his communication device. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds left. Su Ming made no further moves, continuing to dodge the attacks coming from all around him, his eyes frighteningly calm. "Su Ming, there are only 10 seconds left. Hurry." Warren's voice gradually began to tremble with sobs. When he heard that there were 10 seconds left, a fierce light suddenly flashed in Su Ming's eyes. "Give me 400 star points." Su Ming spoke calmly. Instantly, an immense power surged into every corner of Su Ming's body. As always, the capillaries in Su Ming's body were stretched and ruptured, and traces of blood seeped out from his body. However, Su Ming's judgment was not affected by the swelling sensation in his body. He quickly analyzed and assessed the situation in his mind, then stopped dodging and charged forward to meet the attack fired by one of the mech warriors. Electromagnetic shield. Su Ming let out a cold shout, and then a large amount of starlight energy was released. Instantly, a bright light burst out from the left hand of the mecha he was piloting, and a huge electromagnetic shield was instantly supported by the mecha. With the support of starlight energy, this electromagnetic shield suddenly erupted with a strong energy level reaction. Boom! The electromagnetic shield blocked the attack from the enemy mech warrior, but it also reduced the shield's durability to about 60%. There's still room for 2 more strikes. Su Ming thought to himself, and then the nuclear-powered thrusters behind him instantly activated. In that instant, instead of being knocked away by the opponent's attack, his mech used its nuclear-powered thrusters to unleash terrifying speed, advancing instead of retreating and instantly attacking the mech warrior. Damn it, they're trying to break through. Go and provide support. The other Imperial mech warriors instantly realized what Su Ming was about to do and, without hesitation, rushed to support Su Ming and the mech he was about to attack. However, these mechs were always a step too slow. The mech piloted by Su Ming exploded at its maximum speed at this moment, instantly arriving in front of the mech. Bloody Wave XAZ-071. This bloody battle axe, which had cleaved the steel lizard to death, instantly appeared in the hands of Su Ming's mech. Su Ming's eyes flashed with silver light, and he immediately poured all the starlight energy into his arm and battle axe. Starry Sky Limitless Heavenly Art, Combat Chapter. Martial Arts Heaven Opening. This was the first time Su Ming had used the martial art technique, Opening Heaven, from the Starry Sky Limitless Heavenly Art. Legend has it that Pangu wielded the giant axe of chaos, and with one swing, he split the heavens and the earth apart, creating a layered structure with the clear upper layer and the turbid lower layer. The name, Kaitian, meaning the beginning of creation, originated from this. The martial skill Heaven Opening is a martial skill that can only be unleashed with a battle axe, possessing extremely strong penetrating power and defense-breaking ability. It's perfect for the current situation. Su Ming watched as a strong protective shield shone brightly on the opponent's mecha. Without hesitation, he raised the giant axe and stared intently at the opponent's protective shield. Su Ming himself was a mechanic, and he knew very well that machines have patterns, and so does energy. There will inevitably be a moment of gap and awkwardness in the flow of energy. This gap is the key to breaking the deadlock. Su Ming's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly looked at one of the inconspicuous places. Open the heavens. Instantly, a powerful energy erupted. At this moment, Su Ming was like a giant emerging from chaos, wielding a giant axe, and striking the weakest point of the Mecha Warrior's energy shield with an aura that seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. Creation of heaven and earth. Physical penetration plus 70%. Energy level power plus 30%. Armor penetration ability plus 50%. In an instant, the Bloodwave battle axe released a strong, bright red light, as if the mech was engulfed by a sky full of blood. After the other mechs regained normal visibility, they suddenly realized. The attacked mech was cleaved in two, and the mech warrior inside was smashed to pieces by an axe, utterly dead. Meanwhile, the mech piloted by Su Ming did not stop for a moment. Taking advantage of the gap created by cutting the Imperial Mech Warrior in two, it broke through the encirclement of the mech warriors. He suddenly rushed out. 4, 3. Even now, Su Ming in the cockpit remains frighteningly calm, even calculating the countdown to the spaceship's spatial teleportation. 2. As Su Ming uttered the number, he suddenly flew into the spaceship with its hatch open. 1. The hatch closed instantly, and then a strange spatial fluctuation erupted from the spaceship. 0. A spatial fluctuation instantly enveloped the spaceship. As the other mech warriors rushed towards it, the spaceship vanished from its spot, leaving behind a silent void. The spaceship successfully completed the space jump. The remaining Imperial Mech warriors exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes revealing an unusually complex expression. Anger, resentment, frustration, and helplessness, a mix of emotions. Why is there a mecha warrior like this in the temporary army? Where did he get his mecha? And where did he learn his mecha piloting skills? A deep chill ran through everyone. After sniping one Imperial Mech warrior at the beginning, this mech warrior quickly killed another Imperial Mech warrior in the midst of the crowd's encirclement, and then swaggered away. If the sniping was due to everyone's carelessness. So once surrounded, the enemy could break through and kill them instantly. No one could do anything about it, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. Including the subsequent coordination with the spaceship, the Mecha Warrior's timing was impeccable, leaving everyone completely bewildered before they were already in the spaceship's space jump. The group rushed in, but found nothing. The mission is considered complete. After all, the vast majority of soldiers in the number 32 Provisional Army have been annihilated, and the remaining few pose no threat to public opinion. But, in their hearts, the mission was a failure. The enemy consisted of only one individual, whose power level was even lower than any of their own mech warriors. Yet, this individual managed to kill two of them, leaving an indelible mark on everyone's minds. Chapter 51 Escape. In the silent void of space, a spatial fluctuation came, and then a spaceship suddenly appeared in this void. Inside the spaceship, Su Ming took off his mecha suit and breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then looked to the side and paused, stunned. Besides Warren, there were other surviving soldiers from the Provisional Army number 32 nearby. Not counting Su Ming and Warren, there are a total of 7 survivors on the spaceship. Presumably, these soldiers survived the explosion and were rescued by Warren. To his surprise, one of his old acquaintances was Locke, the person I once asked to help modify the Tomahawk. However, the rest of Locke's squad, including their captain, perished in the attack, dying in the flames. At this moment, Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and then a wry smile appeared on their faces. None of them yet realized that they had been abandoned by the Empire. Even now, once the Empire learns of everyone's whereabouts, what awaits them is not rescue, but another attack. What bad luck. I never expected to run into something like this. A sergeant spoke with a wry smile. Locke, standing to the side, shook his head and said, "Interstellar Society, this is the norm for sergeants. Now we need to consider where to go." After he finished speaking, everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to Su Ming. Of all the people on the spaceship, it was Su Ming who saved everyone, and he is also the strongest fighter now. Therefore, everyone naturally regarded Su Ming as their leader. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I haven't left the Empire much before, so I don't know much about interstellar society. Do you have any good ideas?" Su Ming thought for a moment, and then added, "In short, now we either have to go into hiding or seek temporary refuge in a lower-level civilization. We can't appear in a higher-level civilization, otherwise we might be discovered and hunted down at any time." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone nodded in unison. Now everyone can be said to have become unregistered. They weren't even considered unregistered residents, because once their identities were exposed, they would likely face a relentless pursuit by the Empire. No one can escape the pursuit of a great cosmic nation, not even a heavenly revelation-level expert. Locke looked thoughtful for a moment, then raised his head and said to the crowd, "I know a place where we can stay without being discovered." Upon hearing Locke's words, everyone turned their gaze to him, their faces showing curiosity. Locke smiled and then said, "I went to that place many years ago, but it was too dangerous." A soldier standing nearby showed a flicker of emotion and then asked, "The place you're talking about, is it the Black Domain?" Locke nodded. Su Ming and Warren exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with deep confusion. Both of them had lived in the Empire before, and compared to these temporary soldiers who traveled all over the country, they had never actually left the Empire. Their understanding of interstellar society was limited to the Empire's public knowledge system for its citizens. The special place Locke mentioned is obviously not written in the Imperial textbooks. Such things are truly only known to those who frequently venture out into the world. Seeing the bewildered looks on their faces, Locke smiled and explained to them, "The Dark Domain is the gray society of humans that exists outside of interstellar society. After all, interstellar society is so vast that some people are unable to establish themselves in interstellar society for various reasons and can only go to the Dark Domain to develop. The Black Domain is a melting pot of all sorts of people. No one there cares about your past identity. But correspondingly, the Black Domain is also much more dangerous." After hearing Locke's explanation, Su Ming and Warren looked enlightened. After thinking about it, Su Ming agreed with Locke's suggestion. At present, the Black Domain is indeed the most suitable place for everyone. For everyone, it is not advisable to expose their identities. Although going to the Black Domain is dangerous, it is better than being targeted by the Empire. "Do you have the coordinates of the Dark Domain? Let's just pilot the spaceship there." Su Ming spoke up. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the others quickly entered the coordinates of the Black Domain into the spaceship. "Oh right." Su Ming suddenly remembered, then took out the identity card issued by the number 32 Temporary Army, clicked on it, and directly exchanged a large number of mechanical parts, using up all the military merit points inside. He then placed the identity card directly into the furnace and melted it away. Seeing this, the others marveled at Su Ming's skill and daring, for he dared to use his identity card to exchange for mechanical equipment even while being hunted by the Empire. After all, once the Imperial Supply Distribution Department sends the supplies via spatial teleportation, the Empire will know everyone's coordinates. However, this may be the drawback of such a massive Empire system. Communication is an extremely energy-consuming task for large systems. It is possible that the military was already aware of the order to annihilate Su Ming and his group, and had issued a kill order against them. However, the Quartermaster Department, the department responsible for distributing military supplies, had not yet received the news and continued to distribute military supplies to Su Ming and others as normal. Without hesitation, everyone followed suit, exchanging all their military merits for various equipment, and then melted down their identity cards. Don't underestimate this detail. These mechanical devices and components are likely to become key factors for everyone's survival in the Black Domain in the future. Even Su Ming's mecha, without spare mechanical parts, would be rendered largely useless if damaged and unable to be repaired. Planning ahead is extremely important for those who are fleeing disaster. Unidentified spacecraft spotted ahead. Just then, a sergeant piloting the spaceship suddenly turned around and spoke to Su Ming and the other sergeants. Upon hearing the sergeant's words, Su Ming and the other soldiers were startled and immediately went to the cockpit. Through the scanner in the cockpit, they indeed saw the fluctuations of a spaceship hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers is nothing in the vastness of space, and for a spaceship, it's just a matter of a few hours. The group exchanged glances, then looked at Su Ming, waiting for him to make a decision. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, and, not wanting to cause trouble, prepared to have the driver turn around and leave. But at that moment, the driver's voice rang out. They seem to have spotted us and are heading towards us. Chapter 52 Strange Spaceship. A spaceship sped toward the spaceship where Su Ming was. The people in the spaceship narrowed their eyes slightly, their expressions somewhat solemn. In space, if a spaceship actively approaches yours, it's definitely not a good thing. Everyone instinctively picked up the mechanical equipment beside them, adjusted their breathing, and remained extremely vigilant. Soon, the spaceship arrived in front of Su Ming's spaceship. The two spaceships came to a standstill in the void, facing each other from a distance. Suddenly, at that moment, the spaceship launched a fierce attack on Su Ming's spaceship. The spaceship's cannons locked onto Su Ming's spaceship and unleashed a powerful attack. Almost instantly, the spaceship Su Ming was on was shaken violently, and then the energy shield dropped sharply. Seeing that the other side attacked them without distinguishing right from wrong or saying a word, both Su Ming and the soldiers in the cabin couldn't help but feel a strong anger. Are they sick? What do these people want? A soldier stood up, frowned, and said in a cold voice, "If they encounter space pirates, they will definitely send genetically engineered warriors off the spaceship before attacking it from all sides. Because in the eyes of space pirates, any spaceship they encounter is one of their own treasures, and they are unwilling to see it damaged because of their own attacks. But the enemy attacked the entire spaceship without even sending any combat personnel off the ship. Clearly, the other party was not a space pirate at all. If they weren't space pirates, what does it mean to attack without saying a word upon meeting them?" The group was getting annoyed, so Su Ming took the lead, donned his mecha suit, and flew off the spaceship. The others, also looking annoyed, followed Su Ming off the spaceship. From the attack, just now, everyone could tell that the spaceship's energy level wasn't very high, and there were obviously no powerful figures guarding it. Even so, the other side dared to launch an attack on us without authorization. They were courting death. Clad in his mecha armor, Su Ming instantly charged towards the spaceship, his nuclear-powered propulsion system activating abruptly, propelling him to his maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, the silver mech had already advanced to the front of the spaceship. Upon seeing Su Ming suddenly approach, the spaceship instantly shifted its firepower to Su Ming, unleashing a barrage of attacks from numerous mechanical gun barrels. As Su Ming controlled the mecha to dodge, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It's really kind of funny. None of the spaceship's cannons were consciously locked onto him. Instead, they fired blindly in his direction after he charged forward. It's like a little kid with a gun, seeing a well-armed squad of soldiers walking towards him, and before the soldiers even notice him, he frantically starts shooting wildly. Not only did it fail to hit the soldier, it also emptied the entire magazine of bullets. This is Su Ming's most direct impression of the spaceship. Su Ming's eyes flashed with deep confusion. He abandoned his plan to blow the spaceship to pieces with a few shots, and instead moved quickly, approaching the spaceship's cabin door. As Su Ming approached, the spaceship seemed to panic, because at this moment, the spaceship's cannons could no longer fire at Su Ming, who was almost touching the spaceship. Su Ming perfectly entered the spaceship's attack blind spot. Next, the spaceship did something that made Su Ming both laugh and cry. It started to escape. The spaceship sped off in the direction it came from. If a normal armed spaceship encounters a situation where the enemy breaks through and gets close to the spaceship, there are many ways to deal with this situation. For example, releasing a powerful electric current to repel the attackers. Or they could simply send the genetically engineered warriors out of the spaceship for a fierce battle, and so on. However, this spaceship chose a rather comical escape. Seeing this, Su Ming was basically certain that the person piloting this spaceship was a rookie. Moreover, he's a complete novice who doesn't even have basic knowledge of surviving in the universe. Su Ming became increasingly curious and instantly pulled out a bloodstained battle axe from the mecha's storage space. He then raised the bloodstained battle axe and swung it directly at the spaceship in front of him. Boom! A powerful recoil force came, but Su Ming's face remained calm, his arm as steady as if no recoil force was coming at all. With Su Ming's strike, the spaceship's energy shield was shattered. Then Su Ming continued to raise the giant axe in his hand. This time he did not use his full strength, but only cleaved open the outer shell of the spaceship. Thump! A muffled thud was transmitted to Su Ming's ears through bone conduction, and then Su Ming cleaved a large hole in the spaceship's hatch in front of him. The ship's pressure and oxygen were instantly released from the spacecraft. Without hesitation, Su Ming reached out and tore open the spaceship's outer skin. Then, with a swift movement, he slipped inside. Once inside the spaceship, sharp alarms blared all around, indicating that the pressure and oxygen levels inside had dropped to levels that were unbearable for the human body. An ordinary person might die as a result, but for a gene warrior, it's nothing. However, Su Ming's expression shifted. Are the people in the spaceship all ordinary people? They could very well burst open under the pressure inside their bodies in a vacuum. Without hesitation, Su Ming flashed into the spaceship's cabin. Su Ming was immediately taken aback. Inside the spaceship, they were indeed all ordinary people. At this moment, several men dressed in white lab coats, who looked like researchers, were directly blown apart by the vacuum. Their internal organs and blood were scattered everywhere, making the entire spaceship look extremely bloody. To Su Ming's slight relief, only a small number of people were blown up by the vacuum environment. The vast majority of the spaceship crew members were wearing space combat suits and were not blown up by the vacuum environment. Upon seeing Su Ming burst and wearing a mecha, the crew members in space combat suits couldn't help but show expressions of extreme fear, staring at Su Ming with dread. Su Ming frowned slightly. These crew members did not have any particularly strong energy levels. At most, they are at the level of first or second level gene warriors. This level of skill is actually no different from that of an ordinary person. What puzzled Su Ming was why such a spaceship, which had virtually no armed forces, would unusually launch an attack on his spaceship. Those who don't want to die, stand still and come back to my spaceship with me. Su Ming spoke coldly through the communicator. He then turned around and led these people back to his spaceship. Ahem. Fun fact. Spacesuits and space stations have air pressure. Otherwise, if an ordinary person's body were placed in the vacuum of space, their blood pressure and other bodily functions would cause them to burst. They wouldn't need to be killed. They would simply be blown apart by the vacuum. Chapter 53, A Chance Encounter. Su Ming's spaceship sped through the void, carrying away the previously captured spaceships in his spatial device. The spaceship must leave quickly, otherwise the Empire's mech warriors might attack at any time. After all, strictly speaking, although this is the outermost star belt of the Empire, it is still considered part of the Empire's territory. Who knows if the Empire has any special surveillance methods within its own territory? At this moment, inside the spaceship, Su Ming and his soldiers were staring strangely at the group of thin men before them. These people were the attackers he had just captured from the spaceship. You mean, you mistook us for someone else when you attacked us just now? Su Ming looked at these thin people with a bit of a speechlessness and asked. These people, each wearing a research suit, had very weak energy levels, probably at most at the level of a first or second level gene warrior, or even some of them were ordinary people who had not unlocked their gene lock at all. The leader nodded, looking aggrieved. The signal we detected was from an Imperial spaceship. We thought you were here to hunt us down. Hearing this person's words, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After figuring it out and capturing these people, He also understood their motives for attacking him. They simply mistook them for the Empire's army and were preparing to hunt them down. This was, in fact, a huge blunder. The Empire dispatched two armies, one to annihilate the temporary army, which was the same army that had attacked Su Ming and his group earlier. The other force is a more powerful one, responsible for attacking the Lothar Alliance's laboratories and finding data and technology for superhuman gene research. Faced with simultaneous attacks from two major cosmic nations, the Lothar Alliance's defenses crumbled instantly, even with its superhuman genetic technology. Consequently, the Lothar party's leadership disintegrated, with each party finding its own way to escape. The Lothar Alliance was immediately plunged into a state of anarchy and was quickly taken back into the hands of the Free Federation. And these people in front of us are researchers who escaped from the former Lothar Alliance superpower laboratory. Because of a lack of corresponding combat skills, their experience in combat and space survival is almost zero. That's why these researchers often do some things that are both laughable and absurd. Even the attack on Su Ming's spaceship was a hasty decision made after detecting that it was an Empire spaceship. Su Ming was both amused and exasperated. As expected of researchers, their awareness of cosmic survival is far too low. Even if they were truly the Empire's army hunting them down, they shouldn't have turned around and attacked them. How could a group of frail researchers possibly be a match for a well-equipped army? No wonder such a blunder occurred. Now the question is, what should be done with these researchers? Their own spaceship had been cleaved open with a single blow by their own Bloodwave battle axe, and it was clear that their spaceship would be unusable until they found a planet to repair it. A strange light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he then asked the group of researchers, "Are you in charge of researching supergene technology? Which area?" The researcher smiled sheepishly, then said shyly, "The core component, the supergene technology, was developed by us." Upon hearing the researcher's words, Su Ming and the other soldiers gasped, all of them seeing the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder these researchers looked so frightened. That's right. The two great cosmic nations are searching for them all over the world, all wanting to capture them and bring them back to their own countries. How could they not be easily frightened? We were incredibly lucky. Neither of the two great cosmic nations could capture these researchers, yet we stumbled upon them with a single spatial jump? I don't know how you guys managed to break free. Su Ming muttered to himself. The researchers faced far greater difficulty in escaping than Su Ming had in escaping from the Mecha warriors. That place is patrolled by the top armies of the two great universe nations, filled with powerful experts. Escaping from under the noses of these experts is no easy feat. The researcher gave a wry smile and then said, "Actually, we escaped a long time ago, but we were afraid of being tracked down, so we wandered in space and dared not land." After speaking, the researcher looked at Su Ming with curiosity and asked, "Where are you going? You're not Imperial soldiers, so why are you piloting an Imperial spaceship?" The group exchanged glances, then Su Ming shook his head and said, "It's a long story. We're being chased by the Empire, and we're currently heading to the Black Domain to escape their pursuit." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a glimmer of hope flashed across the face of the leading researcher. He cautiously probed, "Could you take us with you? If we are captured by the two great empires, we probably won't have much freedom. Please take us with you to the Dark Domain. I can provide you with super genetic technology." Su Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected that these researchers would want to go to the Black Domain with him and the others. Moreover, judging from what these people said, it seems that even if they go to the Dark Domain, they will follow him in case he encounters danger. Su Ming admitted that he was somewhat tempted. These are all treasures. Although their combat strength is not strong, the knowledge they possess is priceless, a technology that even the two great cosmic nations covet and vie for. It's easy to imagine that these researchers are at a level that can be considered top-notch in the universe. If we recruit such a group of people into our team, they will definitely be able to realize their value in the future. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said to the crowd, "I can take you with me, but as you said, if I need you to provide any kind of technical support, you will need to conduct the research unconditionally. However, in return, I will give you the freedom that you cannot have in the two great empires." After hearing Su Ming's words, the researchers exchanged glances. Then, the leader stepped forward with a smile and said, "No problem. Just give us the necessary research conditions. My name is Wang Ku. Please take care of me." Chapter 54 Spider-like Mechanical Arm. The Black Domain is located on the edge of interstellar society. Therefore, for most people, the distance is still quite far. And most importantly, Su Ming and the other spaceships were merely small, temporary spaceships, provided for soldiers to receive temporary missions. The spaceship's ability to travel is actually quite lacking compared to a normal spaceship. A normal spaceship, in a single space jump, could potentially jump several light years or even more than 10 light years at its limit. However, for Su Ming and his group's small spaceship, each space jump could only cover a distance of about 2 light years, which was clearly insufficient for traveling such a long distance. Moreover, due to the mysterious substances and various electromagnetic storms and radiation issues encountered during space travel, their spaceships can only perform a maximum of 3 space travels per day, and each travel requires about 7 hours to cool down. Otherwise, the spaceship would be very easily damaged. Unfortunately, given the limited resources, Su Ming already regretted directly blasting through Wang Ku and the other spaceship. If they don't break through, they can reach the Black Domain in a few days by relying on their spaceships. However, given the current speed of this makeshift small spaceship, it is estimated that it will take about 3 weeks to reach the Black Domain. However, since they were already there, they made the best of it. Su Ming and Warren quickly adapted to life on the spaceship, and Su Ming also began to use this time to assemble and repair machinery. Su Ming has now completely fallen in love with mechanical assembly. His original motivations were Starlight Point and a certain habitual insistence. However, Su Ming has now discovered that mechanical assembly can effectively train brain energy levels, allowing brain energy levels to be significantly trained in a short period of time. Furthermore, there are some intangible benefits, such as being able to remain calmer and more stable during battle, thus improving one's combat performance. Although this is not a direct improvement in raw strength, it is still very important for combat personnel. Under the same realm and energy level, the test of combat readiness becomes extremely important. Su Ming's ability to easily defeat stronger opponents several times stemmed from his calmness and composure during battle. Improving one's combat readiness can also effectively enhance one's combat power. "Su Ming, I want to try assembling my own mecha." Warren spoke to Su Ming somewhat awkwardly today. Now that the two are free from the Empire's control, they no longer care about intellectual property protection. Su Ming had already shared his knowledge of mecha with Warren, and after a long period of practice, Warren couldn't help but feel a strong urge to try mecha himself. Su Ming was very happy after hearing Warren's words. Su Ming had witnessed Warren's progress. Now, after training in the 32nd Temporary Army, Warren had reached a level where he could handle machinery on his own. With Warren's skill level, although he may need to hone his skills with some of the stellar-level equipment in the mech, assembling the other parts should be no problem. Moreover, Su Ming had experience in assembling mechs, and he knew very well that Warren's mechanical skills would also be greatly improved during this process. Once he's required to assemble stellar-level mechanical components, Warren will likely have become a stellar-level mechanic, fully capable of handling such components. Sure, go ahead and try it. Don't worry about ruining the mechanical parts. We've exchanged a lot this time, Su Ming said with a smile. At the same time, Su Ming skillfully installed a mechanical part in his hand onto a backpack-type robotic arm. Spider 2 back-mounted robotic arm. Stellar-class mechanical equipment. This robotic arm is independent of the main robotic arm and can operate independently. Behind Su Ming was a small space storage device. Once activated, the mechanical arms would pop out from this small space storage device and then transform into 4 independent mechanical arms. Just like its name suggests, it is spider-shaped. Once activated, the robotic arms moved freely, like spider legs. It can not only assist Su Ming's movement, but also transform into a sharp spear to stab out, and even has the functions of kinetic energy acceleration and laser gun. Using this robotic arm, Su Ming could completely separate his arm and make other attacks. This robotic arm is incredibly versatile. Su Ming's initial intention in assembling this robotic arm was to use it to cope with various complex terrains. After all, although mechs are powerful, they often require a huge space, such as the starry sky, which is the best place for mechs to perform. However, on the ground, many confined environments are not suitable for mecha combat. Forcing the use of mechas will only make the battle clumsy and awkward. Su Ming couldn't guarantee what kind of strange terrain he would encounter on this trip to the Black Domain, so he prepared in advance as a precaution. Originally, this robotic arm did not have kinetic acceleration or firearm functions, but Su Ming's modifications greatly increased its functionality. This is thanks to Su Ming's thorough understanding of mecha knowledge. Learning about mecha is not limited to mecha knowledge itself. There are many other areas that can be explored. A mechanic with such intuition as Su Ming can develop many different applications once he learns a single skill. Soon, 3 weeks passed, and Su Ming successfully assembled the robotic arm in his hands. Looking at the assembled robotic arm in his hand, and sensing the powerful energy emanating from it, Su Ming couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. After 3 weeks of training and mechanical modifications, Su Ming not only made significant progress in mechanical engineering, but also assembled a considerable number of mechanical weapons, giving the entire crew of the spaceship a powerful armed force. His starlight points and energy levels have also increased significantly. Su Ming's panel is now as follows. Host, Su Ming. Body energy level, 6,200. Brain energy level, 7,800. Gene lock activation level, level 5 medium. Body activity, 100%. Body tempering level, level 4 star points required for the next level of body tempering, 5,000. Starlight points, 4,700. During this process, his physical and mental energy levels also improved significantly, and his gene activation level was directly upgraded to the intermediate level of level 5. With a level 5 intermediate rating and the mechanical arm's own 10,000 energy points, Su Ming can unleash approximately 24,000 energy points in close combat. Although it can't compare to the 50,000 plus energy level of mechs, the mechanical arm's combat power is definitely formidable in surface-level battles. Su Ming looked at the robotic arm in his hand with satisfaction and was about to put it on and try it out. But at that moment, the sergeant in the driver's cab suddenly shouted, "We've arrived in the Black Domain, brothers." Ahem, I've noticed many students are confused about how energy levels are calculated, so I'll explain it here. The energy level calculation formula for long-range equipment, such as firearms, sniper rifles, and cannons, is user's brain energy level plus the energy level of the machine itself. The energy level calculation formula for melee equipment, such as battle axes and robotic arms, is user's physical energy level plus brain energy level plus energy level of the battle axe or robotic arm itself. For example, if the robotic arm itself has an energy level of 10,000, plus Su Ming's physical energy level of 6,200 and brain energy level of 7,800, it can exert a total energy level of 24,000. This should be easy to understand. People without a certain level of brain power cannot use remote equipment because they cannot utilize that level of power. For melee equipment, in addition to using the brain to enhance the energy level of the mechanical equipment, it is also necessary to calculate the damage generated by the user's own physical strength. Overall, brain-level developers definitely have the advantage. There's no way around it. Having an extra level can't be a waste. Furthermore, developers at the brain level demonstrate greater combat power with melee weapons. The reason many prefer ranged firearms is self-evident. The advantage of ranged attacks is always undeniable. Chapter 55 Arrival in the Dark Domain. The Black Domain, a place not mentioned in the textbooks of the 5 major cosmic nations. Even interstellar societies do not acknowledge the existence of such a place. However, for those who frequently travel through the universe, the Dark Realm is not a legendary existence. Occasionally, these people also deal with the black market. Nevertheless, if you ask someone who has been to the Black Zone, they will certainly advise others against it. Do not venture into the Dark Domain lightly, because the Black Zone is very dangerous. At this moment, a spaceship returned to space from a space jump and entered the Dark Domain. The black domain represents a star field, not a single planet, so not many people notice the spaceship entering it. After all, there are just too many spaceships traveling to and from the dark domain every day. Moreover, the entire star field is so vast that no one would pay attention to this ordinary little spaceship. At this moment, inside the spaceship, Su Ming and Warren were curiously looking around at the black domain. To their surprise, the dark domain was not the kind of star field that was shrouded in darkness all year round, as they had imagined. On the contrary, the environment of the dark domain is considered quite good, even among the habitable star systems in interstellar society. The surrounding planets all shone with a pale blue light, indicating that they contained sufficient water, proving that most of these planets were habitable. Which planet should we settle on? Warren asked instinctively. After hearing Warren's words, Locke pondered for a while before saying, "The forces in the dark domain are complex and intertwined. I'm not quite sure which planet we should go to, but since we're new here, it would be better if we landed on a planet on the edge." Upon hearing Locke's words, everyone nodded subconsciously. In a normal star system, the planets in the center are usually the core planets, and the more powerful their armed forces are. Edge planets are usually weaker planets, and these edge planets typically do not have complex power relationships. Since everyone is new here, it's best to choose a peripheral planet first. Once they've become more familiar with the environment of the dark domain, they can make other plans later. Su Ming's gaze involuntarily fell on one of the planets, where the ocean and land were almost evenly divided. He then smiled and pointed at the planet, saying, "All right, this is the one." Everyone nodded, offering no objections. Nobody is familiar with the black domain, so choosing a planet in this situation is entirely based on luck. There are no other selection criteria. Just choose one that looks good. The spaceship started moving and sped towards the planet. But just as the spaceship was about to reach the planet, another spaceship happened to pass by in the distant stars. At that moment, a man in a gray robe on the spaceship happened to see the spaceship that Su Ming and the others were traveling on. "Huh? An Imperial spaceship?" the man asked in surprise. He chuckled and muttered to himself, "Probably just some Empire people seeking refuge. They're obviously novices. They have no idea that in the dark domain, the outermost planets are the most dangerous." The man thought for a moment, then said to the pilot beside him, "Ram, follow that spaceship and head into Planet Abe." Upon hearing the man's words, the driver named Ram chuckled and then said calmly, "Finally, a job. If we hadn't had one, I don't know how we would have survived this month." After saying that, Ram let out a strange cry, then pulled the control stick and sped off toward the planet that Su Ming's spaceship was heading toward. Su Ming and the others had no idea that a little tail was following them. The other party spaceship was far more advanced than the one Su Ming and his group were traveling in, so even though Su Ming's spaceship was following behind them, it still couldn't detect the spaceship's trajectory. At this moment, Su Ming's face showed surprise. The dark domain. How strange. Everything looked normal from the outside, but our own spaceships were about to land, and there wasn't a single command broadcast to communicate with them, as if this aspect was completely missing. Even though the black domain is notoriously chaotic as a planet, it should still have a ground command center, right? Su Ming was speechless, but at this moment the spaceship had already flown into the planet and had no choice but to find a place to dock. The spaceship slowly approached and docked at the surface of the planet. But at that moment, all the crew members were stunned and then frowned slightly. As soon as the spaceship docked, a group of men, women, and children dressed in tattered clothes but armed with guns attacked the spaceship. Even Su Ming saw a child who was probably around 10 years old, holding a portable Gatling gun in both hands, firing at the spaceship. These weapons are all relatively primitive. The Gatling gun is a weapon that would have been used by a very early spacefaring civilization. I never expected to run into you here. In previous civilizations, the Gatling gun would definitely have been a formidable weapon. However, with the progress of the universe, we have now entered the third technological era. Gatling guns, products of the first technological era, have an energy level that is at most 300 points. This level of power is nothing to Su Ming and the others. However, what puzzled Su Ming was, why would these people, who look like natives, use such rudimentary weapons to attack us? Su Ming glanced around at the men and women and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. These people looked malnourished. They were just ordinary people whose genetic locks couldn't even be unlocked. Wait here for me. I'll go down and take a look first. Su Ming spoke softly, then opened the spaceship's hatch and stepped outside. At this moment, the energy shield around the spaceship is bursting with a dazzling light, which is the energy fluctuation caused by the energy shield resisting the attack from the outside. Su Ming didn't care. Judging from the enemy's attack, it might take a full half-hour to break through the spaceship's energy shield. When the natives who were attacking the spaceships saw people disembarking, they attacked even more fiercely. Su Ming frowned slightly, then waved his hand to indicate that he meant no harm. However, these people acted as if they didn't see him at all and continued to fire at him. This, ironically, made Su Ming feel slightly annoyed. Some of these natives are really taking advantage of us. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly rushed out of the protective range of the energy shield. In an instant, Gatling gun bullets struck Su Ming. But what terrified these natives was, these Gatling bullets, after hitting Su Ming, did not penetrate his body directly as usual. Instead, it was as if it had hit steel, only denting Su Ming's skin before bouncing it off. With Su Ming's current physical energy level of 6,200 points, plus the results after body training. To be honest, I could stand there and let a Gatling gun shoot at me for an hour without any problem. However, Su Ming wasn't there to put on a show of, bullets can't kill me. He moved swiftly, instantly attacking the natives who were firing their homemade guns and cannons at him. Chapter 56 Serial Assaults. Su Ming instantly rushed into the group of natives. A barrage of bullets struck him, making a clanging sound. Without hesitation, Su Ming released his backpack-style mechanical arms. Four slender mechanical arms immediately extended from Su Ming's back and then forcefully supported his body. A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This was his first time using a backpack-style robotic arm. The backpack-style robotic arm was not simple. Operating it was equivalent to having an extra set of hands and feet, which was a test of his brainpower. If you rush into things, you're likely to end up making mistakes and acting haphazardly. However, this is not a big problem for Su Ming. As a mechanic, carving several parts at the same time is not a big problem for Su Ming. For Su Ming, doing more work was not a challenge. Su Ming moved swiftly in an instant. With the aid of the robotic arm, Su Ming looked like a giant spider as he swiftly charged forward. There were many stone obstacles along the path, but the robotic arm avoided them all. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming arrived next to the group of people who were shooting at him. The robotic arm flew around, and soon, the guns in the hands of these natives were shattered one by the robotic arm. The next moment, the robotic arm was about to swing at the natives. Once hit by the robotic arm, these natives would inevitably have large holes pierced through their bodies by Su Ming, dying instantly. But at that moment, the robotic arm stopped in midair. Su Ming sighed softly. If these natives were all able-bodied men, killing them wouldn't be a problem. However, there were children and elderly people inside, which made Su Ming hesitate for a moment. But in that instant of hesitation, a strange energy suddenly surged within the bodies of these natives. Sensing this strange energy level, Su Ming's expression changed drastically, and he immediately fled backward. At the same time, his mechanical arms instantly crossed, enveloping him, and an energy shield was released from the mechanical arms, enveloping Su Ming within it. The next moment, a terrifying energy level instantly erupted from the bodies of these natives. A burst of bright red energy caused them to explode, and then it was completely released. Self-destruct. These natives actually self-destructed in that instant. Their bodies had clearly been implanted with powerful bombs beforehand, which exploded instantly under some kind of command. These people are clearly dead. However, Su Ming was also directly hit by the terrifying explosion and was blasted away. Almost instantly, Su Ming was blasted hundreds of meters away, and the energy of the protective shield in the mechanical arm was completely exhausted. Intense pain instantly swept through Su Ming's entire body. Su Ming gritted his teeth and stood up, feeling as if his body had been nearly broken apart by the terrifying impact. A hint of regret flashed in Su Ming's eyes. After all, I come from a civilized world and have an instinctive compassion for the elderly and children. It's impossible for me to kill them without thinking. That's why I hesitated for a moment. But it was precisely this moment of hesitation that allowed Su Ming to be tricked by the person who planted the bomb. No wonder these natives attacked him with weapons from the first technological world, as if it were a joke. So the real killer move was hidden here. Su Ming took a deep breath and suddenly realized that he had been naive. He had already come to an illegal area, the dark domain. Anyone with a gun, whether old or young, had to be seen as an enemy. However, at the moment, Su Ming was not affected by emotions too much. He decisively exchanged 100 star points, instantly restoring his body. He then discreetly inspected the condition of the robotic arm. To Su Ming's slight relief, only one arm of the robotic arm was damaged and temporarily unusable. The other 3 robotic arms were still functioning normally. This at least ensures that Su Ming's combat strength will not decline significantly. Without hesitation, Su Ming completed the entire process of being blown away, getting up, recovering his body, and checking the robotic arm in a very short time. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly moved, dodging away from where he had just stood up. Sure enough, just as he dodged, the spot where he had just been standing was instantly hit by several terrifying missiles. Several huge craters instantly appeared where Su Ming had just been standing. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he might have been severely injured by those missiles. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he instantly locked onto the place where the aura had just come from. Without hesitation, he immediately headed towards the spot where the missile had been launched. But at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared around Su Ming and attacked him. These figures exuded powerful auras, each wielding a piece of mechanical equipment radiating immense energy. The aura emanating from each figure was at least at the level of a level 5 gene warrior, while the strongest figure had an energy level of around 15,000, which was clearly within the range of a level 6 gene warrior. For level 5 gene warriors and 1 level 6 gene warrior. With this lineup, coupled with the sniper's lock-on from afar and the natives who had previously self-destructed, this series of actions likely means that everyone else is already dead at their hands. However, Su Ming is clearly not in this category. Even at this moment, Su Ming's heart was not greatly disturbed. He forced himself to be in an absolutely calm state, and then the mechanical arm began to move rapidly. 2 mechanical arms blocked the terrifying blades of the level 6 gene warrior, while the remaining mechanical arm, as an aid to displacement, directly moved his body at a bizarre angle. In an instant, Su Ming successfully thwarted the enemy's attack. Just then, Su Ming sensed the presence of a sniper who seemed to be locking onto him. Instantly, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Without a second thought, he exchanged 100 star points. Instantly, a gun barrel extended from one of the mechanical arms, gathering powerful energy. Die! Su Ming didn't even aim. He simply fired a shot based on feel. Boom! A loud roar came from afar, and the aura of the sniper who had previously locked onto Su Ming vanished instantly. Su Ming, we'll take care of those snipers in the distance. You hold on, we'll come back to support you once we've dealt with them. Just then, Locke and the others' anxious voices came through Su Ming's communicator. Su Ming felt relieved. With a sniper around, he knew he wouldn't be able to perform at his best. Now that Locke and the others were taking care of the sniper, he could fight without restraint. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he immediately extended his mechanical arm, attacking one of the gene-engineered warriors. Chapter 57: Killing the Enemy. Battle is about to break out. With no worries about the future, Su Ming threw himself into the battle at hand. A mechanical battle sword appeared in his hand. It was a star-level mechanical battle sword that he had assembled on his spaceship before coming here, and it was extremely powerful. With all his energy levels combined, it is estimated that he can unleash an energy level of over 20,000 points. At the same time, Su Ming multitasked, instantly activating the mechanical arm, which spun rapidly and attacked one of the level 5 gene warriors. Although one of the robotic arms was damaged, the remaining 3 robotic arms can still generate an energy level of approximately 1.9 W. A normal level 5 gene warrior typically has an energy level between 5,000 and 10,000, and with mechanical weapons, it might be around 12,000 to 14,000. This demonstrates the advantages of being a mechanical equipment manufacturer. After all, Su Ming was also a level 5 gene warrior, but the mechanical arm he assembled was a stellar-level mechanical device. In addition, he assembled and used it himself, so the compatibility between him and the machine was 100%. Normal mechanical equipment will inevitably experience energy loss, but the mechanical equipment assembled by Su Ming has an energy loss that is infinitely close to zero. These level 5 gene warriors only use planetary mechanical equipment assembled by other mechanics. It's considered good if they can increase their energy level by about 2,000 points. But compared to Su Ming's energy level increase of more than 10,000 points, it's still far from enough. With his robotic arm, Su Ming could easily hold his own against a level 6 gene warrior. Sizzle. The robotic arm instantly pierced a hole in a level 5 gene warrior. The level 5 gene warrior's face immediately showed pain, and he struggled frantically, trying to move his body out of the mechanical arm. Gene warriors have extraordinary vitality. If it were an ordinary person, being hit by this attack would probably kill them instantly. However, this level 5 gene warrior still had the strength to struggle. However, Su Ming was not surprised by this. The mechanical arm's penetrating power was indeed strong, but the striking area was too small, so it might not be able to cause fatal damage. Therefore, Su Ming made some slight adjustments when modifying the robotic arm. A burst of intense red light erupted from the mechanical arm that had pierced through the level 5 gene warrior. The next moment, a dazzling red light shone, and the body of the level 5 gene warrior was instantly burned to ashes by the scorching energy that erupted from the mechanical arm. Thermal neutron bombardment device. This is one of the devices Su Ming installed on the robotic arm, which is used whenever the robotic arm pierces an enemy before the enemy is dead. The thermal neutron bombardment device on the robotic arm was activated instantly, unleashing terrifying heat in a flash, instantly incinerating the enemy. After his first move proved effective, Su Ming didn't rest. His other two mechanical arms, after completing their auxiliary movement, instantly shot out like ghosts, killing two more level 5 gene warriors. Damn it, this is tough. Let's retreat. The only level 6 gene warrior's expression changed slightly when he saw his attack being blocked, but in that brief moment of surprise, his 3 level 5 gene warriors were killed by the enemy. At this moment, the level 6 gene warrior realized he had kicked a hornet's nest and immediately moved to leave. Su Ming glanced indifferently at the level 6 gene warrior who was retreating rapidly, without paying much attention to him. He extended his mechanical arm and stabbed the remaining level 5 gene warrior to death. Then, he took out a sniper rifle from his storage space. Bombardier 1502 sniper rifle. Rank, Stellar. Effective range, 200 kilometers. Energy range, 5,000–16,000. After Su Ming's modifications, the energy range of this sniper rifle was greatly developed. At this moment, Su Ming stood still, holding a sniper rifle in his hand. Then, his brain energy exploded, locking onto the fleeing level 6 gene warrior. After sensing the sniper rifle's lock, the level 6 gene warrior was greatly alarmed and began frantically changing direction, constantly looking for rocks as cover while changing course. But what terrified him was that no matter how he changed direction, the sniper's aura remained firmly locked onto him. Buzz! A low gunshot rang out. The ground seemed to tremble, and then the mechanical equipment that the level 6 gene warrior used to defend himself was shattered by a single shot. Buzz! Soon, a second shot rang out. Only those who have been targeted by Su Ming know how terrifying his targeting is. It's so terrifying that once targeted, no matter how you change direction, it's completely useless. Su Ming's sniping can accurately hit the targeted person. With the second shot, the level 6 gene warrior was violently sent flying, the powerful kinetic energy sending him soaring into the air. This shot successfully shattered all the defensive energy levels on the surface of this level 6 gene warrior's body, making it impossible for him to rebuild his defensive energy levels in a short period of time. Su Ming's eyes remained indifferent as he pulled the trigger for the third shot. Buzz! The third shot was fired in response. After pulling the trigger for the third time, Su Ming put the sniper rifle away, not even bothering to look at the level 6 Gene Warrior. Sure enough, the third shot struck the level 6 Gene Warrior's body the instant he was blasted away and before he could even land. In an instant, the level 6 Gene Warrior was blasted apart by the powerful sniper rifle, his flesh and blood splattering everywhere, turning into a cloud of blood mist, and he was dead beyond any doubt. Meanwhile, the others quickly took care of the snipers lying in ambush nearby. After everyone had resolved their problems, they gathered together and looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? A look of doubt flashed across their eyes. The group knew nothing about the Black Domain, yet they were attacked as soon as they arrived, which was rather inexplicable. Just then, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. He saw a large spaceship suddenly speed down from the sky and gracefully land in front of everyone. Having experienced something similar before, Su Ming and the others felt a strong sense of vigilance towards this sudden situation. At this moment, Su Ming had already quietly positioned his robotic arm in a position that was easier to exert force, ready to respond to any unexpected situation at any time. Just then, the hatch opened, and a man dressed in gray clothes stepped out. His eyes lit up when he saw the devastation on the ground and Su Ming and the others standing in front of the spaceship. He then walked down with a smile. Everyone, please don't be nervous. My name is Walter, and I mean no harm. Chapter 58, The Merchant Walter. After disembarking from the spaceship, the man looked at Su Ming and the others, especially at Su Ming. He had already figured it out. Su Ming was the leader of this group. This surprised him somewhat, since Su Ming looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, yet he possessed such powerful energy fluctuations. Moreover, he had witnessed the battle just now, and he was amazed by the young man's mechanical arm and superb sniping skills. So, while on the spaceship, Walter changed his mind. He smiled at Su Ming, then said to him, "Sir, don't be nervous. I'm just a businessman." "Merchant." Su Ming was surprised. Walter smiled and then said, "That's right. In the Black Domain, you can buy anything you want through me, even prohibited items that are explicitly forbidden by interstellar society. Of course, the price is 20% higher than the market price. But don't think it's expensive. In the black market, only things with clearly marked prices are considered cheap. After all, some contraband items are very difficult to obtain." Su Ming understood what Walter said, but he was still a little confused. Why would a businessman seek him out at this time? He could easily find other people who have already settled down here to do business with. Seeing the puzzled look on Su Ming's face, Walter chuckled and said, "I told you, you can buy anything you want from me, including intelligence. You gentlemen are new to the Black Domain, aren't you? You must be in need of information about the Black Domain right now, right? Perfect, I have some here." Walter smiled slightly, and then took out a storage chip from his hand. The information he mentioned must be contained in this chip. Su Ming's expression shifted. Indeed, what everyone needs right now is intelligence. Although the rules of the Black Domain can probably be understood after everyone has figured them out for a while. However, this intelligence represents efficiency and security. The information above can clearly help people avoid detours, especially avoiding pitfalls. After all, in the Dark Realm, stepping into a minefield could very well mean certain death. The reason why the spaceship was attacked as soon as it landed was due to information asymmetry. Su Ming still can't figure out how he was attacked by an unknown force. "How much is one serving?" Su Ming asked curiously. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter chuckled and then said calmly, 50,000 star coins, or a planetary-level mechanical equipment. Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming was secretly astonished. So expensive. 50,000 star coins, or planetary-level mechanical equipment, is an astronomical price to pay for a single piece of intelligence information. However, compared to the dangers that others encountered due to intelligence issues, Su Ming felt that a planetary-level mechanical device was nothing. Thinking it over, Su Ming casually pulled out a planetary-level pistol and handed it over. Walter chuckled and then handed the chip in his hand to Su Ming. Walter left his contact information inside the chip. In fact, a planetary-level mechanical weapon is nothing special to Walter. He had initially thought that after Su Ming and his group entered Planet Abe, they would soon be killed by the local forces. He was even planning to work with the local forces to recover the equipment seized from the outsiders. Unexpectedly, Ming and his group directly thwarted the local forces' attack and killed these genetic warriors, making Walter look at Ming and his group with new respect. His main purpose in landing the spaceship this time was not to sell things to Ming, but to make contact with Ming. After all, judging from Ming's performance, there is no doubt that he will be needed for large-scale business in the future. Establishing contact with clients in advance is a piece of cake for Walter, a businessman. Sure enough, after taking the chip, Ming thought for a moment and then asked, "We urgently need a place to stay. Can you help us find one?" After hearing Ming's words, Walter smiled and then said to Ming, "In the black domain, finding a foothold is actually very simple. Find it yourself. The power structure in the black domain is fixed. If you want to rise to the top, you have to eliminate the forces above you, and then you can take their place." Upon hearing Walter's words, Ming looked thoughtful, then asked, "Which faction attacked us just now?" Walter narrowed his eyes, then said in a low voice, "This information was originally supposed to cost money, but since it's our first meeting, I'll tell you for free. The people who attacked you were likely a fourth-tier power on planet Abe, the York Pirates. Only they would think of using such a dirty method as a human bomb." Walter chuckled and spoke. "The York Star Pirates." Ming muttered to himself, then asked curiously, "What is a fourth-tier power?" Walter shrugged and gestured with his lip towards the chip in Ming's hand. Ming suddenly realized that these things were probably also considered intelligence information from the black domain and stored in the chip. "You can check the contents of this chip yourself when the time comes." Walter smiled, then said meaningfully, "A fourth-tier power has level 7 gene warriors, so don't be careless." "All right, I've achieved my goal this time. From now on, you can come to me if you want to buy anything. I can get you a lot of things." Walter smiled, and then prepared to get up and leave. Just then, Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he blurted out, "Can you also get your hands on mechanical knowledge, mecha knowledge, and parts?" Upon hearing Ming's question, Walter turned around, gave Ming a deep look, and said, "Sure. Aside from the core mechs of the 5 major cosmic nations, I can get you any other mech knowledge as long as the price is right. Even." Walter glanced at Wang Ku and the other researchers who had just stepped off the spaceship, and said, "We also have knowledge of biochemistry, medicine, and so on." Upon hearing Walter's words, Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Walter's power is so great. He can even get his hands on knowledge of mecha, biochemistry, and medicine. This knowledge represents the most cutting-edge knowledge in the entire universe, and is usually the core information of every cosmic power. Without some skill, it's not necessarily possible to get your hands on these things. However, this is actually a good thing for Ming. After all, as his combat power increases, he will eventually need to change his mech and learn more advanced mechanical knowledge. Chapter 59 Black Domain Intelligence. After Walter left, Ming did not hesitate and took out the chip in his hand. He then used the instrument to read the knowledge from the chip. Soon, all the information about the black domain was presented to everyone in great detail. Everyone quickly crowded around to take a look. A moment later, Ming's face showed a look of sudden realization. Every place has its own rules and regulations. Although the black area is known for its chaos and crime, it also has its rules. However, these rules are much more brutal and bloody compared to the laws and regulations in interstellar society. In the black domain, strength is divided into 5 levels based on its strength. From 1 to 5, 1 is the strongest and 5 is the weakest. The group that attacked Ming and his companions earlier was the York Star Pirates, a 4th-tier force among the 5th-tier forces. In fact, although the forces within the black domain are complex and intertwined, there are all sorts of different forces. Everyone comes to the black domain for different reasons. Some factions are comprised of criminals, all wanted by various cosmic nations. Such forces are usually more chaotic, filled with violence and aggression. Some factions, on the other hand, primarily develop black market businesses and contraband that are prohibited by interstellar society. Just like Walter, such forces are usually not very aggressive. However, don't expect such forces to be entirely benevolent. After all, in the dark world, they might just double-cross you. There are also forces like the York Pirates, who, in addition to their base in the dark domain, frequently venture into various star systems within the interstellar community to hunt for easy prey. In short, the forces with a reputation in the black domain usually come to the black domain for some kind of benefit or reason. The true inhabitants of the black zone actually live a very miserable life. Just like the natives who attacked Su Ming and the others before, they were treated as slaves, pigs, dogs, or even tools. They struggle to even get enough to eat, and the vast amount of profit flowing within the black market has nothing to do with them. Su Ming also figured out why he had been attacked earlier. Because the black domain is different from other star domains. It involves trade in some black market industries, and people from other places come to the black domain from time to time to buy illegal products. The areas with the highest potential profits are often the core areas of a region. The black domain is like this. The outer planets are frequently in contact with foreign trade, so the outer planets of the black domain are actually the true core area of the black domain. On the contrary, the area closer to the inside is considered the edge area. Su Ming and the others exchanged bewildered glances. This was something they hadn't expected. Originally, they just wanted to find a random planet on the edge to settle on, but they didn't expect to choose one of the most central planets right away. This is completely opposite to the structure of interstellar society's cosmic nations. No wonder, in the dark domain, the more central the planet, the more dangerous it is. The group stumbled upon a rather dangerous star system. So, what should we do now? Leave this planet or? Warren looked questioning, then asked in confusion. A glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and then he said calmly, "No need to leave. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. We just arrived, and someone has already given us gifts. Now it's time to return the favor." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the surrounding soldiers were all taken aback. Locke then murmured, "But Mr. Walter said before he left that there are level 7 gene warriors in the enemy's base. Everyone knew very well that Su Ming possessed a mecha, and if he wore it, his combat power would be no weaker than that of a level 7 gene warrior. However, the opponent is not just a level 7 gene warrior. There must be various defense systems in the opponent's lair, as well as a large number of other soldiers. This is beyond what can be compensated for by skill. With so many defensive systems and snipers locking onto him, even if Su Ming is highly skilled, he really cannot compete with a level 7 gene warrior on land due to the limited space for movement. This is a difference in strength. Whether it is military strength, defense system, or cultivation level, the other side is definitely much stronger than us. Mechs are powerful, but they are always subject to significant limitations on land. Su Ming was naturally aware of this as well. Su Ming was confident, but not blindly so. In this situation, no matter how strong his skills were, it wouldn't matter. But Su Ming took a deep breath, then raised his head and said seriously, "What do you think? If we directly bombard their base with planet-destroying cannons?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, everyone was taken aback and instinctively tried to stop him, saying, "No. Once the planet-destroying cannon is released on land, it will definitely damage the planet's ecosystem. Then, it won't just be this pirate group that's coming after us. The Yorkstar bandits are merely a 4th-tier power. Above that are 3 even higher levels of power. The 4th-tier forces were already considered troublesome and difficult to deal with, let alone the higher-level forces above them. No one doubted that there must be higher-level gene warriors in the higher forces, and it was even possible that there were even level 10 gene warriors. If the ecological environment of Planet Abe were to be destroyed directly, the higher-level powers would probably be the first to object. If a level 10 gene warrior comes knocking, no matter how skilled Su Ming is, he'll be nothing but trash in front of them, and they'll definitely suffer. The choice of weapons is also influenced by the environment. The Star Destroyer cannon is extremely powerful. However, it is not suitable for use on land. Su Ming smiled, then said with a mysterious expression, "Just modify the planet-destroying cannon." Everyone was stunned. Before they could say anything, they saw Su Ming had already climbed into the spaceship. The group looked at each other in bewilderment and could only follow Su Ming into the spaceship. At this moment, on the workbench of the spaceship, a huge piece of mechanical equipment is placed on the workbench. This is a planet-destroying cannon with a thick barrel. The entire cannon body is filled with a strong metallic texture, making this planet-destroying cannon look exceptionally fierce. As soon as everyone entered the spaceship, they saw Su Mingjing excitedly disassembling the planet-destroying cannon piece by piece. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Modify a planet-destroying cannon? What kind of modifications are possible? Even Warren was somewhat puzzled at this moment. Su Ming's mind was always filled with various ideas and creativity that differed from, or even contradicted, mainstream mechanical knowledge. This is why Warren felt he might never catch up with Su Ming. It is these imaginative ideas that give Su Ming's mechanical skills a unique and distinctive effect. Alright, everyone quietly found a place to sit down and watched Su Ming modify the planet-destroying cannon in front of them little by little. Since he had just wiped out a group of space pirates, the York space pirates should not yet know that his men had been killed. He still had some time to modify the planet-destroying cannon. Chapter 60: Modifying the Planet Destroyer Cannon. Ignoring the surprised looks from the soldiers around him, Su Ming turned his gaze to the planet-destroying cannon on the workbench. As soon as Su Ming stands on the machine workbench, his attention will involuntarily focus on the mechanical equipment in front of him. It was as if everything around him no longer concerned him. Beep. Mechanical parts successfully disassembled, gaining +1 star point. Drop. The planet-destroying cannon in front of him was quickly disassembled in Su Ming's hands. Meanwhile, the number of starlight points on Su Ming's system panel continued to increase. With over 100 parts, Su Ming gained over 100 more starlight points. With the continuous improvement of mechanical technology, Su Ming's speed in disassembling mechanical parts has reached an astonishing level. It used to take Su Ming several minutes to disassemble a mechanical part. But now, in just a few seconds, Su Ming successfully disassembled the mechanical parts. All the people saw was Su Ming's hand turn into a phantom, and then the mechanical part in his hand instantly turned into several parts. This scene captivated Warren, who was standing nearby. In his eyes, Su Ming's hands were not disassembling mechanical parts, but rather sculpting a perfect work of art, filled with all sorts of ingenious techniques. Soon, Su Ming dismantled the planet-destroying cannon in front of him into a pile of parts. Su Ming stared at the parts in front of him, lost in thought. At this moment, a grand plan is being constructed in his mind. It is the result and the picture that appears after each mechanical part works together and combines with the others. These images were being rehearsed and assembled in his mind. For mechanics, the most crucial step is not disassembly or reconstruction. It's innovation. The structure of any machine must first be constructed in the mind of the mechanic before it can be transformed into an actual mechanical structure. Soon, Su Ming's mind raced through all the possible ways to assemble the Star Destroyer cannon. One by one, completely different ways of organizing were overturned by Su Ming. The same weapon can play different roles depending on its components and construction. Some emphasize power, some emphasize range, and some emphasize sustained output capability. This time, in order to ensure that the Star Destroyer could be used normally on land without damaging the ecological environment, Su Ming kept making adjustments to the Star Destroyer in his mind. Too much power is not good, because if it becomes too powerful, it will have an impact on the ecosystem. If the power is too weak, it won't be able to break through the York Star Bandits' defense system in one strike. Once the York Star Bandits react, it will be difficult to launch a second attack. Soon, after continuous reorganization, Su Ming gradually formed a general plan for this modification in his mind. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he reached out, decisively grabbed the mechanical parts beside him, and skillfully began to assemble them. Warren, get me a planetary-level energy thruster. Warren, help me disassemble a sniper rifle's aiming system. Su Ming acted like a surgeon on an operating table, casually instructing Warren to help prepare all sorts of mechanical equipment. If they are all original mechanical parts of the Star Destroyer cannon, then it's not called modification, it's called reassembly. Modification involves replacing some functions of the Star Destroyer with other components, gradually transforming it into a form that suits one's preferences. This is what you call customization. Fortunately, Warren and Su Ming worked together very well. The two had already developed a tacit understanding as a chief engineer and assistant back in the repair workshop on planet NOP. At this moment, Warren kept taking out all sorts of parts from the side and handing them to Su Ming on the workbench, greatly increasing Su Ming's modification efficiency. About an hour later, Su Ming smiled and then installed the last mechanical part onto the miniature version of the planet-destroying cannon in front of him. Mission accomplished. Su Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction, then raised the planet-destroying cannon in front of him and examined it carefully. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd waiting nearby quickly gathered around, looking at the planet-destroying cannon with strange expressions. This is practically a miniature version of a planet-destroying cannon. A sergeant looked at the planet-destroying cannon in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Locke glanced at the planet-destroying cannon, then said worriedly, "Su Ming, we haven't tested this planet-destroying cannon yet. What if something goes wrong?" Upon hearing Locke's words, Su Ming chuckled and said, "It's all right. I'm confident in my abilities. This planet-destroying cannon will definitely work." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. After all, if this planet-destroying cannon cannot destroy the enemy's defense system in one fell swoop, what awaits everyone is the York Star Pirates' frenzied retaliation. At that time, I'm afraid not many of them will survive. Su Ming shook his head, ignoring everyone's concerns. Clearly, people haven't adjusted their mindset yet. However, Su Ming was well aware that the current situation of everyone was not as comfortable as it seemed on the surface. The group is currently in a state of refugee fleeing. If they don't take a gamble and find a place to stay, their future days will likely be difficult. From the moment he was pursued by the Empire, Su Ming knew that there was no way he could be 100% certain about what would happen next. Do it whenever possible. This is why, after arriving in the Black Domain, Su Ming, contrary to his previous relatively laid-back attitude, took the initiative to seek trouble with the York Star bandits. In his previous life on Earth, Su Ming learned that once he left his comfortable environment, he had to immediately learn to be tough and not be trifled with. Otherwise, he would only be looked down upon and bullied by others. This is Su Ming's way of surviving. Ignoring everyone, Su Ming spent another 20 minutes repairing his mechanical arm before storing it in his backpack. He then picked up the planet-destroying cannon in his hand and walked out of the spaceship on his own. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances and followed Su Ming out of the spaceship. About 10 minutes later, on the summit of a mountain on planet Abe, a planet-destroying cannon, about half the height of a person, was suddenly mounted on the mountaintop. Su Ming reached out and gripped the handle of the Star Destroyer cannon tightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Around him, Locke and other combat personnel stood behind Su Ming, holding mechanical equipment in their hands, their expressions extremely solemn. Because they knew that the moment Su Ming unleashed the Star Destroyer cannon, their battle with the York Pirates would officially begin. Chapter 61 York Star Thieves. Su Ming gripped the massive planet-destroying cannon tightly with both hands, and his brain gradually began to communicate with the cannon. Although this planet-destroying cannon is a very large object compared to other mechanical weapons. However, compared to similar star-destroying cannons, it's practically a scaled-down version. A planet-destroying cannon is a cannon that can destroy an entire planet with a single shot. Although most planet-destroying cannons do not refer to directly shattering a planet, but rather to destroying the planet's ecosystem, thereby achieving an ecological destructive effect. However, this does not prevent the Star Destroyer from being a powerful and threatening weapon on the battlefield. As everyone sensed the energy surging from Su Ming's body, their eyelids trembled involuntarily. This is insane. Using a star-destroying cannon to bombard a military base was something most people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Without saying a word, Su Ming immediately set up the planet-destroying cannon. Soon, the energy level of the Star Destroyer cannon gradually connected with the energy level of Su Ming's brain. The auras of the two gradually merged into one, as if Su Ming was the Star Destroyer cannon, and the Star Destroyer cannon was also a part of Su Ming's body. This is a situation that only occurs when the mechanical equipment is almost 100% compatible. The people behind him immediately cast envious glances at Su Ming. Unfortunately, This effect can only be achieved by becoming a mechanic and using the mechanical equipment you assemble yourself. In other words, at this moment, Su Ming's energy loss from using the Star Destroyer cannon is infinitely close to zero. Su Ming looked through the scope of the Star Destroyer and focused on a military base about 5 kilometers away. This military base is the hideout of the York Star Pirates. From the outside, you can hardly tell anything. All you can see is people constantly going in and out of the military base. It looks like an undefended apartment building. However, Su Ming was very clear that as long as the military base in front of him detected an energy level locking onto the military base, it would activate all its defense systems within a fraction of a second. The entire military base will be covered by a defense system, and it is estimated that there will be almost no possibility of it being breached by normal mechanical weapons. However, the Star Destroyer, such a destructive weapon with an extremely wide range and immense power, is definitely not within the scope of normal mechanical weapons. At that moment, a barely perceptible starlight appeared in Su Ming's eyes. System. At this moment, the system granted Su Ming the ability to see through objects, allowing him to easily see the structure of the entire military base. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze scanning the military base like a scanner, constantly assessing the weakest point in its defenses, preparing to strike from that spot. Suddenly, Su Ming's gaze fell on a certain spot, and a smile appeared on his lips. The energy level reaction on the planet-destroying cannon gradually intensified. At this moment, in the York Star Pirates' lair, a middle-aged man with a pleased expression was sitting in the center of the lair, chin in hand. This man was none other than York, the leader of the York Star Pirates, a level 7 gene warrior. York was in a very good mood at the moment, because just 2 days ago, the York Pirates had successfully hijacked a shipment of mechanical parts. The quantity of this shipment is considerable. The entire batch of components weighs over 100 tons. This batch of goods is probably worth billions of star dollars. If he could resell this batch of goods, his York Star thieves would definitely be able to expand again. They could even buy some expensive level 8 body enhancement fluid, soak themselves in it, and their body energy level would be greatly improved in a short period of time, making it possible to advance to level 8 gene warrior. In that case, the York Star Pirates' ranking in the dark domain might move up another level. Just then, York glanced at the time and frowned slightly. Love, didn't Or and the others say they just detected an Imperial ship preparing to land, and we're going to hijack it? It's been almost an hour and a half now. Why is there still no movement? York asked one of his men beside him. Under normal circumstances, regardless of the outcome, subordinates will report the situation every hour according to the rules. An hour and a half had passed, and nothing had happened, which gave York a bad feeling. Beside him was a tall, thin man named Loth, who emanated energy fluctuations befitting a level 6 gene warrior. Upon hearing York's words, Love frowned as well, and then he was about to pick up his communication device to contact Or, who was out on a mission. But at that moment, Love and York both raised their heads and looked in a certain direction in the distance. York was startled and stood up abruptly. He exchanged a glance with Love and asked uncertainly, "I have a feeling. We're being targeted by heavy weapons." Upon hearing his boss's words, Love's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "I felt it too." Upon hearing Love's words, York's eyes widened in shock. If someone perceives something, it's possible that their perception is incorrect. But since both of them sensed it, it must be true. Has someone locked onto the York Star Pirates base with heavy weaponry? Who? Is he fucking insane? Using heavy weapons on Abe. York jumped up suddenly, ready to activate the base's defense system. He was filled with a profound sense of absurdity. Is someone in the dark domain using heavy weapons to aim and fire at the Meow people? Is this person insane? Doing this would completely destroy the ecosystem of Planet Abe, which is practically declaring war on the dark domain. It took him a while to realize that this was actually true. But just as he was about to order the base's AI system to activate the defense system, suddenly, in the distance, a vast expanse of starlight flashed, followed by a terrifying burst of energy. This energy was incredibly powerful and overwhelming, arriving at the York Star Pirates base almost instantly. Everyone only had a split second to react before being instantly engulfed by the attack. Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the York Star Pirates base. The surrounding area immediately began to shake violently during the attack, as if an earthquake had struck. At the very moment the explosion occurred, several powerful auras on planet Abe instantly locked onto the location of the explosion. Damn it! Is someone bombarding the ground with a planet-destroying cannon? Is this a declaration of war against us? The explosion startled powerful auras, and killing intent surged across planet Abe as everyone focused their attention on the York Pirates base. Chapter 62 The Creation of Heaven reappears. Using a planet-destroying cannon to attack the surface is intended to wipe everyone out, which completely affects everyone's interests. Suddenly, countless auras descended from planet Abe, each casting their gaze upon the York Star Pirates base. Suddenly, after witnessing the explosion at the York Star Pirates base, a powerful figure let out a soft exclamation. Because he sensed, even though it was a planet-destroying cannon. However, it differs from a normal star destroyer. A normal planet-destroying cannon, upon hitting its target, would rapidly release terrifying heat energy, eventually covering 1/10 of a planet. Only then will the planet's normal ecosystem be destroyed. But now, this expert saw that in the York Star Pirates base, after the cannonball exploded, the terrifying heat energy continued to surge within a small area. It seems that an invisible force has confined this heat energy within a reasonable range. Under these circumstances, the area affected by this planet-destroying cannon attack is probably less than 2 kilometers in radius. Such a small area is completely insignificant to the planet Abe, let alone disrupting its ecological balance. This planet-destroying cannon has been modified. The expert saw through the planet-destroying cannon at a glance, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Could the person who made the move be a skilled mechanic? The man muttered to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Just then, the power of the Star Destroyer gradually dissipated. The York Star Pirates base was exposed. All that could be seen was that the York Star Pirates base had vanished, replaced by a huge, deep crater. And the various shattered metal fragments in the deep pit, presumably mechanical parts from the previous defense system, were directly reduced to ashes by this planet-destroying cannon. All the space pirates in the York Pirates were reduced to ashes in such a terrifying attack. They were utterly dead. However, that doesn't seem to be the whole story. At that moment, a figure covered in wounds suddenly soared into the sky, his eyes filled with rage as he stared in the direction where Ming was. You're asking for it. You're asking for it. My 20 years of hard work, all destroyed by you. That figure was none other than York. As a level 7 gene warrior, York was at the center of the explosion, but his physical energy level was over 40,000. Despite being injured by the direct bombardment of such heavy weapons, he was not fatal. York's face was contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Although his aura was rapidly diminishing, he still stared intently at Ming. Then, he suddenly sprang up and attacked Ming. A terrifying energy level erupted in an instant. York was truly enraged. More than 20 years of business had been destroyed in an instant. Anyone would be furious in that situation. His figure streaked like a shooting star as he crashed into Ming. Ming saw York attacking, but there was no panic in his eyes. All of this was within his calculations. Ming instantly put away the Star Destroyer cannon, and the next moment, a thick layer of mecha armor instantly covered Ming's body. System, exchange 200 star points. Ming spoke in a cold voice. Soon, a massive surge of starlight energy instantly flowed into Ming's body. Without hesitation, Ming pulled out a blood-red battle axe, and a strong energy fluctuation erupted from the axe. Boom! The bloodstained wave battle axe clashed with York in that instant. A terrifying power erupted at the point where the two clashed, directly shearing half of the mountain below. York used a mechanical battle knife. In the interstellar age, few people use uncommon weapons. Even swords are almost never used. Weapons that focus too much on technique are destined to be unable to unleash their full potential and have long been phased out in the evolution of interstellar space. The most common mechanical weapons are knives, axes, and hammers. Simple and direct is the best approach. The two clashed briefly before separating, each forced to retreat slightly by the other's force. Mech warrior? York was startled, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. The name Mecha Warrior was so prestigious that it instilled a sense of dread in York. However, the grudge of destroying the base cannot go unavenged. After his initial panic subsided, York quickly calmed down. He had already discovered that the opponent's energy level was only slightly stronger than his own when he was injured. He estimated that if he hadn't been injured, his energy level burst wouldn't have been much weaker than that of the Mecha Warrior. This suggests that the pilot's strength is probably inferior to his own, and the reason he was able to contend with him was entirely due to the mecha's enhancement. York was extremely envious that a mecha had been enhanced with more than 30,000 energy points. Boom! The two clashed again. At this moment, the battle axe and the battle sword unleashed the most primal beauty of power. Su Ming's eyes were cold as he mentally assessed the other person's physical condition. The battle between the two shattered the earth itself. Locke and the others had already been forced to retreat 2 kilometers away, as the aftershocks of their battle had nearly shattered and scattered rocks within a 2-kilometer radius. It has been a long time since a battle of such intense energy levels has erupted on Planet Abe. Immediately, all the forces on Planet Abe turned their attention to the place where the two were fighting. The powerful figure who had previously visited the York Star Pirates base was now overjoyed to see that Su Ming was actually a mecha warrior. At this moment, he desperately wanted to find a mechanic who could assemble the mecha. The mech suit worn by this mech warrior was clearly assembled by himself. For him, this was incredibly lucky. Now, all we need to do is wait for this mech warrior to kill the opponent. In his view, an uninjured York could still hold his own against this mech warrior. However, after the injury, York's physical energy level clearly declined significantly. It's estimated that he'll be killed by the Mecha Warrior's battle axe in no time. As expected, this powerful figure's judgment was absolutely correct. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, York's flesh suddenly burst open. It was a fierce battle between the two, with their physical energy levels almost reaching their limits, which put a considerable strain on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, York's physical activity would be more than capable of supporting such a huge load. But now, York's body had suffered considerable injuries, and with another fight like this, it immediately broke apart on its own. Upon witnessing this scene, a glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He then directly exchanged 400 points of starlight energy from the system and added it to the giant axe in his hand. The next moment, the mech suddenly lunged forward. Sitting inside the mecha, Su Ming uttered 2 words with a sharp look in his eyes. Open the heavens. Chapter 63 Amber Soldiers. The axe's edge shot into the sky, almost cleaving the heavens in two. A rich, blood-red light erupted at that moment, turning everything around into a deep, fiery red. Open the heavens. At this moment, an exceptionally terrifying energy level erupted from the bloodstained battle axe. Before York could react, an axe swung down fiercely. York's sword, along with York's sword, cut York in two. A dignified level 7 Gene warrior was instantly killed by Su Ming's heaven-opening battle technique. Upon witnessing this scene, the powerful figures from Planet Abe who were watching the battle all narrowed their eyes. Everyone couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. That axe blow, its energy level must have reached 55,000, right? This kid's physical energy level is at most 7,000 points. His brain energy level might be stronger, but to suddenly unleash an energy level of 55,000 is a bit unlikely. The powerful figures, with their keen eyes, stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Could it be a mecha? No, that's unlikely. The mech he's wearing should be the Empire's basic E-class mech. It couldn't possibly possess such a powerful energy level. The only possibility is combat skills, combat techniques. Upon hearing the words of this powerful figure, everyone around was taken aback, and then a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces. Some of the powerful figures looked at Su Ming with a hint of ill intent in their eyes. There is indeed such a thing as combat skills in this world. However, this combat technique is different from the combat techniques in martial arts novels. The combat techniques mentioned here refer to special ways of exerting force, which increased the interaction of the body's energy levels, allowing the body to unleash even more powerful energy levels. Combat techniques are usually not fancy moves. They are often just simple muscle movements or a single action. But precisely because of this, combat skills are even more precious to Jin warriors. Because there are so few combat techniques available, and none of the techniques that people can access possess such great power. Therefore, some powerful figures on Planet Abe have already begun to set their sights on Su Ming. The powerful figures in the Black Domain had greedy eyes and were eager to make a move. Each of them exuded an aura that, with a hint of aggression, probed towards Su Ming. Sensing these auras, Su Ming's eyes turned cold. He unceremoniously released his own aura, warning the malicious auras around him. At this moment, Su Ming was like a lion in the wilderness, driving away the hyenas that were eyeing him. However, among these hyenas, there were also other male lions, and even beings more powerful than male lions, all staring intently at Su Ming. The atmosphere became extremely heavy, and the air around Lu Yuan almost seemed to freeze. Just then, a hearty laugh broke the solemn atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, a high-profile figure appeared beside Su Ming. This was a burly man who, upon appearing, immediately scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes. It's him? Hu Bing. Why is he standing up for this kid? Let's retreat. Hu Bing is the second in command of Tianlin. We can't afford to offend him. Upon seeing this person appear, the powerful figures from the Black Domain, who had been casting covetous glances at Su Ming, muttered to themselves. Then, the aura surrounding Su Ming gradually disappeared, as if it had never existed. Su Ming looked at the burly man, and then showed a hint of gratitude on his face. The man's appearance just now unwittingly saved Su Ming from a predicament. A powerhouse of this level would be able to sense changes in aura. He happened to appear at that moment, clearly intending to help Su Ming out of the predicament. However, Su Ming knew very well that this man probably wanted something from him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped him out of that predicament. People in the Black Domain only care about profit. They won't do anything that doesn't bring them benefit. Thank you for helping me out. Is there anything you need my help with? Su Ming took off his mecha suit and asked curiously. This powerful figure gave him a feeling that he was unstoppable. He was probably a level 8 or even a level 9 Jin warrior. When a Jin warrior reaches level 8 or 9, the transformation in energy level is terrifying. They can contend with level 7 Jin warriors, but they are definitely no match for level 8 Jin warriors. If the other party wants to harm me, I will die even if I'm wearing a mecha, so there's no need to deliberately wear a mecha to talk. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the burly man smiled and said, My name is Hu Bing. Young man, your mecha piloting just now was quite impressive. I'm truly impressed. Su Ming chuckled lightly, but didn't reply, waiting quietly for Hu Bing to speak. As expected, Hu Bing smiled upon seeing Su Ming's appearance and then said, It seems you've already guessed that I have an important matter to ask of you. I wonder, could you assemble a mecha for me? Su Ming was taken aback. Assemble a mecha? Hu Bing nodded. Of course it's not the Empire's standard mecha, but a mecha blueprint that I stole from someone before. It's a D-class mecha, and I haven't been able to find a suitable mechanic in the Black Domain to help me assemble it. Now that I see that you assembled your own mecha, I wanted to ask if you could help me assemble mine. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, Su Ming was secretly alarmed. A D-class mech is already considered an advanced version of a mech. His own humanoid mecha was only an E-class Imperial Standard mecha, a very basic model. If E-class mechs are already this powerful, one can only imagine how powerful D-class mechs can be. If the man in front of me possessed a D-class mecha, he could even contend with a level 10 Jin warrior. No wonder he was so eager to befriend me. So they were after the mecha. This shows that in the universe, the status of mechanics is actually very high. Being able to befriend a mechanic means a significant boost to one's combat power, allowing one to fight against a level 10 Jin warrior while being a level 9 Jin warrior. Who wouldn't want to befriend someone who can help them improve their combat power and with whom they have no conflict of interest? Su Ming had just experienced the mechanic's powerful ability to manipulate others. However, as for D-class mechs, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then looked up at Hu Bing and said, I can help you assemble the mecha, but I have a few conditions. Chapter 64 D-Class Mech. Upon hearing this, Hu Bing was overjoyed and quickly said, "Just name your conditions. I'll do my best to fulfill them as long as it's within my power." For Hu Bing, mechs are his greatest pursuit. Just as Su Ming had guessed, Hu Bing was already a level 9 gene warrior. However, it is extremely difficult for a level 9 gene warrior to advance to a level 10 gene warrior. In the short term, the only way to improve combat power is through mechs. Once someone assembles the mech, even the combat power of the Amber Soldiers could soar to the level of a level 10 gene warrior. As long as those incredibly powerful figures in the Black Domain don't appear, I will be virtually invincible in the Black Domain. It's easy to imagine just how much Amber Bing craved mechs. Su Ming smiled, and then said, "First, D-Class mechs involve some cluster-level mechanical knowledge. There isn't much, but it's definitely necessary. I might need you to provide me with this mechanical knowledge." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing nodded in agreement without hesitation. "No problem. Although cluster-level mechanical knowledge is not cheap, it's nothing compared to assembling a mecha." Su Ming nodded, then continued, "Secondly, give me some time to learn about mecha first, and then I can have the authorization to transfer that mecha knowledge." Hu Bing pondered for a moment, then said, "That works too, but I can't share my knowledge of mechs with my enemy forces. Otherwise, if they find out, they might target me because of the mech's weaknesses." Su Ming nodded. This was inevitable. Every mech warrior had this concern, which is why many mech warriors were forced to become mechanics and assemble their own mechs. Su Ming then smiled and said, "Thirdly, could we form an alliance with the forces behind you? We don't need your help. We just need to leverage your reputation." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing couldn't help but laugh. Su Ming was very clever. He knew that his high-profile entry into the Black Domain would attract the attention of some people, so he simply formed an alliance with the forces behind him. They used their influence and reputation to deter petty criminals. However, this was not a loss for him, and he could even take this opportunity to befriend Su Ming, the mechanic. Why not? Hu Bing agreed without hesitation. Hu Bing then handed over his contact information and backup blueprints of mecha knowledge to Su Ming. "I estimate it will take you a little while to settle in, but that's all right. I have plenty of time. I'll wait for you. Oh, by the way, York seems to have acquired a decent shipment a couple of days ago. You can try looking for it in his body," Hu Bing said with a smile. He then moved swiftly and drifted away from the spot. Su Ming was left standing there alone. After a while, Warren and the others came to Su Ming's side. "Su Ming, how is it?" Everyone kept looking around, cautiously checking if any other enemies might appear. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. They've all been blasted flat. There's no one left. Now we're going to have to worry about how to rebuild after the disaster. Everyone quickly turned their gaze to the land that had been bombarded by the planet-destroying cannon, and then a bitter smile appeared on their faces. The ground is so rotten it's unbearable to look at. It had been directly bombarded by the planet-destroying cannon before, and then cracked all over by the battle between Su Ming and York. It looks as if it has been plowed. Even with infrastructure robots, rebuilding a base on this site would be a considerable undertaking. Soon, Su Ming handed over the task of rebuilding the base to Warren, Locke, and others. Meanwhile, he himself came to the base and continuously swept across the battlefield. "I just heard from Hu Bing that York seems to have acquired some good goods." Curious about what kind of goods they were, Su Ming began to search for them. Soon, Su Ming found a small storage ring on York's body, which had been cut in two. Fortunately, when Su Ming killed York, he used a battle axe, not a gun or cannon. Otherwise, this storage ring might even be blasted into pieces by a gun. Su Ming immediately opened the storage ring and began to examine it. Instantly, a large number of mechanical parts filled the entire storage ring. Su Ming's eyes turned red when he saw these mechanical parts. It's like a perfect pillow for someone who's just fallen asleep. For a mechanic, the value of a mechanical part is far greater than that of a mechanical part to others. If these mechanical parts were handed over to someone else, they would probably only be worth a little over 1 billion star coins if sold. However, if you assemble it yourself and then sell it, you might be able to sell 1/10 of the mechanical parts for the original price. In the hands of a mechanic, mechanical parts can indeed increase in value more than tenfold. Moreover, this is the time when everyone is preparing to settle down, and they may need to recruit soldiers and build up their forces later. Having these mechanical parts is like having the startup capital for the future. Compared to the situation when everyone first arrived in the Black Domain, where they were completely clueless and the situation was unclear, the situation is now gradually becoming clearer for Su Ming and his group. Because of the alliance declaration with the force behind Hu Bing called Tian Lin, those who had been eyeing Su Ming before consciously withdrew their attention and stopped coveting him. For Su Ming, the matter had come to an end. Next, the base will be rebuilt. However, Su Ming doesn't need to worry about these things. He can leave them to Locke and the others. At this moment, Su Ming was sitting alone in the spaceship. In front of him was a stack of mecha knowledge and blueprints. This is precisely the assembly knowledge required for Class D mechs. Overlord D Class Humanoid Mech. Energy Range, 6W-15W. Mech Abilities, Overlord Armor, Charge Strike. Mech Type, Melee. Mech Weapon, Overlord Blade. Overlord Armor. The mech has a protective shield that can absorb 25W of total energy level attacks. The kinetic energy conversion device stores the kinetic energy of the attack on the Overlord armor, preventing the mech from being knocked away by the kinetic energy. Charged Strike releases stored kinetic energy, boosting the power of the next attack by 100,000 energy levels. A strange light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The advanced mechs possess special abilities. This mech is called the Overlord mech. It has special energy shields and conversion devices that allow it to be immune to some kinetic energy attacks. It certainly looks as powerful as a tyrant who never retreats. Moreover, the charged attack can be used as the mech's finishing move, and if placed as the final strike, it can definitely have a surprise effect. Overall, this mech's performance is definitely far superior to its silver base model mech. Especially the charged strike, if combined with his heaven opening technique, could probably unleash an exceptionally terrifying power. It has to be said. Even Su Ming himself felt a little tempted after seeing the blueprints and information about this mecha. Chapter 65 The Three Great Cosmic Eras. After a fierce battle with Su Ming, the Black Domain quickly returned to its usual rhythm. For the Black Domain, this level of fighting is nothing more than a minor skirmish. There have even been scenes of powerful individuals with gene warriors exceeding level 10 fighting in the Black Domain's starry sky. The forces rooted in the Black Domain were already used to such struggles, so although the Star Destroyer cannon incident startled some people, they withdrew their strange gazes after confirming that it was a Star Destroyer cannon modified by Su Ming. On the contrary, the news that a seemingly decent mechanic had arrived in the Black Domain gradually became known to some forces within the Black Domain. Although Su Ming's fame hasn't really taken off yet, at least everyone on Planet Abe knows that there's such a mechanic on their planet. After wiping out the York Star pirates, Su Ming and his men set about building a base on the ruins. A large number of scrapped mechanical parts were dug out of the ruins by the local indigenous people and then placed aside. These natives were specifically recruited by Locke to help build the base. It has been discovered that the cheapest labor force in the Black Domain is not the work robots, but the local natives. For these natives, it might only take 1 or 2 star coins to hire a strong native for a week. Very cheap. Locke simply waved his hand and spent over 1,000 star coins to hire more than 500 natives to rebuild the base on the ruins. This is an interesting scene in the Black Domain. The Black Domain is clearly a place with exceptionally advanced technology, formidable combat power, and mature influence. However, because everything originated from the outside, a huge cultural gap was formed between the local natives and other forces in the Black Domain. Seeing the local indigenous people is like seeing the civilization that existed when humanity was still in the early days of the universe. Su Ming was still studying the D-level mecha knowledge that Hu Bing had given him, because the D-level mecha knowledge was much more complex than the E-level knowledge. After all, D-class mecha knowledge already involves the development of some second universe technologies. What is second universe technology? Simply put, in the process of human development, every major technological innovation is regarded as a milestone. Every major innovation enables human society to make a qualitative leap. Throughout human history, there have been three major revolutions. The first revolution was the beginning of the industrial and technological age for surface civilizations. This era is called the First Universe Period, also known as the Surface Period. Although the mechanical equipment that Su Ming assembled earlier was not only a product of the First Universe era, it was still at the stage of the First Universe era in terms of technological strength. The core technology of the second major revolution was the development of space technology. After that, humanity entered the second cosmic era and began to continuously explore the universe, build interstellar civilizations, and transform the landforms of planets, turning them into habitable planets. The five major cosmic nations of today are behemoths that rose rapidly during the second universe era. In the Overlord D-class humanoid mech, the energy shield and kinetic energy conversion device are all technological products from the second universe era. Every mechanic must begin learning mechanical knowledge from the most basic techniques and knowledge of the first universe era. Although the technology and knowledge of the first universe era were relatively backward, they formed the foundation for all knowledge and technology in the subsequent two eras. This is something no mechanic can overcome. They must diligently and step-by-step master the knowledge from the first universe era. Once the foundation was solid, the mechanics began to learn about the knowledge of the second universe era. By this time, the knowledge system had become extremely complex and extensive, and all sorts of imaginative ideas began to emerge. Each mech you face afterward has its own unique attributes, and even unique fighting style. These are all supported by some wildly imaginative technologies. After reaching the stellar-level mechanic stage, Su Ming gradually progressed towards the cluster-level mechanic stage. The hallmark of a cluster-level mechanic is the start of learning second universe technology. Reaching this point signifies a transformation for the mechanic. Cluster-level mechanical equipment is far more powerful than star-level mechanical equipment. Hey Su Ming, are you there? I've brought you some mechanical knowledge. A week later, the base gradually took shape. With the continuous construction by more than 500 natives, 5 buildings rose from the ground, becoming the foundation for Su Ming and his group to stand. Just 1 week later, Hu Bing arrived at Su Ming's base, then smiled and approached Su Ming, handing him a set of star cluster-level mechanical knowledge. This was precisely the cluster-level mechanical knowledge that Su Ming had previously obtained with the help of Hu Bing. Intermediate theory of kinetic energy utilization. After handing over the mechanical knowledge, Hu Bing grinned. Hey bro, is this the last one? When can you help me assemble the mecha after you finish learning? Prior to this mechanical knowledge, Hu Bing had already sent 3 other sets of star cluster-level mechanical knowledge, and this kinetic energy theory was the last one proposed by Su Ming. Now that all 4 portions are complete, Hu Bing's mind naturally starts to wander. Su Ming smiled. During this time, he had almost finished studying the knowledge of mecha. He only needed this mechanical knowledge to assemble the mecha. Su Ming then said, 2 weeks from now, I'll come find you in 2 weeks and help you assemble the mecha at your base. Hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing nodded in satisfaction. Great. Then I'll be waiting for you at my base in 2 weeks. After saying that, Hu Bing moved swiftly and left Su Ming's base. After seeing Hu Bing off, Su Ming returned to his studio and began to carefully examine the documents Hu Bing had given him. Right next to Su Ming, there were several mechanical parts that were clearly from some part of the mecha, lying quietly to the side. These components are the mechanical parts of the Mecha Overlord D-class humanoid mecha. Su Ming actually arrived at his base ahead of schedule and assembled the Overlord D-class humanoid mecha. This is why Su Ming and Hu Bing were delayed for another 2 weeks. He could study mechanical knowledge in a few days. The reason he needed 2 weeks with Hu Bing was that Su Ming wanted to assemble the mecha himself first, and then help Hu Bing assemble his mecha. After all, when each mechanic assembles a mech for the first time, he imbues it with a unique spirit, as if giving the mech a soul and life. This feels very idealistic. However, after the third technological revolution in the universe and the entry into the third cosmic period, this idealism has been proven to be real. Every mechanic experiences a truly wondrous enlightenment process when acquiring their first unfamiliar mech. The mechs that have been enlightened generally have an energy level and performance that are about 20% higher than normal mechs. After all, the most outstanding technological breakthrough of the Third Universe era was the pinnacle of technology. Theology. Chapter 66, Mineral Vein Starfield. Su Ming would definitely keep the first mecha for himself. How could he possibly let Hu Bing have it? Although Hu Bing treated him well, Su Ming still believed that there was only profit and no human touch in the black domain. After studying the kinetic energy theory for a few more days, Su Ming decisively went to the workbench and began assembling the mecha in front of him. Many mecha parts were not available in the base, but that didn't stump Su Ming. Su Ming disassembled some individual parts from the large number of mechanical components he had previously obtained from the York Star Pirates, and then assembled them into new mechanical components. While most of the mechanical parts acquired by the York Pirates were planetary or stellar level, there were also a few cluster-level mechanical parts. These mechanical parts have now become a treasure trove for Su Ming. Whatever mechanical part he wants, he can most likely find it here. Without hesitation, Su Ming re-engraved his own unique patterns on each mechanical part, and then reassembled them. This mecha involves a lot of star cluster-level mechanical knowledge. During the assembly and learning process, Su Ming naturally organized and integrated star cluster-level mechanical knowledge. For mechanics, the fastest way to improve their mental capacity is to learn new and more advanced knowledge and focus on the repair and modification of machinery. At this moment, Su Ming's state matches the state where a mechanic's brain energy level is increasing the fastest. He focused all his attention on the mechanical table in front of him, and then began to assemble the mechanical parts one by one. This process is extremely demanding, and the slightest mistake could result in the complete damage of the mechanical parts. Therefore, Su Ming dared not relax in the slightest, and each of them raised their brain energy level to an abnormally active state. Soon, Su Ming's brain energy level rapidly increased during this process. Just as Su Ming was establishing himself in the black domain and beginning to assemble the Overlord mech in a distant star field, the armies of the 5 major cosmic nations were confronting and competing with each other. This star field is the newly discovered Mineral Vein star field. Every planet in the entire star field shimmers with light of different colors. These rays of light are the reflections of starlight onto the planet, causing the metallic elements within the planet to reflect light. The fact that each planet emits such intense light proves that this star field contains a vast number of mineral veins of various kinds. Even during the Third Universe era, we only encountered so many mineral veins a few times. Throughout history, this star system is definitely among the top 10 star systems with discovered mineral veins. Conflicts arise from conflicting interests. The immense value of this mineral-rich star region immediately drew the attention of the 5 great empires, who all focused their competition on it. Compared to that, the Loza Alliance parties are really just playing small-time games. Immediately, the situation above the mineral vein star field gradually became tense. Even among the 5 major cosmic nations, each nation dispatched more than 5 apocalypse-level mecha warriors to the mineral vein star field. War is definitely not going to break out. The 5 major cosmic nations each have a heavenly revelation level expert, making a total of 25 heavenly revelation level experts. If such a lineup were to fight each other, the entire star system would probably be shattered. The purpose of these apocalypse-level powerhouses coming here is nothing more than to intimidate the powerhouses of other cosmic nations. At this moment, the head of the Coron family, Coron Clarence, also arrived on the mineral-rich planet. Coron Clarence is Su Ming's adoptive father in this life. Although Su Ming has been kicked out of the Coron family, it is undeniable that Su Ming still has a blood relationship with Coron Clarence. Coron Clarence sat in his warship, leisurely sipping a glass of fine wine. He was well aware that although the current situation was tense, a war was absolutely impossible. Fighting would not be in the interest of the 5 major cosmic nations. It would only result in the loss of this star field for each side. Therefore, the apocalypse-level powerhouses of the 5 major empires are actually quite relaxed right now. There were even amusing scenes of apocalyptic-level powerhouses from different cosmic nations visiting each other's homes. Coron Clarence turned his gaze to the mineral vein star field before him, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the constantly flashing light on it. Right now, everyone has come here simply to wait for the decision-makers of the 5 major cosmic nations to distribute the spoils. There are certainly many politicians in the 5 major cosmic nations working hard for the interests of the mineral vein star regions, and numerous meetings, large and small, are being held within the 5 major cosmic nations. Ultimately, the decision on how to mine this mineral-rich star region will be made jointly by the 5 major cosmic nations. As for other cosmic forces, perhaps out of humanitarianism and the spirit of public opinion regarding the common development of human society, they were allocated a small portion. However, it shouldn't be too many, at most around 5%. The remaining 95% will all be devoured by the 5 major cosmic nations. Colin Clarence and others are waiting here, but they will only take action after the final decision is made. Just then, there was a knock on Colin Clarence's door. He put down his wine glass and then said towards the door, "Please come in." A middle-aged man dressed in a simple robe walked in. Upon seeing this person, Colin Clarence couldn't help but ask, "How is it? How is my second son's training on planet NOP going?" After all, he was still his own son. Deep down, Colin Clarence couldn't help but regret his decision to expel Su Ming. However, as the head of the great Colin family, Colin Clarence was naturally unwilling to admit his momentary impulse or that he had made a mistake. In public, Clarence announced that he had sent his second son to train. A few months after Su Ming was expelled from the Colin family, Colin Clarence sent the middle-aged man beside him to find Su Ming and then secretly bring him back to the Colin family. To his surprise, his subordinate returned so quickly. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's words, the middle-aged man gave a wry smile, then stammered, "Your Excellency Colin Clarence, I'm very sorry. Second young Master Colin Summing left planet NOP more than a month ago." Chapter 67 Clarence's Regret. What? Clarence Cronin stood up abruptly and looked at the middle-aged man with disbelief. "Mr. Dewey, I believe you have already investigated and found out what happened." A sharp glint flashed in Clarence's eyes as he spoke, each word distinct and clear. This shows that Colin Clarence is not at peace. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's tone, the middle-aged man named Dewey felt a slight sense of tension. The person before him was an apocalypse-level powerhouse, one of the 99 apocalypses of the Empire. If Colin Clarence were to become angry, something extremely terrible would happen, and even his own life might not be spared. If a heavenly revelation-level expert kills someone, as long as it's not too excessive, the Empire generally won't interfere or pursue the matter. Hearing the suppressed anger beneath Colin Clarence's calm tone, Dewey's heart pounded wildly. Without hesitation, he said, "I have asked many people, and it is said that when young Master Su Ming passed through the space teleportation station, his brain energy level was 25 points. Obviously, young Master Su Ming had already regained his senses before passing through the space teleportation station." Upon hearing Dewey's words, Colin Clarence was startled. The brain energy level test result is 25? Doesn't that mean that Su Ming is very likely to break the Empire's 1,000-year record and become the person with the highest brain energy level after unlocking the gene lock? How is that possible? I clearly measured it as 3 when I went out. How come it suddenly became 25 after I just stepped outside? If that's the case, Su Ming's talent might be terrifyingly high. Clarence was somewhat confused at the moment, but he suppressed his complicated feelings and said to Dewey, "Continue." Dewey glanced cautiously at Colin Clarence, then continued, "Afterwards, I went to planet NOP to investigate. Young Master Su Ming was working as a mechanic under a man named Monty on planet NOP. I asked Monty, and Monty said that young Master Su Ming's skills as a mechanic are very impressive. He can even repair and modify planetary-level mechanical equipment, and the mechanical equipment he repairs is extremely powerful." And then, Colin Clarence was already in a bad mood. His own son turned out to be a mechanic, capable of repairing planetary-level mechanical equipment. This level of mechanical equipment is definitely beyond the repair capabilities of an idiot, which proves that Su Ming's intelligence has indeed been restored. Although Colin Clarence did not know how Su Ming recovered, it was even very possible that he had never been mentally impaired in the first place. However, The 3 brain energy level detected in the hall was a certainty, which left Core and Clarence completely baffled. After that, the Aquamarine invaded planet NOP. Dewey said softly, "Huh? The Aquamarine people? Isn't that a small cosmic race and civilization? Someone I could crush with one hand. Yet they dare to invade a logistics planet under the Empire's control." Clarence frowned and muttered to himself. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's self-talk, Dewey couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You could be crushed with one hand, no problem, but you're an apocalypse-level being." The Aquamarine beings were nothing to Coron Clarence, but to planet NOP, they were a catastrophe. Then, young Master Su Ming used a sniper rifle to kill the level 5 Aquamarine. Dewey spoke in a low voice. "What?" Coron Clarence's eyes widened, and he suddenly stood up, his face breaking into a look of extreme shock. It's only been a little over a month since he left the Coron family, and he's already managed to kill a level 5 Aquamarine. What's going on? Clarence was truly dumbfounded this time. In just 1 month, he went from a level 1 gene warrior to someone capable of killing a level 5 Aquamarine star human. Just how terrifying is this talent? It took her eldest son, Su Rue, more than a year to advance to the level 4 gene warrior. Although most of the past year or so has been spent laying the foundation for future rapid progress, it is still a bit exaggerated to improve to the level of a level 5 gene warrior in just 1 month. That's not even the most outrageous part. What shocked me the most was, young Master Su Ming later joined the 32nd Temporary Army. During his service, while piloting a mecha, he killed a level 7 cosmic creature, the Steel Lizard, amidst an attack by tens of thousands of cosmic beings. This was reported by the 32nd Temporary Army. There is video evidence. After speaking, Dewey handed the video of Su Ming piloting the mecha to kill the Iron Lizard to Colin Clarence. Corin Clarence took the video with a strange expression and then watched it carefully. Upon witnessing Su Ming's actions, predictions, and various evasion techniques during this process, Coron Clarence's expression grew increasingly incredulous. "There are some operations that even I can't do." Although at the level of Coron Clarence, such operations are indeed unnecessary. The dimensions and levels of combat have reached another level, and the skills are different from those of normal mech warriors. However, given that Coron Clarence, as an Imperial general, possesses such keen insight, he was able to discern Su Ming's skills almost instantly, making him more than qualified to serve as an instructor in the mecha army. How did he train? He never piloted a mecha during his time with the family. Coron Clarence really couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, it felt like Su Ming had become a completely different person. These skills simply couldn't be mastered without long-term practice. Su Ming had been away from the Colin family for a little over 6 months. Even if you trained every day for the past 6 months without eating or drinking, you couldn't achieve this level of results. It's absolutely stunning. What a fine son he is. This kid looks just like me back then. The more Coron Clarence looked at his son, the more satisfied he became. Having such a talented son, one would be laughing in their sleep, wouldn't they? But suddenly, Clarence's eyes widened as he suddenly thought of something. If I remember correctly, the Empire seemed to have implemented a secret plan at the time, in which the Provisional Army was to be silenced and eliminated, right? Coron Clarence felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Chapter 68 Distribution of Mineral Veins. Clarence Cronin stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with anger and panic. He grabbed Dwayne and held him in his hand, gritting his teeth as he said, "So, my son was eliminated by that damned secrecy plan?" Corin Clarence's aura surged dramatically, causing the surrounding glass objects to shatter. If Corin Clarence hadn't restrained his aura, even a warship would probably have been torn apart by his fierce power. Upon sensing the presence of Corin Clarence, Dwayne broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he almost felt the approach of death. He was secretly alarmed. Corin Clarence's combat strength has increased again. I heard he already had the high-level combat strength of an apocalypse-level expert, but I didn't expect him to get even stronger. A master like Corin Clarence could probably fight against a newly promoted apocalypse-level powerhouse wearing a mech, even without wearing one. Dewey swallowed hard, then immediately said, "Mr. Corin Clarence, don't be agitated. The second young master didn't die after the purge. He escaped." "Huh?" They escaped. Corin Clarence's breath hitched, and then he stared at Dewey in disbelief. The Empire deployed 10 level 7 mech warriors to annihilate each warship. How could a level 7 mech warrior possibly compare to a steel lizard? It could kill a steel lizard, but how could it possibly escape from 10 level 7 mech warriors? I can't believe it, said Corin Clarence. Dewey shook his head. That is indeed the case, Your Excellency Corin Clarence. However, how the second young master escaped is an imperial secret, and I have no authority to access that information. Clarence put Dewey down abruptly, his aura slightly calming. His expression softened, and he spoke calmly to Dewey. I apologize, Mr. Dewey. I got agitated just now. Does Mr. Dewey know the whereabouts of my son? Upon hearing Corin Clarence's words, Dewey shook his head with a wry smile and said, the second young master directly used spatial jump to leave the Empire's star system, and now nobody knows where he went. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Corin Clarence nodded, unsurprised. It's normal that they don't know Su Ming's whereabouts. If they did know, Su Ming probably wouldn't have been able to escape the Empire's pursuit at all. Clarence's expression shifted between light and shadow. Then he abruptly stood up and spoke to Dewey. No, I'm going to the Imperial Military Office myself and make those people drop the warrant for Su Ming's arrest immediately. Damn it, they dare to put my son on the wanted list. You stay here and await the Empire's orders. I'm going back now. Upon hearing Corin Clarence's words, Dewey's face showed anxiety. How could he handle this situation alone? He was about to stand up and try to dissuade Corin Clarence. But at that moment, Clarence's expression changed, and he picked up the communication system. At this moment, a call request is popping up in the communication system. What is it? Corin Clarence frowned. It was a call from the Imperial Leader's office. This phone call almost immediately signaled that the office was preparing to make strategic arrangements for Corin Clarence. Your Excellency Corin Clarence, the meeting of the 5 major cosmic nations has concluded. The 5 major cosmic nations have now reached a consensus that the Empire will be allocated 18% of the share. Upon hearing what the staff member in the leader's office said, Corin Clarence was taken aback. 18%? What about the other 4 companies? The other 4 companies also have an 18% share. This distribution is quite even, Your Excellency Corin Clarence. What? So that means the remaining 10% will be equally distributed among the other space nations. In human society, apart from the 5 major cosmic nations that hold absolute hegemonic status, there are quite a few other slightly weaker forces, such as star cluster-level cosmic nations and galaxy cluster-level cosmic nations. In total, besides the 5 major cosmic nations, there are tens of thousands of other, slightly weaker cosmic nations in human society. In the past, whenever a new resource-rich star system was discovered, according to the conventions of human society, a portion of the resources were to be allocated to the remaining space nations. However, it's just a symbolic amount, usually around 3% to 5%. But this time, they actually gave us 10%. This puzzled Clarence. Upon hearing Corin Clarence's question, the staff member in the Imperial Leader's office chuckled and then said, Your Excellency should also know that the Void Civilization is currently at war with us. In addition to the 5 major cosmic nations, other cosmic nations have also contributed a lot of troops. If this allocation is carried out in the same way as before, it may cause dissatisfaction among the other cosmic nations. After hearing the staff's explanation, Corin Clarence looked enlightened. The Void Civilization is a non-human, cosmic-level civilization with an extremely large size and a vast territory. The universe is so vast that the area explored and occupied by humankind is probably less than 1/10,000th of the universe. In other areas, there are naturally various strange civilizations. In the process of continuous exploration, humankind often encounters civilizations it has never seen before. Naturally, weaker civilizations are invaded, while stronger civilizations are aggressive. The Void Civilization, in terms of its level of development, is even slightly stronger than human civilization. However, they are only slightly stronger. The two are still considered to be at the same level of civilization. The Void Civilization and the human civilization are currently engaged in a fierce war in a certain star field in the center. The purpose of the conquest is, of course, to compete for cosmic resources. However, the two sides have been fighting for more than 10 years now, and they know each other well. So, without the certainty of completely annihilating the other, they will not completely break out into a full-scale war. Right now, it's all small-scale stuff, so those contributing their efforts are mostly small-scale universes within human society. Naturally, during this period, more resources need to be allocated to these microcosmic nations. Otherwise, it would definitely cause negative public opinion in human society. Clarence nodded, indicating that he was aware of the information. He then hung up the call, stood up, and said to Dewey, "Here's what we'll do. I'll go back to the Empire first. You'll be in charge of mining in this area, and after mining is finished, send the miners back in batches." Suddenly, Corin Clarence thought for a moment, then said, "By the way, I'll have my eldest son, Suri, come and take charge of transporting the mine. It'll be a good opportunity for him to get some exposure among the Empire's higher-ups. You can just hand the mine over to him later." After saying that, Corin Clarence stood up and left the warship. Chapter 69, Overlord Mecha completed. However, anything that happens in the distant mineral vein star field has little to do with the Black Domain. The Black Domain is not a normal force in human society. Although it is not universally condemned, it is a gray area, and the authorities are unwilling to acknowledge its existence. At this moment, on the planet Abe in the Black Domain, Su Mingzheng arrived at a military base. "Brother Su Ming, all the mechanical parts you requested have been prepared for you. Here is the workbench. If you need any help, just let me know." Hu Bing spoke to Su Ming in a very casual manner. Today is the day Su Ming arrives at Tianlin as promised to assemble the Overlord Mecha for Hu Bing. At this moment, everyone in Tianlin couldn't help but turn their curious gazes to Su Ming, and then they all sighed with admiration. "So young, soldier, you'd better keep your eyes open and don't be fooled. Someone so young, can he really assemble a Class D mech?" A young man who looked somewhat roguish curled his lip and then spoke. Hu Bing glared at the young man, then said disdainfully, "What do you know?" This young man, Su Ming, is the mechanic who released the planet-destroying cannon before. What? He's the mechanic who unleashed the planet-destroying cannon? This young man seems to have some skills to modify the planet-destroying cannon into a small-scale weapon. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, everyone from Tianlin turned their gaze to Su Ming. They wanted to see if Su Ming was truly as skilled as Hu Bing had claimed. After all, most people in the Black Domain right now are just roughnecks. The mechanic is like a top student, while the Gene Warrior is like a student with a special talent in sports. There are very few people in the Black Domain who have studied mechanics. Even in the Celestial Empire, there are only stellar-level mechanics, but no powerful mechanics capable of assembling star cluster-level mechs. They were all watching and waiting. If Su Ming really had the ability to assemble a star cluster-level mecha, it would prove that he definitely had star cluster-level repair capabilities. Such a mechanic is definitely in high demand. In the future, the big shots in the Black Domain might all want to cultivate a good relationship with this mechanic named Su Ming. Even within the heavenly realm, many people have star cluster-level mechanical equipment that needs repair, and they might have to ask Su Ming for help. Without hesitation, Su Ming reached out and skillfully took the mechanical part. Before arriving, Su Ming had already assembled the Overlord mech in his base. He also successfully awakened his Overlord mech. So for Su Ming at this moment, it was just a matter of reassembling the mechs as he was familiar with the process, and his speed was much faster than that of the Overlord mechs in his base. At that moment, his fingers became a phantom, rapidly assembling one mechanical part after another. Beep. Mechanical parts successfully disassembled, gaining +1 star point. Beep. Successfully assembled mechanical parts, gaining +3 star points. The process of assembling the mecha is also a process of frantically accumulating starlight points. In the previous base, Su Ming obtained more than 3,000 star points from the process of assembling the Overlord mech from scratch. At this moment, according to Su Ming's estimate, this Overlord mech should be able to acquire more than 2,000 starlight points. As for why this Overlord mech can obtain fewer starlight points than the first one, this was all because Su Ming had made extensive modifications when assembling his own. The original Overlord mech did not have ranged firearms capabilities, It was a mech designed entirely for close combat. However, the lack of long-range firearms was unacceptable to Su Ming. He decisively installed a long-range firearm function on his Overlord mech. Later, based on his own combat characteristics, Su Ming added a simple spatial teleportation device to his Overlord mech. The spatial teleportation device, once activated, allows for instantaneous teleportation within a 2-kilometer radius, significantly enhancing operability. Of course, the space teleportation device cannot be used indefinitely, just as a spaceship cannot keep jumping through space. During a space jump, both the mech and Su Ming will be subjected to a space storm. If they keep jumping, both will probably be unable to withstand it. Despite equipping his mecha with so much advanced technology, Su Ming was unwilling to make too many modifications to Hu Bing. Just complete his mech as usual. In any case, given Su Ming's unique electro-engraved patterns, once this mecha is successfully assembled, its power will be about 10% stronger than that of a normal mecha. This should be absolutely satisfactory, or even a pleasant surprise, for Hu Bing. There's no need to modify him any further. Even after arriving in the Black Domain, Su Ming remained highly vigilant. Shaking his head, Su Ming cleared his mind of all extraneous thoughts, and then focused all his attention on the mecha parts in front of him. Su Ming assembled the mecha parts piece by piece. Su Ming worked from morning till night at the Tianlin base, then found a place to sleep for about 4 hours before getting up again to continue assembling the mecha in front of him. The amount of engineering work involved in building a mecha is far greater than that involved in building a single piece of mechanical equipment. Even though Su Ming had already successfully assembled one, it represented a huge improvement in efficiency. However, it will still take 2 days to assemble the mecha. The following afternoon, Su Ming installed the last circuit board into the mecha in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Assembly successful. The moment the mecha was successfully assembled, it emitted a significant energy fluctuation, immediately alerting the Tianlin members around it. Everyone gathered around, marveling at the Overlord mecha before them. Master Su Ming is too strong. I have seen other mechanics assemble mechs before. Even for E-level mechs, it took those mechanics 3 weeks to assemble them. Master Su Ming actually completed the assembly in just 2 days. The roguish young man who had previously looked down on Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. During the assembly process over the past 2 days, he had no doubts about Su Ming's skills. Instead, it was a deep respect for Su Ming. A skilled mechanic deserves the utmost respect from everyone. Everyone stared at the mecha in front of Su Ming with shining eyes, sensing the rich energy emanating from it, and couldn't help but exclaim with envy. This mecha looks really strong. When will I be able to have my own mecha? I really envy the soldier. Owning his own mecha is like reaching the pinnacle of life. Everyone spoke up. Just then, Hu Bing's anxious voice rang out from outside. Get the hell out of my way. I need to see my precious mecha. Chapter 70 The Powerful Overlord Mech. A short while later, Hu Bing pushed through the crowd and walked in from outside. As soon as Fong entered, Hu Bing was immediately drawn to the dark red mecha in front of him. He excitedly reached out and stroked the mecha. Sensing the powerful energy emanating from inside the mecha and the cold yet incredibly intoxicating metallic texture, a deep sense of joy flashed in his eyes. Having a mecha means that his combat power will be greatly enhanced in a very short period of time. In the Black Domain, combat power is a symbol of status and wealth. It's easy to imagine how excited Hu Bing was. It took him a while to realize what had happened. He looked at Su Ming apologetically and said, Sorry, Master Su Ming. I was so excited when I saw the mecha that I forgot to greet you. I'm sorry. At this moment, Hu Bing had developed a sense of respect for Su Ming, and he unconsciously changed his address from little brother to little master. He had already made up his mind to befriend Su Ming, not only for future modifications to mechanical equipment, but also for the maintenance of his mecha. He will need Su Ming's help. This is the status of mechanics in interstellar society. Unfortunately, the mechs you assemble will inevitably need repair if they suffer wear and tear or damage during subsequent battles. Other mechanics are not very familiar with this mech, and the final repairs may not achieve the same effect as before. Only the manufacturer of the mecha can repair it to its original condition. Unless there is no combat, it will definitely need repairs. For Hu Bing, it's not just about befriending Su Ming, but also about ensuring Su Ming's personal safety. If anything were to happen to Su Ming, it would be tantamount to his mecha being half useless. No matter what, he would not allow anything to happen to Su Ming. Su Ming hadn't thought of that. He smiled and said to Hu Bing, "It's all right, brother Hu Bing. You can sit in it now and try out the mecha's performance." Hu Bing was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Right. I got so excited I forgot. I'll try it now." After speaking, Hu Bing moved, and his brain energy surged out of his body, immediately communicating with the mecha in front of him. In an instant, the mech split apart and flew directly towards Hu Bing. The moment it touched Hu Bing, it reassembled and became a single unit. Suddenly, a mecha warrior about 3 meters tall appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing the mecha's incredibly cool appearance, the members of Tianlin immediately showed extremely envious looks. "That's so cool. This mech is amazing." After donning the mecha, Hu Bing went straight to the testing room without hesitation. The testing room is a room that every faction builds. It has a powerful energy absorption function, and it is very difficult to damage the testing room from the inside unless it is destroyed from the outside. Inside, Amber can unleash his full potential. Everyone followed Hu Bing into the testing room. At that moment, Hu Bing pulled out a mechanical battle blade from behind his back, the Berserker Blood Blade. This is the battle blade that comes with the Overlord mech. Berserker Blood Blade. Energy level range. 5W 10W energy levels below 3W cannot be used normally. Ability. Berserker. Gathers excess energy to form a second attack, striking the enemy and dealing 50% of the damage of the first attack. The name, Berserker Blood Blade, is just like its ability. After launching the first wave of attacks, it quickly forms a second wave of attacks, which can be launched directly without the user even needing to swing it, causing secondary damage. From the perspective of the user, it looks like the user of the Overlord mech is frantically hacking and slashing at the opponent. The name, Berserker, comes from the sheer frequency of its attacks. At this moment, a powerful energy erupted from Hu Bing's body, and Su Ming's expression changed slightly after sensing this energy. What a powerful energy level reaction. Su Ming turned his gaze to the detector next to him, where he saw a string of numbers clearly displayed, 23W energy level. Su Ming was secretly shocked. Hu Bing could reach a terrifying 230,000 energy levels simply by unleashing his own energy, without relying on any weapons or mechs. In other words, if he wanted to, even if he were wearing the Overlord mech, Amber could easily blow him up. Gene warriors are like this. They are very easy to improve in the early stages, but the later they get, especially for gene warriors at levels 80 and 90, each level is a step up and a qualitative change, and the difficulty of improvement becomes increasingly greater. However, once you reach that level, the transformation it brings is terrifying. In the past 2 weeks, Su Ming's physical energy level and brain energy level have both increased to 9,100 and 12,000 points respectively. Even if you add them all up, they're only around 20,000 energy points, which is just a fraction of what a level 9 gene warrior like Hu Bing would have. As the Amber Soldier's energy level exploded, the mech also slowly began to generate energy level fluctuations. The next moment, Hu Bing shouted and then piloted his mech, slashing fiercely at the testing device. The violent energy level enveloped the entire testing room. If it weren't for the special materials in the testing room that have the ability to absorb energy, the Skyfall base would probably have been overturned by the Amber Soldiers with just this one attack. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and everyone involuntarily turned their attention to the testing device. A string of bright red numbers appeared on the testing device. 35W. 35W. In other words, the D-Class Overlord mech boosted Hu Bing's energy level by a full 120,000. And most importantly, once the energy level reaches 350,000, one has already entered the category of a level 10 gene warrior. When using a mecha, Hu Bing's combat power actually reached the level of a level 10 gene warrior, crossing a whole new realm. The Tianlin members in the testing room looked at each other in surprise, and then burst into a gasp. That's amazing. I'm going to develop my brain power right now. I want to become a mecha warrior too. Come on, developing brain energy levels isn't that easy. Otherwise, Tianlin wouldn't only have 13 people who have unlocked their brain energy levels. Without activating the brain's energy level, one is destined to be unable to use a mecha. This is the most important hurdle for mecha warriors. Just then, Hu Bing suddenly shouted, "Attack me. I want to test the power of the Overlord armor." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they saw a thin energy shield emerge from the Overlord mech. This energy shield is the Overlord armor. The Overlord armor can absorb attacks at the 25W energy level and can convert kinetic energy into attacks, releasing it back into the body. The group exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they all struck at the Overlord mech. Ahem. Some students have said that the division of energy levels into corresponding grades is not very clear, so I'll explain it here. Level 1, 0-100. Level 2, 100-300. Level 3, 300-1000. Level 4, 1000-5000. Level 5, 5000-10,000. Level 6, 10,000-40,000. Level 7, 40,000-100,000. Level 8, 100,000-180,000. Level 9, 180,000-300,000. Level 10, 300,000-600,000. There are other levels after that, but we'll talk about that later. For now, let's look at the first 10 levels. Chapter 71, The Establishment of Wantong. As a second-tier power in the Black Domain. Although the members of Tianlin were not as powerful as Hu Bing, they were not to be trifled with either. Among the onlookers were quite a few Jin warriors of level 6 or 7. Upon hearing that Hu Bing was actually asking him to attack the Overlord mech, they couldn't help but exchange a glance. Such a good thing. The members of Tianlin showed excitement, and then they took out their guns and attacked the Overlord mech frantically. But the next moment, everyone was taken aback. The Overlord mech seemed completely unaffected by the attacks, not retreating even a step, and continued to move steadily forward. Normally, even if the energy shield stops the bullets, the kinetic energy of the bullets will still cause the mech to stumble and fall. But the Overlord mech didn't have that. All of this is thanks to the kinetic energy conversion device inside the Overlord mech. All of this kinetic energy was absorbed by the Overlord mech and transformed into its devices. Therefore, visually, the Overlord mech appears to be encased in a super armor, completely unaffected by kinetic energy. The next moment, Hu Bing suddenly shouted, "Enough!" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then stopped what they were doing. Although the Overlord mech possesses the Overlord armor, it can only absorb 250,000 energy level damage. If Hu Bing directly absorbs all the attacks without dodging or dodging, the damage will definitely be fully absorbed in no time, and the energy shield will be reduced to 0. Hu Bing cherished the Overlord mech like a treasure, so how could he allow everyone to continue attacking after the energy shield was depleted? Just then, Hu Bing let out a soft shout and swung his sword again. This slash was not aimed at the crowd, but at the test wall behind them. Charging strike. The Overlord mech can convert all the kinetic energy it absorbed into attacks. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Everyone was taken aback, and then they all turned to look at the monitor next to them. The number on the monitor reached an astonishing 42W. It has 70,000 more energy levels than the previous full-force attack. Although the description of the charged attack says it increases energy by 100,000, this is only the ideal scenario. Under normal circumstances, an increase of 30,000 to 70,000 is already quite good. Looking at the numbers on the monitor, Hu Bing's face immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. Our trump card. This can definitely be considered as the trump card of the Overlord mech. Now, Hu Bing is growing to like the Overlord mech more and more. A mech that can give him more trump cards is simply the mech of his dreams. Hu Bing quickly took off his mecha and then stored it in the built-in storage button. He carefully strung the storage button into a necklace and hung it around his neck. In the event of danger, the mech can be summoned instantly once the brain's energy level is connected. Thank you very much, Master Su Ming. Hu Bing said to Su Ming with a smile after taking off his mecha. Su Ming shook his head. Brother Hu Bing, You've also provided me with a lot of knowledge. This is nothing. All right, now that the mecha is assembled, I'll head back first. Afterwards, Su Ming left the Tianlin military base. The others from Tianlin looked thoughtful after seeing Su Ming's departing figure. Many of them had already exchanged contact information with Su Ming. When they had time later, these people planned to go to Su Ming to have their mechanical equipment repaired. In the future, Su Ming's fame will surely spread throughout the Black Domain, as Hu Bing uses the Overlord mech more often. In a violent region like the Black Domain, those who can enhance the strength of others are always respected. After leaving Tianlin, Su Ming went straight back to his base. After visiting Tianlin and witnessing the strength and structure of a second-tier power, Su Ming began to reflect on his own forces. Currently, my forces, including myself, consist of only 20 people. This also includes 11 former Los Angeles Alliance researchers who joined the spacecraft midway through its development. In other words, there are only 9 people in total who are capable of fighting. Such an organization would be no match for even a 5th-tier power, let alone a 4th-tier one. The division of power is not simply based on the leader's cultivation level. It is impossible to say that Su Ming's strength to contend with a level 7 gene warrior makes him a 4th-tier power. In fact, to judge whether a force is strong or not, the force's organizational structure, influence, business operations, and normal personnel turnover are all reference indicators. Su Ming's base is currently just a bare site, which can at best be called a building, and can't be called a base at all. If Tianlin hadn't issued an announcement of an alliance with his organization, he probably wouldn't have been able to complete the construction so smoothly. After returning to the base, Su Ming held a short meeting with the core members. Let's discuss 3 things. Su Ming got straight to the point and spoke directly. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren, Locke, and the others exchanged glances, then asked curiously, "What is it?" "First, we need a name for our organization. We can't just have no name at all, can we? How will others address us then?" Su Ming spoke solemnly. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone nodded and began to discuss it animatedly. "I think. How about calling it Legion 3-2? Get lost. Do you think the Empire isn't discovering us fast enough?" "I think." Everyone expressed their opinions and spoke up one after another. After discussing it for a while, Su Ming and the others said, "How about we name our force 10,000 Vine? The myriad vines represent the fact that you all come from different star regions and even different forces, but in the end, you came from all directions and came together, with the myriad vines intertwining and transforming into a tenacious force. Secondly, the vines will also extend. In the future, Wantung will extend its vines to every field and become the overlord of that field. That is why I want to name it Wantung." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded in unison. Wantung is good, and the meaning behind it is even better. Let's call it Wantung. Seeing that no one had any objections, a force called Wantung, led by Su Ming, quietly emerged in the Black Domain. After confirming the name of the faction, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and then said, "There are 2 more important questions to consider. First, what about revenue? Secondly, how do we attract others to join Wanting?" Ahem. Some longtime readers might have noticed that I already used the name Wanting in the book, The Strongest Race. I'm just being lazy with naming things, hee. But I really do like the name Wanting. Chapter 72, Conducting Business. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, everyone present showed thoughtful expressions. Regardless of the forces at play or the nature of the situation, revenue and team expansion are issues that need to be addressed. All the forces within the black market, even those that may not be legal, certainly have their own revenue streams. Commonly known as business. The York Star Pirates' business is to rob the stars. Tianlin's business is hiring. Some other groups are involved in selling various illegal or legal goods, such as mechanical parts. So, what exactly is Wantong's business? Of course, with Su Ming's abilities, he could easily become a mechanic and help others repair and modify mechanical equipment to earn a lot of money. But what's the point of building a faction if its leaders have to work themselves to the bone to generate revenue? In order to achieve long-term development, everyone must find a business that provides something for everyone to do. Just then, Wang Ku, who had been sitting quietly to the side, suddenly spoke up. We can sell gene potions, as well as some special potions, such as enhancement, recovery, and highly toxic ones. Upon hearing Wang Ke's words, everyone immediately turned their gaze to him, a strange look flashing in their eyes. Everyone has not forgotten how much impact Wang Ke's super gene drug team had on the banned Starfield back in the Lothar Alliance. All cosmic life forms in the entire star system have been infected with the super-powered gene virus. Upon hearing Wang Ke mention developing gene-based drugs, the massive riot that had previously occurred in the banned star system involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds. Seeing the strange looks in everyone's eyes, Wang Ke couldn't help but smile wryly and quickly explained, I meant normal gene serums, not those super-powered gene serums. Our technology for super-powered gene serums might not be mature enough yet, and we need to continue researching them. But for gene serums that normally unlock gene locks on the market, our technology is relatively mature, no problem. The same goes for other drugs. We are, after all, elite researchers, and we are quite confident in the development of some normal drugs. After hearing Wang Ke's explanation, everyone suddenly realized that they had misunderstood Wang Ke. The previous riots left such a deep impression on everyone that the mere mention of gene serum immediately brought that memory to mind. However, gene serums and all sorts of other serums sound pretty good. It's important to understand that even within human society, gene editing products occupy a very large market share. Almost every star system consumes a large amount of gene serum every day. It's something that will sell as long as it's available. Moreover, other potions are also extremely popular in the black domain, a realm where conflicts frequently occur. Fighting means injuries, which will require the use of recovery potions, and so on. This thing is reliable. I think it's a good idea too. But besides gene therapy, we can also start other businesses. For example, Warren, you can repair mechanical equipment for others. Later, we can recruit a group of trainees and set up a mechanical repair factory. As for Locke and the others, they can take on hiring business. Su Ming said with a smile. It's great to have researchers. Although researchers don't have the same immediate effect of strengthening an army as combatants, their influence is subtle and gradual. Looking at the bigger picture, the value of researchers far surpasses that of powerful combat personnel. The formation of each faction is multifaceted, and within the black domain, it is estimated that there are no more than 10 factions with researchers, and all of them are major factions. Wang Ke and his group are so powerful that even the two great cosmic nations are vying for them, which shows just how strong their status and strength are in the research field. With Wang Ke and others by their side, it means that Wanting will have no worries about the fields of medicine and biochemistry in the future. After deciding on gene therapy as the main business direction, the group then discussed the third question Su Ming had asked. Recruit. However, recruitment is an ongoing process for any faction, and the stronger a faction becomes, the easier it is to recruit people. Everyone agreed that once Wanting was on the right track and started selling gene serums, they should recruit people at a higher price, which would result in higher quality recruits. Now that the direction of their work has been decided, everyone has a clear direction. As soon as the meeting ended, everyone left the meeting room to attend to their own business. After the meeting ended, Su Ming thought for a moment and then made a phone call. Brother Su Ming, it's been a long time since we last contacted each other. Are you looking to buy something from me? The call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. It was Walter, the businessman who had previously met Su Ming. After dialing Walter's number, Su Ming immediately asked, Mr. Walter, I want to buy a large amount of research and production equipment from you. Do you sell them here? After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter seemed a little surprised. You brought researchers with you? What kind of production equipment do you want to buy? I can get it for you. Same as always, 20% higher than the market price. After all, I need to get a commission for my hard work. Su Ming smiled and said, I understand, no problem. I need large-scale gene drug production equipment, research benches, nanobiotechnology incubators, and Su Ming then recounted to Walter the mechanical equipment that Wang Ke had previously told him about. Upon hearing the equipment Su Ming requested, Walter was taken aback. Gene serum? Brother, you're planning to produce gene serum? That's right. Mr. Walter can also act as our agent in the future, Su Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter's voice became slightly more serious. Brother, let me give you some advice. In the black market, gene serums are a major business, and many people are eyeing it. Everyone wants this profit, and the waters run deep. If you get involved in this business now, you can't guarantee that it won't affect the interests of some people. Walter spoke solemnly. In the underworld, profit is everything. Once someone's interests are affected, they will face extremely fierce retaliation. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment before finally saying, Let's get the equipment first, so our researchers have something to do. As for when to sell it later, I have a plan. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter sighed and then said, These devices are not cheap. They are strictly controlled by the major space nations. I calculated that a set would cost about 400 million star coins. Chapter 73, Transportation Loopholes. 400 million star coins. Su Ming gasped. Research equipment is so expensive? 400 million star coins is enough to cover the daily expenses of billions of people on a planet. Even an E-class mech isn't this expensive. Such a huge amount left Su Ming speechless. Yes, Walter smiled wryly. I didn't want to set such a high price either, but the regular price for this type of equipment is very high. Otherwise, why are there so many low-quality gene editing reagents from small workshops on the market now? It's precisely because these small workshops can't afford proper research equipment. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming took a deep breath. Purchase. You definitely need to buy from reputable sources. You can't buy those low-quality production machines from small workshops. From the very beginning, Wanting's reputation could not be tarnished. If they were to produce, they had to produce high-quality gene-altering agents. After all, the gene-altering agent market was extremely competitive, and those who could produce high-quality, low-priced gene-altering agents would certainly be more sought after by the market. Although it's expensive, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. This is essentially an initial investment. Su Ming gritted his teeth and asked, Mr. Walter, do you buy mechanical parts? I have a lot of mechanical parts here. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter chuckled and then said, I'll take it. Of course I'll take it, but let me make this clear. I'll buy it at 80% of the market price. I won't make a profit at the original price. Hearing Walter's words, Su Ming was not surprised. Indeed, it was unrealistic to sell mechanical parts at the market purchase price. Even when selling to a legitimate institution, the price is usually around 80% of the market price. Walter's fees were reasonable, and he wasn't exactly greedy. Without hesitation, Su Ming decisively sent 1/5 of what he had obtained from York to Walter via spatial teleportation. After collecting the mechanical parts, Walter counted them and then said with satisfaction, All right, these are worth about 400 million star coins, so we'll call it even. The equipment you requested should be delivered the day after tomorrow. Su Ming nodded, then said with a wry smile, After this batch of purchases, we're really broke. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter suddenly became interested. Brother, how about you pull off a big heist? Big? Su Ming asked in surprise. Walter continued in a mysterious tone. Recently, a new mineral vein region was discovered. After the 5 major cosmic nations mine these veins, they are preparing to transport the minerals back. This is an opportunity. Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming decisively shook his head and then said, Mr. Walter, I appreciate your kindness, but as far as I know, the transportation of these minerals is handled by apocalypse-level experts. I'm not even at the level of a level 10 gene warrior. Wouldn't I be easily defeated by an apocalypse-level expert with a single slap? Haha, brother, don't panic. Let me explain in detail. Walter said mysteriously. Among the transport team this time, there is a rich young man from the Empire. I think it's Corin Surrey from the Corin family. He was specially sent to transport them. You know how these rich young men are. They're just here to get some prestige. However, wouldn't this create a non-apocalyptic level vulnerability in Su Rui's transportation team? There's never been such an opportunity in previous years, so this is a huge one now. Walter said excitedly. What? Corin Surrey. Su Ming was startled when he heard the familiar name halfway through the conversation, and a strong killing intent surged in his heart. Surrey, his own brother. He had been targeted by the Korin family many times before, and after he left the Korin family, Su Rue sent assassins to kill him. If I hadn't awakened my consciousness and hadn't just assembled the mechanical arm, I probably would have died at the hands of a mere level 3 assassin. Upon hearing that Su Rue was in charge of escorting the minerals, Su Ming immediately took the matter to heart. Walter was puzzled by the change in Su Ming's tone. The key point of this matter, shouldn't it be the fact that no apocalypse-level powerhouse was transporting the minerals? Why does it seem like Su Ming is focusing on the wealthy young men of the Colin family? Strangeness. Walter shook his head, then continued. If you're interested, brother, we have someone inside to help you. I can temporarily shut down their warships so you can seize them. Afterward, I'll open a spatial passage to bring you out, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Walter, why did you choose me? Wouldn't it have been safer to choose a level 8 or 9 gene warrior? After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter chuckled and then slowly said, On one hand, I trust your skills, little brother. I've seen you operate a mecha, and it's incredibly impressive. On the other hand, if it's a level 8 or 9 gene warrior, I'm worried about being double-crossed. Su Ming chuckled inwardly. Walter was indeed a businessman. He was very calculating. At that moment, he probably didn't think he was a skilled technician. He was more likely afraid of being cheated out of his own business. Walter knows his own strength, so he probably isn't worried about being double-crossed. Although, in these past few weeks, Su Ming not only greatly improved his energy level, but also assembled a new overlord mecha. They might actually be capable of double-crossing Walter. However, he will have many things to do with Walter later. Although these mineral resources are vast, his main target is Su Rue. They won't try to double-cross Walter over this matter. Su Ming was not someone who only cared about immediate gains. After pondering for a while, he accepted Walter's invitation directly because of Su Rue. Okay, but Mr. Walter, you must ensure that the warship is out of control and that the spatial passage is clear. If anything goes wrong, I will leave midway. Su Ming spoke to Walter. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter's face immediately lit up with surprise. He then said, Don't worry, brother. As a businessman, I, Walter, value my reputation above all else. You're absolutely reliable. However, the Empire has only just begun mining the veins. If we want to intercept them halfway, we'll probably have to wait a month or two. Su Ming smiled after hearing Walter's words. For him, a month or two is not a problem at all. Instead, I can use this time to cultivate diligently and give Su Rue a surprise. Ahem, this is the 5th chapter today. I received a lot of update requests yesterday, so I decided to post an extra chapter today. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 74, Level 5 Body Tempering. The research equipment was delivered to Wanting's base 2 days later. Su Ming moved the equipment directly to the research building that had been allocated to Wang Ku and others. Immediately, Su Ming and Warren got to work. The base's defensive machinery and systems all need to be built. While confining himself to his studio, Su Ming frantically disassembled and reassembled mechanical equipment. He also began to cultivate the equipment. That night, Su Ming sat alone on his bed and glanced at the starlight points in his system. After a period of accumulation, coupled with the abundant starlight points obtained from continuously assembling mechs, Su Ming's starlight points have now reached approximately 9,000. Seeing so many starlight points, Su Ming immediately said, System, exchange for level 5 body tempering. Level 5 body forging requires a staggering 5,000 star points. If Su Ming hadn't accumulated a lot of star points during this period, he probably wouldn't have been willing to undertake level 5 body forging. However, the effects of body training are far superior to normal muscle energy level enhancement. Not only does it increase Su Ming's physical strength, but it also greatly enhances his adaptability to starlight energy. During his previous level 4 body tempering, Su Ming's body could only withstand a maximum of 500 points of starlight energy. Any more than that will cause serious damage to the body. Now, with the 5th level of body tempering, it's unknown how much of an upper limit it can provide for Su Ming's physique. Soon, a massive surge of starlight flowed into all parts of Su Ming's body. Under the tempering of this starlight, Su Ming felt his body gradually becoming more solid and powerful. A short while later, Su Ming felt his body undergo a qualitative leap in that instant. Ding! Body tempering successful. Host's body tempering level has increased to level 5. The next level requires 10,000 starlight points. The system's voice came through, and Su Ming opened his eyes, gradually sensing that his body had become incredibly powerful during this process. Level 5 body training provides more than double the improvement in physical strength compared to level 4 body training. The maximum number of starlight points that Su Ming can currently withstand is estimated to be around 1,000. Such a massive point of starlight is estimated to be able to unleash an energy level of nearly 50,000. In other words, as long as Su Ming exchanges 1,000 star points, he can increase his energy level by 50,000 for his next attack. For Su Ming at this moment, this was simply a powerful weapon. Moreover, as Su Ming's physical training improved, his physical energy level also increased from the original 9,600 to 11,000, officially breaking through the 10,000 mark. It increased the body's energy level by nearly 1,500 at once. Now, Su Ming has officially entered the category of level 6 Gene Warrior. Su Jiaming showed a satisfied expression. He then glanced at the Overlord mech displayed in the room and couldn't help but smile wryly. The minimum energy level that the Overlord mech can use is 30,000 points. In other words, Su Ming's brain energy level plus his physical energy level must reach 3W before he can properly pilot the Overlord mech. The two energy levels combined only amount to a little over 20,000, which is far from enough to pilot the Overlord mech. Su Ming now felt as if the mechanic's skill level was higher than his own cultivation level. It's incredibly frustrating to assemble a machine that you can't use yourself and can only stare at helplessly. Helpless, Su Ming could only cultivate frantically during this period to make up for his lack of energy level. With just over a month left, Su Ming decided to go into seclusion and cultivate intensively. He no longer hesitated to use his starlight points, continuously exchanging them for more. As long as his body could handle it, he began to maximize his cultivation every day. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During his month-long seclusion, Su Ming's cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the intermediate level of the 6th rank. Su Ming's attribute panel is now as follows. Host, Su Ming. Body energy level, 21,000. Brain energy level, 20,000. Gene lock activation level, level 6 medium. Body activity, 100%. Body tempering level, level 5 star points required for the next level of body tempering, 10,000. Starlight points, 4,800. After a month of intense training, his two energy levels almost doubled. Su Ming's gene level has also been raised to the intermediate level of level 6. With the two energy levels combined, Su Ming's total energy level has also increased to 40,000 plus. Finally, Su Ming's time to pilot the Overlord mech has come. Su Ming's face showed a satisfied expression. Then he pushed open the door and walked out. Just as Su Ming emerged from seclusion, in a distant star field of interstellar society, a handsome young man arrived in this star field. This young man is none other than the eldest son of the Koron family, Koron Suri. Upon arriving at the mineral vein star region, Dwayne immediately came to greet him. "Young master, you've arrived," Dewey said respectfully. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Koron Suri smiled and said to Dewey, "Mr. Dewey, you don't need to call me young master, just call me Suri." True aristocratic education teaches people to be approachable, not arrogant. In this respect, at least Colin Suri did a very good job of putting on a show. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, Dewey immediately smiled and said, "Young master Su Rue, your father has arranged everything, and the mines here have been almost completely mined. You can transport the mines back the day after tomorrow." Both Su Rue and Dewey understood this perfectly at that moment. Corin Clarence's arrangement was actually just to give Su Rue a gilded makeover, making it easier for him to do things in the Empire later. Suri also arrived on the last day. In fact, the process was just going through the motions. When Suri heard that he could leave for the Empire the day after tomorrow, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your hard work these past few days, Mr. Dewey." Leave the rest to me. I'm smiling, said Suri. He did not come alone this time. After all, the universe is so vast, and no one can guarantee that they will not encounter any dangers on the way. For example, criminal gangs like space pirates. Therefore, Rue brought with him an 8th-level Gene warrior and a team of 7th-level mecha warriors. With these experts escorting us, we will definitely be able to safely transport the mine back. Then, Father will add a line to his resume. He has participated in the execution of strategic affairs of the Empire and achieved successful results as the person in charge. Thinking of this, Rue couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Chapter 75 Strange Figure. However, what Rue didn't realize was that among the level 7 mech warriors he had brought, one of them had overheard Rue and Dewey's conversation with an unperturbed expression. The man then went to the toilet on the warship and sent out a secret intelligence report, informing him that Rue would be leaving for the Empire in 2 days and outlining his route back. As for the recipient of his message, it was undoubtedly the Black Domain merchant, Walter. Walter was piloting his spaceship around soliciting business when he suddenly saw someone sending him a message, and he looked at it with a strange expression. Upon seeing Rue's message, Walter's face lit up with surprise. Soon, Walter dialed a number. Brother, Rue will be leaving for the Empire in 2 days. We should get ready as well. After hanging up the phone, Walter had a satisfied smile on his face. This is a resource that the Empire has designated as strategic, so you can imagine how enormous the quantity is. Although the final cost will be split 50/50ths with Ming, it is still a considerable sum. Swallowing this shipment could save me 10 years of work. This was an unimaginable fortune for Walter. While Walter was plotting the operation, Suri was leisurely waiting in the mineral vein star field for the miners to extract the ore and hand it over to him. The Empire has divided its forces into 5 transport teams to transport these mineral veins, with each team carrying minerals worth nearly 1 trillion star coins on average. Once these minerals returned to the Empire, they were almost always used to make mechanical parts. Of course, there are also some special minerals that possess radioactive energy, which are used for energy replenishment. In conclusion, the discovery of mineral veins in star systems would have a tremendous positive impact on interstellar society. Even the whole society will become much richer as a result. Young Master, this is a non-radioactive mineral vein storage space. Dewey carried a box about half a person's height into the warship and then placed it into the warship's security system. This box, which is half the height of a person, is an enormous storage space. Because there are simply too many minerals to store, ordinary storage rings, storage watches, and the like are completely inadequate. Storage boxes are the only way to store them all. Don't be fooled by the fact that this box is only half a person tall. The minerals stored inside are estimated to be as large as 1/3 of a habitable planet. These minerals are incredibly valuable and could supply countless planets for a very long time. Moreover, these are not all minerals. After all, in addition to non-radioactive minerals, there are also radioactive minerals. Radioactive minerals typically possess exceptionally high energy levels, and for the same mass, radioactive minerals are far more valuable than non-radioactive mineral veins. Rue nodded, then asked curiously, has the radioactive or vein not been fully mined yet? Dewey gave a wry smile, and then said, it was originally expected to be around now, but we seem to have encountered some resistance during the mining process, so it's a bit slower, but it'll be soon. Rue looked enlightened, then chuckled and said, it's all right, we can wait, we'll take it slow. At that moment, neither Rue nor Dewey noticed that during the mining of radioactive minerals, one of the miners suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Old Ma, did I just see a figure flash by inside the metal block? The man stared intently at the radioactive minerals in front of him. What are you saying? There's so much radioactivity in here. How could anyone possibly be inside? Workers must wear radiation protection suits when mining radioactive minerals. Without radiation protection clothing, a person would probably be instantly melted into blood under such a high energy concentration. Therefore, these workers had no way to inspect the minerals with the naked eye and could only view the scene in front of them through photographic images inside their radiation protection suits. If someone could see these minerals with the naked eye at this time, they would definitely discover. Among these strange, pale red, translucent radioactive minerals, dozens of red-skinned figures lay within the veins. If someone were to see this, they would probably be utterly astonished. After all, the energy emitted by this radioactive mineral is so concentrated that if it were sealed inside, even a level 10 gene warrior would probably be forcibly melted into blood by these minerals. But at this moment, dozens of figures, their bodies completely red, lay quietly among these minerals. It was as if these minerals, which could easily kill people, were like water to these people, their natural habitat. But what's strange is that these figures can only be detected by the naked eye, while some photography and surveillance technologies fail to detect them at all. From the perspective of the workers' video footage, there are no human figures among these pale red minerals. They are all transparent minerals. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me after working for several days in a row. The worker muttered something. When he looked at the pale red mineral again, he indeed did not see any people. Then, the group operated the mechanical equipment to move the light red minerals in front of them and put them into the specially made radiation-proof storage box in front of them. Unbeknownst to anyone, just as they were moving the pale red minerals, one of the figures, whose entire body was entirely red, suddenly opened his eyes and looked around warily. The figure that the worker just saw was not actually a figment of his imagination. Rather, it was a figure that had awakened and moved, which the equipment captured. This figure, completely red, seems to be captured by the equipment only when it is moving. When it's not moving, it can only be seen with the naked eye. The figure, sealed within the pale red mineral, had just awakened and hadn't even had a chance to properly assess its surroundings before being stuffed into a storage space box. Then several workers clapped their hands with laughter. It's temporarily over. The next shipment is probably a few months away. We can finally rest now that it's finished. Let's have a drink together. The workers laughed and joked as they finally finished extracting the last piece of mineral. The workers then carried the box containing the radioactive minerals back to the warship. After the remaining radioactive elements on the box were absorbed by the radiation absorption zone, the box was handed over to Dewey. Dewey smiled and nodded, then sent the box into the security system as well. Young Master Surue, the mining is complete. We can set off back now. Chapter 76 Intrusion. 3 spaceships, under the influence of a spatial fluctuation, suddenly plunged into a void. A space battleship is not a spaceship. The relationship between the two is like that between a tank and a car. One is used for military purposes, and the other is used for war. A real space battleship, in terms of both function and power, is far larger than a spaceship. At this moment, these 3 spaceships were incredibly fast, instantly tearing through the void and leaving a phantom in the air before speeding away into the distance. These 3 spaceships are the same spaceships that Surue was traveling on. They were responsible for transporting the mined minerals to the Empire. At this moment, Surue was sitting in the warship, feeling smug and leisurely playing a virtual mecha game. He was very confident and believed that the trip was a sure thing. After all, although there were no apocalypse-level experts in their team. However, their strength is equally formidable, consisting of dozens of level 7 mech warriors and 1 level 8 gene warrior. Moreover, Surue himself has made rapid progress in his cultivation over the past 6 months, reaching the level of a 6th level gene warrior. With the help of the mecha, he can fully unleash the energy level of a superior 7th level warrior. Such a cultivation speed is unmatched by anyone in the entire empire. With the added influence of his father's politics and this opportunity for advancement, it's almost a certainty that Surue will become an important figure in the empire and enjoy immense power. With a bright future ahead, Surue was in high spirits. But at that moment, the warship Surue was on suddenly came to a sharp stop. The other 2 warships, however, continued forward at their normal speed. What's going on? Surue immediately took off her gaming helmet, stood up, and asked with a displeased expression, "Why did the warship suddenly stop?" Dewey hurriedly walked in from outside and said to Surue, "Young master, the warship's power center has suddenly developed an unknown malfunction. The warship is now activating its self-repair function, and it is estimated that it will take another half-hour to complete the repair. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Su Rue frowned slightly. He didn't want anything to go wrong on the road. However, there's really nothing that can be done about spacecraft accidents. Helpless, Su Rue could only say, "Have the other two warships stop for a moment, and wait for our warship to be repaired before we return together." Dewey nodded, then pushed open the door and went out to issue orders. Meanwhile, in the void of the universe, an inconspicuous dark-colored mech was quietly floating in the air. It was the Overlord mech that Su Ming was piloting. Originally, the Overlord mecha was bright red, but to match this operation, Su Ming dyed it matte black. When the light shone on it, there was only darkness, as if it had merged with the dark and silent void. At this moment, in Su Ming's eyes, 3 warships were speeding past him. At that moment, the central warship suddenly stopped, while the 2 warships on the sides did not react and continued to rush out at their normal speed. "Brother Su Ming, now's the time." The other 2 enemy warships have already flown some distance. Even if they realize there's a problem and want to turn back, it will take them some time. "Let's act now." Walter's voice suddenly rang out from inside Su Ming's mecha. Upon hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming instantly activated his mecha and sped towards the warship. As they approached the warship, a large door, just large enough for the Overlord mech to enter, suddenly opened on the ship. Su Ming knew that it was Walter's men, who were close to Su Rue, who opened the gate of the warship to receive him from inside. Su Ming secretly admired Walter's power. He was even able to place a traitor next to a dignified apocalypse-level heir. "Now it won't be so easy for me to get into the warship." When they were still 2 kilometers away from the warship, Su Ming instantly activated the Overlord mech's space jump device, and the Overlord mech immediately disappeared into space. When it reappeared, the Overlord mech accurately entered the spaceship's hatch. "Su Ming, you have 5 minutes left. In 5 minutes, the other 2 warships will arrive next to this warship." Walter's voice came through Su Ming's communication system. "This is the circuit diagram of the warship. The boxes containing the minerals are in this room. Remember, my men can only disable the security system for 10 seconds. Once inside the room, you must seize the box within 10 seconds. Upon hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming said in a low voice, "Understood." After he finished speaking, a faint glimmer of starlight flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The system's perspective function. Although Walter provided Su Ming with the corresponding route map, and the route was very clear. But diagrams are static, while people are dynamic. Even with a route map, it's impossible to clearly see the movement patterns of everyone on the warship. However, having X-ray vision is a different story. Su Ming could easily see the movements of everyone on the warship, thus choosing the optimal path. Through the system's perspective, Su Ming could clearly see the distribution of experts throughout the warship. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked at the room in the very center. Inside that room, a handsome young man who looked somewhat like Su Ming was sitting leisurely on the sofa. Upon seeing the boy, Su Ming's killing intent began to rise. "Suri, the person who bullied me when I lost my mind, and who later hired an assassin to kill me. This person is someone Su Ming is determined to kill. He's already at the intermediate level of level 6. Su Ming muttered to himself, but he didn't take Su Rue seriously. Although Su Ming was also a level 6 gene warrior at this moment, his cultivation level was comparable to Su Rue's. However, Su Ming didn't believe that Su Rue could assemble a D-level mecha. Only a D-level mecha assembled by himself could be used by someone with a level 6 cultivation. Otherwise, a normal person would have no way to use a D-class mech at level 6. Su Rue is definitely using an E-class mecha now, which means that Su Ming will completely outclass Su Rue in terms of both physical strength and skill. Su Ming's expression hardened, and in an instant, the layout of the entire warship flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful burst of energy at that moment. The Overlord mech instantly transformed into a pitch-black shadow, smashed through the warship's walls, and charged inside. Beep. Enemy attack detected. Enemy attack detected. The warship is automatically activating its defense system. Chapter 77 Sprint. Upon hearing that someone had intruded, everyone on the warship thought they had misheard, and were momentarily stunned. Are you kidding me? What about the warship's built-in detection system? What about the warship's built-in defense systems? How could someone have broken in so quietly? At least make some noise when attacking the energy shield, right? Why did you come in without saying a word? It's possible that a problem with the power center paralyzed the entire warship's defense system. A crew member on the warship muttered to himself. Paralyze my foot. If it were paralyzed, the alarm wouldn't even go off. The fact that they entered the warship so silently means there's only one reason. There's a traitor inside. A mech warrior roared. This was the time when the Empire was transporting minerals back, and everyone carried a great mission on their shoulders. The intrusion almost instantly put everyone on board the warship on edge. Security system. Locate the number of intruders, their energy level, reaction time, and location. The level 8 Gene Warrior is the strongest on this warship. Although he did not activate his brain energy level, he was unable to pilot the mecha. However, his combat strength is inferior to that of ordinary mecha warriors. Instantly, he calmly shouted at the security system. He was experienced enough to know the current situation of the warship. The most important thing was to know the combat strength and location of the intruders, and then stop the intruders on the perimeter. Otherwise, if intruders were to penetrate the core of the warship, it could paralyze the warship. Almost instantly, the security system sent Su Ming's location and energy level range to the communication devices of every warship crew member. The crowd looked at the moving red dot with grim expressions. Wow, so fast. The intruders are so fast. However, because of this, everyone learned of Su Ming's location and rushed towards him to block his path. 5 of you will go with me to stop him, while the other 5 will stay in the core room and keep a close watch on the minerals. The level 8 Gene Warrior, named Henry, was a Gene Warrior who wielded a knife. At this moment, he shouted loudly and led 5 mecha warriors to intercept Su Ming in the direction he was moving. Through the system, Su Ming saw the other party's movements and knew that his movement trajectory had probably been exposed. There's no way around it. The entire warship is almost entirely covered by a security system, so moving around inside is like moving around in a 360 degrees monitored room. There is absolutely no concealment whatsoever. However, this was all within Su Ming's expectations. The person on the other side could see him, and he could also see the person on the other side. Moreover, I have an advantage over the other side. That is, they can break through the walls of warships at will, and they don't need to care about the extent of the damage to the warships. On the other hand, the enemy could only intercept them by following the routes designed by their warships. Without hesitation, Su Ming spotted the alloy wall beside him, drew the battle sword from his mecha, and slashed at it fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, Su Ming ripped a large hole in the alloy wall of the warship, and the Overlord mech moved and instantly disappeared into the hole. What? He broke through the wall? Damn it! Henry stared wide-eyed at the mecha's movements on the monitor, feeling rather grumpy. The group was preparing to pass through this passage to stop him, but they had only gone halfway when he suddenly broke through the alloy wall and jumped into the corridor next to them. This is awkward. After all, everyone had just gone around to surround and kill the invading mech. But now this mech has broken through the wall, meaning everyone's previous detours were for nothing. Henry now has 2 choices. One option was to return the way they came, and the other was to follow the path and pursue the intruders through the large hole they had created. But whatever choice Henry makes, he will ultimately have to go through a long journey. Chase. Henry didn't hesitate and continued rushing forward. He had to choose a path eventually. However, this completely changed the dynamics between everyone and Su Ming. At first, everyone was trying to stop them, but now it has turned into a chase. Su Ming left them behind. Ignoring the people chasing him, Su Ming moved swiftly and sped towards the core room. Before long, Su Ming arrived at the core room. This room contains mineral storage boxes and Suri. However, before that, Su Ming had to face 5 level 7 mech warriors. Su Ming's eyes remained calm. He had already seen through the system the 5 mecha warriors blocking the doorway, their expressions extremely vigilant. It is believed that the other side also detected its location through the warship's security system. Both sides now know each other's location, and a fight is imminent. Without hesitation, Su Ming instantly raised the berserker blade from his mecha. Although he is better at long-range shooting, if a high-powered long-range weapon is used on a warship, the aftershocks of the explosion will likely affect him as well. Su Ming had no choice but to abandon the sniper rifle and switch to a combat knife. System, redeem 800 star points. Su Ming was calm and focused. He had already rehearsed the scene of fighting the 5 mech warriors several times in his mind. In an instant, a vast amount of starlight, far more abundant than ever before, flooded into every corner of Su Ming's body. The boy is no longer the boy he used to be. Now, having undergone physical tempering, Su Ming can easily withstand the terrifying starlight energy that he couldn't have endured before. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the mech stepping on the floor echoed throughout the entire warship. With each step, the energy emitted by the Overlord mech became stronger. This energy level has exceeded 100,000. Henry's expression changed drastically upon sensing the change in the Overlord mech's energy level. Once the energy level exceeds 100,000, it has already reached the category of a level 8 mecha warrior. Even 5 level 7 gene warriors might not be able to withstand an 8th level mech warrior. Moreover, this energy level is constantly increasing, and in the blink of an eye, it has risen to a strength of approximately 130,000. Damn it! Wasn't this person only at an energy level of 110,000 when tested? How did it suddenly increase by 20,000? Henry spoke with a grave expression. Minerals are of paramount importance. If they are lost, all of them will bear a heavy responsibility. Henry gritted his teeth, then pulled out his mechanical blade and smashed through the alloy wall beside him. Without thinking too much, he sped off in Su Ming's direction. At this moment, Su Ming finally arrived outside the core room. He saw 5 mecha warriors who were watching him with bated breath. Get out of my way. Su Ming gave a cold shout and then rushed forward. A dazzling burst of starlight suddenly erupted within the warship. Ahem, I was out for a stroll today, so this chapter was typed on my phone. Sorry for the wait, hee. Chapter 78, The Overbearing Tyrant Mech. The 5 mech warriors also saw Su Ming rushing towards them. At that moment, the 5 mech warriors activated their mechs and headed straight for Su Ming. Inside the warship, only melee weapons could be used, so the 5 mech warriors took out the mechanical combat weapons that came with their mechs. What puzzled the 5 mech warriors was that the opponent didn't dodge or evade, but charged straight at them. It was as if the other party's time was so tight that they didn't even have time to dodge. Upon seeing this, the 5 mech warriors were overjoyed. They raised their mechanical weapons and slashed fiercely at the black mech. But at that moment, a thin energy shield appeared on the body of the black mecha. Despite this, the 5 mech warriors did not stop what they were doing. It's perfectly normal for a Class D mech to have an energy shield. In any case, relying on their own attacks, although they might not be able to break through the opponent's energy shield in the first round of attacks. However, the powerful impact, which generates strong kinetic energy, can also stop the opponent's advance. Under such circumstances, the opponent's momentum will definitely be affected, and they will be stopped by us. Then we can launch a second attack, or wait for Captain Henry to arrive. However, something surprising happened to these mech warriors. After his mechanical warrior struck the opponent's energy shield, the opponent's body was completely unaffected, as if the kinetic energy had lost its effect on the opponent's mech. How is this possible? The 5 mech warriors were shocked. They had never seen such a bizarre scene before. It's like you attack someone with all your might, but not only do you fail to injure them, you don't even manage to stop them in the slightest. What's going on? The enemy mechs, like overlords with super armor, were completely unaffected by their own kinetic energy and continued to charge forward without hesitation. Everyone was shocked and prepared to launch a second attack. However, how could Su Ming possibly give the opponent a second chance to attack? Even the first attack was only possible because Su Ming wanted to let the opponent run wild and collect their kinetic energy, which gave the opponent the opportunity to launch the first attack. Su Ming raised the dark red berserker blade in his hand, and then a smile appeared on his lips. All the starlight energy in his body erupted at that moment. Charge for a powerful strike. Starlight energy plus kinetic energy accumulation plus the power of Su Ming and the mecha itself. At this moment, the Overlord mech unleashed an energy level of 170,000 points. They are only 10,000 energy levels away from reaching the energy level of a level 9 mech warrior. Such terrifying energy was far beyond the capabilities of these 5 level 7 mech warriors to withstand. At this moment, Su Rue already knew that intruders had entered the warship. He immediately contacted 2 other warships to turn around and provide support. However, it would take time for the other 2 warships to turn around. Suri had no choice but to take out and put on her mech, and then frantically put pressure on Henry. "Hurry up, Captain Henry. They're about to enter my room. Forget about the damage to the warship. Just break through the walls and get here. What time is it already?" Su Rue could already sense the energy level reaction coming from outside. A layer of sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. Judging from the opponent's energy level reaction, the opponent is clearly an 8th level mecha warrior with the energy level of an 8th level gene warrior. With his mech and mech, he was only a level 7 mech warrior. If the enemy manages to break through the defensive perimeter of the 5 men blocking the entrance and manages to get inside, I will definitely be no match for them. At this moment, all Suri could do was pray that the 5 mech warriors could buy Henry a little more time so that he could arrive. Once Henry arrives, he can successfully hold off the enemy, giving our other 2 warships time to come to the rescue. Once our other 2 warships turn around, we are absolutely confident that we can stop this intruder. At this moment, Su Rue was filled with shock and anger. What he's worried about now is that if this invader steals his minerals, he'll definitely face political trial within the Empire. Although he may not be punished, his development within the Empire will certainly be severely affected. "Damn it, you have to hold them off," Su Rue screamed inwardly. But clearly, Suri's prayers went unanswered. The next moment, an unusually terrifying energy reaction erupted outside the door, making Su Rue momentarily doubt whether his judgment that the intruder was an 8th level mecha warrior was correct. This energy fluctuation is almost comparable to the strength of a level 9 mecha warrior. Under the influence of this energy level fluctuation, in an instant, the reinforced walls of the room were breached. Then Su Rue saw 5 mecha warriors fly backwards from the broken wall into the room. 3 of the mech warriors had their mech shattered into pieces in that instant, with large amounts of blood seeping out. Clearly, the pilots inside died instantly inside their mech from that attack. The other 2 mech warriors were also sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. Their auras plummeted, and they lost consciousness and collapsed. Su Rue looked at the black mecha that had barged into the room. It felt as if the mecha was radiating endless malevolent energy, like a demon that had emerged from hell, wanting to destroy the entire world. Su Rue's mind went completely blank. With the threat of death looming over him, Su Rue frantically piloted his mecha, fleeing backward. However, to his despair, the black mech caught up with him in an instant, and then a tremendous force came from behind him. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and Su Rue felt himself being blasted away by a tremendous force. Warning! The mech's protective shield is damaged, and the mech's damage rate exceeds 20%. Although they are all E-class mechs, Su Rue's mech is definitely much more advanced than the mechs of the other 5 mech warriors. The other 5 mech warriors were rendered incapable of fighting by Su Ming in a single encounter. However, Su Rue's mech had a powerful protective shield that allowed him to withstand the first attack. However, it could only withstand the first attack. The dark-colored mech continued its approach even after the initial attack, its energy fluctuations gradually building up. Chapter 79 Guardian Company. Damn it! Seeing this, Su Rue felt utterly desperate, but she also knew that sitting idly by and waiting to die would only hasten the damage to her mecha. Su Rue gritted his teeth, suddenly pulled out a huge battle axe from the mecha, and then his energy level exploded, imbuing the battle axe with a strong energy. Die! With a loud shout, Su Rue charged towards the black mech. However, at that moment, the black mech, like a ghost, instantly dodged Su Rue's battle axe attack at an incredible angle. The 2 sides' operations were on completely different levels. The pilot of this black mech was clearly many levels above Su Rue in skill. The black mech easily deflected Su Rue's attack, as if toying with its prey. The next moment, Su Rue felt a tremendous force surge from the opponent's mecha, which directly shattered his own mecha into pieces. Warning: the mech is over 60% damaged. The mech will automatically disengage to prevent an explosion due to the malfunction. Warning sounds soon rang out from inside the mech. The next moment, the mech piloted by Su Rue disintegrated, revealing Su Rue inside. When Su Ming saw Su Rue being ejected by the mecha, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Although this person is his older brother, he has been targeting him from a young age in order to compete for the resources of the Korin family. Su Ming felt absolutely no pity for this person. Die! Su Ming raised his battle sword and slashed fiercely at Su Rue. It looked like they were about to cut Su Rue in two. But at that moment, an unusually intense light suddenly erupted from Su Rue's body. Thump! A loud bang was heard, and Su Ming immediately felt as if he had struck an extremely hard object. A shock wave emanated from the mecha, causing Su Ming's hands to go numb. Su Ming took a closer look and immediately frowned. Su Rue's body was protected by an energy shield that shone with a warm yellow light. This energy shield. As a mechanic, Su Ming knew all too well the origins of this energy shield. Damn it! Su Ming cursed inwardly. This energy shield is a high-quality protective device produced by a company in human society called Guardians. This company, called Guardians, only produces protective mechanical equipment, but its scale spans across 5 major cosmic nations. The reason is simple. The protective equipment produced by Guardian Company completely outperforms all other protective equipment in terms of performance. However, Guardian Company only serves high-end customers and the high-end market. Each piece of mechanical equipment is extremely powerful, but also very expensive. It's no use. This is the Guardian Sanctuary 3.0 energy shield. Even a level 10 gene warrior couldn't break through it in 10 minutes. You can't possibly break through it. Inside, Su Rue shouted loudly, her face grim. He naturally looked terrible. This Shelter 3.0 energy shield was a piece of protective equipment that he had to pull a lot of strings to get his hands on. These highly protective gear items are all disposable. In other words, this protective gear, whose value is comparable to a B-grade mech and worth hundreds of billions of star coins, is completely ruined after this use. A staggering 10 billion yuan evaporated in this struggle, and Su Rue's heart was practically bleeding. Although she survived, Su Rue was heartbroken and felt like she had lost a huge amount of money. Su Ming, inside the mecha, was naturally aware of this protective equipment. He knew in his heart that Su Rue was not exaggerating. Even the worst of the products from Guardian Corporation can easily withstand the frenzied attacks of a level 9 gene warrior. Moreover, this 3.0 version is already considered a high-end product with an energy shield. Su Ming sighed. Protected by the energy shield, Su Ming decisively abandoned his attempt to kill Su Rue. There was nothing he could do. This was a life bought with real money, and Su Ming really couldn't take it away. Since it was confirmed that Su Rue's energy shield could not be broken in a short time, Su Ming had no choice but to give up attacking Su Rue and then turn to look at the mineral box stored in the security system. Upon seeing the movements of the black mecha in front of him, Su Rue immediately knew what the pilot of the black mecha was planning. He then laughed loudly. It's useless. This mineral box is stored in the security system developed by the Empire. Even a level 10 expert cannot break through this security system, so how could you possibly crack it? Give up, you will get nothing. His face was somewhat ferocious. After losing a valuable energy shield, Su Rue felt a great sense of resentment. Seeing that the black mech was eyeing the mineral crates, Su Rue couldn't help but laugh loudly. The frustration and heartache he felt could only be relieved by seeing the enemy suffer a defeat. As he said, the security system protecting the mineral crates was developed by the Empire. The Empire's technological level is terrifying. How could an 8th level mech warrior possibly break through it? However, Su Ming ignored Su Rue's mockery. He calmly uttered a few words to Walter through the communication device. Disable the security system. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter's voice quickly followed. Roger. Deactivate the security system in 3 seconds. You only have 10 seconds to shut down, hurry. The security system on the warship had been infiltrated by Walter's men. Su Ming was indeed unable to breach the security system. But just turn it off. 3 seconds later, the security system outside the mineral box shut down abruptly, and the atomic shield outside the mineral box vanished instantly. Upon seeing this scene, Su Rue was completely stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. No, Henry, where the hell are you? They're trying to take the minerals away. Su Rue's eyes were filled with bloodshot red as he stared angrily at the scene before him. The mineral crate was the most important thing he had on this trip. It was related to his future and the prestige of his empire. If it were taken away, it would almost be the death of him. His mind was in turmoil. He was almost insane, and he had long abandoned his usual elegance and composure, roaring wildly into the communication device. A deep sense of powerlessness spread throughout Su Rue's body. He wanted to go out and fight, but he was also afraid that the other party would kill him. What angered him was not only that the other party wanted to take away the mineral box, but also his own deep-seated fear and weakness. Just then, an incredibly powerful figure suddenly rushed in. Without pausing, the figure raised his battle blade and slashed at Su Ming. Chapter 80: Killing Henry. The owner of this figure is none other than Henry. As the security system activated, Henry finally arrived, and his battle sword unleashed a powerful energy level as he slashed at Su Ming's mecha. Su Ming's eyes were cold. He had already seen Henry rush in from outside using the system's X-ray vision function. Su Ming also raised his sword and slashed fiercely at Henry. Boom! The terrifying power instantly swept through the entire room. Henry's offensive was extremely fierce. As the most powerful level 8 gene warrior on the entire warship, Henry unleashed a terrifying killing move right from the start. Flames erupted from his battle blade and slammed towards Su Ming. Su Ming was not to be outdone. He had already foreseen Henry's attack. With a swift movement, the Berserker blade emitted a chilling light as he clashed with Henry once more. Both of them used wide-ranging and powerful moves, and at this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle in the room. However, Su Ming didn't want to waste any more time with Henry. After all, Walter's mole on the warship could only give himself 10 seconds at most to steal the mineral crates. 10 seconds later, the security system will be restarted, and Su Ming will be unable to access it no matter what. Therefore, Su Ming must end the battle within 10 seconds. 10 seconds? To defeat an 8th level gene warrior whose energy level is no less than his own? This was an incredibly crazy thing, but Su Ming remained unusually calm as he went through the scene of the two fighting in his mind many times. Su Ming was confident and never did anything without a plan. 10. Su Ming instantly lunged at Henry, his terrifying blade light slicing the nearby table to ashes. Henry sneered repeatedly, his longsword clashing fiercely with Su Ming's. 9. Intense starlight suddenly erupted from Su Ming's body. These were 600 starlight points he had exchanged from the system. As it charged forward, the Berserker blade immediately triggered the Berserker effect, unleashing a second wave of attacks. The Overlord mech looked like a crazed warrior, its fighting spirit soaring. Henry frowned, not expecting that there would be a follow-up force after the first strike. He was caught off guard by this strike and almost dropped his mechanical sword. Despite this, he still experienced an unusually severe tingling and numb sensation in the web of his hand. 8. Martial technique, overlapping waves. Martial skill, stacking waves. Effect: the second attack will inherit 20% of the energy level of the first attack, and so on. Stack limit: 3. Physical penetration, plus 30%. Armor penetration ability, plus 50%. This is a martial skill attached to the Starry Sky Limitless Heavenly Art, which uses the potential energy of the rebound after an attack with a battle blade to increase the power and energy level of the next attack. If it weren't for the emergency, Su Ming wouldn't have considered using this tactic. After all, this move requires the hardness of the sword's own material to counteract some potential energy, which puts a huge strain on the sword. After a battle, the sword will be damaged by more than 30%. However, Su Ming couldn't care less about that right now. If he couldn't fight, he could just repair the sword if it got damaged. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming slashed 3 times in quick succession. The Overlord mech, like the most frenzied swordsman, carried boundless power and relentlessly pressured Henry. Each of those 3 strikes was stronger and more difficult to withstand than the last. After the 3rd strike, Henry's longsword was actually cut in 2 by Su Ming's longsword. The immense force instantly caused Henry's sword to slip from his hand and fall to the side. Meanwhile, Su Ming's own star cluster level mechanical battle sword also began to curl up during this frenzied attack. It looks like it suffered a significant loss. The energy level also dropped by about 50%. 7 seconds. Ignoring the pain, Su Ming continued to slash at Henry with his long sword. But Henry dodged the attack to the side. 6 seconds. Instead of attacking, Su Ming used his movement to force Henry to move, while his aura began to lock onto Henry. 5 seconds. The locking of the longsword's aura is similar to the locking of a sniper rifle's aura, and Su Ming quickly and successfully locked onto Henry's aura. As Henry's expression changed drastically, Su Ming's long sword slashed down at an angle that made it impossible to dodge. For seconds, Henry's body was cut in 2, and blood splattered everywhere, turning the ground red under the influence of the warship's gravity system. 6 seconds. It took Su Ming 6 seconds to kill Henry. The battle ended so quickly that it sent chills down Su Rue's spine. Su Ming gave Su Rue a deep look, then used the last 4 seconds to grab the mineral box from the security system. He then moved and fled back the way he came. On the original path, several mech warriors were intercepting Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes turned cold, and he was about to kill these mecha warriors. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from Su Ming's communication device. "You don't need to lift a finger." It was Walter's voice. Upon hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he immediately sheathed the battle sword he was about to use. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Ming saw 2 of the mecha warriors suddenly leap up and stab their companions to death from behind. Su Ming's expression changed. They thought there was only one traitor, Walter, who had infiltrated the entire warship. "I didn't expect there to be 2 of them. No wonder they possess such great power." They not only opened the door for him, but also turned off the security system. After the 2 mech warriors had killed all their comrades, they said to Su Ming, "This way. The spatial passage is this way." After saying that, the 2 led the way, carrying Su Ming all the way out through the other gate. Boom! A large hole was blasted into one side of the warship. Immediately afterwards, 2 ordinary basic mechs, along with a powerful mech that was entirely black, rushed out of the large hole. "Activate the spatial portal." The 2 supporting mechs shouted through their communication devices, and then a spatial wormhole appeared in front of the 3 of them. Without hesitation, Su Ming and the other 2 piloted their mechs and charged into the spatial wormhole in front of them. The 3 mechs quickly disappeared from sight. About a minute later, 2 more Imperial warships sailed into the vicinity of this warship, and a large number of combat personnel on board, dressed in space combat suits or mechs, rushed into the warship where Su Rue was located. However, it was too late. Su Ming had already taken the mineral box, passed through the wormhole, and returned to the dark domain. Chapter 81: Dividing the Spoils. Call out. The 3 figures quickly passed through the wormhole and arrived in the dark domain. Su Ming's eyes lit up. After his vision returned to normal, he found himself back in the familiar black domain. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and felt at ease. The place where the Imperial warship was hijacked was a star system located in a very distant part of the black domain. No matter how hard Su Rue and the Empire racked their brains, they probably wouldn't know that the person who stole the mineral box was actually from the black domain. Su Ming was once again impressed by Walter's abilities. During the 2 days of preparation, Walter had specially opened up 2 one-way spatial teleportation channels. This created the wormhole, allowing Su Ming and the 2 mech warriors to leave together. Establishing a spatial teleportation channel in such a distant star system is definitely not a simple task. Walter's abilities exceeded Su Ming's expectations. "Brother Su Ming, you are absolutely amazing. I am truly impressed by your skills." Walter had been waiting in the black domain for a long time. The place where the 2 met was just an inconspicuous barren planet in the dark domain, and no one would notice their figures. After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming took off his mecha and then stored it in his spatial device. Su Ming smiled and began to flatter Walter, saying, "Not at all. Without Mr. Walter's planning and the spatial passage, this operation would never have gone so smoothly." The two exchanged a glance and then smiled knowingly. This collaboration allowed Su Ming to witness Walter's capabilities and Walter to witness Su Ming's potential. It can be said that after this collaboration, the two have developed a mutual respect for each other, and it is likely that similar collaborations will continue in the future. Alright, enough chit-chat. Here's the mineral storage box. Let's divide the minerals. Su Ming smiled, and then placed the two huge boxes on the ground. Although Su Ming was not killed this time, it was a great regret for him. However, acquiring these two imperial minerals filled Su Ming with immense joy. Moreover, Suri lost an important resource of the empire. After returning to the empire, he will probably not have a good outcome, and may even have to go to a military court. This is what Su Ming is happy to see. The two large boxes are not heavy at all if carried individually. Each one probably weighs around 100 kilograms. This weight is nothing to a level 1 gene warrior, let alone Su Ming, who already has the ability to become a level 6 gene warrior. Despite its light weight, the box contains a vast storage space inside. The storage space contained mineral resources roughly 1/3 the size of a planet. What does it mean to have 1/3 of a planet? Even if Su Ming were to forge all these minerals into mechanical parts, it would probably take him 500 years to assemble them all. It's easy to imagine just how terrifying these mineral resources are. However, the more advanced the mechanical parts, the different types of minerals used, and the higher the purity of the compressed minerals. With so many minerals, it would be impossible to forge mechanical parts of the same size. In fact, if we were to create more advanced mechanical parts, they would probably be reduced to only 1% of their original size. Even 1% is still a terrifying amount compared to the scale that is often measured in planetary volumes. Walter looked at the two boxes as if he were looking at a stunningly beautiful woman. Walter had no interest in fighting. Walter's only interest was making money. Commerce was the sector that Walter valued most, and seeing so many minerals laid out before him, Walter was in a very good mood. However, although he was extremely envious of these mineral resources, he did not have any intention of swallowing Su Ming's part. Merchants value reputation above all else. Although merchants in the black domain may not necessarily be so, Walter has already witnessed Su Ming's potential and abilities during this period. Su Ming is a worthwhile investor, and Walter would never betray him after he has served his purpose. Walter quickly produced a strangely shaped machine, then aimed one end at the two boxes and inserted it. Seeing this, Su Ming slowly nodded. Space separator. This is an instrument specifically designed for cutting space storage equipment. It can safely and completely cut and divide a large storage space into many parts, and then temporarily absorb the divided space into the instrument. The original, complete storage space was split up. With so many mineral resources, Su Ming certainly couldn't possibly extract them all and then give half to Walter, otherwise he would be exhausted. Why not just put it in the storage space and divide it up yourself? Soon, a huge spatial fluctuation was generated in the instrument, and with a series of cuts, the mineral space was successfully divided into two parts. One portion was sucked into the separator, while the other remained in the mineral box. Alright, I just randomly picked half of the minerals. I don't know what minerals are in them, so let's see how lucky we are from now on. Walter smiled easily. He then brought both boxes to Su Ming. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Alright, I'm getting ready to leave now, Walter said with a smile. Su Ming picked up the two boxes and then released a spaceship from his storage space. After putting the two boxes into the spaceship, he smiled and said goodbye to Walter, returning to his base on Planet Abe. The two boxes cannot be put into another storage space. After all, the actual space in the two boxes is about 1/3 the size of a planet, which is definitely too large for ordinary storage space. Su Ming had no choice but to place the two boxes in the base and decide whether to sell or use them after checking what types of minerals were inside. After placing the box in a room within the base, Su Ming was about to leave. Just then, Ming curiously used the X-ray vision function in the system and looked at the two boxes. To his surprise, the system's X-ray vision function was able to see through the box and see what kind of minerals were inside the storage space. This eliminates the need to use brain energy levels to communicate with storage space and retrieve information. Ming's gaze swept over the various minerals, trying to identify their types and make a rough note of what kinds they were so that he could categorize them later. Just as Ming's gaze swept across the minerals and began to focus on the radioactive ones. Suddenly, Ming saw a batch of pale red unidentified crystals emitting a strong energy fluctuation in the box containing radioactive minerals. Ming's eyes narrowed upon seeing the pale red crystal, and he instinctively let out a soft exclamation. Chapter 82: Humanoid Creatures. Ming's eyes narrowed, almost thinking he was seeing things, because he saw several figures inside these pale red crystals, which were sealed within them. Ming was taken aback and quickly looked over carefully. They discovered that several humanoid beings were indeed sealed inside a pale red crystal. Although these creatures look like humans, Ming is quite certain that they are not human, because these creatures have a huge, sharp horn on their foreheads and are completely red. Moreover, these creatures have arms that are much longer than human arms, but legs that are much shorter than those of ordinary humans. From a human aesthetic point of view, these creatures look very out of place. Some of them were even ugly. If a normal person could grow up like this, they would definitely be a deformed child. However, now, lying within the pale red crystal are dozens of identical-looking creatures, leading Ming to initially conclude that they are not human deformities, but rather a biological species from the beginning. Ming looked at these humanoid creatures with curiosity, wondering why they were sealed inside this pale red crystal. Could it be something like amber? Ming muttered to himself. If that's the case, once we cut these pale red crystals open, we might actually be able to obtain samples of these humanoid creatures. For humans, any humanoid specimen is a huge asset, since many modern genetic technologies are inspired by or developed from humanoid organisms. But at that moment, Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw one of the humanoid creatures actually had its eyes open, its gaze seemingly able to penetrate the spatial barrier of the storage box and see Ming. These humanoid creatures, how come they didn't die? How is that possible? Ming was puzzled. They were sealed inside a crystal with such a huge amount of energy radiation, yet they were still alive. It was impossible for a normal living being to do that. Even a powerful being at the apocalypse level, if sealed inside a crystal with such enormous energy radiation, could remain unharmed for a short time, but would certainly die after 100 years. Ming remembered these discovered mineral veins. Judging from the subtle clues of their formation, they must have been there for over 100 years. It might not even be possible for thousands of years. Thousands of years have passed, and these people are still alive? What's going on? Moreover, Ming's eyes were serious as he stared intently at the only humanoid creature that had awakened. The humanoid creature was also looking at him, and their eyes met at that moment. Immediately, Ming felt that a special information connection had been established between himself and this humanoid creature. Ming was increasingly surprised. Clearly, this humanoid creature had discovered itself and was able to see itself despite the spatial limitations of the storage box. Suddenly, Ming was stunned, because at that moment, he received a message from the information connection between this humanoid creature and himself. Help me. Get us out of here. Ming frowned. This creature is actually able to communicate directly using information? Lower organisms typically communicate using tone of voice and emotions. For example, cats and dogs use the tone of their vocalizations to identify the information conveyed in their communication. This type of communication is usually inefficient and simplistic, often only conveying a single emotion such as anger, happiness, or fear. Medium-sized organisms can use language, written information, and visual information to communicate. Humans are such life forms. This form of communication is more precise and richer than that of lower organisms, and it is also more capable of conveying the information contained within. However, textual and visual information are merely the mediums of communication, and misunderstandings will always exist during the communication process. The truly efficient and error-free method is to bypass carriers and language and communicate directly with information, thus fully conveying all the information being expressed. Ming became secretly on guard. This humanoid creature was able to communicate directly using information connections, transcending physical mediums and language. Clearly, this humanoid being's life level is far more advanced than that of humans. Faced with an unknown yet powerful life form, Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of vigilance. Who are you? Why should I save you? Ming's brain energy level fluctuated. He didn't have the ability to communicate directly, but now the other party had established an information bridge with him, allowing Ming to temporarily use this method of communication. The other party seemed to sense Ming's vigilance and conveyed a message of goodwill. We are trapped here by another civilization. I have no ill intentions towards you. We just want to escape. Once we are free, I will give you some of our civilization's technology as a token of my gratitude. Ming shook his head again. This is a matter between you and the civilization that sealed you away. It has nothing to do with me. I can't guarantee that you won't pose a threat to my life after I release you. The humanoid creature thought for a moment, then sent a message to Ming. This civilization is extremely aggressive. If you encounter it, you will also be attacked. We have a common enemy. Follow my train of thought, and I will take you to witness the horrors of this civilization. After speaking, the humanoid creature tentatively transmitted its thoughts into Ming's mind. After sensing it briefly and confirming that it was just a simple thought transmission without anything else mixed in, Ming felt relieved and then looked in the direction of the humanoid creature's thoughts. Soon, a scene of civilizations clashing appeared in Ming's mind. One of the two civilizations in the conflict is the civilization of this humanoid creature. To Ming's surprise, the original skin of this humanoid creature was almost identical to human skin, mainly white and yellow. However, this humanoid civilization soon encountered an invasion by a terrifying civilization. Upon seeing the invading civilization, Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at the colossal civilization. The invading civilization was a pale red crystal the size of an entire galaxy. It looks exactly like the crystal that encapsulates humanoid life forms. This enormous crystal, radiating terrifying radiation and heat, instantly entered the star field where humanoid life resided. Any planet that encounters this giant crystal is burned and melted by terrifying radiation and heat, then turned into nutrients and absorbed into the giant pale red crystal. Chapter 83: Pale Red Crystal Civilization. The pale red crystals rapidly invaded the star field where the humanoid beings were located. The humanoid civilizations naturally became aware of the invaders' arrival and used various methods to try to drive them away or destroy them. Countless powerful humanoid beings emerged from their planets to meet the invading civilization. What is this? Is it a civilization or a cosmic danger? Ming couldn't help but ask. Because, in his sight, he couldn't see any signs of life in this pale red crystal at all. It looked like a strange celestial body that was constantly devouring the surrounding celestial bodies. Civilization. I'm certain of that. As soon as the information about humanoid creatures entered Ming's mind, he saw many different pale red individuals emerging from the pale red crystal. These individuals, like sugar figurines, emerged from the pale red crystals and then transformed into various different shapes. It seems that these individuals can change their appearance at will, making themselves more suitable for combat. Or rather, it's more suited to fighting humanoid creatures. These individuals formed from pale red crystals seem to have evolved abilities specifically designed to counter humanoid creatures. Even their limbs have evolved to exploit the blind spots that humanoid creatures are vulnerable to. What is this? Ming's eyes widened. These individuals do not exude any life force, but after condensing from the pale red crystal, they possess independent consciousness and can make different choices for invasion. These individuals show no signs of life fluctuations, so why do they possess their own independent consciousness? Ming muttered to himself. Life forms and consciousness are merely the fixed patterns of thought in your minds. In the universe, there are many things that transcend your comprehension. Each individual in this civilization is devoid of life, which is why they can be arbitrarily recombined and altered. The humanoid creature transmitted the information into Su Ming's mind. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Only living organisms can form civilizations and possess wisdom. Otherwise, they cannot be called living organisms. This is a common understanding in human society and an inherent way of thinking for every individual. However, the universe is so vast that it's not surprising that civilizations that defy conventional thinking exist. However, Su Ming found it difficult to understand the operating mode and behavior of this civilization for a while. At this moment, the scene continued to flow, and Su Ming soon saw the humanoid civilization engaging in an exceptionally fierce war with the pale red crystal civilization. However, what chilled Su Ming to the bone was, humanoid civilization has been utterly defeated. Even humanoid beings that had evolved to communicate directly through information and whose life level was higher than that of humans were easily wiped out by the civilization of the pale red crystal. Among humanoid civilizations, Su Ming also saw individuals who were no less powerful than human apocalypse-level experts, and who fought against individuals from the pale red crystal civilization. One by one, the pale red crystal individuals were shattered by these apocalypse-level powerhouses. But the next moment, these pale red crystals reassembled, as if no matter how shattered they were, each individual pale red crystal could easily recover. More and more humanoid creatures were killed, and in the end only a few hundred strong ones survived. After being continuously empowered by the main body, even a single individual of the pale red crystal eventually grew to the strength of the apocalypse. Upon seeing this, the surviving humanoid creatures scattered in a frenzy. Each of them was a powerful being among humanoid beings, but they had little power to fight back against the pale red crystal civilization. Finally, a powerful being from a humanoid civilization managed to crack the attack methods of the pale red crystal civilization in a desperate situation, and then shared the solution with his companions through information flow. However, only a very few people were able to learn this method of breaking the curse. The vast majority were wiped out by the pale red crystal civilization. The few humanoid beings who learned the method to break the spell were also sealed away by the pale red crystal civilization with enormous energy, ultimately sealed within the pale red crystal, left to fend for themselves in the universe. Those who deciphered the pale red crystal civilization were the few humanoid beings, their bodies entirely red, who were now standing before Su Ming. During their long journey, even though these people were incredibly powerful, their bodies were eroded by the pale red crystals, and they were no longer as strong as before. Su Ming took a deep breath. The scene he had just witnessed was simply too shocking. A clash between two civilizations, a clash of civilizations on a cosmic scale. Such a powerful cosmic civilization, even more advanced than human civilization, was quietly and silently annihilated in the long river of history, easily wiped out by one of the civilizations. If a pale red crystal civilization were to enter human civilization, could human civilization withstand such an invasion? Don't worry, this civilization won't be coming anytime soon. The humanoid creature spoke in Su Ming's mind. Why? Su Ming was surprised. The humanoid life form sighed and then said, "We have been sealed away for so long that a part of our bodies has actually been assimilated. Using the information flow technology of our civilization, I can sense the direction of this crystal civilization." Upon hearing the humanoid creature's words, Su Ming's face showed a thoughtful expression. Then Su Ming said to the man, "I can release you, but not now. I can only release you when I can trust you." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid creature couldn't help but ask curiously, "How can we make you believe us?" Su Ming smiled, then said bluntly, "First, strength. I can only trust you when I am stronger than you are now. Second, sincerity. I'll consider trusting you after seeing how much help you can provide me during this process." Su Ming isn't stupid. He didn't just blindly believe someone after they showed him a video. Although he believes that what the humanoid said is most likely true, there is no guarantee that there may be information that this person has hidden. The most crucial point. Even if the pale red crystal is a common enemy of both civilizations, who can guarantee that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? It's also possible that it's also an enemy. If Su Ming's cultivation level wasn't high enough to give him enough confidence to suppress these humanoid beings again, it would be absolutely impossible for him to release them. Chapter 84: The Attack of Tianlin. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid creature gave a wry smile and said, "That's true, but we've already been sealed in the crystal for so long, so there's no rush." After speaking, the humanoid creature transmitted a portion of their civilization's knowledge into Su Ming's mind through the information flow between them. To show my sincerity, I will first pass on some knowledge of our civilization to you. It was a very strange process, as if a new piece of knowledge had appeared out of nowhere in Su Ming's mind. However, this knowledge is not immediately usable. It is stored there, like a file, which Su Ming needs to unlock, read, understand, and apply. After perceiving this wondrous phenomenon, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at it. Higher organisms are, after all, higher organisms. The flow of information is far too convenient and efficient for the transmission of knowledge, and this person directly transferred the knowledge into his mind. Su Ming casually flipped through some of the information, then asked curiously, "This is your civilization's standard knowledge. What about the methods and knowledge that deciphered the pale red crystal civilization?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the man smiled and then said, "The methods and knowledge to solve this require knowledge based on the fundamental principles of our civilization. Knowing it now is useless to you, and besides..." He paused, then slowly said, "I'm also waiting for the day you decide to unseal us before I tell you the secret to breaking the seal. After all, I can't completely trust you. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this person's words, Su Ming actually laughed. He likes to talk to people who are straightforward like this. It's normal to have doubts. It's normal for the two of you to distrust each other since this is your first meeting. If this person were to tell Su Ming all the knowledge he wanted at once, Su Ming would become wary of it. "Okay, I'll find some time later to move you out of the storage box. Otherwise, it's not good for you to stay here all the time." Now that both sides had reached an agreement, Su Ming smiled and spoke up. Moving these people out of the storage box was also part of his sincerity. They smiled at each other knowingly, and then Su Ming cut off the communication between them and left the room. After leaving the room, Su Ming let out a soft sigh of relief. The humanoid creatures and the crystal civilization in the storage box were completely forgotten by Su Ming after he left the house. There's still no clue about this matter, so we can't rush it. Let's focus on the present and deal with the rest later. After successfully acquiring the minerals that Su Rue was escorting, Su Ming obtained a considerable amount of minerals, but there were still many follow-up matters to be addressed. Since the robbery, Su Ming hadn't had a chance to properly process what had happened. Now that he had some free time, he could finally take some time to sort it out. Su Ming walked into his studio, then took out the Overlord Mecha and placed it to the side of the studio. His Overlord Mech sustained some minor internal damage during the battle. High-level mechs typically possess internal nanobots for repairing damage, giving them extremely strong self-healing capabilities. Therefore, high-level mechs rarely need to be repaired and adjusted after every battle. However, lower-level mechs haven't been equipped with such advanced technology yet, so they have to endure the strain of needing repairs and maintenance after each use. Especially the Berserker Blade, which had been relentlessly hacked at by Su Ming during their clash with Henry, and was now completely worn down. These are all things that Su Ming needs to repair little by little. Without hesitation, Su Ming immediately threw himself into his work. Shortly after Su Ming got into work mode, a major event occurred in the Black Domain. At this moment, in the Dark Domain, on a planet called Talon, a Crimson Mecha warrior is leading a powerful mercenary-like army toward a certain location on Talon. Second in command, are you confident? A man who looked like a mercenary couldn't help but ask. At that moment, a nonchalant voice came from inside the bright red mech. So what? This isn't the first time we've fought Sokka and his crew. We're definitely going to wipe them out this time. This group of people was led by Hu Bing and the other members of Tianlin. They have now arrived on Talon, preparing to launch a surprise attack on a second-tier power called Sokka. Sokka is Tianlin's old rival. The two companies frequently have business conflicts, and even within the criminal underworld, they often fight each other. Members of both sides frequently die at the hands of the other, making their relationship one of irreconcilable enmity. However, because their strengths were relatively even, despite the numerous battles between the two sides, neither could gain the upper hand, and the matter was eventually settled hastily. But now that Hu Bing has become familiar with his overlord mech, his mind is suddenly working. He plans to take down Sokka before Sokka even knows that he has a mech. Don't worry, we'll handle the second wave of infiltration. The first wave of direct confrontation will be left to the boss to lead the team, Hu Bing said with a smile. Su Ming had never met the leader of Tianlin, but as the head of a second-tier power, the leader of Tianlin was a low-level 10th grade Gene warrior with extremely strong combat power. A level 10 Gene warrior is absolutely top tier in the black domain. Sokka, which is similar to Tianlin, also has a level 10 low-grade Gene warrior in charge, and its layout is similar to Tianlin's. In the past, Tianlin would not have been confident that he could eliminate Sokka. But now, Hu Bing sat inside the Overlord Mecha, his eyes gleaming with divine light. Having mechs might become a key factor in turning the tide of battle. Boom, boom, boom. As the group approached, they gradually felt the entire earth trembling, and a strong energy reaction emanated from not far away. The group exchanged glances, their expressions slightly grave. Here we go. The leader has already led a team of Tianlin members to fight the other side. Let's go. Let's go support the boss. Hu Bing's expression shifted, and then he moved swiftly, leading the Tianlin members beside him towards the location where the energy explosion had occurred. Chapter 85 Sokka and Tianlin. The war between Tianlin and Sokka broke out. Both sides have forces in the tens of thousands. Once war breaks out, it immediately shakes the entire land. When Hu Bing arrived at the battleground with his mercenaries, he saw his boss fighting against Sokka's boss. Both of them were level 10 Gene warriors, far stronger than the soldiers around them. The fighting among the surrounding members seemed to have little to do with the two of them. Ignoring the various explosions around them, they fought madly on the battlefield. A level 10 Gene warrior, whose energy level has exceeded 300,000. This is an exceptionally terrifying energy level, meaning that an attack with an energy level exceeding 100,000 points would be needed to affect or injure the two individuals. However, on the battlefield, the number of level 8 Gene warriors with an energy level exceeding 100,000 points is estimated to be less than 300. Only by joining forces can these people contend with the level 10 Gene warriors. However, in reality, these level 8 Gene warriors are not on the same side, and the two sides fight each other fiercely. Just then, a level 10 mech suddenly led a team of members into the battlefield. Upon seeing the bright red mech, the Sokka personnel were taken aback. Mech warrior? When did they buy a mech? A member of Sokka muttered to himself. What alarmed him was not the mecha itself, but the intense energy level unleashed by the mecha pilot in conjunction with the mecha. Russ, come and die? Ha ha ha. Hu Bing laughed arrogantly, then charged towards a level 9 Gene warrior. Tianlin has him as its second in command, and Sokka has a similar figure. The two sides have been fighting for a long time and are already familiar with each other's abilities and combat strength. As soon as Hu Bing joined the battle, he went straight for a level 9 Gene warrior named Ruth to kill. This was his old rival, but there was no such thing as heroes respecting each other. There was only a deep-seated hatred between them. The other side has killed countless of my brothers. Now is the time for revenge. With a cold look in his eyes, Hu Bing piloted his mech and charged toward Russ with incredible speed. Upon seeing that Hu Bing was actually piloting this bright red mech, and sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the mech, Russ's expression changed drastically. Originally, his and Hu Bing's energy levels were almost the same, basically between 200,000 and 250,000. But now, the enemy has an additional mech with an energy level of over 100,000, which is equivalent to the energy level of Amber, and has been artificially increased by 100,000, reaching a level of 300,000 plus. What's the point of fighting? A 10W energy level difference is not a small amount like a few thousand or tens of thousands. A difference of 10W in energy levels is enough to create overwhelming dominance. Where did he get this mech? It must be a D-class mech, right? Russ fled in a sorry state, feeling extremely frustrated. Class D mechs are extremely difficult to obtain and are almost entirely controlled and monopolized by major spacefaring nations. Mechanics capable of assembling D-class mechs would never come to the black domain, nor would they bother trading with black market merchants. Therefore, D-class mechs are absolutely treasures in the dark domain. Now that Amber has an extra D-class mech, how am I supposed to fight? Run. However, the speed of the mech was something Russ could never match. In an instant, Hu Bing caught up with Russ, raised his berserker blade, and swung it fiercely at Russ. It has to be said that although both use the Overlord mech, the power that Hu Bing can unleash with the Overlord mech is far greater than that of Su Ming. After all, Su Ming had only reached the threshold of use, and piloting the Overlord mech still felt a bit strenuous, like wielding a heavy weapon. But for Amber, his current energy level is perfect for using the Overlord mech. In his hands, the Overlord mech can unleash its full power. Seeing the Overlord mech charging towards him so swiftly, Ruth knew that running away would only lead to his death at the mech's hands. He decided to confront the enemy directly and find a way to escape in the ensuing battle. However, the combat power of the Overlord mech was something Russ could not withstand. The Berserker Blade's power was instantly activated. With each strike, 50% of the attack was amplified and transformed into a second attack, making it appear as if a mech was hacking and slashing wildly. Ding 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 ding. A series of metallic clanging sounds rang out. The Overlord mech slashed wildly, and with each strike, Russ's hand became number. After making about 3 or 4 cuts, Russ felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the sword flew out of his grasp and backward. Upon seeing this, Hu Bing was overjoyed and swung his berserker blade fiercely, instantly cutting Russ in two. Dead beyond dead. Having personally slain his formidable enemy, Hu Bing felt an immense sense of exhilaration. He let out a clear roar and then piloted his Overlord mech, charging fiercely towards Sokka's leader. At this moment, Sokka's leader is engaged in a fierce battle with Tianlin's leader. Both men fought with their true fury. Sokka's leader was enraged, and this time he felt something strange. I have a feeling that the other party's attitude this time is unusually tough and resolute, as if they want to use this opportunity to kill me. Sokka sneered. Kill him? He knew better than anyone how capable Tianlin was. For Tianlin to want to kill him now was simply a pipe dream. But suddenly, his expression changed as he sensed an exceptionally powerful energy level attacking him. Another level 10 Jin warrior? He felt utterly absurd. Tianlin was just a level 10 Jin warrior, so where did the second person come from? Turning his head, he immediately saw a bright red mech charging towards him. It's you? Amber. Sokka stared wide-eyed at the mecha before him in disbelief. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the mech, Boss Sokka had a vague sense of foreboding. Court death. He roared, then moved swiftly, wielding his battle axe as he slashed fiercely at the Overlord mech. Upon seeing this, Hu Bing's lips curled into a mocking smile. Immediately, a thin energy shield appeared on the Overlord mech, and it charged straight at Boss Sokka, without dodging or avoiding. Seeing this, Boss Sokka was somewhat dismissive. It was normal for mechs to have energy shields, but his own energy burst was over 300,000. A normal mech shield would definitely be shattered by this attack, and the mech would be sent flying. He had already planned out the plot, and his hands didn't slow down at all as he frantically slashed at the Overlord mech. However, things soon developed in a way that exceeded his expectations. The energy shield was shattered. However, this mech, despite being slashed open with a huge gash, was not blown away. Instead, it seemed to have completely absorbed the impact and continued to charge towards him with overwhelming force. This wave of attacks immediately disrupted Sokka's offensive rhythm. The next moment, the Overlord mech, having absorbed enough potential energy, unleashed its ultimate killing move. Charging strike. Boom. Chapter 86 The Balance of Victory. A loud bang was heard as Sokka and Hu Bing clashed. Sokka's eyes were full of mockery. Even though Hu Bing was piloting a D-class mech, his energy level was already comparable to that of a level 10 Jin warrior. However, it is only a contest. In reality, The level 10 Gene warriors also have the support of mechanical equipment, so in terms of energy level, they are definitely stronger than Hu Bing's D-level mech. The two instantly clashed. But at that moment, Boss Sokka suddenly widened his eyes. He sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the other side, followed by a tremendous force. Sokka was utterly shocked. He had also sensed the energy level of the D-class mech piloted by Hu Bing, which was at most around 330,000. But now, Hu Bing has unleashed an energy level of nearly 400,000, a full 70,000 more than before. Where does this 7W energy level come from? Sokka was unaware that these energy levels were the kinetic energy stored from his own attacks, which was now being accumulated by Amber and was acting against him. Suddenly, the explosive power of this attack exceeded what Boss Sokka had anticipated, catching him completely off guard. The mechanical equipment in his hand was sent flying by the attack. Oops! Sokka was terrified. If he lost his mechanical equipment, how could he possibly fight against Tianlin, the leader behind him? He instinctively reached into his storage space to retrieve a spare battle sword. However, this process always takes a certain amount of time. During this time, Tianlin and Hu Bing exchanged a glance, their auras merging into one, and they unleashed a fierce attack from one in front of the other, enveloping Sokka like dumplings. Boom! Another tremendous sound resounded throughout Tarlin Star. The energy fluctuations that erupted at this moment were far more powerful than those of the previous charged attack. Sokka didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was smashed into a pulp by the terrifying energy impact. With the death of their leader, Sokka was left leaderless, and its members lost the will to fight and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Hu Bing ordered the members of Tianlin to continue the pursuit, while he took off his mecha and looked at the battle situation with satisfaction. Originally, the Sokka and Tianlin families were of equal strength. However, because Hu Bing gained an extra mech, which could increase his energy level by about 100,000, the scales of victory immediately tipped in Tianlin's favor. Now that Sokka has been destroyed by Tianlin, Tianlin can take over some of Sokka's influence in businesses. This will make Tianlin even stronger. The leader of Skyfall, named Canes, was a burly, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. At this moment, he was looking at Hu Bing with envy. If you were to reach the strength of a level 10 Gene warrior, the energy level you unleash would probably surpass mine. Mech warriors are still the mainstream combat force in interstellar society. Canes was filled with envy, but unfortunately, he was not a developer of the brain energy level. He only had the physical energy level and could not use the mecha. Otherwise, he might have to ask Master Su Ming for a mecha. All I can do now is envy them. We need to build a good relationship with Master Su Ming from now on. The mecha is incredibly useful and will greatly enhance Tianlin. Hu Bing said with a smile. Canes nodded in deep agreement, then asked curiously, I wonder if we could buy some mechs from Master Su Ming? We could equip our members who have already developed their brains with them, which would also enhance Tianlin's strength. Hu Bing pondered for a moment and said, That's possible. Since our other members can't use D-level mechs, we can purchase some E-level mechs. E-level mechs aren't too difficult to assemble. I'll ask Master Su Ming about it later, and we'll also see if Master Su Ming is willing. Kane smiled and nodded, but at that moment, the two of them suddenly changed their expressions and looked up at the sky. A mecha warrior was seen hovering silently in the sky. After being noticed by the two, the warrior retracted his mecha and descended from the sky. Upon seeing this person, the two were taken aback. Neil, what are you doing here? Canes asked warily. Neil is a level 10 expert from a first-class force, with formidable combat power. Even Canes is no match for him. Although Tianlin and Neil's backers have a good relationship, they have just finished a battle, and the fact that Neil is here makes Canes a little wary. Upon seeing Canes, Neil immediately smiled and said, Canes, my old friend, don't be wary, I mean you no harm. Canes asked in surprise, Then you are? They wouldn't come to the temple without a reason, especially when Tianlin had just destroyed Sokka and was preparing to take over Sokka's power. Canes didn't think Neil was there to reminisce. Upon hearing Canes' words, Neil turned his gaze to the hull of the Overlord mech beside him, then smiled and said, I came to see you too to ask if you know any mechanics who can assemble D-class mechs. Upon hearing Neil's words, Hu Bing and Canes exchanged a glance, their wariness fading slightly. Then Hu Bing spoke up. I remember that the force behind you seems to have mechanics who can assemble D-class mechs, right? Why don't you let him assemble one for you? The power behind Neil is a first-tier power, extremely strong, and even has its own stellar-level mechanics. For a D-class mech, a stellar-level mechanic can handle it with ease. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, Neil gave a wry smile, and then said, The mecha I'm assembling is a D-class mecha, but it's extremely difficult to assemble. The mechanics in my base aren't capable of doing it. Seeing how powerful your mech is, it's clear the mechanic who assembled it is extremely skilled, so I'd like to give it a try. Upon hearing Neil's words, Hu Bing's face showed a look of realization. He then nodded and said, I can introduce you to him. As for whether the mechanic is willing to assemble it for you, that depends on your skills. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, Neil smiled and nodded, then said, Don't worry, my forces possess a lot of knowledge that mechanics are interested in. I believe this stellar-level mechanic will be interested. Hu Bing nodded, then said to Canes, Boss, I'll be leaving now. I'll leave the rest to you guys. I also need to ask Master Su Ming to help me repair some of my mechs. After saying this, Hu Bing and Neil piloted a spaceship back to Planet Abe. Chapter 87 Mother-Child Mechs. At this moment, on Planet Abe, Wanting's base is under continuous construction and development. The Wanting complex, which originally consisted of only 3 buildings, now has many more. Moreover, during this period, Wanting has expanded its membership considerably, and now its number exceeds 100. Although they were almost all level 4 or 5 gene warriors, it was still an improvement in Wanting's power. Locke and Warren were walking through the base of Wanting. Has the air-to-air missile system that Su Ming mentioned been assembled yet? Locke, who had now become Wanting's butler, asked curiously. Su Ming was too busy, so he handed over the construction of the base's military defense system to Warren. Fortunately, Warren is now a capable mechanic and can easily handle the military defense systems in the base. Don't worry, I even added a few electromagnetic pulse guns. Even if there's an attack from the sky, we can shoot it down directly, Warren said smugly. Locke nodded, then looked into one of the buildings. Inside this building, several researchers in white coats were constantly moving around. This is Wang Ku's team. At this moment, Wang Ku and his team have resumed their previous research topic supergene drugs. The supergene agent developed by the Lasso Alliance was only a semi-finished product, lacking stability and safety, and could not be considered a mature technology. But now, Su Ming has taken the initiative to let Wang Ku and others pick up this research topic again. After all, Su Ming had witnessed the effects of the supergene drug. It could instantly elevate a cosmic creature to a higher level. If this technology is successfully developed and applied to the human body, it will be a groundbreaking product with immense value. Even the Empire and the Federation coveted the supergene serum. However, this research process requires a lot of time and resources, and it's practically a continuous drain on funds. The most expensive department in the entire Wanting is now the research department, which spends tens of millions of dollars almost every day. Locke felt secretly anxious about this. Although, Wanting can currently sustain himself for a long time by selling the mechanical parts and some minerals that Su Ming previously acquired. However, this was always insufficient to cover expenses, and the source of income became a weakness. We can't keep living off our savings forever. Eventually, they will run out. We need to find a way to make a profit as soon as possible. With that in mind, Locke didn't hesitate and knocked on Su Ming's door. Su Ming had just finished repairing all the machinery today and had nothing else to do for the time being. Locke, what's up? When Su Ming saw Locke walk in, he couldn't help but ask curiously. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke went straight to the point and expressed his concerns. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then slowly said, We definitely need to continue developing superpowered genes. This is a revolutionary product, and it might even change the course of the entire universe in the future. This way, Wanting can rise to prominence quickly. However, the problem you mentioned is indeed a crucial one. Su Ming muttered to himself. Locke nodded, then said, I was thinking, How about we find some channels to sell the gene serum? Currently, Wantong possesses advanced gene drug production equipment and technology, and the gene drugs it produces are in no way inferior to the legitimate products on the market in the universe country. For a small workshop producing gene-based pharmaceuticals with a failure rate often exceeding 10%, such a product is simply the cream of the crop. The kind of product that, once released, can sweep the entire market. However, Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. Now is not the time. Our gene serum is of too high quality. Once we start selling it, small workshops definitely won't be able to compete with us, which will affect the interests of some people. I'll think of a solution later. Currently, Wanting is still weak. If it affects the interests of others, Wanting will definitely face a lot of targeting from the Black Domain forces, which would be a loss for them. Ming fell into deep thought, several different solutions constantly conceiving in his mind. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Leader, someone outside wants to see you." Upon hearing this voice, Ming and Locke looked surprised. Ming then said to Locke, "You can go down now. We'll talk about revenue later." Locke nodded and then left Ming's studio. A short while later, Hu Bing led Neil into Ming's studio. "Master Ming." Hu Bing greeted him with a broad smile. Ming was now no different from a benefactor in his heart, and Hu Bing was exceptionally warm towards him upon seeing him. "Who is this?" Ming asked curiously, looking at Neil standing to the side. Hu Bing quickly introduced, "This is Neil from Yaoyang." Neil heard about Master Ming's superb mechanical skills and came here specifically to visit him. Upon hearing that Neil was from Yaoyang, Ming was slightly surprised. Yaoyang is a first-class power in the Black Domain, and it can definitely be considered one of the most influential forces in the Black Domain. Some of the rules of the Black Domain were set by the Radiant Sun organization. The organization has a wide range of businesses, including machinery manufacturing, the sale of various materials, and hiring. Upon hearing that Neil was from Yaoyang, Ming couldn't help but turn his gaze to Neil. Neil smiled and then said to Ming, "Master Ming, your skills are superb. I just wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to help me assemble a D-class mecha? Of course, just name your conditions or price, and I will try my best to meet them." After hearing Neil's words, Ming did not rush to agree, but asked curiously, "You want to assemble a D-class mecha? What type of D-class mecha?" Neil glanced at Ming, then chuckled and said, "I wonder if Master Ming is confident enough. The mecha I want to assemble is quite complex. It's a mother-daughter mecha." "Mother-child model?" Ming was taken aback. "There are mother-child models among D-class mechs?" Neil nodded and then said, "Among D-class mechs, there are very few mother-daughter mechs, but not long ago, Yaoyang spent a lot of money to purchase the knowledge and blueprints of this mech. The mecha I'm currently piloting is also a Class D mecha, but in terms of power, it's definitely inferior to the mother-daughter mecha of the same class. So I'd like to ask a craftsman to help me assemble it." Chapter 88: The Gene Drug Business. What is meant by a mother-daughter mecha? As the name suggests, it has a sub-body in addition to the main body. In battle, in addition to its own combat power, the main body of the mecha also possesses powerful capabilities, which can be regarded as an enhancement or assistant to the main body. In this way, while others only have one mech, the mother-daughter mech is equivalent to having an extra mech, making it possible to fight two against one. Compared to the standard version of the mecha, the mother-daughter mecha is far more powerful. However, the brain power required for a typical mother-daughter mecha is extremely high. After all, this mech requires mech pilots to multitask and perform multiple operations while piloting it. Of course, with the mech's intelligence system, you don't have to operate it too much, but in that case, the sub-mech will not be able to enjoy the boost from the pilot's brain level, and its combat power will drop significantly. Therefore, although the mother-daughter mech is very powerful, if it is operated by someone who is not good at it, it will only have the opposite effect. Ming was somewhat surprised that this man named Neil was so confident that he believed he could control the mother-daughter mecha. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I can give it a try, but I have 3 rules for helping others assemble mechs." Upon hearing Ming's words, Neil's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "What rules?" Ming smiled. "First, Give me a share of the rights to use and disseminate mecha knowledge. Of course, I won't share it with your enemies. Neil nodded. No problem. Secondly, I need some mechanical knowledge. Neil smiled and said, it's nothing. As long as Yaoyang can get it, that's fine. What kind of mechanical knowledge does the little master want? Su Ming nodded and then said, energy related. All mechanical knowledge related to energy, regardless of level, even the basics, is required. As for the value equivalence, you can decide for yourself. Science and technology knowledge is an exceptionally complex subject. In addition to mechanical assembly and construction knowledge, which Su Ming is relatively familiar with, there is another mainstream subject, energy. Energy-related scientific and technological knowledge, along with mechanical assembly, construction, and repair, are considered mainstream knowledge within the broader field of science and technology. However, Su Ming previously focused on mechanical assembly, and there's a very important reason why he wants to learn about energy now. The knowledge of humanoid civilizations and the threat of crystal civilizations. Su Ming glanced at the knowledge that the humanoid creature had taught him and discovered that this civilization's technological field leaned towards the study of energy. Su Ming took this opportunity to fill in the gaps in his knowledge of energy-related technologies. On the one hand, he wanted to see what the differences were between the knowledge of the two civilizations. On the other hand, Su Ming also wanted to explore a completely new path from the knowledge systems of the two civilizations. Of course, there's also a very important reason. Crystal civilization. The crystal civilization is clearly a civilization of pure energy, and it is estimated that the crystal civilization has reached its pinnacle in the development and utilization of energy. Su Ming himself had simulated what the odds of human civilization winning would be if it encountered the crystal civilization. The answer is infinitely close to zero. The energy erosion of the crystal civilization is so powerful that even if an apocalypse-level expert attacks the crystal civilization, their power will be devoured by the crystal civilization. To crack the capabilities of the crystal civilization, we must start with energy-related technological knowledge. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, a strange light flashed in Neil's eyes. Few mechanics delve into energy-related technologies, as these are essentially two different areas of expertise. Mechanics typically have limited energy. They should focus on one area at a time. Studying two areas would be too much for them. However, some mechanics will study it as a secondary subject, with the aim of using it to improve their mechanical knowledge through analogy. Neil had no doubt about this. However, there isn't much knowledge about energy within the radiant sun, so he'll need to put in some effort to find it. Neil nodded, then asked, and third. Su Ming smiled, then moved a chair over. Sit down, let's talk slowly. Neil and Amber exchanged a glance, both filled with confusion. Even Hu Bing had some doubts in his heart. Su Ming had also told him the three conditions before, so Hu Bing roughly knew what conditions Su Ming wanted. But now, Su Ming's current demeanor left the two of them somewhat puzzled. Su Ming chuckled, then said in a low voice, I wonder if Tian Lin and Yaoyang are involved in gene therapy. After hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil nodded and asked in confusion. This is a big business. Of course we'll do it. What if I said I wanted to become a supplier of gene-based medicine for you too? Su Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Neil and Hu Bing exchanged a glance and frowned slightly. The gene therapy business is a huge piece of the pie in the black market, and everyone is eyeing it. Now that Su Ming wants to get involved, the two of them don't know how to respond to him. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Ming chuckled and then said, Of course, if I ask you two to change suppliers, you certainly won't do so without some benefit. Why don't you listen to my terms? My gene serum has a 99.5% success rate. It's a high-quality gene serum. Besides the black market, you two can even expand into some small universe countries where gene serums are scarce. Furthermore, let me be frank with you too, the cost of one dose of my gene serum is around 500 star coins. If you two buy from me, I'll only make a profit of 200 star coins, and I can sell it to you for 700 star coins. Hu Bing and Neil were taken aback after hearing Su Ming's words. A 99.5% success rate? Are you serious? That's comparable to the high-quality gene serums produced by the 5 major cosmic nations. Neil spoke with a skeptical tone. Su Ming smiled, then took out a vial of gene serum produced by Wang Ku and others from his storage space, along with a test report, and handed it to the two of them. Since you two frequently deal with the gene-based pharmaceutical business, you are naturally able to judge the quality of gene-based pharmaceuticals. You are welcome to examine the quality of the gene-based pharmaceuticals we produce before making a decision. Chapter 89, Dividing the Cake. The two took the gene serum from Su Ming and injected it into their bodies little by little. Injecting only 1 or 2 milliliters is no problem for gene warriors, as they can excrete or digest these gene agents through their bodies at any time. Direct injection is the best way to test the quality of gene therapy drugs. The two of them often deal with gene-enhancing drugs, and they can feel the effect of a gene-enhancing drug instantly after it is injected into their bodies. Shortly after the two injected the gene serum into their bodies, their eyes lit up slightly. This gene serum is so pure. Excellent. This is a high-quality gene serum. Both of them sighed in admiration. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Su Ming smiled like a shrewd little fox. Well, gentlemen, I don't expect you to make a decision right now. You can take a few more back and let your bosses try them out, or let your acquaintances try them out too. Anyway, you can come to me to buy more whenever you need them. At least for now, I can offer you both this purchase price. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a glint flashed in Neil's eyes, and he immediately said, "No need. Let's make a decision now. From now on, Master Su Ming, you can supply the gene serums you produce to Yaoyang." Neil is a frequent business owner of gene-based pharmaceuticals, so how could he not know the value of the gene-based pharmaceuticals produced by the Su Ming base? As Su Ming said, such a high-quality gene drug has fully met the mainstream society's standards for gene drugs. This means that the gene-based drugs produced at Su Ming's base can even be sold as legitimate commodities. Previously, gene-based drugs produced in small workshops did not meet regulations and could only be sold in the black market or other gray areas. However, once the interstellar certification standard is met, meaning that such a batch of goods can be supplied to the entire human society. This implies a market size that needs no further explanation. And the most important point, of course, it's profit. The gene serum produced in small workshops may cost around 600 per vial, but when sold to Yaoyang, it is sold for 1,000 star coins per vial. If Yaoyang were to resell it, it could only fetch a maximum of around 4,000 star coins. The cost, including labor, transportation, and time, is approximately 2,000 star coins. If it is sold for 4,000 star coins, the profit would be 2,000 star coins per item. However, Su Ming's gene serum not only had a lower cost, but he also sold it to Yaoyang for 800 star coins per dose. It's 200 star coins cheaper than the small workshop. Most importantly, this quality of gene serum can be resold for around 5,000 to 6,000. The profit is between 3,200 and 4,200, which is more than 50% higher than the profit of gene drugs purchased from small workshops. Moreover, high-quality gene-based drugs are more likely to attract large clients who can place large orders all at once, thus generating more profit. Almost instantly, Neil realized that this would be far more profitable than before. Hu Bing also realized this and, along with Neil, expressed his own stance. Su Ming looked at the two of them with a smile, feeling quite pleased. In this way, his gene serum had been sold. Very good. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. You two should go back and tell your respective organizations that they should send someone over in the next day or two to discuss the cooperation period, supply volume, and other details. After that, we'll sign the contract, and then we'll be one family. But, Su Ming paused for a moment, then said, the price you two paid me is confidential. Wantung might supply other forces later, but the price won't necessarily be the same. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening. Su Ming's words clearly indicate that he is not satisfied with the current market share and wants to gain more market share. This approach has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it allows for rapid growth and expansion, while the disadvantage is that the more market share it acquires, the more interests it will infringe upon. When the time comes, it won't just be small workshops targeting Wanting anymore. Su Ming was naturally aware of this as well. However, this is a race against time. If wanting develops quickly enough, it can cope with the targeting of these forces. Ming smiled and nodded, then held out his hands to Hu Bing and Neil. Give them to me. The two were taken aback. Huh? Take what? Ming smiled helplessly and said, Brother Hu Bing, didn't you want to repair the mecha? Mr. Neil, didn't you want me to help you assemble the mother-daughter mecha? You should at least give me the mecha and the blueprints. Hu Bing and Neil slapped their foreheads and exclaimed, Oh dear, we've been so focused on the gene serum that we've forgotten the purpose of our trip. After saying that, the two handed Ming the storage space and a knowledge chip containing information about the mother-child mecha with wry smiles. All right, you two can go back now. I'll contact you once I've got it sorted out. Ming said with a smile. The two nodded, opened the door, and went out. Watching the two figures disappear, a thoughtful look appeared in Ming's eyes. The real money makers in gene therapy are not the suppliers, but the distributors. Note, a supplier is a manufacturer that produces and supplies products. Wanting is a supplier. A distributor is a merchant that sells products provided by suppliers through various channels. Yaoyang and Tianlin are both distributors. Wanting only earns 300 star coins for selling one gene serum. However, Yaoyang and Tianlin can earn more than 3,000 star coins from it, a difference of 10 times the profit. This made Ming somewhat envious. However, Ming was also very clear that he absolutely could not touch this piece of cake before he had grown stronger. Otherwise, Kobin and Neil, who were having a good time just a moment ago, would definitely turn on each other and turn their anger towards Manto. The current Wantung is not strong enough to fight against the Black Domain and take the whole cake. However, once I've grown stronger, I'll definitely take this piece of the pie back little by little. Ming smiled and shook his head, then turned his attention to the mecha repair work in front of him. Chapter 90: The Difficult to Operate Mother-Child Mech. Meanwhile, while Ming was helping Hu Bing repair his Overlord mecha, he was also learning new mecha knowledge. Inyang XA03 Type D Class Mother-Child Mech. Mecha Type, Mother and Daughter Models. Mech Energy Level, 10W 15W plus 4W 7W. The mech's main abilities. Sunfire Lock. Releases a nuclear energy lockdown ring, locking down the enemy and continuously dealing thermal damage. Energy Level Bonus, 5W. The Sunfire Lock is a standalone item and can only be used once. It needs to be retrieved or recrafted for the next use. Sunfire Impact. Set a spatial anchor point on the sub-mech. Activating the spatial anchor point will pull the main mech to the location of the sub-mech within 1 second, while dealing thermal damage to enemies in the path. Sunfire Shield. Absorbs 300,000 energy level damage, and at the moment the shield shatters, it converts the absorbed damage into heat energy and bursts out, injuring the enemy. Sub-mech capabilities. Hidden. Concealment. Employs light transmitting technology to conceal itself from the viewpoint and cancels energy level fluctuations during the process, making it impossible for enemies to detect the location of the sub-mech. You cannot attack while in stealth, otherwise it will cause energy level fluctuations that will be detected by your opponent. Breaking Stealth Strike. Accumulates energy during stealth. The longer the stealth duration, the stronger the energy level of Breaking Stealth Strike. Maximum accumulation is 70,000 points. Note, if in autopilot mode, the stealth break attack cannot be used. After reading the introduction of the mother-child mech, Ming finally understood why the mother-child mech was hailed as invincible among its peers if the operator was skilled, and utterly useless among those who were not. There are many interconnected operations that can be performed between the sub-mecha and the main mecha, commonly known as a combo. For example, one can use stealth to get behind the enemy, and at the same time as breaking stealth, the main mech immediately uses Sunfire Impact. A pincer attack from both the front and the back can definitely catch someone off guard. However, this requires a very high level of skill in operation. First, the operator needs to ensure that the enemy is on the same horizontal line as the mother and daughter machine. Otherwise, the Sunfire Impact will not be able to hit the opponent at all, and will instead expose a huge opening to the opponent. After all, if the Yangyan Impact fails to hit the opponent during the traction process, the back will be completely exposed to the enemy. If the enemy reacts quickly, they can easily destroy the main mech from behind. Moreover, during combat, the enemy will definitely keep moving. One moment they are on a parallel line, and the next moment they may jump out of the connection between the parallel lines. This requires the operator of the mother-daughter mech to have an extremely high level of judgment in combat, and to be able to accurately judge the opponent's movements in order to bring out the full potential of the mother-daughter mech. This includes the retrieval of the Sunfire lock, which can even be retrieved by a sub-mecha. However, the sub-mecha needs to have a good prediction of the Sunfire lock's breakout position. Otherwise, it will not be able to retrieve the Sunfire lock at all, and will instead expose its own position, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. Having to do so much work on one hand and consider so many factors on the other is an extremely difficult thing for a normal person. Even Ming himself couldn't guarantee that he could unleash his skills perfectly. However, if this combo can be executed, the energy level unleashed by the mech itself will be around 200,000, which is equivalent to having an extra level 9 Gene Warrior out of thin air. If operated properly, this mech will become the most terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Without hesitation, Ming briefly studied the assembly knowledge of mechas and then began to assemble his own mother-daughter mecha. As usual, Ming kept the first assembled mecha for himself, since the first mecha would definitely have an awakening effect and would be about 20% better in performance than a normally assembled mecha. I'll definitely keep the chilling mech for my own use. As for the one assembled for Nier, it should be the later standard version. Ming immediately took out a large number of mechanical parts from the storage ring Neil had given him. The most complex aspects of this mech are the control connection between the main and sub-mechs, as well as spatial anchor points and light transmission technology. These are all star cluster level mechanical technologies, and even Ming needs to study and research them before he can assemble this part of the technology. Ming felt no anxiety whatsoever, remaining focused on assembling the components while frantically researching cluster-level mechanical technology in the workshop. Just as Ming was constantly researching star cluster-level mechanical technology and assembling the mother-daughter mecha, the news that Tianlin had destroyed Sokka also reached the ears of most forces in the Black Domain. Weren't those two families fighting for a long time? They were evenly matched the whole time. So how come Sokka was suddenly wiped out? The powerful figures of these forces all looked puzzled. Just then, a video was posted on the Blacklist forum. The Black Domain does have a forum, which is usually used to post recruitment information and information about black market goods. Now, the video of the fight between Tianlin and Sokka has been posted on the forum by an unknown person, which has immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although in the Black Domain, it is common for one faction to wipe out another almost every week. However, such things usually happen among 4th or 5th ranking powers. Just like the previous Yorkstar pirates were wiped out, although the Planet Destroyer cannon caused many people to turn their attention to this battle. However, after it was confirmed that the planet-destroying cannon had been modified and did not have such a wide range of destructive power, everyone gradually forgot about it. The rise and fall of 4th and 5th tier forces is of no concern to the Black Domain. However, Tianlin and Sokka are both 2nd tier powers. The 2nd tier forces were already considered overlords of the Black Domain. When one side destroyed the other, it caused a huge sensation. Immediately, people turned their attention to the video, eager to find out why Tianlin had destroyed Sokka. It's a mech. That bright red mech. A powerful individual who watched the video almost instantly determined the key to the outcome. I heard that Hu Bing obtained the blueprints for a D-class mecha. He has been looking for a skilled mechanic in the Black Domain to assemble it for him. But either the mechanics are too incompetent or they belong to other powerful forces, which he doesn't trust. I didn't expect him to find a mechanic who wasn't from a major power. I think this mech is called the Overlord mech. This mechanic is quite skilled. I feel that the performance of this Overlord mech is much higher than the Overlord mechs I've seen elsewhere before. A Class D mech. Seeing the Overlord mech, the experts all fell into deep thought. Some of these experts are themselves developers of brain-level abilities, and as members of the Black Domain forces, they also possess mecha knowledge acquired through various channels. Upon seeing the Overlord mech on Hu Bing's body, these experts immediately became interested in something. If this is a mechanic capable of assembling D-class mechs, could they assemble mine as well? Chapter 91: The Advanced Mechanics Pseudo Skills. Is Master Su Ming there? I'm from the Jikong Mercenary Group. Our boss would like to visit you sometime. Excuse me, Mr. Su Ming. Could you spare some time to assemble a mecha for my boss? The price is negotiable. At this moment, outside the 10,000 vine, a group of gene-engineered warriors resembling mercenaries were waiting at the door, craning their necks to try and get into the 10,000 vine. Locke looked at the mercenaries in front of him with a headache, exchanged a glance with Warren, and their eyes were full of helplessness. It's quite obvious that the high-level mechanic's ability to gain advantages is gradually becoming apparent. As one of the few mechanics in the entire Black Domain who could assemble D-class mechs with performance 20% higher than normal D-class mechs, Su Ming quickly attracted a large number of forces who wanted him to assemble a D-class mech for them. At the time, Su Ming was helping Hu Bing assemble his mecha in Tianlin, and many Tianlin members witnessed this scene. Therefore, it is no secret to the Black Domain that Hu Bing's mecha was made by Su Ming, the Little Master. Now all the major powers know that a powerful mechanic has come to the Black Domain and has formed a force called Wantong. These big shots weren't interested in the strength of the mechanics team, but they were extremely interested in Su Ming's mechanical skills. Those who can pilot D-class mechs are at least level 8 gene warriors or stronger, and even level 10 gene warriors are still within the scope of D-class mechs. At this level, everyone is a powerful and influential figure in the Black Domain. Now, this group of people have all obediently come to wanting to ask Su Ming for a mecha. Everyone, our leader has been busy these past few days, assembling mechs for others in the workshop. How about he comes over in a couple of days? Locke said with a wry smile. The people in front of him were all subordinates sent down by the big boss, so Locke could only persuade them with kind words and dared not show the slightest disrespect. If Wantong angers these big shots, he might not be able to handle it. Sure, we'll give Master Su Ming face, but you have to remember, brother, it was our Divine Radiance mercenary group that came to find you first, so we should be given priority in the queue. Bullshit. I was here first, and you're trying to cut in line. Hilarious. I've been waiting here this morning. Who do you think you are? Soon, these genetic warriors got into a fierce argument over the issue of who arrived first. Locke looked at the scene with a wry smile, then immediately advised, everyone, there's no need to argue. I'll ask the leader what he thinks later. If all else fails, we can hold a joint bidding process, with priority given to those who offer the highest terms. If these old men are allowed to continue causing trouble here, the base that Wantong has worked so hard to build will probably be torn down by these gene warriors. We can't afford to mess with them. Locke felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Upon hearing Locke's words, the gene warriors looked thoughtful and then nodded. That's right. Our Donghua mercenary group has plenty of mechanical knowledge and star coins. We can just compete based on the conditions. The others nodded in agreement, then left Locke the names and contact information of their leaders and factions before dispersing. Locke breathed a slight sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then turned and walked back into the office building. He wasn't lying to these gene warriors. Su Ming really was in his workshop, in seclusion helping others assemble mechs. The assembled mecha was none other than a mother-daughter mecha. After nearly 2 weeks, Su Ming had thoroughly mastered the mechanical knowledge of the mother-child mecha and then began assembling his own Qiling mother-child mecha. After his own Spirit Awakening mech was completed, Su Ming began assembling Neil's mech. It has to be said that every time Su Ming assembles a new mech or learns new knowledge, his energy level will be greatly enhanced. After each mech is assembled by Su Ming for the first time, not only does the mech have an awakening effect, but Su Ming himself can also obtain great benefits from these awakenings. Spiritual awakening is a mysterious thing, but it has become clearly understood after the third revolution in human society. Awakening is a real phenomenon, and for the same type of mech, the awakening effect only occurs after the mechanic has assembled it for the first time. This is somewhat similar to a mechanic imbuing their first creation with a soul, an exceptionally mysterious process, but one with corresponding scientific basis. In addition to enabling the mech to grow stronger, the spirit awakening can also bring tremendous growth to the mechanic. During each awakening process, the awakened mech will feed back a portion of its energy level and growth to the mechanic. Each time a spirit awakening mech is assembled, Su Ming can gain significant growth and improvement from it. After this upgrade of the spirit enlightening mech, Su Ming's physical energy level and brain energy level have increased from the original 21W and 2W to 24W and 25W respectively. The awakening of his spirit directly boosted his physical strength by 3000 and his brain power by 5000. Of course, the 5000 level increase in brain capacity was not only due to the awakening of the spirit, but also because Su Ming learned a lot of knowledge about star cluster level machinery during this process and began to gradually digest the knowledge of humanoid biological civilization, which allowed his brain capacity level to increase so much. At this moment, Su Ming is helping Neil assemble his mother-daughter mech, and they've reached the final step. Click. Soon after, the sound of a mechanical device being fastened by a hidden latch rang out in Su Ming's studio. These sounds meant that Su Ming had successfully assembled the mother-daughter mecha. Su Ming placed the two mother and child sets together and then examined them closely. The Yin-Yang mother-child mech is a powerful mech that uses 3 types of weapons: Overload Electron Ray Gun, Sunlock, Blazing Sunblade. Each of these 3 weapons has its own unique power. Among them, the Overload Electron Ray Gun uses a cluster-level technology, Overload Electron Technology, which can generate a huge electron vortex in an instant and unleash powerful energy. The Sunlock is a chain-like weapon with a tracking and binding system. When it encounters an enemy, it can be thrown out to bind them. Comparatively speaking, the Blazing Sunblade was somewhat mediocre. After considering it, Su Ming wondered if he should replace his mecha's blade with a more powerful one. These 2 mechs look like a hunchbacked person because they carry a sub-mech on their backs. Once they enter combat mode, the sub-mech automatically detaches and becomes an independent entity. Looking at the 2 completed mechs, Su Ming could clearly feel that the mech that had been awakened was much more agile and had a stronger energy fluctuation than the one that had not been awakened. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, then made a call to Warren, asking him to contact Neil to send out the mecha. Chapter 92: Mysterious Starfield. To Su Ming's surprise, after he finished his call with Warren, Locke followed Warren into his studio. After handing the storage space containing the mother-daughter unit to Warren, Su Ming looked at Locke with surprise. "What is it, Mr. Locke?" Su Ming asked curiously. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke smiled wryly and said, "Leader, you have no idea. Things are in an uproar outside." Su Ming asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Locke shook his head and then told Su Ming directly about bringing in the mercenaries from outside. Su Ming was slightly surprised when he heard this. "I never expected that senior mechanics would be so sought after, to the point that even these big shots would lower themselves to actively seek them out." After pondering for a moment, Su Ming said to Locke, "Mr. Locke, let's go all out and call together the bosses behind these forces. It's time to open up the sales channels for the gene serum." Locke was somewhat surprised after hearing Su Ming's words. Locke understood the meaning behind Su Ming's words. Su Ming plans to call upon the leaders of the major forces in the Black Domain to initiate a cooperation on gene-based drugs. Given the quality of the Wan Tung gene-based medicine, there is a very high probability that these leaders will be willing to cooperate with Su Ming. Wouldn't that leave no way for small workshops in the entire black market to survive? At that time, Wanting will inevitably face fierce retaliation from various small workshops. Locke was somewhat worried. Although he used the playful term small workshop to refer to these manufacturers of black gene drugs, he was only mocking the lack of response from these forces' researchers and their outdated technology. In fact, aside from technology, these forces are by no means weak. At least Locke knew that one of the small workshops was backed by a first-class power in the underworld, while the other small workshops, although not first-class powers, were still quite capable. If Su Ming were to directly approach the leaders of the major powers, seeking to monopolize the supply of gene serums, these smaller workshops would likely rise up and launch a coordinated attack. Seeing Locke's hesitant expression, Su Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry, I understand your concerns. But fortune favors the bold. How will you know if you don't try?" Locke glanced at Su Ming, feeling increasingly unable to understand Su Ming as a person. Sometimes Su Ming is frighteningly calm, like an emotionless robot. But sometimes, Su Ming can also show his crazy side. In fact, we could see this from the previous incident with the Yorkstar pirates. Su Ming actually wanted to use the planet-destroying cannon to bombard Planet Ape. Fortunately, he stopped in time, otherwise everyone would have been wiped out by the various forces in the Black Domain. Now, Su Ming wants to directly monopolize a major industry in the black market, which is absolutely insane. Locke couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Isn't this an extremely calm mechanic? Why is it that sometimes when you go crazy, even you can't handle it? Even Su Ming himself didn't realize that he often exhibited such contradictory traits. He could be extremely calm, yet also extremely crazy. This was actually caused by the significant difference in Su Ming's upbringing in his two lives, but Su Ming at this moment did not realize this much. It's settled then, Su Ming said with a smile. Locke swallowed hard, then nodded numbly. This leader is crazy. There's nothing I can do but go along with his madness. After leaving Su Ming's office, Locke contacted the leaders of various powerful factions one by one. Just as Su Ming was trying to monopolize the gene serums in the Black Domain, in the Empire. At this moment, the head of the Coron family, Coron Clarence, was looking at the young man in front of him with a gloomy face. This boy was his eldest son, Coron Surrey. At this moment, Clarence was filled with resentment. Just moments ago, Coron Clarence used all his connections within the Empire to save his son from the military tribunal. As a result, Clarence owes a lot of favors. Of course, that's not the most important thing. What angered Clarence the most was that his good son couldn't even complete a task that could be done almost lying down. The good reputation that Coron Clarence had hoped Surrey could cultivate is now completely ruined. Everyone in the entire Empire and the entire military system knew that he, a powerful figure at the heavenly revelation level, actually had a son who couldn't even complete a basic mission. As for his eldest son, on whom he had placed high hopes, given his performance this time and his reputation in the Empire, he estimated that his future development would be extremely difficult, and he could not possibly gain any significant status in the Empire. Colin Clarence was furious. He was really unlucky. His eldest son seemed outstanding, but in reality, he was a good-for-nothing. The second son, who was initially thought to be a good-for-nothing, turned out to be a young genius after some inquiries. Those who were once highly anticipated but turned out to be useless, instead of being allowed to fend for themselves, have shown a level of skill that has amazed even him. For the time being, you should stay at home and not go out. There are reporters everywhere outside. Once this matter has died down, I'll figure out something for you to do. Suppressing his anger, Coron Clarence spoke calmly to Surrey. At this moment, Su Rue was terrified by the Empire and what she had experienced before. Her once confident and elegant face was now full of worries and anxieties. Colin Clarence sighed inwardly. Seeing his son in this state was also painful for him. If his son can emerge from this shadow in the future, he might achieve great things. But if he becomes despondent, even if he is a powerful being at the apocalypse level, he will be powerless to help him. After Surrey left his room, Coron Clarence suddenly stood up, a cold glint in his eyes. How dare you hijack my, Coron Clarence's, mineral crates? You're asking for trouble, Clarence said in a low voice. Then a glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately got up and went to a warship. Then, Coron Clarence calmly spoke to the warship's autopilot system, to the Eastern Underworld Alliance's mysterious starfield. Upon hearing Coron Clarence's words, the intelligent robot of the autopilot system spoke up. The mysterious starfield is located on the edge of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, one of the 5 major cosmic nations. It is in a state of extreme danger year-round. Are you sure you want to go to the mysterious starfield? After hearing the intelligent robot's words, Coron Clarence nodded indifferently. The mysterious starfield, a perilous place of no return for others, was nothing to him. Chapter 93 The Oracle, Owen. The Eastern Underworld Alliance, one of the 5 great cosmic nations, is a behemoth on par with an empire. The formation of the Eastern Underworld Alliance was different from that of the other 4 major cosmic nations. Other cosmic nations also followed the same pattern. civilization first, then technology, and finally, powerful beings. However, the Eastern Underworld Alliance was formed by first having strong individuals, then developing technology, and finally creating a civilization. It runs completely against the mainstream process of building interstellar societies. At the same time, the Eastern Underworld Alliance is also the youngest and shortest established of the 5 major cosmic nations. The Eastern Underworld was only gradually established after the other 4 major cosmic nations had almost taken shape. Although the history of the Eastern Underworld Kingdom is much shorter than that of the other 4 major universe kingdoms, and its social structure is also quite strange. However, no one would underestimate such a late rising cosmic nation, because the Third Universe Era only began after the establishment of the Eastern Underworld Universe Kingdom. The predecessor of the Eastern Underworld Alliance was actually an organization composed of powerful individuals, all of whom were invincible experts who had mastered technology to its extreme. In their pursuit of technological advancement, these powerful individuals formed the Eastern Underworld Alliance. After years of research and exploration, they discovered the ultimate goal of technology theology. This kind of theology is not the kind of theology that is religious or some idealistic schools of thought, but a theology that is truly visible, tangible, and scientifically based. The groundbreaking research and technologies such as brain energy levels, mecha initiation, divine mecha, multidimensional information states, dark matter tidal energy, and divine possession were all completed under the leadership of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. This epoch-making cosmic nation, despite its political structure being completely different from other cosmic nations, still possesses exceptionally strong national power. At that moment, a warship suddenly swooped into the mysterious star field of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. It was the warship piloted by Coron Clarence. Because of his identity, Coron Clarence encountered some obstacles when entering the territory of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. However, this was not Coron Clarence's first time visiting the Eastern Underworld Alliance. After registering with the Eastern Underworld Alliance, he sped straight towards the mysterious starfield. The mysterious starfield is an inconspicuous small starfield located within the Eastern Underworld Alliance. The environment of the entire starfield is extremely harsh. Even in the void, nuclear radiation from exploding stars constantly drifts around. The entire star field is almost entirely covered by nuclear radiation. Heat and nuclear energy rage wildly in this star field, making it like a dead zone. However, Coron Clarence knew very well that in this star field lived a god-possessed apocalypse-level powerhouse, the Oracle, Owen. Colin Clarence came to see Owen this time because he had some questions for him. The warship traversed the void, and the powerful heat energy emanating from the surrounding area was completely blocked by the warship's energy shield. This warship is not the one that Su Rue was piloting. As the vessel of an Imperial Apocalypse-level powerhouse, this warship's performance far surpasses that of ordinary warships. Even temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius were easily blocked by the warship's protective shields, preventing any damage to the warship. As the warship continued its journey, Coron Clarence stood up and began scanning the mysterious star field with his gaze. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon one of the unremarkable white dwarf stars. White dwarfs are planets formed after stars have reached the end of their evolution. They have extremely high temperatures and gravity, and normal people cannot even get close to them. They would be burned to ashes by the terrifying temperatures of white dwarfs. But now, on this white dwarf, Coron Clarence sensed a familiar energy level fluctuation coming from it. Coron Clarence chuckled, then moved swiftly, leaving the spaceship and venturing alone into the void of space. Shockingly, Coron Clarence was not wearing any protective gear, not even a space combat suit, and stood alone in the void. It was as if that terrifying vacuum was his own backyard, a place he could come and go as he pleased. Colin Clarence looked at the white dwarf, then moved swiftly and landed on it. The terrifying gravity and high temperature on the white dwarf only made Coron Clarence frown slightly. Then, an energy fluctuation surged from his body, and he quickly adapted to the gravity and high temperature on the white dwarf. Lord Coron Clarence. On the white dwarf, an ordinary-looking bald man was sitting cross-legged, not surprised to see Coron Clarence descending beside him. He opened his eyes, smiled, and spoke to Corin Clarence. Corin Clarence nodded, then frowned and looked around. Brother Owen, you always like to cultivate in this kind of environment. I really don't understand what's so good about it. Although he can adapt to the environment of a white dwarf, it doesn't mean he likes it. He could still feel a very uncomfortable sensation on his body. It was estimated that only a heavenly revelation level powerhouse in the entire universe could adapt to the temperature here. This bald man is none other than Owen, a heavenly revelation level powerhouse from the Eastern Underworld Alliance known as the Oracle. At this moment, Owen smiled and said, "Only by having willpower and pain coexist can one see divinity in the mind." Corin Clarence patted the stone next to him, trying to brush off the dust, but suddenly remembered that this was a white dwarf planet. Dust was not so easy to brush off. To brush off the dust, one would almost have to use the force to crush the stone. Corin Clarence shook his head, gave up on the idea, and plopped down on a rock. "That's why I'm too lazy to cultivate any kind of divine transformation. It's too tiring." Clarence began to mutter. He was the Grand General of the Empire, an incomparably dignified figure who was usually an exceptionally serious person. Only in front of powerful individuals of the same level did he reveal a superficial emotion. "Is there something you need my help with, Corin Clarence?" Owen turned around curiously and asked, "Aren't you an oracle? Someone who claims to know everything. Why do you need to ask me?" "I can't breathe," said Corin Clarence, shaking his head. Owen laughed and said, "I can't observe the thoughts of someone of the same level of strength. Otherwise, wouldn't I be an omniscient and omnipotent person?" Corin Clarence chuckled, then slowly said, "I've come here to ask you to help me find out who is behind the abduction of the Imperial minerals, and where they are." Chapter 94: The Bewildered Corin Clarence. Upon hearing Corin Clarence's words, a strange light flashed in Owen's eyes. He then closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. After a short while, Owen opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "So that's how it is. The Empire's minerals have been hijacked." With just his eyes closed, Owen grasped the ins and outs of the matter quite well. This is a heavenly revelation-level powerhouse who has been possessed by a deity. Although their combat power may not be much higher than that of an ordinary heavenly revelation-level powerhouse, they can possess many strange abilities. The Oracle, Owen, possesses the ability of insight, which allows him to foresee recent events of formidable information-gathering ability. Such a powerful individual is practically an omniscient spy on the battlefield, able to easily discern the enemy's movements from their own base. If a hostile civilization has no powerful adversaries to target, it has virtually no secrets. This is it. Help me find out who hijacked the Imperial minerals. Corin Clarence's expression was unreadable, but his low voice revealed his deep displeasure with the matter. Seeing Corin Clarence's expression, Owen chuckled and said, "In that case, Mr. Corin Clarence, you should know my rules. If you ask me for help once, you will need to help me in the future. Of course, you can choose not to intervene if it's beyond your capabilities." Owen added. After hearing Owen's words, Corin Clarence nodded to indicate that he understood. Owen is well liked in the Apocalypse level circle. After all, everyone needs someone to help them with something, and Owen's rules are no secret in the circle. After seeing Clarence nod, Owen silently closed his eyes. Immediately, Corin Clarence sensed an incredibly powerful surge of brain energy emanating from Owen. This fluctuation in brain energy level was exceptionally vast, but it differed somewhat from the brain energy level of ordinary Apocalypse level powerhouses. Owen's brain energy level seems to possess a kind of spirituality, as if he himself has thoughts, and his brain energy level also has thoughts. It's like having two minds within one body. Corin Clarence knew in his heart that this was a cultivation method called divinity possession, similar to the possession of divinity by mechs, except that the mechs were replaced by brain energy. This is a very unique cultivation method of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Corin Clarence was aware of this cultivation method and knew that once the brain's energy level was imbued with divine power, it could generate all sorts of incredible abilities. However, most experts at the heavenly revelation level are not willing to cultivate in this way. After all, who would want to add the consciousness of a god to their own mind? Soon, this special spirituality, controlling Owen's brain energy level, entered the information flow of another dimension. In this universe, every substance is actually composed of various kinds of information. The migration between substances and the changes over time are all phenomena formed by the construction and arrangement of information. Therefore, some things that happen in this world can be observed through information from secondary dimensions, and this part of the information can be seen. Owen's divinity granted him the ability to break through the stimulus dimension and search for dimensional information. A short while later, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Owen's face. Then Owen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Coron Clarence with a very strange expression. Clarence Coron, why does it feel like the way Owen is looking at me is a little strange? Clarence, puzzled, quickly asked, Your Excellency Owen, what's going on? Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite strange. Coron Clarence was somewhat bewildered. Did the person who committed the robbery have some special identity? Or is it someone I can't afford to offend? Is it really necessary? There are only a handful of people in the entire universe whom I can't afford to offend. Why would these people bother with a junior who hasn't even broken through to level 10, just to steal a bunch of minerals that aren't even considered treasures to them? Ahem. Lord Coron Clarence, do you really want to know? Owen's expression grew increasingly strange, and he coughed lightly, repeatedly confirming the question. Brother Owen, you're driving me crazy. Tell me already. Coron Clarence was exasperated. Owen's expression had successfully piqued his curiosity. Okay. Owen paused, then slowly said, Lord Coron Clarence, you should be prepared. The person who kidnapped your minerals is none other than your son. Upon hearing Owen's words, Coron Clarence's eyes widened. What did you say? Suri embezzled these minerals? Impossible. The Coron family isn't short of money. There's no need for them to ruin their future for minerals. Clarence immediately thought of Suri. After all, no one would imagine that the second son robbed the eldest son in this kind of situation. Owen quickly shook his head and said, Your Excellency Coron Clarence, you misunderstand. What I mean is that your second son, Ming, hijacked the minerals being transported by this warship. What? Ming? Clarence raised his voice, a look of utter disbelief flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Owen's abilities were widely recognized among apocalypse-level powerhouses, and that Owen absolutely did not know Ming or his name before, he would have been completely different. Otherwise, he would almost certainly think that Owen was just teasing him. Upon hearing that it was Ming who had robbed these minerals, Coron Clarence was even more bewildered. He sat on the rock for a while, feeling a buzzing in his head. It took a long time for me to gradually process this news. My second son stole the minerals I entrusted to my eldest son, and then beat up my eldest son? Clarence muttered to himself, feeling for a moment that the world was a bit crazy. Anyone would be bewildered if their two sons had put on such a show. Even Owen, who was standing to the side, couldn't continue his arduous training. He opened his eyes and silently patted Coron Clarence on the shoulder. The absurdity of the situation was such that even Owen himself found it somewhat laughable and frustrating. One can only imagine the incredibly complicated feelings that Coron Clarence, as the person involved, must be experiencing. Your Excellency Owen, where is my second son now? Coron Clarence snapped out of his daze and slowly asked. Owen smiled, then uttered 4 words. Black Domain. 10,000 Vine. Chapter 95, Ming's Method. At this moment, amidst the myriad vines, Ming was sitting in the center of a huge conference room. At the round table in this conference room, a group of powerful Jin warriors were looking at Ming, who was sitting in the center, with strange eyes. Does Master Ming mean? He wants to reach a cooperation agreement with all of us regarding the supply of Jin serum? A middle-aged man with a powerful aura asked in an incredulous tone. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's question, Ming smiled and nodded, then said, Wantong, that's exactly what I was thinking. You've all seen the Jin serum produced by Wantong. Let's be frank, having witnessed such a serum, and knowing that this quality serum can bring you greater profits and a better reputation, would you still be willing to use products from small workshops? Upon hearing Ming admit it, the crowd erupted in uproar. Today, Ming used the Mecha Assembly as an excuse to summon a group of Black Domain leaders to Wantong to discuss the gene serum. Right from the start, Su Ming made his stance clear and directly told the leaders of the Black Domain about the gene serum. Just as Su Ming had predicted, the conversation shifted to gene serums, and after Su Ming distributed the gene serums produced by Wanting to the leaders, they automatically ignored the matter of the mechas. Compared to the mechs, the gene serum was more of an interest to these leaders. At this moment, just as Su Ming said, after witnessing the quality of the 10,000 Vine gene agent, these leaders all began to have some ulterior motives. Wantang's gene-enhancing agents, in terms of quality, profit, and sales channels, are far superior to the gene-enhancing agents from the small workshops that the big bosses had previously acquired. If other powerful figures start selling such gene-enhancing drugs, then our side will definitely not be able to compete with them. From this perspective, naturally no force would be willing to relinquish Wantong's gene serum. Almost everyone expressed a desire to collaborate with Wanting. But, however, Master Su Ming, my only concern is, what you're doing is essentially a monopoly, which poses a risk to us. A level 10 gene warrior sat in a chair, then frowned and spoke. Mr. Lunt, what are your concerns? Please speak. Su Ming looked at the man, then smiled and asked. First, after you monopolize the market, you will face attacks from other suppliers. How can you survive? If you are wiped out halfway, it will also have a great impact on us. Secondly, a monopoly means the power to speak. If Wanting survives and truly monopolizes the market, will they raise the price of these gene-enhancing drugs and sell them to us? After all, we can only buy from you. Monopoly is a worrying issue for both competitors and customers. Once a monopoly is established, it can easily lead to situations where large businesses bully their customers. In that case, it won't be easy for Wanting to raise prices. Upon hearing this person's words, Su Ming nodded silently, then stood up and said to everyone, So, I want everyone to come in and have a turn. After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, What do you mean? Su Ming smiled and then said, I can sign a contract with you all. You here represent more than 90 forces. I can give each of you 0.5% of the shares within 3 years. This way, you will also have a share in Wanting. The profits will be distributed to you, and there will be no possibility of price increases. As for 3 years from now, if you all still wish to continue cooperating with Wanting, these shares will remain until the day you cease cooperating with Wanting and stop acquiring gene serums. Then Wanting will reclaim the shares of your respective factions. What do you all think? After Su Ming finished speaking, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces, Su Ming couldn't help but smile, feeling confident. Each of the more than 90 companies in Su Ming will receive 0.5% of the shares, which means that more than 45% of the shares will be distributed. This is essentially equivalent to giving up half of the profits, which is absolutely unacceptable for a businessman. However, Su Ming did not see himself as a businessman. Selling gene-enhancing drugs is simply to help Wanting develop more quickly. If the same effect can be achieved through other methods, it is obviously perfectly acceptable for Su Ming as well. Although doing so would reduce Wantong's profits by half, it would allow him to bring all the major forces in the entire Black Domain onto his side. Since the interests of all factions are intertwined with his own, all factions will do their utmost to ensure the continued healthy development of Wanting. Anyone who tries to touch Wantong is going against these major powers and trying to seize their interests. Moreover, this is something that all the major powers can completely accept. Gaining 0.5% of the shares out of thin air, without taking any risks, and being able to withdraw whenever you want, only a fool wouldn't do that. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of all the bosses present, and they gave Su Ming a deep look. Su Ming's method is ambitious. He wants to unite the entire Black Domain's forces into a community of shared interests, and at the core of this community is Wantong. At that time, no matter what, Wanting will grow rapidly with the support of various forces. After all, the growth of Wanting means that these forces also gain huge benefits as a result. The group exchanged glances and then nodded silently. Mr. Su Ming's move is brilliant, but I must say it's also very tempting. Count me in. I'm going to invest in you. Soon, some people expressed their opinions. Moreover, this person no longer addressed Su Ming as Little Master Su Ming, but instead used the title Sir to refer to Su Ming. Clearly, Su Ming's move had earned the respect of everyone present. As soon as one person expressed their opinion, others quickly stood up and expressed their own opinions as well. Seeing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. How do these people know their own aspirations? Su Ming's ambitions extend far beyond the black domain, so he doesn't care about temporary gains or losses. In the future, he will definitely take back all the benefits he has given up through various means. So, everyone. After seeing that everyone had expressed their opinions, Su Ming slowly said, "Next, shouldn't we consider kicking the small workshops out of the black domain?" Chapter 96 Energy-Related Knowledge. Su Ming and the leaders of various forces quickly reached a consensus, and then, under Wang Ke's leadership, Wanting began to frantically produce gene potions. After confirming the cooperation intentions with the leaders of various forces, Su Ming felt relieved and began to re-enter the research phase. He looked down at the workbench with a hint of curiosity on his face. At this moment, a strange energy was brewing on the workbench. Energy absorption devices have been installed around the area. 2 days have passed since the Wanting conference, and during these 2 days, Su Ming has been constantly studying various kinds of energy knowledge. He also studied the knowledge of humanoid civilizations. This led to, in the past 2 days, a loud roar has been heard from time to time throughout the base. Su Ming, covered in dust and dirt, quickly crawled out of the ruins and told everyone with a wry smile that he was fine. The people who were initially at a loss have gradually become accustomed to it. As everyone already knows, the leader is currently experimenting with the use of various new types of energy. These explosions were caused by a mishap during the research process of this new energy source, resulting in a direct explosion. In order to prevent further damage to the building, Su Ming had no choice but to install an energy absorber in his studio. If any energy exploded, it would be absorbed by the absorber and would not cause too much damage. Su Ming looked at the energy reaction on the workbench and carefully manipulated the electron impact needle to strike the atoms lying in the energy vessel. Sizzle, sizzle. A hissing sound, like electrons flowing through a container, came from the energy vessel. Upon hearing this sound, Su Ming's eyes gradually showed a hint of tension. If there is even the slightest mistake, it could directly cause the energy vessel to explode. The study of energy science is like this. It usually involves constantly exploring controllable and powerful energy factors amidst explosions. But soon, with the collision of electrons, the atoms in the energy vessel, as can be clearly seen by the scanner, had some of the electrons that were originally present on the atoms replaced by electrons released from the electron impactor, transforming into a new and balanced atomic form. These electrons possess extremely high energy, but they exist in a state of equilibrium within these atoms. If this balance is broken at will, these electrons will explode and release the most terrifying energy. Upon seeing the atom's new form, Su Ming couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement and exhilaration in his eyes. It was a success. The research on altering the energy structure of atoms has been successful. Although this is only a basic skill in energy science, truly advanced techniques can even alter the properties of neutrons and protons, and even the intrinsic energy of atoms. But for Su Ming, this is already a significant improvement. Moreover, with this advancement, Su Ming was able to utilize the energy-related knowledge that the humanoid civilization had given him. Among the knowledge he received from humanoid civilization, there is an energy form that Su Ming can now realize mechanical toxins. Mechanotoxic substance. Primary paralytic type. Type, energy. Effect, the attack's energy carries a mechanical toxin. As long as the attack lands on the enemy's energy shield or machinery, the toxin will take effect. Note, only for regular energy shields. It hinders energy level transmission, damages the internal patterns of the machinery, and after 10 seconds, the enemy's machinery will be completely rendered ineffective and cannot be activated. Hidden function. After an enemy machine is completely corroded by the toxin, partial control of the mech will temporarily fall into the hands of the toxin releaser. The releaser can then control the mech to self-destruct. Knowledge of energy completely opened the door to a new world for Su Ming. Originally, Su Ming's ability to control energy styles was actually quite limited. Besides nuclear energy, there are electromagnetic energy and thermal energy. Human societies also mostly use these kinds of energy. Although these types of energy have strong bursts, their energy characteristics are relatively simple, and they can only be used for simple attacks. However, it must be said that humanoid civilizations are indeed more advanced in their research on energy science than human society. After learning about humanoid civilizations, Su Ming developed a great interest in energy science. Different types of energy can play different roles in different scenarios. Their research into energy has reached its extreme, making them in no way inferior to mechs. The crystal civilization is the most typical example. Su Ming felt a little excited. If the mechs of human society were combined with the energy science of the other two great civilizations, wouldn't they be able to exert an extremely powerful effect? Su Ming vaguely saw a bright path appearing before him. Without saying a word, he took out his mother-daughter mecha and installed the mechanical toxin energy converter on it. Especially the sub-mechs, which possess mechanical toxins as an energy attack method, could potentially kill their opponents directly after breaking stealth with a single strike. Just as Su Ming was enthusiastically modifying the mecha, the phone suddenly rang. Su Ming was taken aback, then frowned slightly. He usually informs everyone in advance when he is working and tells them not to contact him unless it is a major issue. The sudden phone call surprised Su Ming. What's wrong, Warren? Upon answering the phone, Su Ming asked curiously. Warren's large face immediately appeared on the screen. At this moment, Warren was panting heavily and looked very anxious. Leader, something terrible has happened. A batch of our gene serum samples has been hijacked, and several of our brothers have been captured. They're demanding ransom, and you, leader, must make the trip yourself. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's expression changed, and he immediately asked, Do you know which organization hijacked our samples? Warren nodded, then said, They said they are from the Hisoka family. The Hisoka family? Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming was not surprised, but rather delighted. The Hisoka family is a very famous gene-producing family in the Black Domain. It is a first-class power structured as a family. Logically speaking, Su Ming should have felt troubled after learning that a first-rate power was targeting him. But now, Su Ming's face revealed a hint of secret joy. The news that various forces were coming to wanting to buy gene serums had been circulating for 2 days, but unexpectedly these people have finally taken action. Su Ming had been waiting for them for 2 days, just waiting for the other party to take the initiative to cause trouble. Since that's the case, without hesitation, Su Ming hung up the phone and immediately dialed several more numbers. Chapter 97 Space Traction Device. The Hisoka family is a first-class power family located on the planet Nawante in the Black Domain. The Hisoka family's main business is gene therapy in the Black Domain. Moreover, as a first-class power in the Black Domain, the Hisoka family's main business of gene-based medicine accounts for almost 50% of the entire Black Domain's gene-based medicine supply, which means that the Hisoka family has already occupied half of the market. However, the head of the Hisoka family has been in a very bad mood lately. He was holding a gene serum in his hand, with the words "produced by wanting" clearly written on the label. He had to admit that the gene serum in his hand was indeed far superior to those produced by the Hisoka family. Even with his discerning eye, he couldn't find any fault with it. But the real problem is that you can't find any fault with it. A chilling glint flashed in the eyes of the head of the Hisoka family. Gene-enhancing agents that are far superior to those produced by the Hisoka family have appeared on the market, and at a lower price. This means that before long, the major forces in the black market will only be willing to buy gene serums from Wantung, and will no longer come to the Hisoka family. This is something he doesn't want to see. Moreover, in the past 2 days, he vaguely heard that major forces had already developed ideas about this gene serum and wanted to change suppliers, letting Wanting supply the gene serum instead. This won't do. If these forces change their suppliers, then the Hisoka family will be left with nothing. Just then, a genetically engineered warrior approached the Patriarch and whispered, "Patriarch, the leader of the Wantung clan has arrived." Upon hearing the Gene warrior's words, the patriarch was taken aback and said with a hint of confusion, "He actually came? Does he think we're here to invite him for tea?" The patriarch ordered his men to abduct Wantung's gene serum and capture him as well. The reason they didn't kill him was simply to give Wantung a warning. He didn't believe that the leader of the Wanto clan would come to the Hisoka family's territory for the sake of a few subordinates. Isn't this just walking into a trap, courting death? How many people are on the other side? The patriarch frowned, then asked curiously. 3 people, 2 level 6 gene warriors, and the leader of the 10,000 vine. Just 3 people? The patriarch was even more surprised, and even found it somewhat amusing. Could this leader of the Wantung tribe really be unaware of the situation in the Black Domain? Does he actually believe that we want to negotiate with him? When fundamental interests are touched, it becomes a fight to the death in the underworld. How could it possibly be resolved through negotiation? Destroying the Mantang is a goal that the head of the Hisoka family will never change. At this moment, the patriarch stood up and said calmly, "Take me to see the leader of Wantung." "Yes, master." A short while later, the head of the Hisoka family saw Su Ming standing in front of him. Sensing the energy level emanating from Su Ming, the head of the family couldn't help but chuckle. A level 6 gene warrior? Although I've heard that they are incredibly powerful mecha warriors, capable of unleashing the strength of an 8th level gene warrior when they put on the mecha. But, so what if it's level 8? The Hisoka family has a lot of level 8 gene warriors, and even some who are above level 10. A mere level 8 mecha warrior was not taken seriously by the head of the Hisoka family. The head of the Hisoka family looked at him with disdain, then said calmly, "The leader of the Manto family, is that right? Now I'll give you 2 choices." He didn't even bother with any build-up. Faced with Wantung's strength, he had enough leverage to speak directly in a commanding tone from the perspective of a superior. Upon hearing the words of the Hisoka family head, Su Ming revealed a strange expression, then said with a half-smile, "Oh? Which 2 options are there?" When the patriarch saw the expression on Su Ming's face, he frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. That ambiguous smile offended his dignity, filling him with murderous intent towards Su Ming. However, compared to Su Ming, he was more interested in Wantung's technology. If he could get his hands on Wantung's technology, he would have no trouble monopolizing the gene drug market in the Black Domain. This made him patiently wait and slowly say, "First, you and your men get out of here, but leave your technology behind, and I can spare your lives. Second, if you're unwilling, I'll just kill you, then forcibly kidnap the researchers from Bandori to Hisoka. You can give them to him if you want, or we'll all be killed if you don't." The head of the Hisoka family spoke calmly. In his view, letting Wantung's people get out of the Black Domain was already the greatest mercy he could show Wantung. Otherwise, given Su Ming's current offensive demeanor, he might have slaughtered Wantung as well. Upon hearing the words of the Hisoka family head, Su Ming burst into laughter as if he had heard a hilarious joke. "What are you laughing at?" The head of the Shisua family frowned. He had secretly made up his mind that even if Su Ming handed over the technology, he would still kill Su Ming. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Su Ming stopped laughing and then loudly declared, "I choose the 3rd one." "There is no 3rd one." The head of the Hisoka family frowned. He wondered if he was talking to an idiot, as it was so difficult to communicate. Su Ming paused. Then his gaze gradually turned cold. He said calmly, "Thirdly, the Shisua family will disappear from the Black Domain." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the head of the Shisua family's eyes filled with coldness, and he said in a cold voice, "It seems you're courting death. I'll grant your wish." After he finished speaking, 2 powerful level 9 gene warriors appeared on either side of the patriarch. As soon as the 2 appeared, they attacked Su Ming. Upon seeing the 2 appear, Su Ming immediately shouted, "Everyone, make your move." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the head of the Shisua family was stunned for a moment, and then saw Su Ming instantly take out an inconspicuous device. This device exudes a strong sense of spatial fluctuation. This device is a space traction device assembled by Su Ming. Spatial traction is a technology specific to the mother-daughter mecha. Su Ming extracted this technology and created a spatial traction device. The sole function of the space traction device It involves instantly pulling another part of the device to the vicinity of this device. Never underestimate a mechanic. Su Ming chuckled and immediately activated the space traction device. Instantly, several figures were drawn to Su Ming's side by the spatial traction device. The next moment, these figures sprang into action, instantly turning the two level 9 Gene warriors who were attacking Su Ming into a bloody pulp. Chapter 98, All the Masters Emerge. Upon seeing the figures rushing out, the head of the Shisua family was immediately alarmed. Where did this person come from? He stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief, but quickly recognized the figures. These figures are none other than the top or second in command of well-known forces in the Black Domain. At this moment, it actually appeared in the Hisoka family from the mechanical device of this leader of the Manto clan. Originally, the Hisoka family had its own defense system, and even if these powerful individuals wanted to join forces to break in, it would be impossible without sacrificing several lives. However, the young man has now used a strange device to teleport experts from various forces in the Black Domain, which is hard for the head of the Shisua family to accept. What do you mean? Do you want to start a war with Hisoka? The patriarch glared angrily at the figures rushing out. Su Ming chuckled. His energy level erupted again, and he activated the spatial traction device once more, pulling over two more experts. This was something he had planned long ago. If the Hisoka family didn't bring him into their territory, experts from other forces wouldn't be willing to risk their lives to launch a strong attack on Hisoka's defense system. Therefore, Su Ming had no choice but to try every means to infiltrate the Hisoka family. In this way, he could successfully lure the experts from various forces who were lying in ambush outside the Hisoka family to this place. Of course, this towing device still has certain limitations. For example, it can only tow a maximum of 3 people at a time, and it cannot tow people more than 10 kilometers away. This is useless at distances of hundreds of kilometers in the starry sky. It can only be effective on planets. Moreover, the traction device is not invincible. Some shields with spatial defense capabilities can also intercept it. Su Ming had seen a similar function in the protective energy shield of the Korin family. Some powerful and noble families in the 5 major cosmic kingdoms also possess corresponding energy shields. However, this is considered a relatively advanced and core technology, and Su Ming doesn't believe that a force in the Black Domain could set up its own protective shield as a shield that defends against spatial traction. Buzz! A series of soft sounds were heard, and then the space around Su Ming began to fluctuate violently. Soon, figures tore through space and descended upon the Hisoka family. Today is the day when Su Ming joins forces with the major powers of the Black Domain to kick the Shisua family out of the game. The device he has a teleportation function. Quickly seize this device. The head of the Hisoka family is a genetic warrior who is above level 10. Gene warriors at this level can survive in the void of space without a space combat suit, hence the name, vacuum level. It means that it can maintain normal physiological functions and the ability to survive in a vacuum. Vacuum level transcends the limitations of the 10 gene locks, representing a terrifying realm that completely breaks through the level of life and reaches a completely new level of life. Once you reach this level, you will possess all sorts of incredible abilities. However, he is at the vacuum level, and there are also many experts in the dark domain who are at the vacuum level. The first 2 people Su Ming teleported over were 2 vacuum-level Black Domain experts. The 2 experts, having just been replaced, instantly turned the 2 level 9 Gene warriors into mincemeat. Then they charged straight at the head of the Hisoka family and engaged him in fierce combat. Despite having the home field advantage, the head of the Hisoka family was still badly beaten in a 1-on-2 situation. He could only barely hold his own, and was unable to break free to stop Su Ming from continuing to bring in more people. Helpless, he could only shout orders at the other powerful members of the family. Under his command, the Hisoka family seemed to revive, with a large amount of energy erupting within them. The Hisoka family is, after all, a first-class power with a long history in the Black Domain and a rich foundation. At this moment, a large number of experts rushed out from the Hisoka family, and even a large number of mecha warriors flew out. Seeing this, Su Ming remained calm. He retreated rapidly to create distance between himself and the experts who rushed out, while activating the spatial traction device to pull the experts to this location. Each time a skilled fighter was drawn out, they rushed forward without saying a word and clashed with the skilled fighters from the Hisoka family. Su Ming kept shifting his body, dodging the attacks of the experts. A level 9 Gene warrior charged towards Su Ming. Upon seeing this, Su Ming activated the spatial traction device again. Immediately, spatial fluctuations came again, and a figure in a red mecha suddenly burst out from the spatial fluctuations. It was Hu Bing. "Go, Pikachu!" Su Ming shouted. Hu Bing. Who's Pikachu? I'm Amber." Hu Bing looked puzzled. Su Ming, sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Su Ming scratched his head and accidentally shouted out a line from another dimension. His current state is so much like throwing out Pokeballs to summon Pokemon for battle. Hu Bing glanced at Su Ming with a puzzled look, then saw the serious expression on Su Ming's face. You actually mistook my flashy bright red mecha, which you, Su Ming, personally made? It doesn't look like someone has been mistaken for someone else at all. Who is Pikachu?" Hu Bing shook his head, dismissing the idea, and rushed forward, slashing the sword of the level 9 Gene warrior of the Hisoka family away with a single strike. He then unleashed a second strike, cleaving the level 9 Gene warrior in two. "Master Su Ming!" Hu Bing shouted loudly, and now he changed his address to Su Ming from Little Master Su Ming to Master Su Ming. He then turned to Su Ming and called out, "This time I'm fighting for wanting. If my mecha gets damaged in this battle, could you please repair it for free?" Hu Bing felt the pinch. Su Ming's repair quotes were expensive. Last time it cost him over 100,000 star coins. Hu Bing felt the pinch every time he had to get repairs done. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, Su Ming chuckled and then loudly proclaimed, "Don't worry, everyone. Fight with all your might this time. If any machinery is damaged, come to me for repairs, and I'll reimburse you for any broken parts. It's free." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, these experts all revealed a hint of a smile. It's not that they're short of money, but this time it's about clearing obstacles for Su Ming. Su Ming's attitude makes them feel more comfortable when they take action. One expert after another was continuously teleported by Su Ming to the Hisoka family. These experts are all top experts from various major forces in the entire Black Domain. Now they have gathered together, targeting a first-rate power. How could this possibly be resisted by a single first-rate power? Soon, Hisoka's genetically engineered warriors were completely wiped out by the descending experts. Chapter 99: Eliminating the Weeds at the Root. You are all powerful figures with names and reputations. Why are you being driven by this child? I don't understand. Seeing his family members being killed one by the experts replaced by Su Ming, the head of the Shisua family was furious, his eyes filled with intense hatred as he looked at the invading experts. One of the vacuum-level experts who was besieging him sneered and said in a low voice, "Master Su Ming has already achieved a deep level of cooperation with us. It can only be said that your Hisoka is outdated. Being outdated means being destined to be eliminated." Throughout the Hisoka family territory, various battles were taking place. The clashes of mechanical swords and the bombardment of guns had left the Hisoka family's territory in ruins. These experts attacked without any hesitation, unleashing terrifying killing moves one after another, with energy cannons constantly booming within the Hisoka family. The members of the Hisoka family all died at the hands of the experts summoned by Su Ming. The head of the Hisoka family, with an extremely resentful expression, was also brutally cut into several pieces by the experts summoned by Su Ming, and was dead beyond any doubt. The once mighty Black Domain, a large-scale supplier of gene-based pharmaceuticals with a market share of 50%, vanished and collapsed in just a few hours. Standing in the territory of the Shisua family, Su Ming looked at the colossal structure that had collapsed with a roar, but felt no sorrow, only joy. Siso, the largest supplier of gene therapy drugs, has fallen. Currently, there is no force in the entire Black Domain that can threaten the wanting gene pharmaceutical industry. The rest were all small fry, not worth mentioning. Su Ming didn't take it seriously at all. "Master Su Ming, now that Hisoka has fallen, we should head back." A master walked up to Su Ming and said to him with a smile. Su Ming nodded. These experts had all signed agreements with Wanting regarding the gene serum, with 0.5% of the shares to be distributed to each faction, representing huge profits. These experts will definitely continue to help Wanting in the future. At the very least, as long as Wanting remains standing, these experts will be able to reap huge profits. Su Ming smiled, and then said to the experts, "Thank you all for your help today. You can send your mechanical equipment to Wanting later, and I will repair it for you one by one." After hearing Su Ming's words, the group exchanged glances, laughed heartily, nodded, and bid each other farewell before departing. "Warren, send some men to clean up the battlefield. Let's gather some brothers and raid Hisoka's remaining assets." Without resting, Su Ming returned to Wanting and immediately left with Locke and the rest of the combat personnel. "Have you confirmed the location of Hisoka's factory?" Su Ming asked calmly. At this moment, he was sitting on a high-class spaceship with Locke and others. He purchased this spaceship through Walter. It has a huge internal space and can easily carry thousands of people. Su Ming bought it so that one day when he needed to mobilize his forces, he could put everyone on the spaceship. There are now more than 1,500 people seated inside the spaceship. These were all the subordinates Locke recruited in the following period of time. More than 500 people remained at the base, bringing the total to more than 2,000. During this period, Locke continued to recruit a sufficient number of subordinates for Wanting. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke smiled, took a document, and then projected it onto the big screen. Suddenly, a three-dimensional star map appeared before Su Ming and the others. Locke pointed to the red dots on the star map and then said with a smile, "Let me investigate which gene drug dealers and production bases are there." These red dots mark the small workshops of various forces, while these dark red ones are the locations of the Hisoka family's factories. During this time, Locke was not idle either. Following Su Ming's instructions, he went directly to investigate which forces in the entire Black Domain were supplying inferior gene serums. The results were now presented to Su Ming and were clear at a glance. Su Ming nodded. He was very satisfied with Locke's abilities. Locke was like a butler to Wanting, able to arrange everything in an orderly manner. "Where shall we go first?" Locke asked curiously. Without a second thought, Su Ming immediately stretched out his hand, pointed to one of the dark red dots, and said, "Let's go to Hisoka's factory first. Hisoka has collapsed, and I'm worried that these people will run away overnight after they hear the news." Su Ming's desire to wipe them out this time was not only because the managers of these Shisua's overseas factories might possess some technology, and their return would disrupt his monopoly. The most important thing is, although Hisoka is not as technically advanced as Mando, his production equipment is relatively advanced. The factory has control over things such as raw materials, reagents, and customer lists. Destroying Hisoka's factory would allow them to acquire a large amount of equipment and raw materials. These are things that other forces don't need, but for Su Ming, they are all real money. Once plundered, they become wealth. The spaceship sped away, instantly heading towards a dark red that Su Ming had pointed to. These factories are all located in the inner part of the star system within the Black Domain. After all, the star regions outside the Black Domain are extremely dangerous and the land prices are very high, but the star regions inside are not so important. Setting up the factory in the inner star regions can reduce a lot of costs and risks. Sizzle. Sizzle. When the spaceship jumped through space, it made some small contact with the space-time storm, producing a hissing friction sound. Su Ming's face was expressionless as he stood in the command room at the front of the spaceship, gazing at the distant planets. This time, they set off using Wanting's own forces, without any experts from other forces in the Black Domain to help them. However, Su Ming didn't feel too much psychological pressure. After all, Hisoka's true masters had already been wiped out by the combined forces of the Black Domain after the previous massacre. The people in the factory are mostly just normal genetically engineered soldiers who have been dispatched to these remote planets for supervision and guard duties. True masters usually don't come to such remote planets. Suddenly, a slight jolt came from the spaceship. Su Ming's expression changed, and he saw that the spaceship had returned to normal piloting from the space jump state. The planet he had just locked onto magnified infinitely in his eyes the instant he jumped out of the space tunnel. We've arrived at Hisoka's factory. Chapter 100 Nighttime Assault. Without hesitation, Su Ming was the first to land on the planet. The group soon arrived at Hisoka's factory. Because the planet's land is vast, many places are uninhabited or have no established power base. Hisoka's factory on this planet is enormous, covering tens of square kilometers. After Su Ming and the others arrived near the factory, Su Ming looked up at the factory and saw that it was brightly lit and still producing gene-based drugs by working overtime. It seems that Hisoka's main family was wiped out too quickly. No sooner had they been destroyed than Su Ming arrived here, so the news of Hisoka's destruction did not reach the factory. Su Ming easily saw the situation in the entire factory through the system's X-ray vision function. The factory was filled with workers, most of whom were local natives or ordinary people with little fighting ability. Su Ming didn't care about these workers, nor did he intend to kill them all. They were all innocent people, and he would get rid of them if he could. The people they really wanted to kill were some of the guards stationed in the factory and some managers sitting in the offices. These people were the clansmen Hisoka had sent out to oversee the factory's operations. However, these people are scattered. It seems there are several of them in every place. 1,000. Su Ming muttered to himself. There are about 1,000 people with combat abilities. For a force like Hisoka's, which easily numbers in the millions, 1,000 people isn't a lot, but wiping them all out would still be quite difficult. The main problem is, it's too scattered. This factory covers a large area, so if something happens on one side, the other side has a good chance to escape. However, this isn't a big problem for Su Ming. Su Ming handed over several mechanical parts to Wan Tong, a member of the same group who had activated his brain energy level. Go around this factory and activate these mechanical parts, releasing them into the factory. Remember, don't release them towards your own people. Su Ming spoke calmly. After hearing Su Ming's words, the members of Wanting took the mechanical parts from Su Ming's hands and nodded. These mechanical components are mechanical toxin energy converters created by Su Ming. Once activated, the mechanical toxins will invade the factory and paralyze the mechanical equipment of the genetically engineered warriors who possess combat capabilities. It could even self-destruct. Without mechanical equipment, the combat power of any gene warrior will be greatly reduced. Although Su Ming was extremely confident, he wanted to minimize the risks. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he killed the enemy but also lost hundreds of his own brothers. Each person should bring 100 men and stand around the factory. If any combat personnel try to escape, kill them on the spot. If they are ordinary workers and pose no threat, let them go. Su Ming then gave instructions to the other squad leaders, who then led their teams to surround the factory. Seeing that his subordinates had finished setting things up, Su Ming nodded and then whispered into the communication device. Make your move. After saying that, Su Ming led Locke and more than 400 others into the factory. Su Ming had equipped them with devices to protect against mechanical toxins, so even if the Wan Tung members around them activated the mechanical toxins, Su Ming and the others could perfectly resist the toxins. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sky. It was nighttime on this planet, and many people were already resting. But the loud noise jolted him awake. Su Ming did not conceal his figure. In a situation of overwhelming force, a head-on crushing attack would naturally be the most effective. The mother and child mechs built an overload electron ray gun instantly unleashed a powerful energy level. Piloting his mecha, Su Ming blasted the factory gate to pieces with a single shot. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. After the factory gate was smashed to pieces, chaos erupted inside. The guards frantically grabbed their machinery and equipment and rushed towards Su Ming and his group. Although this planet is not particularly dangerous, it is still a planet in the Dark Zone. In the Dark Realm, there is no such thing as absolute safety. They might be wiped out by another force wielding mechanical weapons any day now. For example, today, although the armed men of Shisao were shocked by the enemy attack, they immediately went into battle mode and rushed towards the gate. They wanted to see who was so audacious as to raid Hisoka's factory. However, what awaited them was yet another overloaded electron beam. A golden flash streaked across the sky, instantly creating a huge crater inside the factory. Several of Hisoka's armed men were blasted to ashes, utterly and irrevocably dead. Su Ming piloted his mecha and stormed into Hisoka's factory. His gaze was cold and devoid of any pity. The mech gleamed with a chilling metallic light in the darkness, moving through the factory like the Grim Reaper. The genetic warriors in these factories are at most level 7 genetic warriors. He had no ability to resist Su Ming and was shot dead by Su Ming with a single shot. In the darkness, flashes of light constantly appeared, and each flash took the life of at least one genetic warrior. The enemy has level 9 combat power. We are no match for them. Run. One of the guards sensed Su Ming's energy level through his energy level sensor and broke out in a cold sweat. He then hurriedly ran in the opposite direction from Su Ming. But at that moment, a ghostly shadow gradually emerged from the darkness. The guard's pupils contracted sharply, and then he saw a flash of light. The next moment, everything went black before his eyes, and his body was cleaved in two by the strange entity hidden in the darkness. Dead beyond dead. Submecha. In. The two mechs controlled by Su Ming are like a general charging forward and invincible, while the other is more like an assassin hiding in the dark. The two sides work together, leaving no chance for the Hisoka members to escape from Su Ming, who slaughtered them all. However, given the factory's vast size, many armed personnel immediately fled the factory after sensing the energy level. But what they didn't expect was that outside the factory, there was another encirclement, ready to catch these escapees. All the armed personnel who wanted to resist felt their mechanical equipment become incredibly sluggish, and some were even completely unusable. Originally, these armed men were not without fighting power, but the destruction of their mechanical equipment made them no match for the wanting members who were surrounding and killing them from the outside. Those without combat power were released, while those with combat power were killed on the spot. Tonight is destined to be a night of bloodshed for Hisoka. However, Su Ming, who was relentlessly killing Hisoka members, was unaware that, within the Dark Realm, a warship was hurtling towards his planet at an astonishing speed. Chapter 101. A Figure in the Night. As night deepened, this planet, lacking moon like satellites, was devoid of moonlight. At night, there is no other way to light the way except by lamplight. Today, in addition to lights, there is also the light emitted by various mechanical equipment when they are activated. A loud commotion erupted from the factory as large numbers of workers fled in terror. To their surprise, the powerful figures who came to slaughter the factory ignored them and let them leave freely. Soon after, all the workers in the factory dispersed, and the factory returned to complete silence amidst the screams of the last genetic warrior who had died. Su Ming removed the mecha and stored it in his storage space. Locke and the others also moved closer to Su Ming. Leader, we have seized over 1,000 sets of gene production equipment, and a total of... Locke spoke to Su Ming with a pleased expression. These items were the purpose of everyone's trip. Now that they have all been confiscated, it is a huge profit for Wonton. These instruments alone are probably worth hundreds of millions of star coins. With these instruments and the technology of Wonton, it will be easy to expand production capacity and increase the yield of Wonton's gene-based drugs. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that Locke had already packed all the instruments into his storage space, he said, "Let's go back to the spaceship. There are still other small workshops. We need to shut them down one by one." A glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. From the moment he entered the Black Domain, he understood that to succeed in the Black Domain, he had to be ruthless. Even though no one has messed with him yet, Su Ming would rather eliminate the other person first than give them the chance to bully him. After saying that, Su Ming led the people behind him toward his spaceship. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, and seemed to be in a good mood. Everyone could clearly feel that Wonting's future was definitely bright. Presumably, one's own status and income will rise accordingly. Just then, everyone was suddenly stunned, because Su Ming, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Su Ming in confusion, then followed his gaze and saw a dark figure standing quietly not far from them. It seemed as if the figure was waiting for someone to arrive. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. Could this figure be Hisoka's escaped fugitive? Seeing their leader like this, some members of the Wonton group wanted to step forward and question the figure. However, before he could make a move, Su Ming's voice suddenly came from ahead. You guys go to the spaceship and wait for me. I have something to do. I'll come find you on the spaceship later. The emotion in Su Ming's voice seemed very calm, but those who knew Su Ming well could tell that his tone was one they had never heard before. Locke glanced at the figure in the distance with a questioning look, then shook his head in surprise. He didn't sense any energy fluctuations from the figure. It looked just like an ordinary person. But this figure gave him the feeling that no matter where he stood, he was the center of everything around him. Locke felt a chill run down his spine. This person is a master. He looked at Su Ming with some concern, but all he saw was a reassuring gaze from Su Ming. Locke sighed inwardly, then said nothing more to the people behind him. Wantung's brothers, come back to the spaceship with me first. The members of Wanting behind him were also full of doubts after hearing Locke's words, but since their leader had already made such arrangements, they couldn't say anything more. They could only obediently follow Locke towards the direction of the spaceship. As they passed by this figure, everyone instinctively kept their distance and walked around it. It was as if this figure was a synonym for some kind of terror. Locke turned his head to look at the figure, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. Because the figure's back somewhat resembled the back of someone I often saw on television back when I was still in the Empire. Locke shook his head, trying to banish the thought from his mind. How could that be? How could that person possibly be here, and even be waiting for everyone? As Su Ming watched Locke and the others gradually disappear from sight, he took a deep breath and walked towards the figure in front of him. The people in front were also watching Su Ming walk towards them. The darkness had almost no effect on his eyesight, and he easily saw a few faint bloodstains on Su Ming's path as he walked towards him, which were still wet. Su Ming was completely dry because he killed people using mechs. However, after putting away his mecha, he inevitably stepped on the blood on the ground, leaving a trail of blood with every step he took. The figure saw the bloodstains under Su Ming's feet and smelled the faint scent of blood in the air, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Finally, he saw Su Ming come up in front of him, looking directly at him without flinching. A slight tension seemed to rise in the air. After a long pause, he finally spoke first. You hijacked the Empire's warships. There was no doubt in his tone, as if he were saying something that was already certain. Su Ming paused, then slowly nodded. There was no need for me to hide anything from this person. Since he had asked, he must have already investigated and found out. However, Su Ming's only question was how this person knew that he was the one who had hijacked the minerals. Seemingly noticing the doubt in Su Ming's eyes, the man said calmly, Don't underestimate the apocalypse level, and don't underestimate the Empire. If I hadn't investigated beforehand and canceled the Empire's investigation mission, the Empire would have had 100 ways to find out that you did this. Su Ming remained silent. He didn't think the man was lying to him. However, upon hearing that it was this person who canceled the Empire's investigation mission, Su Ming felt a slight unease. Silence fell between the two again, as if neither of them were born talkative. Finally, the figure spoke again. He's your brother. Why did you attack him? It seems that the figure was more concerned about the second question than the first. In his view, the first question was irrelevant, but what he really wanted to know was the answer to the second question. Su Ming raised his eyes to look at the person, and then a cold look flashed in his eyes. I've been bullied by him for a long time. I'm just getting my revenge. Ahem, I've seen many students asking about realms, so I'll clarify it for everyone here. The cultivation realms are as follows: Gene Lock level 10, Vacuum level early, middle, and late stages, Flying level early, middle, and late stages, and Astral level early, middle, and late stages. This is the current cultivation level. The Apocalypse level is considered a late game boss level, to be supplemented later. The levels of mechanical equipment are Surface level, Planetary level, Stellar level, Star cluster level, Galaxy level, Galaxy cluster level, Supercluster level, and Cosmic level. The classification of mechanical equipment is based on the level of warfare a weapon can participate in. However, it's important to note that this only means the weapon can participate in that level of warfare, not that it is of that scale. For example, a cluster-level weapon cannot be compared to a cluster-level force. The two are not equivalent. Only a weapon that can participate in the struggles of a cluster-level force can be called a cluster-level weapon. Then there are the mech levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. Different levels have different energy intensities, which will be explained in detail for each mech. I won't go into detail here. Chapter 102 Father and Son Meet. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the figure's aura seemed to fluctuate slightly. He seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting to receive such an answer from Su Ming. He bullied you? His brows furrowed, as if he were experiencing some complex emotions. Su Ming slowly nodded. Except for the 5 years when my mother was still alive, for the next 11 years, we didn't stop for even a moment. In fact, he was prepared to reveal the assassin's involvement, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. It wasn't out of concern, but rather because he felt it was his own business, and there was no need to tell this person as if he were accusing them. Upon hearing the words mother and death, the figure standing in front of Su Ming experienced a violent fluctuation in his aura. He involuntarily took a step back, as if he wanted to avoid the question. At this moment, this person seemed not to be an invincible strongman, but rather an old man who was physically and mentally exhausted. But in the end, he saw the firm and clear look in Su Ming's eyes, and he gradually calmed the turmoil in his heart. For some reason, as he smelled the faint scent of blood in the air and saw the bloody footprints behind the boy, a sense of shame gradually arose in his heart. For so many years, he had been fighting on the front lines, and he didn't know much about anything at home. Only now did he vaguely learn some things from Su Ming. His lips moved for a long time, as if he wanted to say something. But he was such a proud man. Even when facing his own son, he was unwilling to show the slightest weakness, and the words he was about to say were left unsaid. Perhaps this is also why he made the decision to expel Su Ming from the Colin family back then. Pride, iron will, perseverance, and dominance. This is his strength, but it is also his weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't often do things he regrets because of momentary impulses. Perhaps this is the bond between father and son. It must be said that Su Ming's personality is very similar to his in some aspects. Both are taciturn yet proud and resolute. A long silence fell between them again. Come back to the Empire with me. The man spoke again, but his tone was no longer forceful. Instead, he asked in a questioning tone. He couldn't bring himself to plead. It would have been incredibly embarrassing for him. Yet, deep down, he desperately wanted Su Ming to return to the Empire with him. Su Ming shook his head. I'm wanted by the Empire. I've withdrawn all the warrants for your arrest, the assassination plot, and the hostage incident. The dark domain is far more dangerous than you imagine. Come back to the Empire with me. This was the second time he had uttered those words, which was simply unimaginable for someone of his status. Su Ming raised his head and looked at the person. After hearing that his wanted notice had been withdrawn, Su Ming's feelings towards this person were slightly complicated. However, he firmly shook his head. I'm doing all right in the black domain. No, Su Ming, the danger in the black domain doesn't come from within, but from without. Upon hearing this person's words, a look of confusion flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Do you know why the black domain has been able to exist? Even though a single apocalypse-level being with a fully armed squad could easily sweep through the black domain, it still exists. Because Buffer. Su Ming was puzzled. The figure nodded, then slowly said, the dark domain is located on the edge of human society. If other civilizations invade, the dark domain will be the first to suffer. Recently, the Void civilization has been stirring, seemingly about to make some moves. Everyone is on high alert, and all eyes are on the dark domain, because the dark domain is a buffer zone for the Void civilization's invasion. The reason the dark domain is allowed to exist is not because it is powerful, but because it is essentially cannon fodder for human society. Upon hearing his words, Su Ming was taken aback, and then a sense of realization dawned on him. After arriving in the black domain, he sensed that although there were many weak individuals in the black domain, it was virtually impossible for them to contend with the 5 major cosmic nations. Even ordinary star cluster-level forces could easily sweep through the black domain. However, the dark domain has always existed on the fringes of human society. This left Su Ming feeling utterly perplexed. Now, after hearing his adoptive father's explanation, Su Ming finally understood why the black domain held such a special position. So, They were using Black Domain as cannon fodder? After learning this news, Su Ming remained silent for a long time before shaking his head and saying, I will consider leaving the Black Domain later, but for now, I want to stay in the Black Domain to hone my skills. The figure was none other than Coron Clarence, Su Ming's father. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, he glanced at Su Ming and saw a serious expression in Su Ming's eyes. Only then did he realize that Su Ming might really want to gain experience outside. Upon realizing this, Coron Clarence felt both proud and regretful. He gave a wry smile and then said, if you want to gain experience, that's fine, but the Black Domain may not be the best place for training. You can go to the Eastern Underworld Alliance and take a look. That's a paradise for the strong, a place where geniuses gather. If you want to see the heroes of the world, the Eastern Underworld Alliance is the best place to go. The Eastern Underworld Alliance operates on a system of alliances among the strongest, which differs significantly from the party-based political systems of the Empire and the Federation. Under this system, the Eastern Underworld Alliance has a strong competitive atmosphere, and the cultivation atmosphere is equally prevalent, with a much larger number of strong individuals and geniuses than the other four major cosmic nations. After hearing Coron Clarence's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. I understand. Seeing the eager look in Su Ming's eyes, Coron Clarence nodded secretly. Regardless, after this conversation, although it's impossible for the father and son to become completely close overnight, at least many misunderstandings and rifts have been resolved, and their relationship is no longer so strained. Coron Clarence was very satisfied with the result. A slight smile finally appeared on his previously extremely serious face. Then Coron Clarence said softly, in that case, I'll be going now. However, Coron Clarence immediately added, you need to know that you still have a home in the Empire and an Imperial Apocalypse level figure backing you up. If anyone provokes you, even someone at the Apocalypse level, just tell me, and I'll crush them. Upon hearing this, Su Ming paused for a moment, then subconsciously reached out and took a communicator. If anything happens, feel free to contact me through this communicator. Coron Clarence seemed unaccustomed to overly sentimental words. After speaking, he awkwardly and quickly returned to his warship. Soon, the warship started up, rose back into the sky, and disappeared. Su Ming looked up at the vanished warship, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This old man doesn't seem as awful as I thought. Ahem. Sorry, this is just the author's whisper. Well, this is a father-son relationship scene. I know that relationship scenes are a minefield, and if I'm not careful, they can explode and cause everyone's disgust, but I still gritted my teeth and wrote it anyway. I mainly felt that a good novel with only action and no romance is very dry, so I boldly added some romance scenes. I hope you won't mind. So, I've been rehearsing the scene of the father and son meeting in my mind for days. I even think about it every night before I go to sleep. I've done my best. If it's awkward, just skip to the next part. Cough. Chapter 103 The Incredibly Wealthy Wantong. The spaceship took off, and Su Ming sat in the cockpit, while the people around him looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Su Ming asked, startled. Leader, that guy just now. The group cautiously asked. The gossipy crowd had already been discussing on the spaceship who the mysterious person from earlier was. Su Ming smiled, and then said, You don't need to know this. We can just enjoy ourselves. Seeing Su Ming laugh it off, the people around him immediately showed a look of disappointment. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle, then shook his head. Oh right. Su Ming thought for a moment, then looked at Locke and said, The Empire has lifted the warrant for our arrest. We should also be prepared so that if anything happens in the Black Domain, we can retreat back to the Empire. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke was taken aback and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. He knew that to get the Empire to lift the warrant for his arrest, one would need very strong connections to even have a chance of doing so. Unexpectedly, Su Ming resolved the matter with remarkable ease. In that case, wouldn't I be free now? However, everyone had already established a significant presence in the Black Domain. Even Locke had no intention of leaving Wantong or the Black Domain. He had a vague idea that Su Ming probably possessed immense power in the Empire. He might even be the son of some important person. I must cling to such a powerful and influential figure. Su Ming ignored Locke's ulterior motives. He calmly pointed to the planetary simulation map and said indifferently, "Now go to other places and uproot these small workshops one by one." Over the next few days, Su Ming led the group, traversing various star regions within the Black Domain. With an exceptionally ruthless and cold-blooded approach, Wanting wiped out all the small workshops producing gene-based drugs in the Black Domain. At this moment, Su Ming displayed an exceptionally ruthless and iron-fisted approach, giving these small workshops in the underworld no chance whatsoever. In just a few days, the small workshops in the Black Domain were completely wiped out. The only remaining organization that produces gene-enhancing drugs is Wanting. From this moment on, Wanting held a monopoly on the Black Domain gene agent. Su Ming sat in his studio, looking at the gene serum order that Locke had sent over, and then slowly nodded. These are all orders delivered by various major forces. It is estimated that the first batch will have billions of units shipped. Billions of doses are nothing to the entire Black Domain. You have to understand that on a single planet, tens of thousands of people probably need gene serum every day, and there are thousands of habitable planets in the Black Domain. Moreover, given the quality of the 10,000 Vine gene agent, selling it outside the Black Domain would be an easy task. Now, all the major powers in the Black Domain are turning their attention to other cosmic nations outside the Black Domain. For example, some star-level cosmic nations may only have about 10 planets in their entire cosmic nation. Such cosmic nations usually do not have the cutting-edge technology to produce gene-based drugs and can only acquire them from abroad. The major powers in the Black Domain can then sell these items to cosmic nations of this level. For major players, orders worth billions are really just a trial run. But for Wanto, at this moment, Su Ming was pacing back and forth in the research and development building of gene drugs. "How's it going, Wang Ku? Can you manage?" Su Ming smiled wryly and spoke to Wang Ku. For a company of this size, billions of orders are an enormous amount. Even with the addition of machines plundered from various factories, it would be difficult for Wanting to process them all, given its existing equipment. Wang Ku looked at Su Ming, then said with a bitter face, "My dear Su Ming, it's not that I'm unwilling to work hard. Who wouldn't want to make money? It's just that the equipment needs time to be debugged. Of these instruments that were looted from various places, less than half are usable. This is already the fastest we can do. Currently, Wanting can produce gene-based drugs at a maximum rate of about 50 million doses per day. If there are any more, Wanting won't be able to produce any more." After hearing Wang Ku's words, Su Ming sighed. This was an order worth billions. Even if Wanting only made a 50% profit on each gene serum, which was 150 star coins, it would still be a huge sum of money. Only a fool wouldn't make money when there's opportunity, Su Ming thought to himself as he left the Gene Potion Research Lab. Expansion. We have to expand like crazy. The next moment, Su Ming dialed Walter's number. "Hey, brother Su Ming, what's up? Want to buy something again?" Walter asked Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming is now a major client of Walter, who has repeatedly marveled at his own keen eye for business, which has led to the large number of orders Su Ming now receives. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Walter felt even more comfortable with it than with his own father's voice. "Hey Walter, do you have any planets for sale? I want to get one and play around with it." Su Ming's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter choked on his water and asked incredulously, "What? You want a planet? Seriously?" Su Ming nodded seriously. "A normal, habitable environment is fine. We don't need many resources. I'll use them to build a gene-based pharmaceutical factory." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter nodded subconsciously. He was also a client of Wanting, and Walter had a large portion of those multi-billion-dollar orders, so Walter was naturally aware of Wanting's current predicament. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "All right, I'll get you a planet in the Dark Domain, and I'll give you a quote then. But you're quite wealthy, so I'm not worried about you not being able to afford it." Just kidding. Walter knows very well how terrifying the profits from orders worth billions are. Although Wanting's combat strength is average, it is really rich and powerful. Buying the next planet shouldn't be a big problem, unless there are special requirements. "Oh, right. Also get me some of the equipment for gene therapy, research labs, and various energy cubes. Wanting needs to research these things recently. After hearing Su Ming's words, Walter nodded silently and wrote them down. Then Walter smiled and said, "Brother, are you really planning to develop Wanting into a scientific research force? But let me remind you, in the black domain, strength is still the most important thing. You'll have to put more effort into the overall strength of Wanting in the future." After hearing Walter's words, Su Ming touched the communicator his father had given him, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother. Wanting doesn't cause trouble, but anyone who dares to mess with Wanting is asking for trouble." Chapter 104 Mechanical Items. Mento bought a planet. This planet, located in a certain part of the dark sky, was originally named Planet X-29. After Wanting moved in, the planet's name was changed to Wanting Planet. Su Ming simply waved his hand and moved the entire 10,000 vine to this planet. Now we need to expand like crazy, recruit members, researchers, and workers. Expand our production capacity. After saying this to Locke, Su Ming and Warren went into Wanting's mechanical workshop together. In order to establish cooperative relationships with various forces, Su Mingka also took on orders for mechs from various bigwigs, and had to produce more than 90 mechs. Fortunately, although there are more than 90 mechs, many of them are the same model. After all, low-level mechs have relatively simple designs and are almost all common models. What Su Ming really needs to learn is only about 10 new mecha models. Of course, Su Ming's help in assembling mechs for various forces in the black domain wasn't for free. In addition to a large number of mechanical parts and star coins as payment, various forces also gave Su Ming all the mechanical knowledge they had acquired. More than 90 forces donated mechanical knowledge together, bringing the amount of mechanical knowledge stored by Su Ming to a terrifying level of more than 700 sub-items. What are the sub-items of mechanical knowledge? Mechanical knowledge is divided into several major categories, but within these major categories, each individual piece of knowledge is further divided into sub-items. Each sub-item has a different branch of knowledge. When they are combined, they form a larger category. For example, the mechanical blade is divided into interpretation of mechanical blade energy level enhancement, theory of mechanical blade edge toughness enhancement, mechanical blade energy sub-items, etc. These diverse sub-items constitute a system of knowledge. This is a huge fortune. Even if it were put on the market, it could fetch a considerable amount of star coins. Now, however, all the major powers have handed them over to Su Ming. Looking at the mecha orders in front of him, as well as the mechanical knowledge data stored in the intelligence system, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. This is a huge project. Other mechanics are struggling with a lack of knowledge to learn, but I'm struggling with a lack of time to learn it. Just then, the Mech Warrior system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly popped up a notification sound again. Beep. The system has detected that the host has acquired more than 500 mechanical knowledge items, achieving the achievement, a mountain of knowledge. Automatic learning function is now enabled. Beep. The host can input mechanical knowledge into the system. After the host enters a sleep state, the system will input the mechanical knowledge into the host's mind, thereby acquiring knowledge. The system's voice rang out in Su Ming's mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was slightly startled at first, but then a surge of joy immediately welled up in his heart. System, can I really learn and understand this knowledge in my dreams? Unlike the energy knowledge given to me by the humanoid civilization, which requires me to use my brain to read and understand it, right? Beep. Guaranteed to teach, and you'll learn. The system's cold voice rang in Su Ming's mind, seemingly disapproving of Su Ming's idea of questioning the system. Upon hearing the system's assurance, Su Ming was overjoyed. The ability to learn while asleep is something many people dream of. Especially for mechanics and students, having this ability can save them a lot of trouble. Su Ming would no longer need to spend a lot of time studying various mechanical knowledge every day. Thinking of this, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly transferred all the mechanical knowledge he had stored in the intelligence system into the mechanical martial venerable system. Beep. Entering item number 607. Beep. All data has been successfully entered. The above mechanical knowledge is within the host's acceptable knowledge level. Learning progress. 5 items/sleep hour. Execution will begin tonight. Hearing the system's words, Su Ming felt slightly excited. The speed is much faster than my normal learning speed. Normally, I can only learn 2 small items in an hour at most, which is considered good. The system can learn 5 sub-items in an hour, and the key is that this time does not take up your normal lifetime. Su Ming has already considered whether to collect some low-level knowledge items. After all, although Su Ming is already a star cluster level mechanic, there are definitely some low-level mechanical knowledge, such as surface level and planetary level, that Su Ming does not know. After all, human society has gone through such a long period of progress and development. At each stage of knowledge, countless extremely wise people have opened up new subfields. Even master-level mechanics must have knowledge areas that they have not yet learned about at lower levels. Why fill in this gap in knowledge? After all, at the cluster level, knowledge of the planetary level is almost unnecessary. The main reason is that the broader a mechanic's knowledge base, the deeper his foundation. Often, some seemingly insignificant pieces of knowledge can determine the upper limit of a mechanic's skill. A mechanic's foundational knowledge almost entirely determines the height of their future achievements. Therefore, if possible, Su Ming would naturally be willing to learn as much basic knowledge as possible. He quickly contacted Walter. "Brother Su Ming, is there something wrong with the planet?" Walter was puzzled. Why did Su Ming come looking for him again so soon after arriving on the new planet? Could there be something wrong with the planet? "Brother Walter, you can get a lot of mechanical knowledge, right? Could you help me get some basic mechanical knowledge? The more you can get, the more diverse and comprehensive the better." Su Ming smiled and spoke to Walter. Walter was stunned, not quite understanding what Su Ming was trying to do. After all, as far as he knew, Su Ming was at least a star cluster level mechanic, so why would he care about such basic knowledge? However, he wasn't a mechanic, so he couldn't comment too much on mechanics' affairs. He could only nod, and then said to Su Ming, "If I were to look for it, I could probably find tens of thousands of sub-items of knowledge in one go. Could tens of thousands of sub-items of mechanical knowledge be enough?" Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming was overjoyed. "Of course, the more the better. Just try your best to find them." After hanging up the phone, Su Ming couldn't help but feel secretly excited. No mechanic had ever been able to learn more than 100,000 basic sub-items before. After all, time is limited. If one can learn around 10,000 basic sub-skills, one will definitely be a mechanical master who will be unparalleled in history. With an exceptionally solid foundation, one's mechanical expertise will surely be at an incredibly terrifying level. However, Su Ming himself was very much looking forward to how far he would grow if he could learn more than 100,000 or even more than 1,000,000 basic sub-skills. Chapter 105 The Tycoon Su Ming. Wanting entered a period of rapid development, and within the black domain, Wanting was recognized as a representative of extreme wealth. Almost every day, hundreds of millions of gene-enhancing drugs are produced from the 10,000 vine, and then sold to various forces in the black domain. Normally, a force with such inadequate armed strength but overflowing wealth would be a thorn in the side of all other factions in the black domain and wouldn't last long. However, Wanting is different. As early as when Wanting was rising, Su Ming decisively chose to share some of the profits with other forces, making Wanting a special existence in the black domain. During this period, not only were the people in Wanting all smiles every day, but the various forces that controlled Wanting shares were also in a very good mood. Wanting is like a money tree, helping these forces make money. Under such circumstances, no one wants to see Wanting get into trouble, and no one will target Wanting at all. Besides, Su Ming isn't too worried about Wanting really being in danger these days. If all else fails, we can launch an apocalypse-level summoning. "Warren, is the boom assembly ready? Hand it over here." After assembling the machine in front of him, Su Ming spoke to Warren beside him. "Here it comes, the freshly assembled power arm." Warren grinned as he handed the newly assembled power arm to Su Ming. During this time, Warren had been helping Su Ming assemble some mecha parts. Although Warren does not yet have the ability to independently complete a Class D mech. However, his mechanical skills also improved by leaps and bounds during this period. If Su Ming hadn't kept him in check and made him learn more basic knowledge, Warren would probably have been able to assemble star-level mechanical equipment. The progress is remarkable. Moreover, with Warren's mechanical skills, he couldn't handle D-class mechs, but E-class mechs were no problem. He even assembled his own E-class mech. With so many orders on his plate, it would take forever for one person to assemble them all, so he simply called Warren over to help him assemble some of the loose parts. The two worked together very well, and the work that would have taken 2 months to complete was finished in less than a month. Looking at the rows of mechs piled up in the workshop, Ming nodded in satisfaction. If these mechs were sold, they could probably fetch an astronomical price. However, all of these are for Ming to use to curry favor with the leaders of the major forces in the Black Domain. It is estimated that the future benefits of Wantung will also be partly due to the maintenance of these mechs. Ming looked at the last mech in front of him, then installed the power arm that Warren had just handed him. The mech then emitted a beeping sound, and a powerful energy burst out from within it. Seeing this, Ming and Warren exchanged a glance, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. This is the last one. For the past month, the two of them have been engrossed in assembling mechs, neglecting their appearance and ignoring worldly affairs. They worked tirelessly day and night, until they finally finished assembling the last mech. Only now that they have finished assembling the last one do they feel a sense of relief. Go and have someone deliver these mechs to Boss Wantung. Then get a good rest for a couple of days. Ming smiled and spoke to Warren. Warren helped assemble the mecha, and Ming paid Warren the corresponding fee. It was impossible to use Warren's labor for free without paying in return. This is Ming's principle. Those on his side should get a bigger share of the benefits. Including Wantung, Ming has now built a body activation pool in Wantung. The function of the body activity pool is to help Gene warriors improve their body activity and maintain their physical condition. Cultivating in the body's active pool greatly increases the speed at which the body's energy level improves. Almost 1 hour of cultivation can equal the amount of cultivation others need for 3 days. Ming built this pool for 2 reasons. Firstly, he also needed to cultivate, and secondly, as a reward and incentive for the members of wanting to join. Each member has 3 hours of usage time per week, and members who make contributions will be rewarded with more time. Of course, this pool isn't cheap. Leaving aside the construction costs, the daily operation, including turning it on and replenishing the body's active liquid, costs as much as 3 million star coins per day. However, Ming doesn't care anymore. Ming thoroughly experienced what it means to be rich. He even built a private body activating pool in his residence and would soak in it every day when he had nothing to do, without feeling any remorse. It's okay, we may lack many things, but we don't lack money. However, with this pool, Wanting will enter a phase of rapid improvement in the future. The cultivation speed of its members will be much faster than that of other forces. Over time, it is estimated that Wanting will gradually surpass other forces in the Black Domain. Watching Warren's departing figure, Ming closed the door and then comfortably laid down in the body activation pool. Beep. Please set the grade and concentration of the body activating solution. Upon hearing the intelligent voice prompt, Ming chuckled and then calmly said, Level 7. Concentration 100%. Beep. Calculating the cost of filling the body's active pool. Beep. The cost for this operation is approximately 18 million star coins per day. Would you like to continue? Xiao Qian, keep going. Ming waved his hand dismissively, not caring about such a small amount of money at all. The concentration of Wanting's members' pools is around 30%, with an average of level 4 potions, so the cost can be controlled at 3 million star coins per day. However, Ming's pool, although much smaller than the members' pools, always has a concentration of 100%, plus it is a level 7 potion, so the cost directly soars to 18 million star coins per day. Higher concentrations and levels bring better results and faster cultivation speed. Combined with the starlight points exchanged by the system, Ming's cultivation progress during this period has been quite good. After a month of training and spending money, Ming's physical energy level soared from 24,000 to 47,000, directly raising his gene level to the category of a level 7 gene warrior. and his brain energy level also made a qualitative leap in the process of assembling and learning new knowledge, increasing from the original 2.5W to 4.9W. Su Ming's attribute panel is now as follows. Host, Su Ming. Body energy level, 47,000. Brain energy level, 49,000. Gene lock activation level, level 7 lower grade. Body activity, 100%. Body tempering level, level 5 star points required for the next level of body tempering, 10,000. Starlight points, 3.7W. Mechanical knowledge sub-item, 1100. Chapter 106 New Plans. Now Su Ming finally has time to sort out his cultivation progress. He glanced at his stats panel, then focused his attention on his body refinement level. For Su Ming, the level of body refinement was a very important matter. For the previous month, since he didn't need to fight and had been assembling mechs, Su Ming didn't deliberately improve his body refinement level. But now, Su Ming feels that his body refinement level needs to be further improved. System, upgrade your body refinement level. Beep. It will cost 10,000 star points to upgrade your body refinement level. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Upon Su Ming's confirmation, a surge of rich starlight energy rushed into his body. Su Ming then let out a soft groan, feeling as if every inch of his skin and flesh was undergoing a tremendous transformation. The active ingredients contained in the active medicine in the body's active pool were frantically absorbed into Su Ming's body at this moment. It was visible to the naked eye that the pool of gene-activating agents gradually changed from milky white to transparent as Su Ming absorbed them through his body-strengthening process. Drip. The concentration of the body's active fluid is decreasing. It is currently at 64%. Should we replenish the concentration? The electronic sound from the body activation pool rang out. Replenish. Su Ming didn't say much. At this moment, he only felt that some deep power of life was being awakened, and a large amount of starlight energy and active ingredients in his body were being greedily absorbed into his body. This made his body increasingly tough and strong. Although his physique was well proportioned and slender, no one would think that Su Ming was weak and frail. They would only feel that there was explosive power hidden within his body. Soon, amidst a series of crackling sounds from his body, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that the body tempering was complete and his physical strength had risen to another level. Beep. Body tempering is complete. Current level, level 6. The next level of body tempering requires 50,000 star points. Originally, Su Ming wanted to raise his body tempering level to level 7 in one go, the same level as his gene level. However, seeing that the required starlight points for body forging is as high as 50,000, and then looking at the 27,000 starlight points remaining in the system panel, I realized that Su Ming silently chose to give up and silently bid farewell. However, although his body tempering level did not reach level 7, the huge transformation brought about by level 6 still increased Su Ming's physical energy level by another 3,000 points, reaching a terrifying amount of 50,000 points. Moreover, the maximum starlight points that Su Ming's body can withstand at this moment are estimated to have increased from the original 1,000 points to 2,000 points. With the addition of the mecha, Su Ming now estimates that he can unleash the energy and combat power of a level 9 gene warrior. Su Ming let out a soft sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. He then closed his eyes and gradually leaned against the muscle activation pool, falling asleep. He often does this. After falling asleep, the active ingredients in his body are gradually absorbed, so he often falls asleep directly in the body's active pool. Moreover, not only does his body improve during sleep, but the knowledge in his mind is also gradually loaded into his brain by the system, allowing Su Ming to acquire a lot of knowledge even while he is asleep. It truly is a case of getting stronger while lying down. The next morning, Su Ming woke up from his deep sleep, his mind filled with dozens of new mechanical knowledge items, just as he always had. Moreover, this extra knowledge was amazing. It was directly imprinted in Su Ming's mind, and it was even more profound than if Su Ming had spent time learning it himself. Su Ming's face showed satisfaction. As he acquired more and more knowledge, his mechanical theories became more and more refined, and the range of mechanical equipment he was able to manufacture became increasingly diverse. I glanced at the communication devices, and, sure enough, they were all filled with thank you messages from the various leaders of the Black Domain. The tone of the messages was quite polite, making it hard to believe that these were messages sent by a group of Jianghu, the martial arts world bandits. Such is the status of a mechanic. Now that Su Ming has assembled mechs for these bosses, it feels as if Su Ming has become their provider. If you don't get along with Su Ming, and he's unwilling to help these bosses with the maintenance work, then the mecha will either be repaired by other mechanics and its power will be greatly reduced, or it will just gather dust. Having experienced the feeling of becoming powerful and seen a broader perspective, how could these leaders possibly be willing to revert to their original state? They all wish they could keep Su Ming by their side and constantly adjust their mechs. With this connection, Wantang's position in the Black Domain became even more secure. Now that everything is on track and Wantang is developing rapidly, Su Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Manto is currently very stable. There are not many dangers or risks, and continued development in a step-by-step manner is possible. It seems that he no longer needs to be stationed in the 10,000 vine. A strange light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Have you ever considered going to see the scenery outside of Wantang? Of course, he didn't mean he was going to leave Wantang for a long time, but rather to take a short trip. After all, he was always staying in one place, and he had almost exhausted all of Wantang's mechanical knowledge. Why not go out for a walk and experience something different? It might be very helpful to you. As for where to go, after discussing it with his father, Su Ming had a vague idea of a place to choose from. Su Ming stood up, but instead of making a decision in a hurry, he went to the dark room where the mineral boxes were kept. As soon as he entered the dark room, the humanoid creature sleeping in the mineral box opened its eyes and looked at Su Ming. "What's up?" The humanoid creature slowly spoke and asked. Su Ming smiled, casually moved a chair over, and sat down in front of the mineral box. He didn't open the mineral box. Since they could both see each other and communicate normally, there was no need for a face-to-face confrontation. "Brother, I'm getting ready to leave," Su Ming said with a smile. During this period, Su Ming visited this person more than once. After confirming that Su Ming had digested the knowledge of their civilization, this person would give Su Ming more knowledge of humanoid civilization each time. The two got to know each other quite well over time. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the man seemed somewhat surprised. "You're leaving? What about me?" Su Ming chuckled softly, then slowly said, "Don't panic. I will keep my promise. However, I have to leave now, and I may not be able to come back for a long time. Could you?" Su Ming paused for a moment, then made a request that even he found shameless. "Give me a preview of most of the knowledge about your civilization." Chapter 107 Knowledge of Energy Acquisition. The humanoid creature sat inside the pale red crystal, carefully examining Su Ming. It then noticed that Su Ming's expression was very serious, clearly not a joke. After a long silence, the humanoid creature suddenly asked a question. "Are all the creatures of your civilization as shameless as you?" Su Ming. Although this request is a bit excessive, but think about it. If I leave here, I won't be able to see you for a long time. Anyway, you're going to give me all the knowledge of your civilization, so what does it matter if you give it to me sooner or later? Maybe I'll learn it and release you earlier." Su Ming blushed, a rare occurrence for him, and said somewhat embarrassedly. The humanoid creature within the crystal fell silent, then raised its head to look at Su Ming, lost in thought. An awkward silence fell over the room. After a long pause, the humanoid creature finally nodded, sighed, and said, "Fine. I can give you everything, but can you give me a deadline for releasing me?" After hearing the humanoid creature's words, Su Ming thought for a moment and then said, 2 years. I'll release you when the 2-year period is up." 2 years. The humanoid creature muttered to itself. The way human society calculates time is slightly different from how Su Ming lived on Earth. In human society, a day is calculated in 25 hours. 2 years is 365 hours longer than Earth's time. This is the benefit of information flow communication. Su Ming said it was 2 years, so there was no need to specifically explain how long 2 years was. His concept of time was also attached to the process of information flow communication. Therefore, the humanoid creatures instantly understood how 2 years was calculated. After thinking for a moment, the humanoid creature nodded. Okay, 2 years isn't a long time. I can accept it. Upon hearing the humanoid creature's words, Ming was overjoyed. He then sensed a vast flow of information flowing into his mind, following the humanoid creature's train of thought. This information is a vast amount of energy-related knowledge within humanoid societies, so much so that Ming felt a slight headache, as if his memory was running out. Fortunately, Ming was a brain domain developer to some extent, and his brain domain had been developed to a certain degree. So, despite the immense amount of information, Ming was still able to manage to store it in his brain. While receiving information from the humanoid creatures, Ming synchronized this information to the Mecha Martial Venerable System. Beep. Information uploaded by the host. Information content is: category, energy. Information level, low-level item. Drop. After confirming that the information upload was complete, Ming controlled his brain's energy level to remove the information from his mind. It's like putting a deletion function on your own brain. Since there's a system with learning capabilities, there's no need to store this information in his brain and take up memory. Otherwise, he'd always feel a bloated sensation in his head, making him very uncomfortable. If someone were standing next to Ming at this moment, they would be astonished to find Ming seemed to be in a daze, staring blankly ahead, looking completely lost. He maintained this state for more than half an hour. Even using a data feed to communicate such complex information, it took the two of them a full half hour to convey the message. Half an hour later, the humanoid creature inside the crystal finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then a deep look of exhaustion flashed in its eyes. I'm so tired. It's exhausting to convey such complex information. Even with his humanoid abilities, transmitting information non-stop for half an hour left him feeling exhausted. He opened his eyes and saw that Ming was still in a daze, seemingly not yet out of that state. He immediately understood. He guessed that the boy had imported all his information and knowledge into their civilization's information storage method. However, he shook his head, even though he had transmitted a lot of information about their civilization to the boy opposite him. However, the truly top-tier knowledge, the knowledge that truly touches upon the essence of civilization, was hidden from him and was not transmitted to this young man. Although the two are already very familiar with each other, it's better to keep some things to yourself when it comes to matters of cultural heritage and the core of civilization. Ming vaguely sensed that this humanoid creature seemed to be holding back. Even though he held back some information, the knowledge and information he passed on to Ming already excited and delighted him. This knowledge is about 100 years more advanced than the energy-related knowledge of human society. He was already content with acquiring this kind of energy-related knowledge. As for the true core knowledge and heritage of other humanoid civilizations, it was understandable that this humanoid would not tell him. Beep. The host has uploaded a total of 43,000 items of energy-related knowledge, including 30,000 items of low-level knowledge, 10,000 items of medium-level knowledge, 3,000 items of high-level knowledge, and 2 items of divine knowledge. Beep. The host's current knowledge comprehension range is low-level knowledge, very little intermediate knowledge. Beep. Currently, there are 31,000 sub-items available for learning. The remaining 12,000 sub-items will be stored for now and can only be learned after the host's comprehension ability improves. The system's voice rang out at that moment. Upon hearing this, Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Why do I feel like the system is looking down on my comprehension skills? However, Ming is indeed unable to understand some advanced knowledge right now. After all, learning advanced knowledge requires not only a good foundation, but also countless practical experiences. Only after fully understanding and applying it can one gradually come to understand advanced knowledge. For Ming, there was no rush. Since he had the system, he could learn the basic knowledge first and then learn the advanced knowledge later. System, prioritize learning energy-related knowledge for now and postpone learning other knowledge for the time being. Ming thought for a moment, then spoke to the system. He bought nearly 30,000 items of mechanical knowledge from Walter, and he stored all of this knowledge in the system. The system has only taught him 800 items so far, which, together with the 300 items he had previously learned, brings the total to 1,100 items. There's still a large portion of the knowledge I haven't had time to learn. However, Ming now wants to learn about energy-related knowledge, since it can greatly increase his combat power in a short period of time. Chapter 108 Preparing to Leave. Just as Ming was seeking knowledge about energy from the humanoid civilization, far beyond the black domain, in a certain part of the starry sky, a spaceship sped across the starry sky. This spaceship was the one Walter was on. Walter was sitting in the spaceship, humming a tune, and seemed to be in a very good mood. "We've found a buyer." Walter was secretly pleased. He had already handed over the stolen minerals to a friend on the black market to help sell them. Today, this friend sent me a message saying that the previously hijacked mining vein has been successfully sold, earning a considerable amount of star coins. With these star coins, Walter's future will be smooth sailing, and investing or expanding his business will be a breeze. "Bro, who's the buyer this time? That's a big spender." Walter was shocked to see the extra amount in his account. Who could possibly spend so much money to buy all these minerals? The person on the other end of the phone chuckled softly, then said in a low voice, "Mr. Walter, the rules of the black market are that you can't just ask about your clients." After hearing what the person on the phone said, Walter chuckled dryly, then said apologetically, "Sorry, bro. I just got carried away," and blurted it out. Under normal circumstances, Walter would never have asked such a civilized question. As a businessman himself, he naturally knew that inquiring about a client's privacy was a major taboo. However, I was just too curious this time, so I blurted it out. Realizing he had misspoke, Walter prepared to change the subject, but at that moment, the person on the phone suddenly lowered their voice and whispered, "However, Mr. Walter, you and I are not strangers, so I'll tell you who bought it." Upon hearing this, Walter perked up and immediately asked curiously, "Who is it?" "It's not an individual. I've noticed some of their habits and behaviors are similar to those of people from the Donglin Universe Kingdom that I've met before. I suspect it was purchased by people from the Donglin Universe Kingdom." A cosmic nation? No wonder. Upon hearing this man's words, Walter's face showed a look of sudden realization. The Donglin Universe Kingdom is a galaxy-level universe, kingdom on par with the Mongol Empire. While its national strength is not comparable to that of the behemoth universe kingdoms in the entire human society, it is far stronger than star-level and star cluster-level powers. If you combine all the forces in the black domain, they are only weaker star cluster-level forces. The Donglin Universe Kingdom is a galaxy-level universe kingdom, which is a level higher than a star cluster-level kingdom. If it weren't for being right next to the Mongol Empire and being suppressed by some of the Empire's military actions, the power of the Donglin Universe Kingdom would probably be much stronger. After hanging up the phone, Walter looked thoughtful. It seems that the Donglin Universe Kingdom has always had great ambitions. Although it did so in secret, it has still managed to swallow up the minerals that originally belonged to the Empire. It is clear that the Donglin Universe Kingdom wants to rapidly increase its national strength and expand itself in the near future. However, Walter shook his head. These things had nothing to do with him. He was just a businessman. As long as the money was right, everything was negotiable. What Walter didn't know was that, among the other half of the minerals he received, there was a pale red radioactive crystal which was buried in the space of the mineral box. He was just a businessman, and when he had nothing to do, he obviously wouldn't open the mineral box to study the minerals. He only needed to know what minerals were in the box and their value. These minerals all have strong radiation, and Walter was unwilling to come into contact with them. So, Walter only used a mineral analyzer to determine what specific minerals were in the mineral box. The pale red crystals were not identified, and therefore went unnoticed by Walter. He had no idea that there was a pale red crystal in his mineral box. Moreover, not only Walter didn't know, but Ming was also unaware. Because that humanoid creature once told Ming that the pale red crystal Ming possessed was the crystal that sealed away all the remaining people of their civilization. Within the pale red crystal that Ming possessed were all the survivors of the humanoid civilization. Even the humanoid creature was unaware that a pale red crystal had been cut out by the mineral splitting instrument that Walter had brought earlier and placed into the mineral box that Walter possessed. After hearing the humanoid creature's words, Su Ming subconsciously assumed that Walter did not have the light red crystal, so he did not deliberately confirm with Walter. As a result, it was directly sold by Walter to the Donglin Universe Kingdom, the Dark Domain, among 10,000 vine. At this moment, the leaders of Wanting's gathered together, and everyone looked at Su Ming sitting among them, their eyes flashing with deep surprise. "Are you planning to leave the Dark Domain?" The crowd gasped in surprise. Su Ming smiled and then said, "It's not like I'm abandoning Wantong. I'm just going out for some training for now. I'll be back in a while. This is still my base." After hearing Su Ming's words, everyone looked at each other, somewhat taken aback. Now is the time for Wanting to develop at full speed, but Su Ming is preparing to leave. Although it was temporary, it made Locke and the others feel uneasy, as if they were leaderless. "What are your plans?" "Actually, the situation at Wanting is very stable right now, so you don't need to worry. I will keep an eye on the situation at Wanting, and all the major powers are helping Wanting develop. It's very stable, so don't worry," Su Ming asked with a smile. The people in front of him were all veterans of Wanting and the true core figures of Wanting. If they wanted to go out and gain experience like Su Ming would not stop them. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Wanting can't be without a manager. If you leave, I will take charge of managing Wanting and stay to help it develop." After hearing Locke's words, Su Ming nodded. Locke has always played the role of a butler. In addition to his combat abilities, Locke is also very strong in other areas. The fact that Wanting is so organized is largely due to Locke's abilities. Hearing that Locke was planning to stay in the Black Domain, Su Ming felt quite relieved. "Me too. I'm just a tech geek. Wanting has the resources and funding for my research, so of course I'll stay in the Black Domain." Wang Ku also spoke up with a smile. During this period, Wanting's factory got on track, and Wang Ku and other researchers were able to have a little more free time. Su Ming directly provided them with a large amount of research funding, allowing them to continue their research on superpowered gene agents. Wang Ku and the others were very satisfied with this. The amount of money Su Ming gave them was far more than the research funding they had in the Lothar Alliance. So now, Wang Ku and the others were unwilling to leave the Black Domain no matter what. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Warren. Warren hesitated. Then, seeing Su Ming looking at him, slowly said, "Su Ming, I'm also planning to go out and gain some experience." Chapter 109 Warren's Choice. Su Ming and the others were somewhat surprised after hearing Warren's words. Warren is usually introverted and a bit of a homebody, preferring to stay in his studio, researching mechanical knowledge. Now that Wanting has accumulated enough mechanical knowledge, he can acquire it all if Warren is willing. Of course, the premise is that Warren also makes corresponding mechanical repair orders and performance records for Wanting in exchange for mechanical knowledge. However, staying at Wanting will ultimately allow Warren's mechanical skills to become more refined. Su Ming also thought that Warren would stay in Wanting and continue to study mechanical technology. Unexpectedly, Warren proposed leaving Wanting to gain experience elsewhere. This surprised Su Ming somewhat. Seeing the surprise in everyone's eyes, Warren quickly said, "Although there is a lot of mechanical knowledge in Wanting, there are not many skilled mechanics in Wanting. Now that Su Ming has left, there is an even greater lack of skilled mechanics. Although I can learn mechanical knowledge, I am always in seclusion and cannot truly witness the abilities of skilled mechanics. That's why I wanted to try leaving the Dark Domain and going to the Linming Mechanical Association to see what truly top-tier mechanics are like." Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's face immediately showed a look of realization. At the same time, I felt a sense of relief. The relationship between Su Ming and Warren is that of mentor and friend. Su Ming taught Warren a lot, and Warren also helped Su Ming assemble mechanical equipment without expecting anything in return on many occasions. Seeing that Warren had such clear goals and pursuits, Su Ming couldn't help but nod slightly. Mechanics understand mechanics best. This was also one of the reasons why Su Ming wanted to leave the Black Domain. The Black Zone has always been a haven for criminals. Truly skilled mechanics, even if they commit minor crimes, will be tolerated by human society as much as possible. Therefore, it is very difficult to find highly skilled mechanics in the black domain. This doesn't significantly help improve the mechanic's skill level. Knowledge is one aspect, and perspective is another. Just like in art, painting technique is one aspect, and corresponding aesthetic sense is another. Both are complementary. A broad vision is the foundation of a mechanic's imaginative ideas. Without a broad vision, one can only become an ordinary, inflexible mechanic, like those on an assembly line. Only by meeting more skilled mechanics and seeing their ideas and creativity in mechanics can one gain a sufficiently broad perspective. Only in the future will we be able to assemble extraordinary mechs. Besides, the place Warren wants to go is called the Ming Mechanical Association. It's called an association, but it's actually a cosmic nation. A cosmic nation that is absolutely neutral within human society. It possesses an extremely vast territory, as expansive as 5-star systems. This is also a holy land for mechanics from all countries, where countless powerful and top-notch mechanics gather. Even some of the top mechanics from the 5 major cosmic nations are members of the Ming Mechanical Association. Ming was the first mechanical researcher in human society to propose the concept of mechanic, and the one who led human society into the Second Universe era. Although limited by early medical and genetic technologies, their lifespans quickly came to an end, and they disappeared into history. However, in order to commemorate Ming, human society specially established a neutral mechanics association, which was called the Ming Mechanics Association. This is a purely research-oriented cosmic kingdom, a holy land for all mechanics. Later, after Su Ming became powerful enough, he would also visit the Ming Mechanical Association to exchange ideas with various mechanics. Now that Warren has chosen to go to the Ming Mechanics Association, he will definitely be able to meet many amazing mechanics. And Warren paused, looking at Su Ming. This time, he was speaking specifically to Su Ming. Su Ming, I've thought about it, and I might not be suited for combat. Although I have an energy level, my personality makes me nervous and prone to underperforming when I'm in battle. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming was taken aback, and then vaguely guessed what Warren would say next. Sure enough, Warren quickly followed up, saying, "So, I'm going to become a non-combat mechanic, to focus on researching mechanical technology. Otherwise, in my entire life, I'll never be able to catch up with you in any aspect." Warren had long regarded Su Ming as his role model, dreaming that one day he would be able to catch up with Su Ming in some aspect. However, what he found both desperate and unbelievable was, although Su Ming spent most of his time either fighting or cultivating and didn't focus on mechanical knowledge, the sheer amount of mechanical knowledge he possessed amazed even himself. Warren had never imagined that there were actually people in the world who could grow so rapidly and flawlessly in every aspect, which made Warren feel a great sense of strain. Not only have they failed to catch up with Su Ming, but they are now falling further and further behind him. Su Ming's knowledge of mechanics far surpasses his. Warren quickly figured out his future plans, combat or machinery. He had to dabble in one and specialize in the other. Otherwise, given his talent, he might not excel in either field and become mediocre. Su Ming glanced at Warren, then slowly nodded. Warren is indeed not suited for combat. Being a pure mechanic who doesn't engage in combat might not be a bad path for him. Moreover, becoming a pure mechanic does not mean that one's brain energy level will not improve. In the future, as the brain energy level improves, there is still a possibility of becoming an apocalypse. One of the Imperial Apocalypse figures that Su Ming knew of was a non-combat Apocalypse-level powerhouse. Despite being a non-combat type, this Apocalypse-level mechanic helped nearly 60% of the Empire's Apocalypse-level powerhouses assemble their own mechs and set up defense systems within the Empire. This defense system once faced a combined attack from more than 10 Apocalypse-level experts, yet it remained unbroken. In fact, 2 of these Apocalypse-level experts were even killed by the defense system itself. It was in this battle that this non-combat Apocalypse-level mechanic became famous, and was called Imperial Armor by the Apocalypse-level powerhouses. I don't expect Warren to reach that level in the future. It would be enough if he could make some breakthroughs in mechanical technology and be responsible for the future defense system and other mechanical assembly for Manto. Su Ming nodded, then stood up and said with a smile, "Then it's settled. Warren will go to the Linming Mechanical Association, and I'm going to. Su Ming paused for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Eastern Underworld Alliance. Chapter 110 Departure. In the vastness of space, a spaceship suddenly tore open a spatial passage and pierced into this star field. The spaceship was extremely fast, and its surface was exceptionally luxurious. Clearly, the spaceship's owner is not short of money. At this moment, inside the spaceship, Su Ming closed his eyes and quietly immersed himself in the body-activating liquid. This spaceship was specially commissioned by him from Walter. Inside the spaceship, there are not only workbenches, gravity training rooms, and private body activation pools, but also many entertainment facilities. Although Su Ming had no interest in the entertainment facilities, Walter, being a shrewd man, meticulously incorporated them into the spaceship. This made the spaceship look unusually extravagant. That's true. This spaceship wasn't cheap to buy. Even the wealthy and powerful Su Ming felt a pang of sympathy. I gritted my teeth, thinking about the long journey ahead, and bought it anyway. Beep. We are about to pass through the Imperial Starfield. Should we stop and rest there? A crisp electronic sound soon rang out inside the spaceship. Upon hearing the electronic voice prompt, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he immediately asked, "How much energy does the spaceship have left? Is it enough to last until the next resupply planet?" Beep. Spaceship energy remaining. 43%. We can continue flying for 2 more days. The next resupply planet is located in the Donglin Universe Kingdom, 43 light-years away. It is estimated that reaching the next resupply planet will require 30% of the energy. Upon hearing the spaceship's notification tone, Su Ming's expression shifted. Donglin Universe Kingdom is a star system-level universe kingdom adjacent to the Empire. However, these space nations have many logistical support planets, so the spaceships can dock at the Donglin Space Nation for resupply. Let's keep flying. We're not going to the Empire's supply depot. Su Ming spoke calmly. The Empire's supply depot. I bet there are tons of forms to fill out. It'll be a real hassle. It'd be easier to let the ship fly a little longer and resupply when the energy is almost depleted. Su Ming has been flying in the starry sky for 3 days since leaving the Black Domain. The Dark Domain is still some distance from the Eastern Underworld Alliance, requiring the spaceship to make multiple jumps. Previously, even when his father was piloting the Empire's top warship, it took him a full day and a half to fly from the Eastern Underworld Alliance to the Black Domain. Although Su Ming's spaceship was luxurious, it certainly couldn't compare to his father's warship in terms of space technology. It would take Su Ming about 2 weeks to fly from the Black Domain to the Eastern Underworld Alliance. However, for Su Ming now, 2 weeks is nothing. He can learn about energy on the spaceship while trying out different mechanical assembly methods. His father once said that the Eastern Underworld Alliance was full of geniuses. Although Su Ming was not afraid, he still took it seriously. He took advantage of the time on the road to frantically study energy-related knowledge and cultivation, and with the help of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, his combat strength and knowledge system could be further improved. The spaceship suddenly sped forward, and soon after, it activated its space jump function, directly entering the space tunnel and disappearing from sight. However, what Su Ming didn't know was that a major event was happening in the Donglin Universe Kingdom, which he was preparing to travel to. The capital planet of the Donglin Universe Kingdom is called Planet Telin. At this moment, on the planet Terran, 2 genetic warriors carrying 2 enormous boxes arrived at a factory. You bought it. This factory belongs to the Donglin Universe Kingdom and is specifically used to produce military machinery and equipment. After placing the box on the ground, the 2 genetically engineered warriors smiled and said, "It's all here." This mineral was bought on the black market for a considerable amount of money. But, with this batch of minerals, we can probably manufacture a lot of mechanical equipment. Another genetically engineered warrior glanced at the 2 mineral crates, then whispered, "These 2 crates contain so many minerals. They clearly weren't obtained through normal means. I reckon they might have been acquired by the Emperor." Before they could utter the word Empire, a powerful figure standing before them suddenly shouted, "Silence." This powerful individual is a vacuum-level expert, possessing an incomparably powerful aura. The two Gene warriors were startled by the powerful man's shout, and as if realizing something, they broke out in a cold sweat on their necks. The two of them realized what was happening. Fortunately, he was stopped in time from saying those words. Otherwise, if the word empire had been uttered, the two of them probably wouldn't have been able to leave the factory alive. Under no circumstances would the Donglin Universe Kingdom allow the Empire to know that it had swallowed this batch of minerals from the black market. Once this becomes known, the Donglin Universe Kingdom will likely face immense pressure from the Empire. You too, watch what you're saying. Don't let your words cause trouble, or I won't be able to protect you. Upon hearing the words of this vacuum-level expert, the two Gene warriors broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly agreed. All right, you may all leave. After the powerful man finished speaking, he transported the 2 boxes of minerals to the factory. Just hours after the 2 boxes of minerals were delivered to the factory's mechanics began to count the minerals inside. Hey, look, there's an unknown mineral in this box that hasn't been detected by the scan. A mechanic exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this person's words, the surrounding mechanics couldn't help but gather around, curiously looking at the screen in front of them. The scanner revealed a pale red crystal, and the energy contained within it was far greater than that of the surrounding minerals. They're not even in the same league. What's going on? The mechanics looked at each other in bewilderment. With human society developed to this point, what minerals hadn't they seen? Any mineral could be scanned and identified. Surprisingly, this mineral was not identified, and its energy reaction was so peculiar. Could it be a new type of mineral? With such a powerful energy reaction, we might be able to discover many different possibilities from this mineral. A mechanic spoke up excitedly. Upon hearing this person's words, the surrounding mechanics also seemed to become interested in the pale red crystal. Or, shall we take out this pale red crystal and study it? Chapter 111 Unidentified Crystal. Following this person's suggestion, the other mechanics immediately became extremely interested in the crystal. After all, given the current pace of human exploration, discovering an unknown mineral is already extremely difficult. Almost all the elements and minerals that can form under normal cosmic conditions have been explored by human society. Every time a mineral that has never been seen before is discovered, it certainly means that a new revolution is about to begin for human society, whether for domestic, military, or medical use. Every mineral has its suitable use and can represent enormous profits. The crystal's high energy level made the mechanics realize instantly that it could have many unique uses. Once developed, the mechanics who discovered the crystal may be recorded in human history books in the future and so discovered the XX crystal in such and such year, which caused XXX changes in human society. The mechanics were excited at the thought of being recorded in history and gaining both fame and fortune. A mechanic spoke up somewhat uneasily. Should we report this to our superiors? Unknown minerals represent entirely new possibilities, but they can also be dangerous. There was a case before where an explosion of arc energy within a mineral destroyed an entire planet. Upon hearing this man's words, the mechanics around him all showed a hint of disdain in their eyes. Wang Dong, if you're afraid, you can leave here and report to your superiors. Our contributions aren't entirely lost. Even if they are recorded in history in the future, it will definitely not be just a few of us. Exactly. This kind of thing should definitely be done secretly. We'll thoroughly study the crystal first, then publish our research paper on it on the Mechanics Academic Forum. Once it's confirmed, we can report it to our superiors. The effect will be completely different. All the mechanics were blinded by the enormous temptation of the newly discovered crystal, even though 1 or 2 of them felt it was wrong. However, these mechanics were too engrossed in their work to listen to any advice. The mechanic named Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, then his eyes hardened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. We'll do it your way. We'll study it first, then report it." Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, the other mechanics immediately cast approving glances at him. Not bad. This Wang Dong is quite pragmatic. Having made up their minds, the mechanics used the radiation shielding equipment to take the pale red crystal out of the mineral box. The group exchanged glances, put on their anti-radiation suits, and entered the radiation isolation zone. What beautiful crystals! A mechanic stared at the crystal before him with fascination, as if he were looking at a stunningly beautiful woman. For a mechanic, an unknown crystal is far more attractive than a so-called stunning beauty. A mechanic reached out and touched the crystal through his anti-radiation suit, causing ripples to appear on its surface. This ripple caused a slight energy fluctuation, which excited the mechanics. However, these excited mechanics didn't notice. Within the energy fluctuations, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible energy level fluctuation. This indicates that the crystal is not an inanimate object. If Su Ming were here, he would definitely do everything in his power to stop these mechanics. Because it's not scary to have humanoid creatures inside the pale red crystals. What's frightening is that this pale red crystal is filled with pale red crystalline material, and although it looks crystal clear, there are no humanoid creatures inside. Under these conditions, the crystal can still generate energy levels. This indicates that this pale red crystal possesses the consciousness of some kind of crystal civilization. However, how could Su Ming possibly know what was happening in this factory? He was currently flying through the void of space towards the Donglin Universe Kingdom, completely unaware of what was transpiring there. The mechanics were excited, touching the crystal repeatedly and sensing the energy ripples emanating from it, which filled them with immense excitement. This crystal exhibits extremely violent energy reactions, yet its energy fluctuations are remarkably stable. Materials like this could be used to create powerful weapons for the battlefield. It possesses significant military value. A mechanic began to analyze the situation in a low voice. Upon hearing his analysis, the other mechanics exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. This is everyone's feeling. The crystal in front of them has a strange property, possesses powerful energy, and its energy reaction is unusually active. However, the crystal structure is exceptionally stable. A material that is energetic and powerful, yet also highly stable. Even a fool could see that if this were applied to firearms and some power systems, it would definitely play a huge role. The mechanics became increasingly excited. Minerals used in military applications represent enormous wealth. After all, compared to civilian and medical sectors, the profit margins in the military industry are obvious. Hey, look, I've discovered another property of this crystal. Just then, a mechanic exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing his voice, the others' expressions shifted, and they immediately turned their gazes toward him. The mechanic kept his hand on the crystal, and as time went on, his hand gradually seemed to disappear into the crystal. This crystal, like a non-Newtonian fluid, normally maintains a hard form, but if you gently press on it, you will gradually sink into it. Upon seeing this person's appearance, the other mechanics showed a hint of curiosity and then followed suit, placing their hands on the crystal. Sure enough, after they placed their hands on the crystal for a while, they found that their hands, along with their anti-radiation suits, gradually began to sink into the crystal. Immediately, everyone exclaimed in surprise, as if they had discovered some incredible toy. All right, stop playing around. Let's use the instruments to test the energy index and stability level of this crystal first. Then we can test its other properties. A mechanic spoke with a smile, and then prepared to pull his hand out of the crystal. But suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, because he felt that his arm, which had been submerged in the crystal, had lost all sensation at that moment. How is that possible? The man was greatly alarmed. Everyone touched the crystal through their anti-radiation suits, so how could their arms have become numb? He sensed something was wrong and strained his arm, trying to pull his hand out of the crystal. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was no sign that his hand would be pulled out. Instead, it gradually and uncontrollably penetrated into the crystal. Chapter 112 Crystal Biology. What's going on? Help me. The mechanic's face turned utterly terrified. He opened his mouth wide and roared hoarsely. Upon hearing his voice, the mechanic next to him turned his gaze over and instinctively tried to pull his hand out of the crystal. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull their hands out of the crystal. These mechanics are not good at combat, and their physical energy level is not as strong as their brain energy level. At most, they are only at the level of a 4th or 5th level gene warrior. This level of energy is nothing for a crystal. At this moment, the crystal gradually revived, and began to slowly devour everyone. The mechanics quickly realized their predicament and struggled frantically with expressions of terror on their faces. A mechanic looked desperately at the alarm button beside him. However, his hands were completely engulfed by the crystals, making it impossible for him to reach the alarm button next to him. What should we do? Think of a solution. A mechanic was alarmed. He could feel the pain spreading from the point where he had lost contact with the body, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread to his shoulder. If no action is taken soon, the next step could be fatal, whether it's the head or the heart. At that point, even a god couldn't save them. My hand. It's turned into red crystals. A mechanic stared wide-eyed at the pale red crystal before him, especially at the spot where his hand was. The light red crystal is semi-transparent, so people can see directly inside through it. The mechanic was horrified to discover that part of his arm had disappeared and merged into the pale red crystal in front of him. As the crystal devoured his arm, it seemed that the crystal's vital energy was slightly replenished, and the crystal suddenly gained more power, making the speed at which it devoured the mechanic even faster. One moment these mechanics were struggling frantically, but the next moment, their bodies suddenly twitched, their eyes began to dim and become vacant, and their consciousness and thoughts gradually dissipated from them. Clearly, the erosion of the crystals has begun to invade their brains, gradually causing these mechanics to lose their ability to think. Soon, the mechanics who had lost their lives were dragged into the crystal one by one, becoming part of it. After consuming these mechanics, the crystal seemed to have regained some strength. Soon, the crystal turned into a liquid state and was then shaped into the appearance of a human. However, this human was covered in pale red crystals all over his body, making him look like a sculpture carved by an artist. If there were any mechanics still alive, they would have discovered that the person created from this crystal looks exactly like one of the previous mechanics. He suddenly opened his eyes, and then his eyes revealed the contemplation and doubt that are characteristic of intelligent beings. Then he suddenly uttered several words of common human language: Donglin, cosmic nation, unknown civilization, human, machine, 5 great cosmic nations. He was like a newly started robot, diligently learning about human society. This is truly incredible. The thoughts and perceptions of those mechanics were gradually absorbed by him and transformed into his own understanding. Soon, the crystalline creature seemed to have become familiar with the new knowledge. Its eyes were no longer confused, and its speech became fluent. After sleeping for so long, I never imagined I'd discover a human civilization. He muttered to himself. My civilization has absorbed human civilization and can become even stronger. Now, I'm going to tell my civilization this news. He paused, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes, before a very human-like expression of frustration appeared. Unfortunately, I can only absorb the superficial knowledge of these people, not the deeper levels. Mechs, just how powerful? I still don't know. After thinking for a moment, the crystalline creature made a decision and then split off another portion of crystal from its body. After this part of the crystal was split off, it transformed into the appearance of another mechanic, the same mechanic named Wang Dong from before. After separating, the crystalline creature's aura diminished significantly, but it didn't seem to care. It then looked at the other crystalline creature and said, "You, go back and bring civilization here. I will stay here to test the strength of human civilization." Upon hearing the main crystal's words, the differentiated crystal nodded blankly. Then, its body liquefied again, swallowing a large hole in the isolation shield in front of it before quickly leaving the area. Once the crystalline creature confirmed that its clone had left, an immensely powerful force suddenly erupted from its body. The next moment, its body began to expand continuously, and anything that touched its body was dragged into the crystal and then turned into part of the crystal. As it continues to expand, more and more substances are absorbed into the body, and the aura emanating from him grew stronger and stronger. The energy changes that occurred here were quickly detected by the Donglin Universe Kingdom. What is this thing? A powerful expert stared wide-eyed at the pale red crystal displayed on the monitor, feeling extremely surprised. The crystal before us has expanded to a diameter of several kilometers, and as it continues to devour matter, Its diameter is growing larger and larger. We can't let it keep expanding, or it will devour the entire planet. Another expert from the Donglin Universe Kingdom spoke up coldly. Danger level, level 1. Classify this item as an unknown cosmic crisis. Classification, level 1. Investigate the cause of crystal formation, examine the properties of the crystal, and try to collect crystal samples for research. If that doesn't work, evacuate the civilians, send mechs to attack the crystal, and use the annihilation cannon to obliterate this crystalline substance. When the high-ranking officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom saw the crystal so recklessly devouring the surrounding matter, a look of solemnity flashed in their eyes. This is planet Terran, one of the capital planets of the Donglin Universe Kingdom. If planet Terran were to suffer a severe blow, it would be an immeasurable loss for the Donglin Universe Kingdom. Therefore, Donglin Universe Kingdom had no wishful thinking whatsoever and took strong countermeasures. Chapter 113 Static Energy Element. In the void, Su Ming's spaceship continued to fly forward. At this moment, Su Ming was unaware of what was happening in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything about it, and would have to dock his spaceship in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. Because his spaceship's energy reserves are almost depleted, and without resupply, the spaceship simply cannot fly very far. In any case, his spaceship must dock in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. At this moment, Su Ming was looking at the energy conversion device in the workbench with a tense expression. Suddenly, a powerful energy reaction erupted from the energy conversion device. Upon sensing this energy reaction, Su Ming immediately became tense. Success or failure hinges on this one move. If it fails, the replacement device is likely to explode, rendering all previous efforts futile, and it will have to be reassembled all over again. Su Ming remembered that he had failed more than 10 times in a row, and he didn't know if he could succeed this time. Suddenly, this energy reaction stopped just as it was about to explode. This is an incredible thing, like making a bullet stop in midair. Why does the energy that is about to explode suddenly stop at the moment of explosion? Seeing this scene before him, Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. Static energy element, successful. Static energy element is a special energy factor that directly influences the particle changes caused by the burst of energy, allowing the particles to return to their original form at the moment before they burst. Simply put, it means freezing the opponent's attack in place, preventing it from being unleashed. This technology is an energy-based technology given to him by humanoid beings. With this technology, if someone attacks him remotely in the future, Su Ming can use static energy elements to lock down the power of the energy burst in the opponent's attack, preventing the attack from taking place. A look of satisfaction flashed in Su Ming's eyes. After several days of study, Su Ming had come to appreciate the allure of energy-related knowledge. This is a knowledge system that is in no way inferior to that of mechanical types. When studied in depth, it is comparable to that of apocalypse-level mecha warriors. However, the biological attributes of human society dictate that the mainstream research objects of human society must be machinery and technology. Human society lags far behind humanoid civilizations in terms of knowledge and application of energy. Su Ming has now come into contact with a lot of energy-related knowledge from humanoid beings, some of which has already exceeded the scope of human research and is full of incredible information. A glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. With mechs equipped with energy technology, I might be able to create a completely new mech genre in the future. But at that moment, the energy that had been fixed in place by the static energy element suddenly broke free from its restraints and burst forth. Su Ming's eyes widened, and he quickly picked up the energy conversion device in front of him and protected it inside his body. The next moment, the burst of energy blasted Su Ming away. Su Ming stood up, looking disheveled, and scratched his head. How could I forget? Static energy has a time limit. With Su Ming's current abilities, he can only restrain the bursting energy for a maximum of tens of seconds. The more powerful the energy body, the shorter the restraint time. After all, while static energy is powerful, it is impossible to keep the movement and changes of particles still indefinitely. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a static energy element. It should be renamed a time-stopping device. Just then, An electronic voice suddenly rang out from inside the spaceship. Beep. We are only 3,000 kilometers away from Donglin Universe Kingdom. We are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare. At this moment, on the planet Terran, the capital of the Donglin Universe Kingdom, it can be observed from space with the naked eye that there is a strange, pale red tumor growing on Terran. If it can be seen with the naked eye in space, then the volume of this pale red crystal must be over 100 kilometers to be visible to the naked eye in space. Originally, this pale red crystal was only a few kilometers in size, but who would have thought that various weapons would be completely useless against it, and instead be continuously absorbed by the pale red crystal? Instead, it caused the pale red crystal to expand even more. Moreover, the larger it expands, the more energy the pale red crystal absorbs from matter. The entire planet of Turlin and all the other planets of the Donglin Universe Kingdom outside of Turlin were in a state of chaos because of this pale red crystal. They couldn't find an effective way to stop its expansion. Under these circumstances, the staff on planet Terran had no time to deal with the fact that a spaceship had inexplicably disappeared from their workstation, and that most of the energy in the workstation's energy storage system had been lost. It's important to understand that the energy stored in the energy storage system of a spaceship resupply station is enormous. The amount of energy stored there is enough to power millions of spaceships for dozens of days of continuous flight. But now, most of them have been lost. What kind of spaceship could withstand such a massive amount of energy? At this moment, an inconspicuous spaceship, amidst the chaotic situation in the Donglin Universe Kingdom, quietly departed from the kingdom. A person with a blank expression is standing inside the spaceship. Beep. Respected mechanic Wang Dong, the objective of this voyage is unexplored space zone. Estimated voyage time is 3 years. The spacecraft's energy cannot sustain this voyage. Please consider carefully. An electronic notification sound came from inside the spaceship. This expressionless person emanated a bewitching crimson light from head to toe, and their body was entirely constructed of deep red crystals. This person was the split crystal organism that had previously separated from the crystal organism. He transformed into the appearance of mechanic Wang Dong, easily gaining access to the spaceship and effortlessly flying away from the Donglin Universe Kingdom. At this moment, the light red transparent crystals on Wang Dong's body had turned into dark red crystals that were no longer transparent. The energy fluctuations emanating from him were more than 100 times stronger than before. Clearly, most of the energy in the spaceship's resupply station was absorbed into the body of this crystalline clone. Upon hearing the spaceship's notification tone, Wang Dong showed little emotion on his face. He stretched out a finger, which then transformed into a power plug, which he forcefully inserted into the spaceship's energy storage system. Beep. The spaceship is currently powered up. The current energy is sufficient for flight. 7023. Chapter 114 Knowledge of Independent Terms. Boom. The terrifying attack landed on the pale red crystal on planet Terran. However, these attacks only emitted a faint burst of light on the pale red crystal before being absorbed into it. The officials of Trin stared solemnly at the pale red crystal on the screen, their eyes filled with deep helplessness. Damn it, what is this thing? Why doesn't attacking it cause any damage? Instead, it absorbs my attacks. A deep sense of powerlessness flashed in the eyes of one of the politicians. The Donglin Universe Kingdom has tried various methods to destroy this pale red crystal. However, the final result was that the pale red crystal only expanded further. Based on the rate at which this crystal expands, it would probably take less than a week for it to devour the entire planet of Terran. The official felt a chill run down his spine, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Should we seek help from the 5 great cosmic nations? They have developed for so long. They must have a way to destroy such strange cosmic dangers. Another official standing nearby spoke up with a grave expression. Upon hearing this person's words, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. No country would seek the protection of the 5 cosmic nations unless absolutely necessary. After all, this is not only a matter of national image and civilization, but also involves state secrets. Allowing powerful figures from the opposing side to come and go freely on their capital planet is hardly a secret to a small cosmic nation. One of the officials looked at the researchers beside him and said in a firm tone, "What's going on? What exactly are the properties of this crystal? Find out quickly." Upon hearing the official's question, the researcher smiled wryly and said, "We haven't determined the exact cause yet, but ordinary energy has no effect on this crystal. We suspect it's some kind of strange cosmic energy body, and only special energy could damage it. Then let's go research it. Research an energy source that can counter this energy entity." The official spoke with some impatience. There's not much time left, so why do these researchers still seem unwilling to move at all? However, the researchers could only manage a wry smile at this moment. Research? Easier said than done. Human society has been studying energy for more than just a year or two, and we have already studied most of the energy knowledge that needed to be researched. Currently, human society as a whole is stuck at a bottleneck in its knowledge of energy, making it difficult to research anything new. But this official is making it sound so easy. To expect a breakthrough in energy technology within a week is simply a pipe dream, an impossible thing. That's asking the impossible. The researcher kept shaking his head and said, "We can try to study it, but the final result may not meet the expected standard. I suggest we try other solutions first and make several backup plans." After hearing what the researcher said, the officials exchanged glances and then slowly nodded. No matter what, it's impossible to place all your hopes on an unknown hope. You definitely need to prepare several backup plans. How so? Does anyone have any good suggestions? A politician frowned and asked, "I suggest we pay an apocalypse-level being to come and help. Aren't there lone apocalypse-level beings in the universe that we can invite to help solve this problem?" After this person finished speaking, everyone looked thoughtful, then slowly nodded and said, "If an apocalypse-level expert could come, this matter could definitely be resolved easily, but the cost would definitely be outrageous." It's outrageous, but there's nothing we can do. We can't just stand by and watch Trinstar be completely swallowed up. If we delay any longer, we'll probably lose several kilometers of land. After considering it, the congressman agreed to the decision. "I have another suggestion." Just then, a government official couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this person's words, everyone turned their attention to him and asked curiously, "What suggestion?" "Bounty offered." "A bounty?" Everyone was taken aback, then vaguely guessed what this person wanted to say. Apocalypse-level experts are too expensive, but there are definitely many extraordinary individuals in the general public. These extraordinary individuals usually possess special skills. If we can get these extraordinary individuals to solve this problem through a bounty, the cost will certainly not be as high as inviting an apocalypse-level expert. After hearing this person's words, the group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. What kind of reward should we offer? If it's too small, probably no one will be willing to help. I propose that we use knowledge of the independent items in the inventory as compensation. Independent item knowledge. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this person's suggestion. Independent knowledge refers to knowledge that is not ranked. It is knowledge that can be learned and is helpful regardless of its level. This type of knowledge, due to its undifferentiated hierarchical nature, is often extremely valuable, hundreds of times more valuable than ordinary knowledge. Within the Donglin Universe Kingdom, there are dozens of such independent areas of knowledge, encompassing different fields such as medicine, construction, machinery, and space. For the Donglin Universe Kingdom, this knowledge is the core of the core, and absolutely the foundation of the nation. Unexpectedly, this legislator proposed using independent knowledge as the prize, which completely exceeded the expectations of the other legislators. I disagree. Knowledge of independent items is extremely important to Donglin Kingdom, and I do not recommend that it be circulated outside. I disagree too. One of the counselors instinctively shook his head. Seeing the appearance of these counselors, the counselor who had made the earlier suggestion couldn't help but sigh slowly, and then said, "Gentlemen, independent knowledge is indeed important to the Donglin Universe Kingdom. But is it not important to the Trinstar? Extraordinary people in the universe are usually not interested in money and other external things, but only in knowledge. If we use money and other things, we may not be able to attract real extraordinary people. On the contrary, independent knowledge is extremely attractive to all the extraordinary individuals in the universe. If we can solve this problem, we only need to back up the knowledge and sign a confidentiality agreement. We don't even need to spend any money. Upon hearing this man's words, the members of Congress exchanged glances, and then a hint of interest flashed in their eyes. That seems to make sense. Knowledge doesn't require spending money. Just then, the leader stood up and said, "Gentlemen, time is of the essence. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Let's work together. On one hand, we'll try to invite independent apocalypse-level beings over. On the other hand, we'll also try to issue a bounty to see if any extraordinary individuals are willing to come to Trinstar to solve this crystal." Chapter 1:15 Entering Trinstar. With a relaxed expression, Su Ming landed his spaceship on a supply planet within the Donglin Universe Kingdom. This kind of resupply planet is somewhat similar to the NOP planet where Su Ming worked before. It can not only provide repair services for passing machinery and spaceships, but also provide energy resupply services. However, the planet in front of them is of a much higher class than NOP, the planet where Su Ming had previously worked. The spaceship slowly descended onto the planet. Su Ming did not choose a planet closer to the core of the Donglin Universe Kingdom, but only a planet on the edge. Anyway, he would set sail immediately after resupplying, and Su Ming was too lazy to have any interaction with the Donglin Universe Kingdom. Beep. We have detected that the Donglin Universe Kingdom has issued a bounty notice for all of humanity. Would you like to view it? Just then, the spaceship's intelligence system suddenly issued a notification. Upon hearing the notification tone, Su Ming showed a hint of surprise. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Get the bounty information." Beep. Retrieving. Beep. Retrieval successful. As the voice of the spaceship's intelligence system sounded, Su Ming immediately saw a video screen appear in front of him. Su Ming hadn't paid any attention to the bounty notice before. He just wanted to take a look out of boredom and curiosity. But upon seeing this video, Su Ming suddenly stood up, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How is that possible?" Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. For some unknown reason, the video now playing is a scene of pale red crystals hovering above the planet Terran. Looking at the pale red crystal in the picture, Su Ming felt a sense of absurdity. Clearly, the crystal civilization did not approach the superhuman civilization. Why did Su Ming see the shadow of the crystal civilization in human society? Although, compared to the entire crystal civilization world, this crystal is as insignificant as a grain of sand compared to the ocean. However, having witnessed the abnormality of the crystal civilization, how could Su Ming not know that even such a tiny crystal, if left unchecked, could grow to the size of an entire planet, or even an entire galaxy? The crystal's ability to assimilate and absorb allows this pale red crystal to easily convert any substance into energy, making it part of the crystal's energy. Of course, Su Ming didn't believe that such a small crystal could destroy the entire human civilization. That was impossible. Although the crystal civilization is powerful, it is only terrifying when the entire civilization descends together. At that time, the boundless crystals will crush everything in their path, making it difficult even for apocalyptic-level experts to exert their strength. However, this crystal can only be considered a small individual within the crystal civilization. To say that a small individual within the crystal civilization could destroy the entire human civilization is a gross exaggeration. There must be something in human civilization that could easily obliterate this crystal. However, there will probably be a price to pay. Whether it's an apocalypse-level intervention or the involvement of the 5 major cosmic nations' cutting-edge technologies, it will require a huge investment of resources. Ultimately, they will definitely be able to obliterate this crystal. But you have to understand, this is just an individual crystal. If we have to go all out to deal with an individual, human civilization would probably not last as long as humanoid civilization if it were to face an entire crystal civilization. We invite all those with extraordinary abilities to attempt to dismantle this crystal. If you are confident in your ability, please give it a try. The Donglin Universe Kingdom promises to reward you with an independent knowledge item upon successful dismantling of the crystal. We encourage everyone to sign up. In the video, a government official from the Donglin Universe Kingdom spoke with a solemn expression. Ming could see a bloodshot look in the official's eyes, filled with deep fatigue and anxiety. It's clear that these past few days, all the government officials in the entire Donglin Universe Kingdom have been overwhelmed by this crystal. However, after hearing the reward mentioned by the official, Ming's expression changed, and he became somewhat tempted. Independent knowledge is extremely valuable, 100 times more valuable than regular knowledge. Ming has not yet acquired a single independent item of knowledge. For Ming, acquiring knowledge in a single area would be an excellent thing. Moreover, Ming was also quite curious about the crystal civilization. He had never faced a life form from the crystal civilization directly, nor did he know what kind of abilities they possessed. This is a very good opportunity for Ming to come into contact with the crystal civilization in advance. That way, if he really encounters the crystal civilization later, Ming will not be caught off guard and overwhelmed by them. Let's replenish our energy first. Ming muttered to himself, then first replenished his spaceship's energy on this planet. After confirming that the spaceship's energy had been fully replenished, Ming started the spaceship and left the planet. I have sent an entry request to Planet Terran and informed Planet Terran that I have accepted the bounty. Ming spoke calmly. Immediately, the intelligence system on the spaceship emitted a beeping sound. Beep. Application successful. Entry granted. You will be instructed to proceed after entering. After hearing the voice of the spaceship's intelligence system, Ming slowly nodded. The next moment, the spaceship carrying Ming landed on the planet Terran in front of them. As soon as Ming stepped off the spaceship, he saw a soldier in military uniform waiting for him at the space station. Upon seeing Ming land, the soldier's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to greet him. Excuse me, are you Lord Ming? I'd like to confirm with you that you accepted the bounty. Is that right? The sergeant looked at Ming with a smile, and then spoke. Ming nodded in confirmation. Yes, Mr. Ming, please follow me. After Ming stored the spaceship in the space storage system, he followed the sergeant to a room that looked like a preparation room. Upon entering the room, Ming's expression shifted as he saw a group of Gene warriors with distinct auras already seated in the preparation room. Upon seeing these gene-engineered warriors, Ming's first thought was indeed, extraordinary individuals. Because the genetic auras of these genetic warriors are all different. Some of these genetically modified warriors even have an aura completely different from that of normal people, clearly indicating that they are genetically modified warriors. There is no shortage of such genetic warriors in the universe. Every universe nation has its own research on genetic modification. However, some universe nations have relatively mature and safe genetic modification technologies. Ming even saw a cyborg whose only human head was a modified human, while his lower body was made of mechanical and bioengineered muscles. There are also strange people whose entire bodies are immersed in some strange liquid, with only their arms exposed. Compared to him, Ming himself was as normal as could be. Chapter 116 Extraordinary Abilities. After entering the preparation room, everyone sat down without exchanging words, simply looking at each other quietly, a strange glint in their eyes. None of them are ordinary gene warriors. Each has their own strengths and abilities. Therefore, everyone was arrogant and conceited, and they looked down on each other, so they didn't say a word. Ming, now with some free time, casually found a corner and sat down. After that, several more gene warriors with different abilities entered. About half an hour later, a government official from Trinstar finally came in. After the official entered the room, he saw all sorts of strange and unusual things in the room, and a strange look flashed across his face. However, he quickly suppressed the strange look in his eyes, demonstrating a high level of professionalism. With a smile on his face, he looked at everyone in the room, and then said, "Thank you all for coming to support Donglin Cosmic Kingdom during its time of crisis. In return, Donglin will give you all ample goodwill. Once the matter is accomplished, you can choose any of the independent knowledge items you wish to acquire." Upon hearing the official's words, everyone in the room immediately smiled, determined to acquire knowledge of the independent item. However, the official squatted down for a moment, then smiled and said, "This crystal has a special ability. Once it is attacked, it will absorb the energy of the attack and become even larger. Before you all make your move, could you please state your respective abilities? Otherwise, if it's not appropriate, it might have the opposite effect and cause the crystal to expand even more. The official maintained a friendly smile throughout, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd. After hearing the official's words, the group exchanged glances. Then, a strange man covered in various tumors stood up and said in a hoarse voice, "My ability is to cultivate poison. The tumors in my body cultivate all kinds of toxins, more than 100 different kinds. They will definitely be able to completely corrode this crystal." Upon hearing this person's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Using corrosive toxins might not be a problem in eroding the crystals. Besides, this person's body contains over 100 different toxins. Surely one can be found to counteract them. Even Ming looked at this person with great interest, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Even Ming couldn't say for sure whether the toxin was effective. However, any different method is worth trying. The crystal civilization may not have only one way to counter it. If we find other methods, it might not be a bad thing. At this moment, another person, completely encased in iron armor, stood up. His armor had a transparent material covering only his eyes, allowing him to see his surroundings clearly. The rest of his body was completely covered by the armor. Another weirdo, Ming thought to himself. After the armored man stood up, a deep electronic voice came from inside the armor. "I am a modified experimental subject in a laboratory. During the genetic modification process, I mutated and gained a powerful freezing ability. I can freeze even energy. I can freeze it and then break it." Ming sat in the corner, watching the group of strange people introduce themselves to each other, feeling as if he were visiting a strange abilities exhibition. Each person's abilities broadened Ming's horizons and filled him with admiration. There was a strangely interesting feeling about it. One by one, they were introduced, and soon it was Ming's turn. Ming was taken aback, then stood up and said to everyone with a smile, "Compared to you all, my abilities are quite ordinary. I am skilled in energy-related mechanical knowledge and am a mechanic." After saying this, Ming indicated that he had finished his introduction and sat down. Seeing that Ming had actually sat down, the magistrate seemed somewhat surprised. "That's all?" Ming nodded. "It's really gone. I'm not some kind of cyborg or a genetic experiment subject. I'm just a normal person. There's nothing special about it that I can talk about." Seeing Ming nod, a hint of disappointment flashed in the politician's eyes, but he didn't say anything. He still smiled and said to Ming, "It's all right. Knowledge of energy-related machinery is quite a good skill." He vaguely remembered that researchers from the Donglin Universe Kingdom had said that using energy-based attacks could solve the problem of this crystal. So even though Ming didn't have many special abilities, he didn't show any obvious concern. After hearing their conversation, the strange people around them couldn't help but look at Ming with a hint of disdain. Energy-related mechanical knowledge. In human society, the study of energy is not particularly profound. For the divine mechanics in the Eastern Underworld Alliance, it would be a pleasant surprise. However, if it's an energy-type mechanic, they might not be as useful as a regular mechanic. The crowd quickly shifted their attention from Ming to the next person with extraordinary abilities. Soon, these extraordinary individuals finished introducing their abilities one by one, and a glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the magistrate. They had already sent people to find a lone apocalypse-level expert, but the price demanded by the apocalypse-level expert was far too high, slightly exceeding what they could afford. If these extraordinary individuals can solve the crystal problem, it will truly save the Donglin Universe Kingdom a huge amount of money. You are all exceptionally capable. The rest is now in your hands." The official spoke with a smile. Upon hearing the official's words, a strange man stood up and said calmly, "Sir, I'm not used to fighting with others. Why don't you let me fight alone first?" Upon hearing this man's words, the official frowned slightly, then asked in surprise, "Sir, why do you want to act alone? Wouldn't it be more effective to act together?" After hearing the official's words, the other strange people also spoke up, saying, "Sir, we also want to act alone. It's not just a matter of habit, but also a matter of ability counteraction. For example, if this guy who uses poison acts together with the Iceman, The poison won't even have time to take effect before he gets frozen. That would be useless. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the man covered in tumors, and he rudely said, "You mean, my toxins are inferior to his freezing ability?" After hearing what the poisoner said, the person who had just spoken shook his head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but the doubt in his eyes was evident. Seeing that the group of people with conflicting tempers were about to start arguing, the magistrate quickly said, "All right, then everyone can take turns. Let's not start arguing beforehand." Chapter 117 Properties of Crystals. The strange man covered in tumors had the most fiery temper. Once provoked, he would immediately stand up and walk outside. Upon seeing the intense killing intent emanating from this person, the people in the preparation room all displayed different expressions. Some people sneered, some looked on with disdain, and some showed great interest. In short, everyone who appears here is an unruly individual who wouldn't care about the murderous aura emanating from the poisoner. Ming didn't show much emotion on his face. His main purpose in coming here was not to save face or to show off. He was more concerned with the abilities and characteristics of crystal organisms, and whether he could obtain independent knowledge. The fact that this poisonous man made the first move was quite good for Ming. He also wanted to use the different abilities of these extraordinary individuals to see if there really was an ability that could restrain crystal creatures. In his eyes, these people were like conducting a large-scale biological experiment with crystals. The poisoner left the room and then boarded a flying vehicle to the sky above the crystal. The others also saw the situation of the poisoner and the crystal through the monitor. The room fell silent as everyone watched the poison man and the crystal with great interest on the monitor, wanting to see if the poison man's abilities would be effective against the crystal. The poisoner was seen hovering in mid-air using a flight suit. Below is a crystal that emits powerful radiation. Even with the power of poison, one cannot get close to the crystal below, otherwise there is not only the risk of being burned by radiation, but also the danger of being assimilated by the crystal. He hovered in mid-air, looking down at the crystal below, and then a confident look appeared on his face. Just then, a tumor on the poison man's body on the monitor suddenly began to wriggle, and it was visibly seen that the tumor was surging up the poison man's neck toward his mouth. The scene was disgusting, but Ming stared intently at the monitor. Ming was more concerned than everyone else present about whether the toxin could erode the crystal. Suddenly, the poisonous man's mouth bulged out. The next moment, he let out a whoosh and suddenly spat out a stream of thick green liquid from his mouth. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the stench of the thick green liquid. The fact that such liquid could be spat out of the mouth makes one deeply respect the poisoner's ability to tolerate nausea. After the liquid was vomited out of the poison man's mouth, it was directly sprayed onto the crystal. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from the pale red crystal, and then everyone saw the poisonous man spew out a deadly poison that gradually corroded the pale red crystal until it emitted white smoke. Where the highly toxic substance came into contact, the crystals began to dissolve, turning from a solid into a liquid, appearing as if they were being corroded and dissolved. This unexpected turn of events immediately surprised everyone in the preparation room, including Ming. No one expected that the pale red crystal that had been giving Donglin Universe Kingdom such a headache would actually be successfully treated by the first person to take action and use the potent poison. Everyone wore strange expressions. What's going on? I don't need to do anything. Does this mean that independent knowledge is irrelevant to me, and I'm just here to play a minor role? The rapid success, ironically, caused a sense of dissatisfaction among these extraordinary individuals. Before I even had a chance to shine, the problem was solved, leaving me feeling like I'd poured all my energy into something only to have it hit a brick wall. Now, everyone is hoping that the crystal can hold on a little longer and not dissolve so quickly. The politicians of the Donglin Universe Kingdom also showed intense surprise in their eyes at this moment. If asked who most wanted the crystal to be destroyed, it would undoubtedly be the politicians of the Donglin Universe Kingdom. As they watched the crystals on the screen gradually dissolve from the poison, their faces lit up with intense joy. If they weren't concerned about saving face, they probably would have jumped up and cheered. However, Ming narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. From his perspective, though the poison was effective, However, the rate of corrosion is slowing down. Upon initial contact, the crystal was corroded, creating a huge hole. However, now when the highly toxic substance is dripped onto the crystal, it only produces some white smoke and is not even able to corrode it. Ming felt a chill run down his spine. The effects of the potent toxicity are weakening. Or rather, the crystals are adapting to the extreme toxicity. As expected, as time passed, the potent poison released by the poisonous man no longer produced a violent reaction when it landed on the crystal again. Even the white smoke rarely escaped. One could vaguely see the poison he exhaled gradually being absorbed by the crystal. This crystal possesses an extremely strong adaptability, or rather, a learning ability. It can rapidly adapt to a force or energy within a very short period of time, and once adapted, that force or energy may no longer be effective against it. Ming felt a chill run down his spine. This discovery sent a chill down Ming's spine. What an insane ability. This ability means that once attacked, the same type of attack will not be used again. In that case, Ming came up with a plan. Is it possible that this is the final solution discovered by humanoid civilization, which is also being adapted to within the crystal civilization? The method of deciphering that the humanoid being he knew was so proud of was able to restrain the crystal civilization back then. However, in the present day, it may not be effective for crystal civilizations. After realizing this, Ming took a deep breath. What you thought was a safe method may no longer be a permanent solution, and could even turn into a trap. If I were to foolishly prepare only a method to decipher humanoid civilization, I'd probably have nowhere to turn to cry when the time comes. Ming shook his head, then looked back at the screen. The crystal became immune to its own venom, and the poisoner immediately realized this. His expression changed, but he didn't panic. After all, besides the deadly poison he just received, he also had more than 100 other deadly poisons on his body, many of which were hidden treasures, and their toxicity was even 100 times greater than the deadly poison he just received. Without hesitation, the poisonous man's multiple tumors writhed towards his mouth. These tumors gathered in his mouth, then transformed into an even more terrifying poison, which poured violently down onto the crystal below. Chapter 1:18 Danger level increased. Wow! A poison 10 times more disgusting and 10 times more concentrated than before suddenly landed on the crystal. This time the effect was much stronger than before. Almost instantly, a huge hole was eroded into the crystal, and the eroded area continued to expand outwards. Everyone in the preparation room stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. This toxin is indeed powerful. In the blink of an eye, the area affected has expanded to a radius of several kilometers. It eroded about 1% of the crystal almost instantly. However, Ming secretly shook his head. If the toxin in front of him were 100 times stronger, or if the crystal area were 100 times smaller, it is entirely possible that the toxins will completely erode the crystal in front of you. However, the crystal grew too fast during the previous process of devouring. Although these toxins are domineering, given the crystal's terrifying adaptability, it is unlikely that they can completely erode the crystal in front of them. Sure enough, the toxin's effects are slowing down. Later on, the crystal stopped being eroded and instead began to absorb the toxins as nutrients. As a result, the crystals became increasingly powerful. Upon seeing this, a hint of panic flashed in the poison man's eyes. The previous poison was already considered one of his trump cards. If even that couldn't break down the crystal, then he probably really didn't have a better way. However, he had already boasted in the preparation room, and if he were to back down now, he would lose all face. The poisonous man gritted his teeth, then gathered all the tumors on his body together and onto his back, making him look like a deformed hunchback. A torrent of poison erupts. The poisonous man roared, and then the large pack on his back suddenly burst open, spewing out a large amount of toxins from the tumor and spraying them onto the crystal. However, what filled him with despair was, at this moment, the crystals have developed an exceptionally strong resistance to the toxins. Even though these toxins are more potent, they are not as effective as the first erosion of the crystal. Upon seeing this, the poison man realized that he was powerless against the crystal before him, and a sense of retreat arose in his eyes. He then prepared to pilot his aircraft away from the place. However, the crystalline creatures would not let him leave so easily. Dozens of pale red crystalline tentacles suddenly extended from the crystalline creature and enveloped it. The poisonous man struggled frantically, releasing terrifying toxins from his entire body. However, these toxins only serve as nutrients for the tentacles, being absorbed into them and making them increasingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous man was enveloped by the crystal's tentacles, and when it was opened again, it was completely empty. It has clearly been assimilated by the crystal organisms. Upon seeing this, a gasp of surprise rang out in the preparation room. It has consciousness. The officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Previously, the crystals had not shown any signs of actively attacking. They had only passively absorbed and expanded. In addition, the unusual appearance of the crystal led the officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom to believe that it was just a dangerous cosmic artifact, lacking independent consciousness and being an inanimate object. But now, this crystal has actually extended several tentacles and devoured the poisonous man completely. Clearly, the crystal possesses consciousness. It is a living being through and through. In that case, the officials exchanged glances, all seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. This hazardous object is a conscious life form. The danger level has been raised by 1 level. A politician muttered to himself. The other officials nodded, and then a look of decisiveness flashed in their eyes. This falls into the category of unknown cosmic beings and may involve different civilizations. It's no longer just a matter for us alone. We need to inform the entire human society so that we can collectively face this external risk. The official stood up and spoke directly. No one objected to his words. The danger level has now increased by 1 level, and it is no longer something that the Donglin Universe Kingdom can handle or face on its own. When it comes to living organisms, especially those at the level that directly aim to devour an entire planet, the level and scale of this life form absolutely warrants the collective vigilance of the entire human society. If the Donglin Universe Kingdom continues to conceal this matter, it will not only suffer itself if something goes wrong, but it may also bring disaster to other human societies. Contact the 5 major cosmic nations and send all current records and information about the crystal to the Human Cosmic Nation Alliance Network, so that all cosmic nations in human society can see this crystalline life form. Staff members sprang into action, quickly connecting with officials from the 5 major cosmic nations and uploading the videos of the crystals, including those of the poisonous humans fighting against the crystal creatures, to the joint network. The great empire of Mongolia has received this and is reporting it to higher authorities. Please wait a moment. Received from the Free Federation of Busa. When can we hold a joint meeting? Please reply. The Eastern Underworld Alliance has received. The Beast God Civilization has received. The Kingdom of Dias has received. The 5 major cosmic nations responded immediately. The next moment, the projections of the politicians of the Donglin Universe Kingdom appeared directly in the virtual conference hall. Meanwhile, the projections of the other 5 cosmic government officials also appeared in the conference hall one after another. Based on preliminary estimates, the risk level for this incident is level A, which is extremely high. We have dispatched an Apocalypse-class destroyer, which is expected to arrive in 3 hours. This crystalline creature doesn't pose a significant threat, but the civilization or biological group it represents is extremely dangerous to human society. We must thoroughly investigate the origin of this crystalline creature. The politicians of the 5 major universe nations quickly reached a conclusion on the matter, and then immediately began communicating with the politicians of the Donglin Universe Nation regarding the arrangements and instructions. Everyone, the crystal is still expanding, and some civilians and important buildings have not been evacuated in time. Is it feasible for us to send people with supernatural abilities to stop the expansion? The officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom spoke solemnly. 3 hours. By the time the Apocalypse-class spacecraft arrives, about 1/10 of the planet will probably be swallowed up. While these extraordinary individuals may not be able to dismantle the crystal, they can at least somewhat prevent its expansion. The person under surveillance died at the hands of the crystal. However, When he released the toxin, he still eroded part of the crystal, and overall, its size was reduced due to the erosion caused by the toxin. Poisonous people are not entirely useless. After hearing what the Donglin Universe Kingdom said, the officials of the 5 major universe kingdoms remained silent for a while, then slowly nodded. It's feasible. Limiting the growth of crystals is very necessary. Chapter 119: Utilization and Live Streaming. The group quickly reached a consensus. The extraordinary individuals would be responsible for limiting the crystal's growth and awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse level. Once the apocalypse level arrives, even if the crystal has devoured an entire planet, it will still have to behave itself before the apocalypse level. After the officials hung up the call, they turned their attention to these extraordinary individuals. The conversation that just took place was not heard by these people with extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, given the tempers of these extraordinary individuals, they would probably have gone berserk on the spot. After all, judging from the crystal's behavior just now, it is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be directly assimilated by the crystal. However, the officials decided to let these extraordinary individuals continue to intervene and stop the crystal from growing. It doesn't sound like there's a problem. However, the officials' idea was that they would stop the crystal's growth even if it cost the lives of these extraordinary individuals. In times of national crisis, politicians can absolutely become the coldest executioners, killing without a trace. They didn't care about the lives of people with extraordinary abilities. What they cared about was the survival of the Donglin Kingdom. In a sense, these politicians' decisions were not wrong. They sacrificed the lives of a small number of people to save nearly a third of the life on the planet. Great deal. However, this is somewhat unfair to those with extraordinary abilities. The officials' eyes held warm smiles, just as they had when they had just met these extraordinary individuals. But no one knew that their mindset had completely changed. The officials of Donglin Kingdom no longer need the abilities of these extraordinary individuals to dismantle the crystal. 3 hours later, a celestial being level expert came to take over everything, and Donglin Kingdom no longer needed to rely on these extraordinary individuals to solve its problems. However, we still need to put on a good show. This is nothing out of the ordinary for politicians. Their essential skill acting was on full display at this moment. These officials, as if nothing had happened, still looked at the extraordinary individuals before them with respectful and friendly smiles. We are deeply saddened by Mr. Courtier's fate, but the crystal still exists. We may need your help to resolve this issue and save Donglin Kingdom. Please be careful when you act in the future. Mr. Cortez, that's the name of that poisoner. Now that the officials had finished speaking, they looked at everyone present, their eyes filled with anticipation. Only they themselves know how much of it is true and how much is false. At this moment, another politician couldn't help but smile and say, "In order to demonstrate your great strength, we have decided to hold a live broadcast for you, a live broadcast to the entire human society, so that your heroic figures can appear in every corner of human society." This live broadcast was actually just for various spacefaring nations to continue observing other properties of the crystal. However, the officials of Donglin Kingdom used a little trick, presenting the matter as a live broadcast to the entire human society. What do people with extraordinary abilities pursue? Besides their own strength, it's fame and fortune. Upon learning that this battle would be broadcast live throughout human society, many people with extraordinary abilities could no longer sit still and wanted to show off their skills during the broadcast. If you can become famous through this battle, then fame and fortune will follow you in the future. Excellent. It should be broadcast live to the entire human society so that all viewers can see my powerful abilities. Iceman stood up with a smile, then addressed the officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom. You must give me a live broadcast, showcasing my heroic feat of dismantling crystals to the entire human society. After saying that, the Iceman pushed open the door and went out. The other extraordinary individuals, eager to try their luck, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret when they saw the Iceman get there first, wishing they had gotten up sooner. Upon seeing this scene, the politicians of the Donglin Universe Kingdom exchanged glances, all of them seeing the smiles in each other's eyes. Sure enough, when lured by fame and fortune, These so-called extraordinary individuals will flock to it for the sake of fame and fortune. However, these politicians weren't wrong in promising to broadcast the event live to all of humanity. After discussions among politicians from various countries, it was indeed decided that this matter could be broadcast live on a public network within human society. It primarily serves the research on crystals in various countries, but this incident also reflects the positive atmosphere of, when one is in trouble, all lend a hand, among the various cosmic nations of human society, truly a positive force in interstellar society. This is very helpful for the harmony and stability of the people. Soon, under the arrangement of the staff, Donglin Universe Kingdom uploaded a live broadcast post on the Universe Forum. Following Donglin's notification, other Universe Kingdoms also forwarded Donglin Universe Kingdom's live broadcast post using their own official accounts. Immediately, a large number of users flooded into the live stream room to watch the live stream of Donglin Universe Kingdom versus Crystal Creatures. Netizen A, brothers, what's going on? Our Tianhing Universe Kingdom's official media reposted this message, so I came to check. Are there any big shots who arrived early? Can you explain where we are now? Netizen B, this live stream has just started, and I just joined. Look, this strange guy covered in iron armor is going to fight this crystalline creature. They should be fighting soon. Netizen C, what is this crystalline creature? The description in this post says it's an unknown, dangerous creature from the universe. How can a creature look like this? Netizens started discussing it wildly. In interstellar society, gene warriors with combat capabilities are actually only a minority. Don't be fooled by the fact that almost everyone Su Ming encounters is a gene warrior. It's because Su Ming is in a war environment, which is why they are all gene warriors. However, in reality, the ratio of genetic warriors in the entire human society is only about 1 in 100. Only 1 in 100 people has the opportunity to become a genetic warrior. Most interstellar citizens are ordinary people without combat abilities. To them, powerful genetic warriors are no different from celebrities. The battles between gene warriors are much like those in reality TV shows. However, the battles between genetic warriors are far more exciting than those in reality shows, since many battles often end in the death of genetic warriors. What's happening right now is, for ordinary people, an exceptionally exciting battle show. So instantly, hundreds of millions of viewers flooded into the live stream. Chapter 120 Iceman vs. Crystal Creature. The audience in the live stream was making a ruckus, but Iceman couldn't see any of it. At this moment, the Iceman stepped towards the crystal, standing on the aircraft and launching a sharp attack on the crystal creature. He took off his steel armor and emerged from it wearing only an old cloth. This is a man who is ugly, abnormally thin, and looks very deformed. As soon as he emerged from the steel armor, small ice crystals appeared around him, and the terrifying chill could be felt even through the screen. His purpose in wearing the steel armor was not to enhance his combat power. On the contrary, the armor restrained the cold from his body, allowing him to walk normally among the crowd and communicate with people. Otherwise, given the chill emanating from him, anyone who dared to approach him would probably be frozen solid. This is the research result of a research institute of a certain universe country. The Research Institute of the Space Kingdom often spends a lot of money to find extremely poor people and can give them a large sum of money as long as they are willing to be experimental volunteers. Many impoverished families send their children to volunteer when they have no other choice. Although such things have been explicitly prohibited by human society, some laboratories are still secretly doing them. Once the research is successful and the data and results are recorded, these laboratories will release the volunteers. The Iceman in front of me is a product of this laboratory. He is expressionless, as if the excessive cold has frozen even the muscles on his face. The Iceman is unable to move. The genetic mutation gave him terrifying freezing abilities, but it also froze most of his muscles, rendering them inactive. He can only barely walk by relying on the automatic walking function of his steel armor and on nutrient solutions to maintain normal life functions. After all, any food would be frozen into ice cubes before he even put it in his mouth. The price of genetic mutation is to live in that state for the rest of one's life. This is why many people with extraordinary abilities have eccentric personalities, It is difficult for them to have a normal and healthy mind under such circumstances. The Iceman's face, as expressionless as a dead man's, gradually turned to the crystal below, and then a deep mockery flashed in his eyes. Once removed from his steel armor, he was completely unable to speak. His vocal cords had long since lost their function due to being frozen. But this does not prevent him from demonstrating his abilities. A deep chill emanated from his body, and this chill was so intense that it appeared as a deep blue color in the air. This is a special crystallization phenomenon that only occurs when the temperature is extremely cold, indicating that the temperature in this area is extremely cold. Under the control of the Iceman, this cold wave surged violently towards the crystalline creature below, instantly covering it. This cool fight scene is comparable to any blockbuster movie. Most importantly, people know that this is real footage, which increases the excitement tenfold. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Nowadays, many programs feature mecha battles or two-person combat. Scenes of a strange character using freezing effects to attack are extremely rare. This immediately caused the live stream's popularity to soar. That move is awesome. One strike freezes 100 miles. This guy is incredible. Doesn't he know that a normal mech warrior would be no match for this guy? Even a mech would be frozen solid, wouldn't it? This could be considered a superpower. It's amazing. A heated discussion ensued in the live stream room. Do you think this method can kill this crystalline creature? I think it's feasible. Look at this crystal. Its pale red exterior has turned silvery white. It's obviously been frozen. Really? Su Ming's eyes were fixed on the scene on the screen. The Iceman's abilities are beyond doubt. His powerful freezing ability easily froze about half of the crystalline creature's body. Moreover, the Iceman learned from the Poison Man's mistake and immediately unleashed his trump card to attack, without giving the crystal a gradual adaptation process. After the Iceman unleashed his freezing attack, most of the crystal was frozen solid. Excellent. Continue freezing. Even the officials, upon seeing this, showed strange expressions. They exchanged glances, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. The Iceman's abilities seemed to actually be quite powerful. The giant crystal was quickly half frozen by the Iceman. Half is not a simple matter. It's important to know that this crystal covers an area of hundreds of kilometers, which means that the Iceman's attack has a direct range of hundreds of kilometers, which is truly terrifying. Seeing that his attack had worked, the Iceman revealed a hint of satisfaction in his only movable eye. The next moment, the Iceman manipulated his ice powers and began to break a portion of the crystal. Under the control of the Iceman's power, the frozen part of the crystal began to crack along with the ice. The broken crystal portion, detached from the main crystal, becomes a pile of dead matter, no longer possessing the activity of the original crystal. Upon seeing this, Su Ming's expression shifted. It actually worked. These broken ice crystals shattered the frozen portion of the crystal along with it, and easily rendered the broken portion inactive. This means that the part that was frozen and cracked no longer belongs to the crystalline organism. Even if the crystal organism is recovered, it cannot be restored to its peak state. Unfortunately, a hint of regret flashed in Su Ming's eyes. If the Iceman's abilities were 10 times stronger, he might actually be able to easily freeze and shatter the crystal in front of him, completely obliterating it. However, the speed at which the Iceman freezes is clearly not keeping up with the speed at which the crystal creatures adapt. Soon the crystal gradually adapted to the ice power, and the frozen parts gradually returned to the original shape of the crystal. No matter how the Iceman attacks the crystal with his ice powers, the crystal creature becomes immune to the ice. In fact, as the ice attacks increase, the crystal creature's own body gradually begins to assimilate the power of the ice. Ice is also a kind of power, and it can also be assimilated by crystals. The ice released by the Iceman, once assimilated, actually strengthens the crystal creature, causing it to resume its expansion. Furthermore, the crystalline creature seemed to have grown tired of confronting the Iceman, and directly extended 2 tentacles, attacking the Iceman. Iceman was shocked, but due to his genetic defect, he was unable to move quickly and could only watch helplessly as the 2 tentacles enveloped him. The next moment, the tentacles retracted, and Iceman's aura disappeared. The Iceman died at the hands of the crystal. Upon seeing this, the comments section of the live stream went wild and erupted in excitement. The crowd was discussing the scene before them with great enthusiasm. However, a thoughtful look flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he sat in the preparation room. Chapter 121. Su Ming makes a move. At this moment, Su Ming fell into deep thought. The Ice Man and the Poison Man's abilities are actually effective against crystals. Crystals are not really that abnormal. Even a single crystal can be solved. But the real power of crystals lies in their scale. If it were just a few hundred square meters of crystal, either Iceman or Poison Man could probably easily obliterate it. However, now that the crystal has expanded to hundreds of kilometers, its scale has increased by more than 1,000 times. Therefore, the abilities of Iceman and Poison Man are not as threatening to the crystal. Instead, the crystal can use its powerful learning ability to adapt to their abilities and then kill them. The strength of the crystal civilization also lies in its scale. A crystal spanning hundreds of millions of light years in size, such a massive quantity, would take an unknown number of years to destroy, even if attacked relentlessly by a powerful being at the apocalypse level. During this process, the crystal civilization is fully capable of withstanding the attacks of the apocalypse-level powerhouse, and thus devouring him. A crystalline civilization spanning hundreds of millions of light years cannot possibly be destroyed in a short period of time. As long as it remains intact and adapts to the corresponding attacks, it will no longer be harmed by such attacks. The true strength of the crystal civilization lies in this quantity. The power of the crystal civilization lies in its ability to utilize its terrifying scale to give itself ample time to adapt, thereby becoming immune to all attacks. This is somewhat unsolvable. Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. To defeat the crystal civilization, everyone must possess superpowers, and each person's ability must be different. Only by attacking the crystal with different abilities simultaneously, with trillions of people attacking together, would there be even a sliver of hope. Soon after the Iceman's death, several more powerful individuals with different abilities emerged from the room to fight the crystalline creature. However, without exception, they were all killed after the crystal creatures adapted to their abilities. They adapted to the flames and turned the tables. Once you adapt to the vibrations, you can turn the tables. Scenes of extraordinary individuals attacking the crystalline creatures in various ways, only to be killed in return, were transmitted via video to the preparation room and also to the live broadcast. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room gradually shifted from watching the show to feeling slightly panicked and terrified. Is this crystal definitely something that can be solved? I have a feeling it's unsolvable. It's too powerful. It can adapt to different attacks, and then those attacks become ineffective. Anyone can be killed by it. This ability is too abnormal. And look, this crystal is constantly expanding. It has already expanded to several kilometers. If this continues, won't human society be completely devoured by it? When it doesn't concern them personally, people can view crystal-related matters with a detached, spectator's mindset. However, the audience now discovers that the crystal can continue to expand, causing a slight panic among them. Even in the preparation room, the atmosphere became slightly tense at this moment. These extraordinary individuals are known for their fiery tempers and arrogant attitudes. But none of them are fools. The one who went up and got killed might just be lacking in ability or not skilled enough. However, they were killed one after another, which was no longer a matter of ability. Anyone could see that the crystal in front of them was not simple. Everyone. Is there anyone else willing to lend a hand? The officials frowned and couldn't help but ask. There is still an hour and a half before the apocalypse-level expert arrives, and they do not want the crystal to continue to devour and expand during this time. I'll give it a try. A strange man with a powerful aura stood up. He was a genetically modified individual known for his speed, and he was barely confident that he could protect himself against the crystalline tentacles that others were worried about. With no one else stepping in, he wanted to try his luck. Maybe he could solve the crystal problem himself. But just then, a voice came from a corner of the preparation room. Don't go. I'll do it. A figure stood up and spoke calmly. Upon hearing the voice, everyone paused for a moment, then turned their gaze to the figure, a strange light flashing in their eyes. The person who spoke just now was the one who claimed to be an energy-type mechanic. He was also the only person in the entire preparation room who looked normal. I think his name was Su Ming. When everyone saw Su Ming stand up, a hint of disapproval flashed in their eyes. Stop joking. Even those with powerful abilities never returned. What kind of show is an ordinary energy-type mechanic trying to show off? Ignoring the questioning looks from those around him, Su Ming stood up and walked outside. He originally didn't want to make a move so quickly. However, after witnessing the crystals continuously killing ability users, Su Ming suddenly realized that something was wrong. This crystalline creature clearly had the power to kill these ability users in a single encounter, but it deliberately waited until they had all unleashed their abilities and the crystal had gradually adapted before killing them. It looks like the crystals intentionally give these ability users the opportunity to unleash their abilities. The goal is clear. This crystal in front of us is designed to accommodate as many of the abilities that humans possess as possible. As for why we need to adapt to more of the abilities that humans possess, Su Ming had a bold conjecture. Could it be that, when crystalline beings fuse together, this adaptability is also transferred to other crystals? This crystalline being wanted to collect as many different ability samples as possible and eventually transmit them to the main body of the crystalline civilization. In that case, it would become much easier and faster for the crystal civilization to devour human civilization. We can't let the crystals continue like this. Otherwise, they'll really adapt to all the abilities and then pass those adaptability onto the crystal civilization. In the future, if humans still want to fight, they might as well just surrender. Su Ming walked out of the preparation room, and then, with a swift movement, he sat in the aircraft and sped towards the direction of the crystal. The livestream camera focused on Su Ming the moment he left the preparation room. Huh? This guy is a normal person. The viewers in the livestream were quite surprised. Let's be reasonable. Normal people are normal, okay? The people who just came out aren't normal. Another person spoke up. Upon seeing this person's words, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Right? I was just watching some strange-looking people attacking the crystal, and subconsciously I got the feeling that this war was between monsters. Seeing a normal person now makes the viewers in the live stream feel strange. However, the viewers in the live stream soon started a heated discussion again. This guy is so skinny, he probably can't beat Crystal. Everyone else who was so strong was killed by the crystal, so I don't have much faith in this guy. In addition to the viewers in the live stream room, high-ranking officials from various cosmic nations were also watching the live stream. At this moment, in a military conference room of the Empire, several figures were sitting in the room, watching the struggle between the Donglin Universe Kingdom and Crystal. Clarence Klaus was sitting there. As Su Ming walked out of the preparation room, the camera focused on him, and Colin Clarence suddenly stood up, his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Damn it! What's that brat Su Ming doing here?" Chapter 122 Son of Corin Clarence. Seeing Corin Clarence stand up and exclaim in surprise, the people around him looked at Corin Clarence with astonishment. What's going on? Lord Corin Clarence, why are you so surprised? Those sitting next to him were all prominent figures in the Empire. At this moment, they looked at Corin Clarence with surprise, their eyes filled with deep confusion. Corin Clarence's expression turned slightly serious. He then slowly sat down, frowning as he spoke. This is my second son. I don't know why he's here. Everyone present was taken aback when they heard that it was actually the second son of Corin Clarence. The second son of Corin Clarence, I've heard. One of them began, but stopped mid-sentence. He couldn't very well tell Clarence that his son was an idiot. That would offend Clarence. Your Excellency Corin Clarence, if the person in the picture is indeed your second son, then your son is in some danger. An imperial official, seeing Su Ming rushing towards the crystal, spoke with a worried expression. Indeed, based on everyone's previous observations of the crystal, ordinary gene warriors are definitely no match for it. It's not that the crystals are particularly powerful, but rather that their strange abilities make it easy for those with insufficient energy levels to die at their hands. Seeing that Su Ming was actually preparing to go to the location of the crystal to target it, Corin Clarence's heart clenched. He couldn't understand why Su Ming would appear in the Donglin Universe Kingdom and want to take action against the crystal creatures. Didn't Su Ming see how powerful the crystal creature was? Without hesitation, Corin Clarence immediately made a phone call to the politicians of the Eastern Universe Kingdom. Huh? Mr. Corin Clarence? Why are you calling us? When the officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom saw that it was Corin Clarence, they were visibly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Corin Clarence to call them. Without wasting words, Corin Clarence went straight to the point, saying, "The one who's about to make a move is my son, Su Ming. You must stop him and prevent him from contacting the crystalline creature. If anything happens, I'll go crazy. Do you understand what I mean?" Corin Clarence was in a hurry, so he didn't bother with the formalities with the people from the Donglin Universe Kingdom and spoke directly and forcefully. Upon hearing Corin Clarence's words, the politicians of the Donglin Universe Kingdom were all taken aback and then looked at Su Ming in the surveillance video. At this moment, Su Ming had already flown a distance and was very close to the crystal creature. Upon witnessing this scene, the officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom broke out in a cold sweat. They were also feeling wronged and frustrated. "You, a descendant of the heavenly revelation, why aren't you staying at home? What are you doing here in the Donglin Universe Kingdom? Want independent knowledge? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think the descendants of the apocalypse would lack independent knowledge?" The officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom were extremely puzzled, but now was not the time to be confused. They had to stop Su Ming quickly. Otherwise, if Su Ming really encountered any danger, the wrath of a heavenly revelation-level expert would not be so easy to bear. The officials quickly connected to Su Ming's communicator and anxiously said, "Mr. Su Ming, please come back. A revelation-level expert will be here in an hour. You won't need to do anything." Su Ming was currently in the aircraft, flying towards the crystal creature, when he heard the official's words and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "It's all right. I'll test the waters first. I haven't fought any crystalline creatures before. Let me see if my idea is correct," Su Ming casually remarked, then hung up the communicator and focused on the crystalline creature not far ahead. After the call was disconnected, the officials became very anxious and immediately called the Ministry of National Defense of the Donglin Universe country. "The young man who made the move is the son of Lord Corin Clarence. You must protect him and prevent him from being harmed by the crystal creature." Immediately, the entire Donglin Universe Kingdom was mobilized. Some of the Donglin Universe Kingdom's own troops, who had been stationed around the crystal creature, entered a state of emergency alert after receiving orders from the officials, ready to rescue Su Ming at any time. During the Imperial Conference, Corin Clarence, witnessing this scene, frowned, his eyes filled with worry. "Lord Corin Clarence, it seems your son is quite confident and intends to attempt to dismantle the crystalline creature." One of Corin Clarence's rival politicians chuckled and looked at Su Ming in the video. The other people present also looked at the live video with different expressions on their faces. At this moment, Su Ming had already arrived above the crystal creature, but it was too late to stop it. Everyone was curious about what kind of abilities Su Ming possessed that made him think he could deal with the crystal creature. In the scene, Su Ming looked down at the crystalline creature below, and without hesitation, summoned his mecha. A mecha approximately 13 meters tall instantly enveloped Su Ming. This mecha is one of the more powerful yin-yang mother-child mechas among the D-class mechas. The crystal below wasn't showing much energy level reaction at the moment, seemingly still intending to acquire Su Ming's abilities and adapt to them. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. Without hesitation, he directly controlled the sub-mecha and instantly appeared next to the crystal. Immediately, the sub-mecha made its move, breaking through stealth with a single strike, directly slicing a huge gash in the crystal. The next moment, the sub-mecha struck again, cutting off a portion of the crystal's body along the huge gash. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers of the live broadcast, including politicians from various countries, all showed a hint of doubt on their faces. What is Su Ming planning to do? Even if a piece of a crystalline organism is cut off, it can quickly regenerate. The cut-off part does not lose its activity, but will transform into another independent individual, either growing on its own or finding an opportunity to return to the mother body. The crystal creature was unconcerned about this physical damage, as it had no effect or loss on it. Could it be that Corin Clarence's son, doesn't even know this basic common sense. A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the officials in the Imperial conference room. They had thought that Coron Clarence's son was something extraordinary, but they did not expect him to use such a rudimentary method. After the crystal is cut off, the cut-off crystal still retains its activity and is ready to be reattached to the main crystal. But at that moment, Su Ming chuckled, and then released an ordinary bullet from the mecha, which accurately hit the cut-off crystal. It was just an ordinary bullet, but something shocking happened. The small fragment of crystal that had been cut off was instantly frozen in place after being hit by the bullet, losing all ability to move. Chapter 123: The Sudden Change. What's going on? Is there some hidden mechanism in this bullet? How could it directly render the severed crystal incapable of functioning? This is a source of confusion for the viewers. To everyone else, it was just an ordinary bullet, yet it displayed such a strange ability. Unaware of the onlookers' confusion, Su Ming did not hesitate and used his sub-mecha to grab the cut part of the crystal that had been fixed in place, then brought it to his side. The bullet we just fired was indeed an ordinary bullet. However, Su Ming added static energy elements to it. The function of static energy is to return particles to their original starting point. Crystalline organisms are composed of a combination of various complex energy particles. It is an energy-based organism, a static energy element, which can stop the movement of energy particles inside a crystal, essentially putting the crystal in a temporary pause. Furthermore, the most useful aspect of static energy elements for crystals is static energy elements are not adapted to crystals. After all, once the crystal is hit by the static energy element, it is in a static state, and the internal particles stop moving, so it has no way to react to new things. This is something that Su Ming currently knows of that completely controls crystals. However, static energy has a time limit. If the crystal is not resolved within the time limit, the sealed part of the crystal will be restored. The sub-mecha delivered the cut-off portion of the crystal to Su Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, Su Ming prepared to smash the cut-off portion in front of him. But at that moment, the voice of the mechanical martial venerable system suddenly rang in Su Ming's mind. Beep. Blocked stellar energy factors detected. Do you wish to absorb them? Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then asked in his mind, what's going on? Is the stellar energy factor the crystal segment in front of me? System. Beep. Yes. The system's words surprised Su Ming greatly. This was something Su Ming hadn't expected at all. Su Ming only wanted to completely shatter the crystal fragment in front of him, rendering it inactive. But the system actually told me. The system can absorb the segment in front of me? System, can you absorb the main body of this crystal? Su Ming couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Beep. No. It can only absorb stellar energy factors in a sealed state. Dynamic stellar energy factors cannot be absorbed. Hearing the system's words, Su Ming felt a little disappointed, but upon reflection, he realized that he had been asking for too much. If the system can absorb all the crystals in their entirety, wouldn't the crystal civilization have been wiped out single-handedly? System absorb. Without hesitation, Su Ming knew the time for the static energy essence was almost up, so he decisively chose to let the system absorb it. Beep. Absorbing stellar energy factors. The system's voice rang out, and Su Ming was surprised to see that the crystal fragment, which was about several cubic meters in size and was held in the mecha's hand, was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a balloon with a hole in it, shrinking instantly. Star energy factors. Su Ming muttered to himself, noting that he had gleaned some information from the system's naming of the crystals. Stars. Could it be that the crystal civilization is actually a celestial body from some kind of origin? It is merely a celestial body capable of devouring all matter, possessing its own consciousness, and even evolving into life. It's somewhat like a black hole. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. When he thought of a celestial body capable of devouring all matter, the first thing that came to his mind was a black hole. However, this crystal is pale red, so it is clearly not a black hole. It can only be understood as the vastness of the universe, where anything is possible. Ding. Absorption complete, converted into starlight points. 372 points. In the short time that followed, the system had absorbed all the crystal fragments in front of it. The so-called stellar energy factors of these crystals were actually converted into 372 starlight points under the system's influence. After hearing the system notification, Ming was stunned for a moment, then turned his gaze to the crystalline organism body that was hundreds of kilometers below. The mere cutting body can provide him with 372 starlight points. If this entire crystalline organism were absorbed, wouldn't it be able to provide hundreds of thousands of starlight points? Body tempering, attack, cultivation. Which one doesn't require spending star points? Unexpectedly, it can be supplemented by crystal organisms? Ming's heart started pounding uncontrollably. It's out. Besides the crystalline creature before them, there was also the main body of the crystalline civilization that they could devour. It's important to know that the scale of a crystal civilization is measured in light years. With such a massive size, one wonders how many starlight it will generate. A strange feeling arose in Ming's heart. So, the crystal civilization that had been giving him so much trouble suddenly became his slut? If I run out of starlight points, I can just go find crystal creatures and have an endless supply of starlight points. The change in their identities at this moment greatly reduced Ming's apprehension towards the crystal civilization. However, Ming wasn't naive enough to think that the entire crystal civilization would just stand there dumbfounded waiting for him to absorb it. It's important to know that the system can only absorb crystals that are in a sealed state, which can also be understood as crystals that have been broken into pieces. If one wants to absorb the crystal, one must first shatter the crystal civilization. However, once that stage is reached and the system absorbs it, the invincible recovery ability of the crystal civilization will vanish before it. Regardless, Ming felt a little relieved. After absorbing the crystal fragments, Ming turned his gaze to the crystal organism below. Following the same method, he piloted the sub-mech to stealthily approach the crystal creature, then suddenly attacked, severing a portion of the crystal creature's body. Bullets carrying static energy then rained down on the severed part. The next moment, the sub-mecha appeared next to Ming's main mecha. Beep. Absorbing stellar energy factors. Beep. Absorption complete. Total starlight points acquired this time. 612 points. Chapter 124 The Real Battle. Unbeknownst to Ming, his two consecutive actions completely stunned everyone in the live stream. From the perspective of the live stream, a remotely controlled sub-mecha suddenly appeared and cut off a portion of the crystal. The cut-off portion of the crystal, like a well-behaved baby, was then carried back to the mother mecha by the sub-mecha. The next moment, the crystal cutter in the mother mecha's hand gradually shrank until it disappeared from the mother mecha's hand. What's going on? Was it absorbed? Absorb? How is that possible, bro? It must have been dissolved by something. Didn't those with the ability also dissolve things before? The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but start discussing it. The number of viewers in the live stream kept increasing. Ming's fighting style gave these netizens hope of destroying the crystal itself. Keep it up, bro. What's this guy's name? You have to admit, he's quite handsome. Even politicians from various countries now turn their attention to Ming. So far, Ming has only used physical attacks, which cannot be absorbed by the crystal, since there is not much energy transfer. It's just unclear why the crystals became fixed afterward, or why they disappeared. If we could obtain this method, wouldn't we be fearless against the crystal civilization? Ordinary viewers are interested in whether the fight is exciting. But politicians are focused on the situation and their own interests. At this moment, a thoughtful look flashed across the eyes of some politicians from the universe country, and then they continued to look at the changes in the situation on the screen. In the video, Ming repeatedly used the same trick to dig countless holes into the surface of the crystalline creature. These excavated crystals have absolutely no chance of returning to their original form and being restored. They all turned into Ming's starlight. In a short while, Ming's starlight points surged by more than 8,000 points, reaching 40,000 plus, almost reaching 50,000. Ming, on the contrary, became interested in the crystal creature and began to want to continuously absorb its body. However, at that moment, the crystalline creature's body suddenly began to writhe wildly. The crystalline creature, which covered an area of hundreds of kilometers, suddenly shrank rapidly at that moment. This shrinkage is not the shrinkage that occurs after the system absorbs the biological energy of the crystal. Instead, they began to consolidate their power. The previously scattered forces began to gradually converge towards the center. The crystalline organism's appearance gradually changed from light red to dark red. It is converging, condensing, and unifying forces. Upon seeing this scene, Su Ming's expression became slightly more serious. It's here. The crystalline creature was merely trying to adapt to its own abilities, which is why it didn't attack. But now, the crystalline creature clearly realizes that continuing like this will only cause it to gradually obliterate a part of its body. Not only did it fail to adapt to its own abilities, it also lost a part of its body. Realizing this, the crystal creature would certainly not allow itself to continue, but would instead prepare to attack and kill itself. This is the moment when danger arrives. The crystalline beings gradually coalesced, and then, before everyone's eyes, slowly transformed into a human with deep red skin. Or rather, in human form. Upon seeing this man's appearance, the officials of Donglin Kingdom exclaimed in surprise, "Wang Dong, the mechanic?" That's right. The person transformed from the crystal creature looked exactly like the mechanic named Wang Dong. At this moment, after Wang Dong was condensed, he looked at Su Ming. He seemed to have not yet adapted to the human appearance, so Wang Dong appeared somewhat dazed. "How did you sever my split?" Wang Dong asked haltingly. At the same time, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He was truly baffled as to why his clone seemed to have lost its mind for a moment. Although he could still sense its existence, he was unable to communicate with it at all until it was destroyed, at which point he completely lost all sense of the clone. This struck him as incredible, and he gradually developed a sense of apprehension towards this newly discovered human civilization. Su Ming didn't speak, but his brain energy quietly surged out and flowed into the mecha. The mecha began to gradually recover, emanating a dangerous aura. Level 10. He had already sensed that the crystalline creature in front of him, which had gathered power, had now reached the level of 10. This is already terrifying. You have to understand that this crystalline creature went from having almost no power when it first awoke to having a combat strength of level 10 in less than a day. If it were allowed to devour even more, its combat power might surge again, potentially even reaching the vacuum level. Level 10. It would still be somewhat difficult for Su Ming to face a level 10 expert. After all, the energy level range of level 10 is between 30W and 60W. Su Ming's energy level, combined with the mecha's energy level of around 150,000, would reach around 250,000 when fully unleashed. With the addition of starlight energy, it could potentially rise to around 300,000. It could vaguely reach 30W, but it was very difficult. Su Ming took a deep breath, but he wasn't particularly afraid. Although this crystal creature's combat power should fall within the level 10 range, it is not entirely level 10. The crystal creature's combat power composition is very unique, with a portion of its combat power originating from the energy within the crystal. In other words, as long as the battle continues, the energy within the crystalline organism will be continuously consumed, and its combat power will gradually decrease. As long as it doesn't absorb new energy sources or matter, its strength will continue to decline. After all, there can't be a completely unsolvable ability. The price of a rapid increase in combat power is that combat power becomes extremely unstable, coming quickly and going quickly. Now, as long as Su Ming can withstand the first wave of attacks from the crystal creatures, the subsequent battles will become increasingly easier. Your abilities pose a threat to my civilization. You should be killed. At this moment, Wang Dong raised his head and looked at Su Ming's mecha floating in the air, speaking incoherently. After he finished speaking, a powerful energy reaction suddenly erupted from Wang Dong's body. Immediately, Wang Dong moved and attacked Su Ming. A terrifying crimson phantom ripped through the sky, about to shatter the mecha into pieces. Su Ming's eyes were cold as he stared intently at the red phantom that was attacking him. He knew in his heart that his battle with the crystalline creature had only just truly begun. Chapter 125. The battle begins. The audience was astonished to see the crystalline creatures displaying completely different behaviors than before, as they watched the live stream. Has this entered the second phase? This is just like fighting a dungeon boss, and it's even divided into stages. No matter what, judging from his combat power at this stage, it's much higher than his previous crystal state. Young man, you're in danger. The viewers in the live broadcast room were amazed, while the politicians from various countries sitting behind the video also kept their eyes glued to the screen. Lord Corin Clarence, as expected of your son, very good. You've actually managed to make this crystalline creature take on a different form. After watching the changes on the screen, an Imperial General couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The crystal creature has transformed into a new form, one that no one has ever seen before. This is very helpful for the study of crystal creatures. Corin Clarence gave the Imperial General a disapproving look. Good my ass. Corin Clarence couldn't see that after this crystalline creature took on this state, its combat power skyrocketed. Judging from its speed and explosive power, it should have the combat power of a level 10 Gene warrior. She had just met her son before. Although he was quite strong, he had already reached the middle level of level 6 combat power at a young age. However, even with a level 6 medium combat strength and a level D mech, it is absolutely impossible for a level 10 creature to be a match for it. My own son is in danger. Corin Clarence was getting restless. Even at his speed, it would take him more than an hour to get to the Eastern Lin universe from here, which was slower than the Apocalypse-class ships heading towards the Eastern Lin universe. He probably wants to get up right now and head straight to Donglin Universe Kingdom to rescue Su Ming. Gentlemen of Donglin Kingdom, I am Corin Clarence. I remind you once again, Su Ming is my son, and there can be no mistakes. At this moment, Corin Clarence was unaware that since the last time he met Su Ming's cultivation level had long since surpassed that of a mid-level 6th grade cultivator. Instead, it was upgraded to the lower level of the 7th grade. A level 6 intermediate being is naturally no match for a level 10 being. However, with a level 7 lower level weapon, combined with a level D mech and starlight energy, Su Ming has a real chance to fight a level 10 creature. At this moment, the officials of Donglin Kingdom couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. An Imperial Apocalypse level being was constantly watching them from the sidelines. This young Mr. Su Ming must be protected. However, at this moment, Su Ming was already engaged in battle with the crystalline creature. A deep red streak of light instantly attacked Su Ming, and the terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air. Su Ming felt no panic. Once he entered combat mode, he was like someone assembling a machine. Calm, rational, decisive, and bold. Seeing the crystalline creature charging towards him, Su Ming did not hesitate and instead advanced instead of retreating. Radiant Impact. A spatial anchor point is set on the sub-mecha. Once the spatial anchor point is activated, the mother mecha can be pulled to the location of the sub-mecha within 1 second. During the process, once hit, it will cause extremely terrifying potential energy and thermal damage. Call out. Su Ming's mecha also transformed into a bright red shadow, instantly colliding with the crystalline creature's figure. Boom! Both sides suffered severe impact damage, but due to the spatial gravity accompanying the sunfire impact of the mother-child mechs, they were slightly superior to the crystal creatures in terms of strength and speed. The crystalline creature was instantly smashed to pieces, turning into countless scattered crystal fragments floating in the sky. All the damage to Su Ming's mother mech was blocked by the Sun Shield protective shield on the mech. Radiant Shield absorbs 300,000 points of energy damage, and at the moment the shield shatters, the absorbed damage is converted into heat energy and explodes, injuring the enemy. The 300,000 energy level damage from the Sun Shield has been completely absorbed, and the Sun Shield is about to shatter. However, Su Ming did not choose to make the Flame Shield generate heat. Ordinary energy attacks are useless against crystal creatures. On the contrary, they will make the crystal creatures even more powerful. Shattering the Sun Shield will only make the crystal creature stronger. Su Ming turned around and saw that the crystalline creature had reassembled itself in an instant, returning to its perfect state. His aura had only decreased slightly due to the energy expenditure from the recent impact. Even so, the crystal creature's combat power is still much stronger than Su Ming's. Die! The crystalline creature's aura locked onto Su Ming, and then a laser beam suddenly shot out from its fingertip, hurtling towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression changed, but he didn't panic. Instead, he stared intently at the crystal creature's fingers and moved slightly the instant the laser was released. It was this slight movement that allowed Su Ming to break free from the lock of the crystalline biological aura. The laser shot out, but Su Ming had already escaped the lock, and the laser grazed Su Ming's mech before striking the ground. The laser blast created a huge crater in the ground, and countless pieces of rock melted away under its scorching heat. Upon seeing this scene, Su Ming felt a slight chill in his heart. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew towards space. If they continue fighting on planet Terran, the aftermath of their battle could potentially damage the planet's ecosystem and cause widespread destruction. This is being broadcast live right now. If the entire human society sees this, it will certainly face condemnation and infamy. Moreover, the place where mechs are truly suited for combat is the starry sky. Staying on the planet's surface will only restrict your actions. Seeing Su Ming soar into the sky, the crystalline creature did not hesitate and followed suit. The two sides clashed in mid-air, and the mother-daughter mechs, without the fiery sun shield, presented a silvery white color. A deep red phantom was frantically intertwining with a silver-white phantom, colliding repeatedly in mid-air. Camera system, get in position and capture images of space. Dispatch flying-level experts to follow them. If things don't look right, take action immediately. The politicians of the Donglin Universe Kingdom immediately spoke up. Upon hearing the officials' words, several figures immediately soared into the sky and sped towards the void of space. These figures were none other than the flying-level masters. The Donglin Universe Kingdom not only possesses vacuum-level powerhouses, but also has many flying-level experts. Although these flying-level experts were stronger than the crystal creatures, they dared not make a move and could only watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, if their intervention allows the crystal creature to replenish a large amount of energy and thus surpass Su Ming in combat power, it would be a case of losing more than gaining. Chapter 126: Other People's Children. Both sides plunged into the starry sky with a roar. Once in the starry sky, the effect of gravity became much weaker, and the speed increased by another order of magnitude. The live broadcast from Donglin Universe Kingdom then shifted to the starry sky, and everyone turned their gaze towards it. Can he defeat this crystalline creature? I don't know, but even if we lose, we should be safe. Look, even the experts from the Eastern Spirit Universe Kingdom have been mobilized. I can't quite see their movements anymore. Can you see them clearly? It's not clear. Let's watch it in slow motion when the video comes out. At this moment, Su Ming and the crystal creature arrived in the void of space. Without gravity or air resistance, their speed instantly increased to an abnormal level. As ordinary viewers in the live stream, they were no longer able to clearly see the actions between the two. All that could be seen were two streaks of light, one red and one silver-white, frantically darting through the void of the universe. Numerous satellites were shattered by the aftershocks of the battle between the two. The Donglin Universe Kingdom quickly maneuvered its satellites away from the area where the two were fighting. Although ordinary viewers couldn't see the two men's movements clearly, the politicians and generals of the various universe nations could see the battle scene very clearly. Like father, like son, your son's performance has truly exceeded our expectations. Within the Empire, a general stared at the screen with a look of astonishment and couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing the general's remark, the other generals nodded in agreement. They were all seasoned veterans with countless battle experiences. It is obvious that Su Ming's positioning, prediction, and use of energy levels were all superb in this process. Every operation was smooth and fluid, without a single unnecessary movement, making it a pleasure to watch. That's why Su Ming was able to fight a level 10 crystalline creature to a standstill, even when he was unleashing his peak level 9 energy, and seemed to be holding his own in the slightest. Your son's original power level should have been around the lower level of level 7. I didn't expect that this level would be able to fully unleash the combat power of a D-class mecha. Judging from this, Su Ming must have assembled this D-class mecha himself. If I remember correctly, Su Ming's gene lock was only unlocked 10 months ago, right? In just 10 months, he actually grew to a level 7 low-grade gene warrior. An imperial official who had participated in Su Ming's unlocking ceremony suddenly exclaimed in surprise as he watched Su Ming's battle footage. He was still at the scene at the time and vaguely remembered Su Ming's 2 energy levels. It seemed that one of them was negative. Why did Su Ming's cultivation level rise to a terrifying 7th level lower grade in just 10 months? What did you say? The officials sitting around were shocked as they stared at Su Ming on the screen. Level 7, lower grade, in 10 months? Are you kidding me? This already matches the Empire's fastest record. It even subtly surpasses the Empire's fastest record. Everyone stared at the screen with strange expressions. Did I witness the Imperial record being broken once again? Moreover, Su Ming has not only reached the required cultivation level, but his combat strength, experience, and even mechanical skills are all at the top level for this level. Another official swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Upon hearing the official's reminder, everyone's eyes widened as they suddenly realized this. Yes, Su Ming didn't just blindly improve his cultivation level. He also improved his combat strength, experience, judgment of the situation, operation, and even mechanical technology. After all, someone with a cultivation level of the lower 7th rank can pilot a D-class mecha and unleash its full power. Obviously, only by personally assembling the mecha and ensuring it is 100% compatible with oneself can such a situation occur. You should know, the Empire's fastest record was achieved by someone who didn't participate in combat, didn't learn fighting skills, and didn't study mechanical knowledge. If we look at it this way, Su Ming's improvement speed is far beyond that person's. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze to Corin Clarence, who was sitting in the chair, and a strange look appeared in their eyes. Corin Clarence naturally heard the discussions and astonishment of the crowd. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, with complex, envious, and surprised expressions, a hint of arrogance immediately appeared on his face. Cough cough, he's just average. Sigh, this little brat is all right. He's got a bit of his old man's look from back in the day. Oh, right, this kid seems to have also built up a force in the black domain. Cough cough, I wonder when he'll be able to unify the black domain. Cough cough. Colin Clarence was ecstatic. Su Ming had really made him proud. However, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor, speaking with the detachment of Versailles. It seemed to him that Su Ming's excellence was a perfectly normal thing. The other imperial generals and officials present had veins bulging on their foreheads and quickly turned their heads away, no longer looking at Corin Clarence. Damn it, this is infuriating. This guy is definitely getting a good deal and then acting innocent. But there's nothing I can do. He just got tricked. I'm so angry. Everyone was secretly wondering if they had spoiled their little brat too much. From now on, they should hold their little brat to the same standards as Su Ming. Look, this is what you call someone else's child. Despite his inner smugness, Corin Clarence's gaze remained fixed on the surveillance footage before him, his eyes fixed on Su Ming's figure, a barely perceptible hint of worry flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Su Ming and the crystalline creature are engaged in a fierce battle. A layer of sweat appeared on Su Ming's forehead, and he dared not relax his eyes for the slightest, staring intently at the crystalline creature in front of him. Although he was almost evenly matched with the crystalline creature, he had already pushed his mental energy to the limit, and his brain energy level was also exploding wildly. Only then could they barely manage a draw against the crystal creatures. However, Su Ming did not become complacent because of this. He knew in his heart that the power of the crystal creature would decrease after a period of time. When that time comes, it will be time for me to switch from defense to offense. Without hesitation, Su Ming quietly released his sub-mecha. The sub-mecha, after being released, instantly merged into the void of space, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 127: The Nemesis of Crystalline Creatures. Time passed second by second, and the two sides continued to engage in an extremely fierce battle in the void. Terrifying energy reactions suddenly exploded in the starry sky. The crystalline creature was expressionless and appeared somewhat dazed. However, his movements were swift and deadly, each strike aimed at Su Ming. Die! A deep red greatsword, radiating a scorching light, extended from the crystalline creature's arm, and then collided violently with the longsword in the mecha's hand, unleashing a terrifying energy surge. Both sides were immediately forced to retreat by the force of the clash. Just then, Su Ming's expression shifted, and a slight joy welled up in his heart. It's gotten weaker. The combat power of this crystalline creature began to decline from the level 10 range towards energy levels below level 10. Clearly, the clash just now also took a considerable toll on the crystal creature. A glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he immediately seized the opportunity, unleashing his full mental energy. A phantom in the void suddenly manifested its body from the deep starry sky. It's a sub-mecha. Just as the two sides were fighting and retreating, the sub-mecha appeared behind the crystal creature and thrust its sharp blade fiercely towards it, breaking stealth with a single strike. This strike was incredibly stunning, tearing through the void as if it were about to cleave the Milky Way in two. System, redeem 1,000 star points. Su Ming gave a soft shout, and immediately a large amount of starlight energy surged into his body. Crystalline beings are immune to physical attacks because they can regenerate at any time. They are not afraid of energy attacks, because once they adapt, energy attacks will become their source of sustenance. Starlight energy is an energy-based attack. In theory, once a crystal creature adapts to it, it will be absorbed and become part of its power. Su Ming's actions were downright risky. But Su Ming's eyes were completely calm, but he had a bold conjecture in his mind. Crystalline organisms are systematically referred to as stellar energy factors, while starlight points are the aggregated forms of starlight energy. Su Ming always felt that there was some kind of special relationship and connection between the two. So at this moment, he wanted to test whether starlight energy could harm crystalline life forms without them adapting to it. Su Ming had a vague feeling that although starlight energy and crystal life forms were similar in some ways, the level of starlight energy should be higher than that of crystal life forms. Crystalline organisms can adapt to different types of energy, but it would be difficult for them to adapt to the same type of energy, but at a higher level. After the starlight energy surged into Su Ming's body, it was instantly transferred to the sub-mecha. At that moment, the mech's blade erupted with dazzling starlight, like a silver wing piercing through the void as it stabbed towards the crystalline creature. Upon seeing this, a hint of mockery flashed in the crystalline creature's dull eyes. Physical attack plus energy attack. Although his combat power had weakened due to energy consumption, this enemy of human civilization actually attempted to attack him with a combination of physical and energy attacks. He secretly shook his head. These two attacks were useless against him, and they could even help him replenish his energy and increase his combat power. He showed no panic whatsoever, and even calmly allowed this terrifying attack to strike him. But just as the attack was about to land on him, his body seemed to sense something, and the crystalline creature's eyes widened instantly. What's going on? Why did my body sense a more advanced, unidentifiable type of energy in this attack? Crystalline beings are powerful, but their power has its limits. They can fully adapt to and digest the same level of energy. However, those at higher energy levels are beyond the comprehension of even crystalline beings. Before he could react, the attack landed precisely on him. Instantly, the crystalline creature was pierced to pieces by the stab, with crystal fragments flying everywhere. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and examined the shattered crystal fragments with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and his gaze fell on one of the crystal blocks. This crystal block has lost its activity. Moreover, there is no visible corrosion or damage on the surface, as if it had been completely cut open and naturally lost its vitality. This is almost impossible for crystalline organisms. Even if an extremely precise cutting machine is used to cut the crystalline organism into hundreds of millions of pieces, the crystalline organism will not lose its activity. On the contrary, it will quickly recover after being cut. However, after the mech attacked, the crystalline creature had some broken parts and lost its vitality. The reason for losing its activity could absolutely not be the physical damage from the stealth-breaking attack. The answer is then quite obvious. It's starlight energy. Under the influence of starlight energy, a small portion of the shattered part of this crystalline creature lost its vitality and became inanimate. Starlight energy can suppress crystal life forms and even render them inactive. Su Ming then looked at the other parts that had not lost their vitality. Some of them still retained some starlight energy. Su Ming carefully examined the still active crystal block, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Even active crystal blocks cannot assimilate starlight energy. In other words, crystalline organisms are unable to adapt to or assimilate starlight energy. Su Ming took a deep breath. Okay, since starlight energy is the nemesis of crystal life forms, then I'll practically be the father of crystal civilization from now on. Once I'm strong enough, I'll go after the crystal civilization and absolutely beat them to a pulp. However, that's all for later. Right now, Su Ming should focus on annihilating the crystalline creature in front of him. After the crystalline creature was shattered into pieces, it seemed to recover after a while and began to gradually regenerate. The crystalline creature, now recovered, no longer had a vacant look in its eyes, nor did it exude an air of superiority. Instead, it looked at Su Ming with a terrified gaze. "You, what kind of power is this?" The crystalline being asked the question, word by word. Although he has recovered and been rebuilt at this moment. However, the red color on the reconstituted crystal creature was much lighter this time. Moreover, many inactive crystals float in the void, unable to be reabsorbed into the bodies of crystal creatures. This attack directly caused the crystalline creature to lose 1/5 of its power. Su Ming did not answer, but instead controlled the sub-mecha to collect the inactive crystal blocks floating in the void. It was then delivered to the mother mech. Su Ming, controlling the mecha, reached out his hand. Beep. Absorbing stellar energy factors. Starlight points plus 721. Beep. Absorbing stellar energy factors. Starlight points plus 912. Chapter 128 The Chase. In just a short while, Su Ming's system gained more than 6,000 starlight points, which perfectly made up for Su Ming's previous consumption. These starlight points were obtained by Su Ming after he destroyed the activity of the crystal organism and then absorbed the inactive crystal. Su Ming was secretly delighted, because when fighting with others, starlight points were always a consumable. However, when fighting crystal creatures, the starlight points actually turned into energy that could be earned. Without hesitation, Su Ming turned his gaze to the crystalline creature. At this moment, the crystalline being was both shocked and furious. His civilization had always been an aggressor, and its survival mode was to invade and devour other civilizations to gain growth and corresponding knowledge. This is the way of life of a crystal civilization. However, now, crystal beings have encountered an energy form that they cannot even read, which poses a huge threat to both crystal beings and crystal civilizations. Unable to be recognized, unable to adapt, and its body will lose its vitality after being attacked. This is practically a nemesis for crystalline beings. The crystalline creature gave Su Ming a deep look, as if it wanted to imprint Su Ming's appearance deeply into its mind. He didn't know whether this energy was unique to the person in front of him, or whether it was possessed by a segment of human society. However, based on his experience of devouring various mechanics and monsters and reading their memories, he could vaguely deduce that this energy was probably a unique form of energy possessed only by the person in front of him. If this is the case, the first target of the crystal civilization, if it wants to invade human civilization in the future, will definitely be the human in front of them. Otherwise, if they invade without solving this problem, they will definitely suffer huge losses. Almost instantly, the crystalline creature sprang up and chose to flee directly into the starry sky. He has lost some of his strength. He used to be able to fight Su Ming to a standstill, but now he is no match for Su Ming at all. If he doesn't run away, he will definitely be beaten to death by the human in front of him. However, how could Su Ming let it escape? The moment the crystal creature fled, Su Ming keenly discerned its intentions. The nuclear-powered propulsion system activated instantly, unleashing powerful propulsion with the support of the brain's energy level. Su Ming's mecha also chased after it frantically. What was originally a close contest has now turned into a chase. Upon seeing this, the viewers in the live stream cheered. "This guy is amazing. I just watched a slow-motion replay. His skills are incredible." I watched it too. I feel like if he were to play Mech Warrior, there would be no room for professional gamers. Mech World is a game developed by a space game company for all ages. After all, less than 10% of the entire human society are capable of cultivation, and among those who are capable of cultivation, less than 10% are capable of becoming mecha warriors. This demonstrates just how rare mecha warriors are in human society. Mech World, produced by StarCraft Games, is a holographic simulation game that allows ordinary people to experience the thrill of being a mech. I've heard that because of its near 100% realism, some spacefaring nations' militaries use the game Mech World for training their mech warriors. This caused the game's status to skyrocket, making it no longer just a popular game for everyone, but even giving it certain military value. Many players in the world of mechs might actually be powerful mech warriors in the outside world. Therefore, some of Su Ming's actions, even when slowed down, can still be understood by some netizens. Nowadays, many self-media bloggers who provide commentary have begun to analyze Su Ming's operations and judgment of the battle situation. With the blogger's analysis, Su Ming surprisingly gained immense popularity in a short period. The various techniques he employed were analyzed, leaving netizens in awe. Many downloaded Su Ming's recordings, intending to study them later. Although, according to these analysis bloggers, normal people generally cannot learn Su Ming's maneuvers. Only mecha warriors who have undergone extensive training could possibly master them. Everyone, I feel that Su Ming will not be able to capture this crystalline creature before the apocalypse-level beings arrive. After seeing this scene, one blogger couldn't help but express his regret. His ID is Manchu Han Imperial Feast, and he is a retired mecha warrior who started working as a video analyst after retiring. Because of his past experiences, coupled with his very accurate judgments and highly professional analysis, he has attracted a large number of fans, now numbering around 2 billion on social media. 2 billion fans is nothing in the grand scheme of things, though. But for a video blogger, that's definitely not a small amount. At this moment, he saw the scene of Su Ming chasing the crystal creature and couldn't help but shake his head slightly and speak in his live broadcast room. What's going on? Manchu and Han, analyze this. Immediately, a fan in the live stream asked a question. Han Quanshi nodded and then said, although this crystal creature is slightly slower than this mecha, it's impossible for this guy to attack it from such a distance. It's too difficult to lock onto it. To attack the crystal creature, the distance needs to be reduced to within 10 kilometers. Given the current speed difference between the two sides, once the mechs launch an attack, the distance will actually increase significantly, making it much harder to catch up. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast slowly began to speak. He has experience in space combat. As long as the speed difference between the two is not significant, it is actually very difficult for the latter to catch up with the former. After all, there isn't just one direction in the starry sky. From any angle, the crystalline creature can change direction constantly, creating distance between itself and the mech behind it, as long as it is willing. As expected, the assessment of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast was correct. Su Ming relentlessly pursued the crystalline creature. However, the crystal creature kept changing direction during this process, interfering with Su Ming's progress. After all, even the most powerful person has a certain reaction time. Although this time can be reduced infinitely, it can never be zero. Given enough time to react, crystalline organisms can create a distance difference by changing direction in an instant. However, Su Ming was not anxious about this. He slowly took out a sniper rifle from his mecha. Komodo Starry Sky Sniper Rifle No. 1. This is a sniper rifle that Su Ming designed and manufactured entirely on his own. It is named Komodo because it is a monitor lizard that can secrete a paralyzing toxin. That's right, Su Ming had coated this sniper rifle with mechanical toxins. Once hit, the enemy will be paralyzed. Although crystalline beings are not mechanical toxins are actually targeted at energy bodies. Even a moment's paralysis after being hit would be enough for Su Ming to kill him instantly. Chapter 129 Terrifying Marksmanship. Upon seeing Su Ming pull out a sniper rifle, both the Manchu Han Imperial Feast and the government officials from various countries couldn't help but shake their heads. Impossible. It's virtually impossible to lock onto that distance. Su Ming's act of taking out a sniper rifle at this moment seemed to everyone to be a desperate attempt to try his luck. However, the other party is not stupid. Trying one's luck in the starry sky is almost impossible. After all, the angles in the starry sky are almost infinite. Even if there is a person standing there motionless several kilometers away, the probability of hitting that person with a random shot without aiming is infinitely close to zero. Su Ming's actions suggest that he probably has no better options. As expected, everyone saw from the surveillance video that Su Ming took out his sniper rifle and seemingly casually fired a shot at the crystalline creature. It was quite obvious from this shot that Su Ming hadn't locked onto the target beforehand. He was simply firing a shot as if he were taking a chance. The accuracy of that shot was off the charts. How could it possibly hit the crystalline creature? The crystalline creature naturally noticed the shot as well. After sensing the direction of the attack, it couldn't help but chuckle inwardly with disdain. Even if he didn't dodge or evade, this shot couldn't possibly hit him. Was the human behind him helpless against him? They actually used such a mindless attack. But just as this thought arose in his mind, a powerful energy reaction suddenly erupted from an inconspicuous corner in the deep void. The crystalline creature felt itself being locked on almost instantly. Oops! The crystalline creature was shocked and frantically shifted its body, trying to break free from the lock-on aura. However, this aura was locked onto the crystalline creature's body like a leech, clinging to it firmly. The next moment, energy levels erupted, and a terrifying attack blasted directly at the crystalline creature. A small, silver-white mech appeared out of the void. It was the child mech of the yin-yang mother-child mech. The attack just now was fired from the sniper rifle on the sub-mech's arm. The crystalline creature, its aura locked onto, panicked, and, without thinking, instantly changed direction, attempting to dodge the attack. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides was far enough. In the vastness of space, even if locked on, there was still a certain probability of dodging a sniper's attack. The crystalline creature instantly changed direction and actually dodged the sniper shot. However, before the crystalline creature could even show a look of joy, it was suddenly struck hard on the back by an attack. Boom! The crystalline creature was shattered into pieces, and part of its body lost its vitality due to the attack of starlight energy. Upon witnessing this scene, both the Manchu Han Imperial Feast and the government officials from various countries stood up in shock. How is this possible? The crystalline creature had just dodged the sub-mecha's attack, but the trajectory of its dodge was exactly the same as the trajectory of the first bullet fired by Su Ming. It looked as if the crystalline creature had somehow managed to get right in the spot where Su Ming fired his first shot, and that's how it got hit. However, the people present were not ordinary people, and they could naturally see that it was not a crystalline creature that forced its way onto Su Ming's first shot. Instead, Su Ming operated the sub-mecha, fired a shot, and forced the crystal creature's movement onto the trajectory of the first shot. Because the first shot didn't lock onto the crystal creature didn't feel any sense of danger at that moment. As a result, he was hit by the very first shot. Manchu Han, what's going on? Why are the crystalline creatures getting closer to this guy's attack? The viewers in the live stream couldn't understand what had just happened. All they saw was a sub-mecha suddenly appear, fire a blank shot, and then the crystalline creature inexplicably jumped to the side and went straight for the mother mecha's first shot. At this moment, everyone in the live stream was completely bewildered, watching with utter confusion. After a brief pause, Manhan Quanshi spoke with a grave expression. This mecha warrior is absolutely qualified to be a mecha instructor for a large spacefaring nation. This maneuver is simply too impressive. Now, Manhin will analyze the operation of this mecha warrior for everyone. Everyone saw the sub-mecha, right? During the chase, this mecha warrior subtly concealed it and used it to determine the crystal creature's movements. Don't be fooled by the crystal creature's constant changes of direction as it tries to escape. It's actually getting deeper and deeper into the encirclement of the mother and child mechas, but the warrior hasn't noticed. Then, the mother mech fired a shot, and at the same time, the sub-mech locked onto the crystal creature and also fired a shot. Due to the distance, the sub-mech's attack arrived first, forcing the crystal creature to move towards the attack released by the mother mech. This operation not only tests the mecha warrior's shooting accuracy, but also his prediction, calculation, and multi-operation skills. Each of these operations could be used as a textbook in the Mecha Academy of the Great Universe Kingdom. Manhwa Quanshi was truly stunned by Su Ming's actions, and he even doubted whether the person sitting in the mother-child mecha was really human. Is this something a human could do? Su Ming's attack shattered another part of the crystalline creature's body. Without hesitation, Su Ming absorbed the inactive portion into the system, and nearly 9,000 star points were credited to his account. The crystalline creature fused and recovered once more, and as soon as it recovered, it desperately fled into the distance. He was truly terrified. The person behind him moved with unpredictable, almost supernatural speed and skill. I don't know when I got infected. That's absolutely terrifying. At this moment, he dared not underestimate Su Ming in the slightest and fled desperately into the distance. However, how could Su Ming possibly let him escape? At this moment, after being severely injured twice by Su Ming, the crystal creature's strength was only about 60% of its peak. Not to mention being no match for Su Ming, they wouldn't even be able to escape Su Ming's attack range. Su Ming's mother mecha, along with its daughter mecha, were like two shadow hunters in the void, each attack radiating terrifying accuracy and chilling aura. One shot after another, each one breathtaking. Flames flashed continuously in the void, and then the crystalline creature was blasted into countless fragments. Chapter 130: The Empire's Attention. At this moment, in the Empire's conference room, everyone watching Su Ming's actions on the screen couldn't help but show a deep sense of amazement. Even if an apocalypse-level expert saw Su Ming's actions, they wouldn't be able to find any fault with them. In fact, even an apocalypse-level expert himself might not be able to do what Su Ming did. Pleasing to the eye, imaginative and unrestrained, just like art. This is how everyone felt about Su Ming's marksmanship. Clarence sat calmly in his chair, trying his best to maintain a blank expression. But the corners of my mouth still couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Ha ha ha, not bad. My little rascal's marksmanship is not bad either. Only a tiny bit better than that guy from our empire. Oh, that apocalypse-class sniper called Dark Knight Saint Sniper when he was young. Well, sigh, this kid's really showing no respect. If this keeps up, once he becomes an apocalypse-level expert, that Dark Knight Sniper will be in real trouble. Corin Clarence, with his legs crossed and a slight smile on his face, spoke. Upon hearing Corin Clarence's words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of their eyes. Dark Knight Sniper is an extremely powerful apocalypse-level sniper in the Empire, whose marksmanship is unpredictable and incredibly strong. However, judging from Su Ming's current appearance, his marksmanship is indeed a level above that of Dark Knight Sniper in the same class. Everyone was already secretly pondering, if Su Ming really did become an apocalypse-level assassin. With his current marksmanship, he would probably become an exceptionally terrifying assassin in the future. The thought is terrifying. Just then, an Imperial general stood up and looked at Corin Clarence. Your Excellency Corin Clarence, when does your son plan to return to the Empire? His skills are more than enough to make him an instructor in both mecha and gunnery. The Empire is in dire need of such talent right now. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present showed thoughtful expressions and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming is the son of Corin Clarence, who is one of the Empire's 99 apocalypses, making him a true son of the Empire. This is far superior to that eldest son named Su Rue. If he were to return to the Empire in the future, with Su Ming's abilities, becoming an instructor would be an easy task. Moreover, now that everyone has witnessed Su Ming's abilities, they have indeed developed a fondness for his talent. Such a genius can definitely be called the pride of the Empire. If I return to the Empire in the future, I estimate that I'll have the green light to go wherever I want to develop. The Empire must value such a genius. The general now shares the same thoughts in everyone's minds. Su Ming, when are you coming back? Are you coming back at all? What position are you planning to take in the Empire? Everyone's gaze turned to Corin Clarence. As a father, he surely knew exactly when his son would return. Under the gaze of everyone, Corin Clarence immediately put on a calm and composed expression. Don't rush. This brat is proud and ambitious and wants to make his way in the world. That's good. Being protected by the Empire too much won't help his future growth. It's better to let him go out and have some fun. I can speak without batting an eye, said Corin Clarence. But in reality, even Colin Clarence had no idea when Su Ming would return or if he would ever come back at all. It's because I was busy with imperial military affairs and didn't have much time to go home, and as a result, this little brat isn't close to me anymore. However, the father and son had just reconciled and their relationship had become much closer. However, this can't be rushed. Feelings need to be cultivated little by little. Moreover, Corin Clarence could vaguely guess why Su Ming didn't want to return to the Empire. It has nothing to do with the Coron family, only with. It's related to his mother's death. Thinking of this, a hint of sadness flashed in Corin Clarence's eyes as he looked at the screen. There are some things that even someone as powerful as Apocalypse cannot change. Su Ming's current independence. I wonder if it's a good thing for him. Meanwhile, in the starry sky of the Donglin Universe Kingdom, Su Ming directly shattered the crystalline creature into countless pieces. Most of the crystal fragments had lost their vitality and became a pile of dead objects floating in the void. Only a few very small crystals, still possessing some activity, are currently attempting to fuse back together. Su Ming looked at these active crystals but didn't pay them any attention. This crystal is almost transparent, and the energy within it is pitifully small. It might not even be able to recondense into a human form. Crystalline creatures of this caliber pose no threat whatsoever. Even an ordinary person might not be able to devour them. Extremely weak. Su Ming casually absorbed the shattered crystal fragments around him into the system. In the blink of an eye, the system's star points jumped from 37,000 to 84,000. More than doubled. Su Ming's face showed a hint of regret. If the entire crystalline organism were absorbed, it would probably increase starlight points by around 100,000. However, during the process of fighting, decomposing, and refusion, the crystal creatures generated a large amount of energy loss, so Su Ming has only obtained a little over 40,000 starlight points from it so far. However, 40,000 was more than enough to satisfy Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming reached out his hand, preparing to grab the crystalline creature that still retained a little bit of activity. The crystalline creature in front of them was only about 1 cubic meter in size, and looked extremely pitiful. Mr. Su Ming, please stop. Don't kill this crystalline creature. The various cosmic nations need to study it. Mr. Su Ming, the knowledge for the independent section is ready. Please give us the crystal organism. When the officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom saw Su Ming's actions, they broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Su Ming was going to dissolve the crystalline creature in front of them, as well as the other crystalline parts. If the crystal creature were truly and completely killed by Su Ming, then the Donglin Universe Kingdom would likely be condemned by the entire human society. Are you kidding me? You got the whole of humanity to help you, and we're still on our way, and you've already killed the crystal creature? Isn't this just messing with us? At this moment, the Donglin Universe Kingdom did not have much intention of keeping it for their own research. They only hoped to capture the crystal creature alive and then hand it over to the arriving apocalypse-level experts for human society to study. Upon hearing the official's anxious words, Su Ming chuckled. He hadn't originally intended to kill the crystalline creature. The crystalline creature in front of him did indeed have great research value. He would hand it over to the various cosmic nations for their own research, so that when the crystalline civilization really attacked in the future, Su Ming wouldn't have to worry about it alone. Chapter 131: Acquiring Knowledge of Independent Items. In the distant interstellar void, a spaceship is speeding away into the distance. Inside the spaceship, a crystalline being with a deep red body sat blankly, staring at the starry sky, lost in thought. Suddenly the crystal-like person's eyes gradually changed from dull to lively, as if at this moment they had suddenly become a different person. The consciousness transfer was successful. The crystalline being exhaled softly and then muttered to himself. If Su Ming were in front of this person, he would be surprised to find that this person's eyes were exactly the same as those of the crystal creature he had dealt with before. Logically speaking, the crystalline creatures that fought against Su Ming had been reduced to a relatively primitive state by Su Ming, with only basic normal activity remaining. However, before launching the attack, the crystal creature secretly split off a clone, stole a spaceship, and prepared to return to the crystal civilization. At this moment, the crystalline creature displayed an ability that Ming and the others had never seen before transferring consciousness. His main consciousness was originally in the body that was fighting with Ming. However, as Ming gradually disintegrated the body, the crystalline creature could only immediately transfer its consciousness to its clone. The body that remains in human civilization is merely an active crystal devoid of any consciousness. In human terms, this would be equivalent to being in a vegetative state. After the consciousness of this crystalline being was replaced, its aura underwent a tremendous change. These changes are new mutations that arose after the crystalline being adapted to the attack methods of the monsters that had previously attacked him. In other words, the ability to transfer consciousness can not only transfer the consciousness of the crystal, but also the crystal's adaptability. The crystalline being sitting on the spaceship at this moment has already adapted to the abilities of the Poison Man, Ice Man, and others. It will return to its own crystal civilization with these adapted abilities. Human possesses a very special ability that cannot be read or adapted to. The crystalline creature muttered to itself, a hint of seriousness flashing in its eyes. He can absorb my body. This human is a great threat. Our civilization is preparing to invade. We must kill him first. The crystalline creature muttered to itself, a hint of killing intent flashing in its eyes. Upon returning to their own civilization, the crystalline beings will immediately inform their civilization of information about human society, and they would have their own civilization kill Ming first before invading human civilization. Having made up their minds, the crystalline being piloted the spaceship and sped toward the extremely distant crystalline civilization. The crystalline being had transferred its consciousness, but no one was aware of it. After all, people are not gods and could not possibly know that the crystal creature had this move. Normal people would subconsciously think that the crystal creature had just been knocked into an unconscious state and that its consciousness would be restored after the little crystal recovered. As for whether it's possible to discover, it's estimated that the Donglin Universe Kingdom will only vaguely sense something is wrong after retrieving the spaceship's usage records. But none of this can be predicted at present. Ming placed the small crystalline creature, which he had reduced to its original state, into a box containing static energy. This small crystalline organism has very weak energy. Therefore, static energy can be kept in a fixed state for several years without any problem. With the static energy element fixed, the small crystal loses its ability to devour other substances and become stronger again. Ming then handed the box containing the small crystalline creature to the officials of the Donglin Universe Kingdom. A shrewd-looking official, with a smile on his face, took the box from Ming's hands. He then turned to Ming and said, "Mr. Ming, the Donglin Universe Kingdom has promised to reward you with independent knowledge once the matter of crystal creatures is resolved. May I ask what kind of independent knowledge you would like to receive?" After hearing the clerk's words, Ming pondered for a moment, then directly asked, "Do you have any independent knowledge in the field of machinery?" Upon hearing Ming's request, the politician was not surprised at all. He had already guessed that Ming definitely wanted mechanical knowledge. Then, with a slight smile on his face, he slowly said, "In the Donglin Universe Kingdom, there are 3 independent mechanical knowledge items: brain domain splitting, mechanical softening, and reuse. Mr. Ming, which independent knowledge item would you like to choose as the reward?" The official asked with a smile. After hearing what the politician said, Ming felt a little envious. These 3 independent mechanical knowledge categories are separate knowledge systems that mechanics can learn at any stage of their career, and each category has different effects. Ming opened the introductions to the 3 independent sections of mechanical knowledge and began to read them carefully. Brain region split. Knowledge segmentation, 3 segments. The effect of learning the first stage, splitting out brain energy levels of equal magnitude, allowing for remote piloting of an additional mech. The effect of learning the second stage. It splits into 2 brain energy levels of equal magnitude, allowing for remote piloting of 2 more mechs. The effect upon learning the third stage. 3 brain energy levels of equal magnitude are split off, allowing for remote piloting of 3 more mechs. Knowledge gap. As the energy consumption of the brain region increases, the corresponding splitting multiplier will increase the energy consumption of the corresponding level. Mechanical softening. Knowledge segmentation, 2 segments. The effect of learning the first stage softens the joints of the mecha, increasing the mecha's flexibility by about 15%. The effect of learning the second stage softens the joints of the mecha, increasing the mecha's flexibility by about 30%. Knowledge gap. The ratio of flexibility to defense and stiffness reduction in softened joints 15% per 30%. Reuse. Knowledge segmentation, 2 segments. The effect of learning the first stage. It can repair scrapped machinery onto damaged mechanical equipment or mechs using nanotechnology. The repair time is 5 minutes. The effect of learning the second stage. It can repair scrapped machinery onto damaged mechanical equipment or mechs using nanotechnology. The repair time is 3 minutes. Knowledge gap. The repaired mechanical equipment has only half the effect and energy level of the original. After seeing these 3 independent items on mechanical knowledge, Ming fell into deep thought. Chapter 132 Brain Splitting. These 3 independent items of knowledge are independent of orthodox mechanical knowledge and will not affect each other. Even the most inexperienced mechanic can learn these 3 mechanical skills. Furthermore, as the mechanic's abilities improve, the power that these 3 pieces of knowledge can unleash becomes increasingly stronger. Looking at the 3 independent items on mechanical knowledge, Ming thought for a moment and then chose the first one. Brain region splitting. Each of these 3 independent mechanical knowledge items has its corresponding value. Softening can improve the mech's flexibility, which can bring about a huge qualitative change for mech warriors who rely on close combat maneuvers. This is also of great value and help to Ming. However, after thinking about it, Ming gave up on the idea. Strictly speaking, Ming's greatest strength lies not in close combat, but in long-range sniping and his overall grasp and judgment of the battle situation. Ming's strengths lie in rhythm and overall awareness. In close combat, although Ming is not weak, he is still some distance from the top-tier players. This independent mechanical knowledge did not significantly improve Ming's abilities. On the contrary, due to the lack of knowledge, once this independent mechanical knowledge is used, the mech joints are easily damaged during combat. Ming imagined a scenario where he would use martial arts techniques. If the 2 sides were evenly matched, the load that using techniques like opening the sky or stacking waves would put on the mecha could potentially damage the joints, ultimately affecting his operation. Therefore, Ming gave up on selecting the independent knowledge item mechanical softening. As for reuse, Ming shook his head. This independent knowledge was only suitable for mecha warriors who lacked the ability to assemble their own mecha, but needed to adapt to frequent battles on the battlefield. It's useful for Ming, but equally useless. If any of Ming's equipment is damaged, he can simply take out spare equipment or mecha. Why bother with all this time and effort to make a mecha self-repairing system? Moreover, repairing it may reduce its effectiveness. For Ming, it's really a bit of a double-edged sword. Instead, Ming looked at the brain domain split skill, a look of deep satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This skill, as the name suggests, allows the brain to split into independent brain energy levels, enabling multitasking. Not only can you pilot your own mech, but you can also pilot additional mechs. Furthermore, after learning the knowledge of the third stage, you can pilot 3 more mechs. Once Ming learns this knowledge, he will be able to split his brain energy levels and pilot 4 mechs by himself in addition to the 1 piloted by his main body. His combat power at that time, while not to say it will be 4 times more exaggerated, will be even more powerful. But increasing it by 2 or 3 times is no problem at all. Although, for others, this standalone mechanical knowledge might seem somewhat useless. After all, once you reach the 3rd stage of learning, the energy consumption of your brain is 4 times higher than that of others. For times, with such high energy consumption, it probably wouldn't even last 10 minutes before it collapses and is completely depleted. After all, a normal person only consumes normal brain energy levels, and their brain energy levels will also be replenished during the consumption process. The consumption and replenishment are not too different, which could allow the mech warriors to maintain their combat power for several hours. However, once the consumption far exceeds the replenishment, the body will feel completely drained shortly after the battle begins, leaving no time to recover, and the battle time will drop drastically. Don't underestimate the fact that it only consumes 4 times the amount of energy. Overall, it can reduce your ability to sustain combat by dozens of times. This independent knowledge item is quite useless for ordinary people. However, Su Ming is definitely not in the category of ordinary people. You should know Su Ming has a system, and he can replenish his energy using starlight points. What would be an unbearable drain on others is merely a matter of consuming starlight points for Su Ming. Consuming starlight points to increase combat power is a very worthwhile thing for Su Ming. This independent section on mechanical knowledge was practically tailor-made for Su Ming. Sir, I choose Brain Split, thank you. Su Ming smiled and spoke to the official. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the politician was visibly surprised. Based on his observations of Su Ming, he felt that Su Ming might be more inclined towards skillful mechanical manipulation, but he did not expect that Su Ming would choose an independent mechanical knowledge that uses consumption to improve combat power. Mr. Su Ming, won't you reconsider? If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother trying to persuade them. They could choose whatever they wanted. But Su Ming was different. He already knew the news. Su Ming is the second son of His Excellency Apocalypse Coron Clarence of the Empire, and his background is incredibly illustrious. As a politician of the Donglin Universe Kingdom, he had this kind of keen insight, so he came here with the aim of building a good relationship with Su Ming. Now that he heard Su Ming choose a relatively accumulated independent subject like mechanical knowledge, he couldn't help but try to persuade him. If Coron Clarence knew that his son had chosen such a rather useless field of mechanical knowledge, he would probably think that he had fooled Su Ming. He doesn't want to take the blame for this. The final effect of this knowledge might not be as impressive as you think. The official carefully crafted his words, intending to explain to Su Ming the drawbacks of energy consumption. However, Su Ming's mechanical expertise far surpassed his own, so how could he not be aware of the drawbacks of this independent mechanical knowledge? Upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and said, "It's all right, I'll choose this mechanical knowledge." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the politician sighed softly, then inwardly smiled bitterly. "All right, since Mr. Su Ming has made his choice, I won't say anything more. This chip containing mechanical knowledge will now be handed over to Mr. Su Ming." The official smiled and then handed a chip to Su Ming. After receiving the chip, Su Ming quickly imported the mechanical knowledge within it into the mech warrior system. Beep loading independent mechanical knowledge brain domain splitting beep. This knowledge belongs to a special type and requires the host to train it on their own. Currently, the first stage of training progress is 0/40 hours. Another 40 hours of continuous training are needed to advance to the second stage. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then gave a wry smile. "It seems my attempt to slack off won't work. Independent knowledge isn't just knowledge, it's also a form of training. There are no shortcuts. I can only train myself step by step through the splitting of brain energy levels." Chapter 133, Su Ming's Technology. Su Ming's resolution of the crystal creature caused a huge stir in the cosmic network. People initially paid attention to this matter because of the threat posed by the crystal creatures, but later, they began to pay attention to it because of some of Su Ming's actions. Su Ming's actions were truly amazing. Not only the final decisive sniper shot, but also the other attacks in which the mother and child mechs cooperate are enough to be included in textbooks. Various videos analyzing Su Ming are being uploaded online, and bloggers are enthusiastically discussing and analyzing his actions. For those who truly understand and have actually operated mechs, Su Ming's operations, the skills and judgments behind them, are extremely valuable. Many people watch and study Su Ming's videos again and again. For ordinary people, this is somewhat similar to the visual experience of a professional player showing off their skills. Although there isn't much that can be discerned, it doesn't stop ordinary people from being amazed by the battle. We found out. This person's name is Su Ming, and he's from the Empire. That's not all. I have a relative who works in the archives department. This boy named Ming is apparently the son of some important figure in the empire. His background and family are top-notch. No wonder. I knew an unknown expert would suddenly appear. He's probably a genius boy being specially trained by some powerful family in the empire. Brothers, stop talking. My cousin works in the political bureau of the Donglin Universe Kingdom. This guy named Ming has a really big background. He's the second son of His Excellency Apocalypse Koran Clarence of the Empire. Soon, all sorts of information about Ming were dug up by netizens. In this era of advanced data and information, finding information about a person is incredibly easy, especially for someone like Ming, who doesn't really want to hide anything and is from a powerful family. It would be incredibly easy for trillions of bored netizens to find out his identity. Even Ming was unaware that he already had a following on the cosmic network. Even a large portion of them are female fans. His skillful maneuvers, handsome appearance, youthful talent, and distinguished background all contributed to his success. This young man is practically the ideal partner for many women. If Ming didn't lack social media accounts, the number of people following him would probably exceed several hundred billion. The stars of interstellar society are like this. Young mecha warriors are the true stars of this era. The news that Ming was the son of Koran Clarence quickly reached the ears of the political officials of various cosmic nations. Ordinary people watch the spectacle, but the politicians of various universe nations are only interested in their own interests. The video clearly shows the methods Ming used to imprison and dissolve the crystal creature during his battle with it, as well as the special energy method that ultimately shattered the crystal creature. These are things that have not been developed in human society, at least not openly. Upon learning of this, the various cosmic nations immediately coveted some of the technologies possessed by Ming. If they could acquire these technologies, they wouldn't have too much to worry about if they encountered crystalline beings that actually possessed civilization. But, now that they know Ming is the son of Koran Clarence, all those covetous eyes immediately withdrew. What a joke. The son of the Empire's apocalypse. It's not surprising that he knows some advanced technologies unknown to human society. 9 times out of 10, it's a technology that the Empire itself had already developed, but Lord Koran Clarence simply taught it to his son. If they dare to covet the Empire's technology, and the Empire discovers it, they'll probably show these intergalactic nations what the difference in civilization truly means. However, if other cosmic nations don't know about the Empire, doesn't the Empire itself know about its own affairs? What the Empire has researched, what hidden technologies and sciences it possesses, these are things that the officials and generals in the Empire's conference room do not yet know. They were already top figures in the Empire. How could any disturbance in the Empire escape the notice of those present? At this moment, everyone was looking at Koran Clarence with strange eyes, which puzzled Koran Clarence. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm annoyed, said Koran Clarence. The group exchanged glances, and then one of the officials spoke tentatively. Your Excellency Koran Clarence, does Your Excellency have established some kind of research institute to develop these emerging technologies for your son? Upon hearing the politician's words, Koran Clarence was taken aback, then said with a wry smile, You think I developed these technologies on my own? Everyone nodded in unison. Upon witnessing this, Koran Clarence was speechless. I don't have time to study these technologies. My son learned them all on his own. Upon hearing Koran Clarence's words, a hint of disdain flashed in everyone's eyes. Who are you trying to fool? These are technologies that even the current level of human technology has not been able to develop. How could a teenager who is not even 20 years old have developed these technologies? You, Koran Clarence, are a wicked man, and you still want to argue. However, a thoughtful look flashed in the eyes of those familiar with Koran Clarence. Those familiar with Koran Clarence know that although he is a mechanic, his mechanical skills are barely passable. Otherwise, Koran Clarence wouldn't still be piloting the mechs assembled for him by others. What truly makes Koran Clarence formidable is his physical prowess and close combat abilities. Even the enhancements that mechs provide to him are quite limited. To put it bluntly, Koran Clarence is just a roughneck who spends his free time figuring out how to be more durable and how to generate power in a reasonable way. To get Koran Clarence to establish a research institute and study energy-related technologies? This is not something Corin Clarence would do. Then if it wasn't Corin Clarence who discovered it, then who was it? The group exchanged glances, all seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Just then, a politician shook his head and stopped dwelling on the matter. Anyway, Su Ming is an Empire citizen. Since he has mastered this technology, it means that the Empire has more technology than other countries, which is a good thing. The official spoke with a smile, then turned his gaze to Corin Clarence and asked, "Your Excellency Corin Clarence, despite this, I still wish to inquire through you whether Su Ming has any intention of selling technology. If so, the Empire will not disappoint him and will offer him a good price." Upon hearing the official's words, Corin Clarence paused for a moment. Then a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. "I can ask Su Ming, but whether he's willing or not is up to him. Ahem, I had some things to do during the day today, so the update is a bit late. Sorry for waiting, everyone." Chapter 134 Divine Mechanical Knowledge. The matter with Donglin Universe Kingdom was over, and Su Ming's spaceship had been fully charged. He was unwilling to linger in Donglin Universe Kingdom any longer and prepared to head towards the Dongming Alliance. Sitting in the spaceship, Su Ming directly retrieved the Independent Knowledge Item Brain Domain Split. Soon, the content of this independent item of knowledge appeared in Su Ming's mind. Independent knowledge is different from ordinary mechanical knowledge. With the help of a systematic approach, ordinary mechanical knowledge can be learned even while asleep. However, knowledge of independent items can only be mastered through practice. Brain domain splitting requires special methods to stimulate brain domain energy levels, followed by continuous training of these energy levels, allowing them to split through conscious manipulation during a burst of activity. To begin the first stage, one needs to meditate for 40 hours to master the independent knowledge required for that stage. Without hesitation, Su Ming prepared to enter a meditative state. Just then, Su Ming's expression changed as he suddenly received a phone call. "It's my own father." Su Ming was surprised, then answered the phone and saw Corin Clarence's face appear on the screen. "Ahem, I've heard about what happened in the Donglin Universe Kingdom recently, and I've even watched the videos." When Corin Clarence met Su Ming, he seemed a little uncomfortable. Although the father and son had broken the ice, they were still somewhat awkward and at a loss for words because of the long-term lack of communication. So Corin Clarence went straight to the point. "It's like this: the Empire wants to ask you if your energy freezing technology, special light energy technology, and crystal ablation technology are available for sale." "I can't help but ask," Corin Clarence asked. Upon hearing what Corin Clarence said, Su Ming was taken aback, then suddenly realized. The estimates that Corin Clarence asked about were static energy elements, starlight energy, and the system's absorption capacity. These three abilities are the most conspicuous abilities I used when attacking crystalline creatures, and they must have been captured in the live broadcast video from Donglin Universe Kingdom. The major spacefaring nations must be extremely envious of these three technologies. However, due to the Empire's influence, they probably wouldn't dare to ask me for it. However, on the Empire's side, because of his father, he had Corin Clarence take the initiative to speak to him, so that it wouldn't seem so abrupt. After hearing what Corin Clarence said, Su Ming pondered for a while. Of these three technologies, those related to the system are definitely out of the question. Even if Su Ming wanted to give it, he couldn't. However, he might be able to sell his knowledge about energy-related aspects of humanoid civilizations to the Empire. After all, strictly speaking, Su Ming was very clear that Corin Clarence was a general loyal to the Empire, and the prosperity of the Empire was definitely one of Corin Clarence's biggest concerns. Selling the technology to the Empire would essentially give the Empire a technology that no other cosmic nation possesses, which would certainly make Corin Clarence extremely gratified. Although this cheap father wasn't very reliable before, he still helped me a lot behind the scenes. Su Ming thought for a moment, and was about to speak. However, seeing that Su Ming had been pondering for a long time, Corin Clarence thought that Su Ming was worried about something, so he quickly added, "Don't worry. With me here, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. We will make the Empire bleed a bit." Hearing what Corin Clarence said, Su Ming became curious. What kind of price is the Empire willing to pay for my technology? Corin Clarence pondered for a moment, then slowly said, If I remember correctly, there is a divine mechanical knowledge in the Empire that you can learn at this stage. With my status, I should be able to secure that divine mechanical knowledge for you." Upon hearing Corin Clarence's words, Su Ming's heart began to race. Is it true or false? How could his own father acquire divine mechanical knowledge on his own? What is divine mechanical knowledge? It is mechanical knowledge that involves the third cosmic era. Once learned and applied, divine mechanical knowledge can grant mechanics some supernatural mechanical abilities. Divine mechanical knowledge is far more valuable than energy-based knowledge. Even 10 pieces of knowledge of the same level, such as static energy elements, might not be as valuable as one piece of divine mechanical knowledge. Is there really such a good thing? Even Su Ming had a vague feeling, was his father secretly paying out of his own pocket to give him special tutoring? Otherwise, how could the Empire possibly make such a losing deal? Dad, did you secretly give me extra money? Su Ming looked at Corin Clarence with suspicion. Seeing the doubt on Su Ming's face, Corin Clarence burst into laughter. Don't worry, although it's divine mechanical knowledge, it's only at a relatively basic level. Its value isn't high within the realm of divine mechanical knowledge, and if I'm not mistaken, your various energy applications should represent a breakthrough in the energy field, right? After hearing what Corin Clarence said, Su Ming slowly nodded. Su Ming wouldn't easily reveal his true abilities to others, but since Corin Clarence was his father and wouldn't harm him, he could openly admit it. Your knowledge of energy is probably beyond your capabilities to research. It must be that you've acquired the knowledge systems of other civilizations, right? Colin Clarence looked at Su Ming and then made a bold guess. Upon hearing Corin Clarence's conjecture, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. How did you know? Corin Clarence chuckled and said, Kid, you underestimate the type of knowledge you possess, or rather, you underestimate its place in human civilization. Because of some habitual ways of thinking and physiological structure, human civilization is not sensitive to the types of energy. The use of external tools is what humans excel at. Therefore, there has not been much breakthrough in the knowledge of energy to this day. The true value of your technology lies not in the technology itself, but in the way of thinking and reference it embodies. Simply put, the Empire is not so much buying your technology as it is buying a direction for research into energy-related knowledge. With this knowledge, the Empire can continuously make breakthroughs in the field of energy-related knowledge. Upon hearing what Corin Clarence said, Su Ming's face showed a look of sudden realization. Chapter 135 Exoskeleton. No wonder. He himself said that this technology was definitely not as valuable as divine mechanical knowledge. It turns out that the Empire wasn't interested in the technology itself, but rather in the extensions behind it. The officials of the Cosmic Kingdom are not fools. They have sharp eyes and will likely realize that Su Ming possesses technology from another civilization once he comes to his senses. This situation, though rare in the universe, has never occurred before. The universe is so vast that people often find the remains of other civilizations or beings from those civilizations in certain places, thereby gaining knowledge about those civilizations. This kind of knowledge is usually collected by major spacefaring nations at exorbitant prices. However, does your knowledge of civilization belong to civilized beings or to the ruins of civilizations? Corin Clarence asked in a low voice. Every time a new technology from a different civilization emerges, it's inevitably accompanied by a problem. The problem of civilizational invasion. Encountering a civilization weaker than human civilization is manageable, but if the technology originates from a civilization more powerful than human civilization, then the problem of civilization invasion will inevitably arise. That's why Corin Clarence asked the question out of concern. After hearing Corin Clarence's question, Su Ming thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Don't worry, my knowledge comes from a civilization that has been destroyed, so there's no problem with it. After hearing Su Ming's words, Corin Clarence nodded in relief, then instructed, To outsiders, just say that this knowledge came from the Empire's exploration of other cosmic civilizations. Don't say that you acquired it yourself, or you'll run into a lot of trouble. Su Ming nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart, knowing that Corin Clarence was covering for his son. All right, what's your decision? Are you going to sell this technology? I can't help but ask, Corin Clarence asked. Upon hearing Corin Clarence's words, Su Ming immediately smiled and said, "Sell. But only the energy stasis technology. The other two involve some of my privacy issues, so I can't sell them." Corin Clarence nodded. "This technology is enough. You will send it to me later, and after I confirm it with the Empire will transfer the knowledge of divine machinery to you." Su Ming nodded, and then transmitted the knowledge of static energy elements to Column Clarence's communicator. The two parties then hung up the communication. A short while later, Su Ming's expression changed as he noticed a new piece of mechanical knowledge in his storage space. After seeing this mechanical knowledge, Su Ming opened the knowledge page with some anticipation. Exoskeleton. Mech. Knowledge attribute. Divine knowledge/basic. Knowledge effect. Grants the mecha divinity, enabling it to transform into the pilot's exoskeleton upon entering combat, connecting with the pilot. Divine reaction ability plus 50%. Mech tactile feedback plus 60%. Power transmission plus 20%. Special ability. Limb regeneration. When the mech is damaged, it can be repaired by consuming the body's energy level. The repaired mech has 100% of its original ability node. This state can only be achieved when the mech is in exoskeleton mode. The mech does not have independent repair capabilities when it is separated from the pilot. Upon seeing this information, Su Ming gasped in shock. Divine mechanical knowledge truly lives up to its divine nature. The effects of this single mechanical knowledge alone have already surpassed the scope that normal mechanical knowledge can achieve. The most bizarre aspect of this ability is that it creates a tactile connection between the mecha and the user. When a normal mech pilot operates a mech, the mech's condition and damage can only be determined through the mech's internal self-checking system. There is no specific perception of the mech as a whole. However, this divine mechanical knowledge allows the pilot to possess the mecha's sense of touch. In other words, the mecha pilot can perceive the degree of damage, attack, charging, and other actions of the mecha through touch. This is definitely a qualitative improvement for mecha warriors. Their combat power can even be said to have jumped by nearly half. After all, there's a huge difference in efficiency and flexibility between operating something through thick gloves and operating it directly with your fingers. Divine mechanical knowledge is about transforming the mundane into the divine, breaking free from the constraints of ordinary mechanical thinking, and allowing machines to also develop some strange and extended abilities. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly imported his divine mechanical knowledge into the Mecha Martial Venerable System, and then he plunged into the body's active liquid, put on the breathing system, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. With divine mechanical knowledge, who would bother to cultivate independent mechanical knowledge? Of course, you should sleep first, allowing the system to input divine mechanical knowledge into your mind, and then learn the mechanical knowledge of individual items. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the spaceship piloted by Su Ming had been sailing for several more days. Human society is vast, and the location of the Eastern Underworld Alliance is extremely far from the Dark Domain, requiring a long journey to reach it. However, Su Ming had a lot to do on the spaceship, so he didn't find the journey too boring. He just treated it as a period of seclusion in the starry sky. At this moment, Su Ming stood up from the body-activating fluid. His body exuded an exceptionally fierce yet refined aura, like a body of steel forged through countless trials, brimming with explosive power. Level 7 Body Tempering. Success. Level 7 body forging requires a full 50,000 star points. Previously, Su Ming wouldn't have had that many star points to upgrade. However, now that he has absorbed the crystalline creature and acquired tens of thousands of starlight points, Su Ming decisively raised his body tempering level to the 7th level. After his body tempering reached level 7, Su Ming clearly felt a sense of transformation within his body. It seems that level 7 body forging is a hurdle. Once you reach level 7 body forging, your body will undergo a major transformation. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming tried leaving the spaceship and venturing into the starry sky. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on Su Ming's face. It's all right. At this moment, the body actually withstood the pressure brought by the vacuum pressure difference. In other words, although Su Ming is only a level 7 gene warrior, He has the ability to survive in a vacuum. Of course, it lacks the ability to survive without oxygen, unlike a true vacuum. But at least Su Ming can move in a vacuum without being crushed by the pressure difference. In other words, Su Ming's current physical strength is comparable to that of a master at the vacuum level. Chapter 136, Entering the Eastern Underworld. Besides the increase in his physical training level, Su Ming also experienced a tremendous improvement in the past few days due to his study of divine knowledge and independent subject knowledge. His independent knowledge has now been upgraded to the first stage, which means that in addition to his main mecha, Su Ming can now pilot another mecha for combat. Moreover, the other mech being piloted doesn't seem to be a mother-daughter mech like the other one. The child mech's power is clearly inferior to that of the main mech. Furthermore, the energy level and combat power of the mecha he was piloting were the same as those of the mecha he himself was piloting. Aside from the inability to use the external skeleton containing divine knowledge, there is essentially no difference. This represents a significant boost in Su Ming's combat power. Having mastered divine mechanical knowledge and independent item knowledge, he can now defeat 2.5 of his previous opponents. Combat power has increased by a full 2.5 times. Su Ming's panel is now as follows. Host, Su Ming. Body energy level, 6W. Brain energy level, 6.1W. Gene lock activation level, level 7 medium. Body activity, 100%. Body tempering level, level 7 star points required for the next level of body tempering, 100,000. Physical defense capability, 150,000 level attacks below 150,000 energy level cannot cause any damage to the body. The maximum starlight energy the body can withstand is 5,000. Starlight points, 4.8W. Mechanical knowledge sub-item, 3,100. Independent knowledge item, brain split LV1. Divine knowledge, exoskeleton. Mech. Compared to the previous Su Ming, the current panel has undergone a complete transformation. Su Ming sighed inwardly, realizing that going out for a walk was indeed more effective in improving his cultivation. He had spent so much time in the black domain before, but he hadn't made much progress. Everything he did was just follow the established path. However, after leaving the dark domain, he encountered crystalline beings, divine knowledge, and independent knowledge, each of which could help Su Ming improve. In a short period of time, Su Ming's cultivation level was raised to the middle level of the 7th level. Moreover, once you put on the mecha, the power you can unleash is many times stronger than the power your body can unleash. Previously, Su Ming had a tough time against a level 10 gene warrior and could only flee, passively taking hits. But now even against a mid-level level 10 gene warrior, Su Ming can face them head-on without fear. The improvement Su Ming received in just a few days was truly enormous. Just then, an electronic voice suddenly sounded inside the spaceship. Beep, the spaceship is about to enter the territory of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing the spaceship's notification tone, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he walked to the spaceship's window, casting his gaze upon the star field in front of the spaceship. The Eastern Underworld Alliance has arrived in its territory so quickly, I didn't expect. Without hesitation, Su Ming said directly, "Let's go in." With Su Ming's command, the spaceship immediately entered a space jump state. A few minutes later, Su Ming felt a slight vibration from the spaceship. When his vision returned, he had already entered the territory of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Beep, spaceship model detected, passage permit detected on the spaceship. Welcome to the Eastern Underworld Alliance. A deep, electronic male voice sounded from inside the spaceship. This was the Eastern Underworld Alliance's surveillance system, used to verify the spaceship's identity and access permits. Su Ming had already arranged for someone to help him obtain a pass while he was in the black domain. Now, as soon as the spaceship entered the Eastern Underworld Alliance, it was detected. Soon, some invisible obstacles and energy levels in the surrounding starry sky gradually disappeared. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly piloted the spaceship into the star field of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Shortly after Su Ming's travel permit was detected, a man in military uniform looked at his monitor within the Eastern Underworld Alliance. The screen clearly displays the words, "Important person appears in the camera," in red. Human society is so technologically advanced that it has a very precise grasp of data. Su Ming would not have been able to be marked as an important person in the first place. However, Su Ming had become thoroughly famous in the battle in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. His emerging technology, operations, family background, and so on, combined, were enough for the Dongming Alliance to mark Su Ming as an important figure. Upon seeing an important figure appear in the frame, the man in military uniform's expression shifted, and he immediately opened the important figure's information. Immediately, Su Ming's identity information appeared on the screen. Upon seeing that it was Su Ming, the man in military uniform was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, "It's him?" Su Ming's fame has soared recently, and this sergeant has naturally heard of Su Ming's name. He has even seen the video of Su Ming fighting against the crystal creature. Naturally, Su Ming left an exceptionally deep impression on him. Even he had to admit that Su Ming was among the top mecha warriors of the same level in terms of operation, awareness, and skills. The sergeant thought for a moment, then dialed a number. What is it?" A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Ming, who previously fought against crystalline beings in the Donglin Universe Kingdom, has come to Dongming. The sergeant spoke in a low voice. "Oh, Su Ming? The brat from the Coron Clarence family? Very good. Coron Clarence was very arrogant before, and he beat up some of our Eastern Underworld's apocalypse experts. Many people remember him. Now that Coron Clarence is holed up in the Empire, many people have no way to use their strength. It just so happens that his little brats have come to the Eastern Underworld Alliance, so let the Eastern Underworld brats vent their anger." Upon hearing the man's words, the soldier chuckled softly, seemingly thinking of the brats from Dongming. However, he still whispered, "Be careful. Su Ming's combat strength is not weak. He is among the top in his class. There may not be many who can defeat him." Upon hearing the sergeant's words, the man on the phone laughed and said, "What's there to be afraid of?" In Dongming, a spirit of competition prevails. The younger generation is currently at a stage where they are proud, ambitious, and full of energy. It's time to let them see the strength of the top geniuses from other universes. My only worry is that this little guy Su Ming might be too weak. If he loses too early, I'm afraid those brats from Dongming will start causing trouble again. The sergeant chuckled softly, then said in a low voice, "All right, that's settled then. I'll go back and tell the other prominent young talents about Su Ming's appearance, and let them test his abilities." Chapter 137 Mysterious Youth. Su Ming boarded the spaceship and prepared to head towards the Tiansheng Star region of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. I had previously heard my adoptive father say that the training ground for the geniuses of the Eastern Underworld Alliance was the Heavenly Saint Star domain, where a large number of Eastern Underworld Alliance geniuses gathered. The three Heavenly Saints ranking, renowned throughout human society, of the Eastern Underworld Alliance is also located in the Heavenly Saint Starfield. The three Heavenly Saints list is a list established by the Eastern Underworld Alliance to encourage the growth of geniuses. One list is called the Mech ranking. One list is called the Combat Power ranking. One list is called the Machinery list. The Mech ranking is a competition where the younger generation must defeat their opponents while using mechs to gain recognition on the ranking. The Combat Power ranking, in contrast to the Mecha ranking, requires the younger generation to defeat their opponents purely through physical combat power without the use of mechas or mechanical equipment in order to advance further on the list. The Mechanic ranking is the only non-combat ranking among the three. It tests the mechanic's ability to assemble machines, and mechanics usually dominate this ranking. All three lists are civilization-wide lists. Although they are hosted by the Eastern Underworld Alliance, they have gradually evolved into civilization-wide lists under the impetus of a certain culture. According to Su Ming's understanding from his previous life, it was actually somewhat like the Olympics. Although there is one host, it is actually a competition between countries around the world. Not only the Eastern Underworld Alliance, but also several other powerful cosmic nations are now providing sponsorships to the Heavenly Saint 3 lists, such as mechanical knowledge, special potions, precious mechanical equipment, and fighting techniques and power generation methods. These are all crucial things for the younger generation. The unique nature of the Eastern Underworld Alliance's governance has created a highly competitive atmosphere in the Eastern Underworld. In this special competitive atmosphere, various countries send their own young generation to gain experience and provide various rewards for the growth of the younger generation. The reason Su Ming went straight for the Heavenly Saint 3 rankings was because of the challenge of the Heavenly Saint 3 rankings. As the ranking improved, there would be various mechanical knowledge rewards, and those who ranked higher could even obtain divine knowledge rewards provided by various countries. Just then, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he looked through the spaceship window at the void of space. In the void of space, the phantom of a spaceship silently appeared opposite Su Ming's spaceship. However, Su Ming was certain that this spaceship was not coming for him, but rather was trying to leave the Tiansheng Star region. Su Ming was preparing to enter the Tiansheng Star region, while the spaceship was preparing to leave the Tiansheng Star region. The two sides went in and out, and soon passed each other. However, Su Ming frowned slightly, his gaze involuntarily turning to the spaceship. That spaceship is so powerful. According to the normal travel route, although the two will approach and pass each other, the energy fluctuations caused by the spaceships will still affect each other. At this point, both sides usually need to reduce the power system of their spacecraft to avoid pushing each other away, affecting each other's trajectory, and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. This can be considered a kind of courtesy for navigation. It's an unspoken rule of flight. However, the spaceship in front of them showed no intention of reducing its power and continued to speed towards the outside of the Tiansheng starfield at full power. The turbulence from the spaceship's propulsion system caused Su Ming's spaceship to sway slightly to the side, affecting its original course. Although there wasn't a major problem, the attitude conveyed by the spaceship's pilot made Su Ming feel displeased. Su Ming went directly to the window of the spaceship and looked at it. A young man of about 21 or 22 years old was standing in front of the window of the opposite spaceship, his gaze also fixed on the spaceship where Su Ming was. At that moment, their eyes met. Almost instantly, two powerful energy fluctuations erupted from both sides' spaceships. Su Ming's gaze collided with that of the young man opposite him, and their energy levels also collided in the void inside the spaceship at that moment. A strong energy level reaction suddenly occurred in the void. If anyone were at the point where their eyes met at this moment, they would probably be torn apart instantly by the intense energy collision. Fortunately, there was no one between them. Their energy levels exploded in the void, just like waves erupting in the deep sea. Nothing could be seen from the outside, but in the depths, a frenzied undercurrent was surging. A hint of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes at that moment, as if he was somewhat astonished by Su Ming's level of power. The standoff between the two sides continued. What started as a simple clash gradually made both the young man and Su Ming take each other more seriously. The young man's hand instinctively reached for a black battle sword at his waist, gripping the hilt tightly. Su Ming placed his right hand on his storage space, his brain constantly communicating with it. Inside the storage space, a Star Destroyer sniper rifle lay quietly, with Su Ming's brain energy level floating around it, enveloping the sniper rifle. Under these circumstances, Su Ming could take the sniper rifle out of his storage space at any time and unleash its terrifying power. But Su Ming did not take out the sniper rifle, and the young man's hand holding the handle of the combat knife did not draw the knife. The movements of both sides seemed to freeze at this moment. They are looking for each other's weakness. The two men continuously probed out their presence, their eyes fixed on each other's figures, trying to find even the slightest flaw in each other's forms. Once a weakness is found, the opponent will inevitably face a frenzied and sharp attack in the next instant. However, the two spaceships sped off in opposite directions, and soon they separated, creating distance between them. Even during the entire process from when the two spaceships collided to when they parted ways, neither Su Ming nor the young man made a move. Only after the spaceships separated and were far beyond attack range did Su Ming and the young man finally relax. Both of them simultaneously turned their gazes to the spaceship that was gradually disappearing into the distance, and the same thought arose in their minds. This person is incredibly strong. Chapter 138 Arrival at Tianjin. Please help me find this person's identity information. After regaining his composure, Su Ming spoke to the spaceship's intelligence system. The spaceship's intelligence system has just captured the other party's appearance. Such a powerful young expert must be very famous throughout human society. As long as the intelligence system compares the data based on the other person's appearance, it can quickly find out the young man's identity. Beep identity information found. Chun Hui, nicknamed Bloodblade Demon King. Age 21, cultivation level. Level 9 lower gene warrior, specializing in the Mecha. Longblade Demon King VZ03 Assault Mecha. Mecha ranking. 817. Combat power ranking. 782. Mechanical ranking. 10032. Upon hearing the identity information transmitted by the system, Su Ming was taken aback. Such a powerful young man is only ranked 817th on the Mecha ranking? Just how powerful are those ranked 800th on the Mech leaderboard? Just now, Su Ming confronted this young man and felt that the other party's aura was extremely solid and his foundation was exceptionally firm. Moreover, Chun Hui's ability to lock on and counter-lock on is very strong. This is the person with the strongest locking ability that Su Ming has encountered, apart from those above the vacuum level. During the standoff, Su Ming exerted his mental strength to the extreme in order to avoid being targeted by the young man, which allowed him to achieve a balance of power with him. If Chun Hui were any stronger, Su Ming would probably have revealed his weakness in front of him. 9th grade lower level? Su Ming muttered to himself. At this moment, he truly had a preliminary understanding of the universe's top geniuses. Don't be fooled by the fact that Su Ming used to face level 9 or 10 experts, and there were even some vacuum-level experts in the black domain. However, all of these people are over 40 years old, and each of them is a veteran gene warrior. Reaching the lowest level of the 9th grade at age 21 means that one may have the opportunity to advance to the vacuum level around age 23. Chun Hui's cultivation level is definitely among the top in his age group. A level 9 lower rank at 21 years old, that's too strong. Su Ming muttered to himself. However, if Chun Hui heard Su Ming say this, it would probably make him vomit blood. Chun Hui was already so shocked, he was about to vomit blood. Su Ming checked Chun Hui's personal information, but Chun Hui had also checked Su Ming's information. He could sense that Su Ming's cultivation level might not be as high as his own, but Su Ming possessed an extremely strong tenacity, which allowed him to hold his own in a direct confrontation. Of course, a simple comparison of long-range energy levels cannot prove anything completely. But what Chun Hui cared about most was Su Ming's locking ability. Su Ming was shocked by Chun Hui's abilities, but Chun Hui was just as shocked by Su Ming's abilities. During the standoff, Chun Hui felt the opponent's aura lock onto him, as if it were locking him in from all directions, which was extremely powerful. If the standoff continues any longer, he will likely be unable to resist making the first move under this immense pressure, revealing a weakness. He is Su Ming, and he's only 17 years old. Isn't that a bit unbelievable? Chun Hui muttered to himself, a look of deep shock flashing in his eyes. He naturally recognized Su Ming. He had seen Su Ming's video of fighting against the crystal creature in the Donglin Universe Kingdom and thought Su Ming was nothing special. He never expected that he would feel so much pressure when he actually met Su Ming. What he found most difficult to accept was Su Ming, 17 years old, with a cultivation level of intermediate 7th grade. When I was 17, I was probably still diligently studying at the academy, and my cultivation level was only at the upper level of level 5. If they were placed in the same age group, Su Ming would completely outclass them. This was a huge blow to Chun Hui, who was extremely confident. How ridiculous! Those frogs in a well are actually rubbing their hands together, ready to use Su Ming as a stepping stone. They'll probably be crying their eyes out when they finally face him. Chun Hui muttered to himself. The news of Su Ming's arrival at the Eastern Underworld Alliance has been spreading like wildfire among the younger generation. Which young person doesn't want to be famous? These young people of the Eastern Underworld Alliance naturally felt unbalanced when they saw Su Ming's overwhelming popularity. Now everyone wants to trample Su Ming underfoot and take Su Ming's fame for themselves. However, watching it in a video feels completely different from facing it in real life. From a god's eye view, everyone in the video looks like a noob. But in reality, If they were to actually face Su Ming, the pressure alone would probably be enough to crush some people. What a pity, I was just about to go to the Court of Life. Otherwise it would have been nice to stay in the Heavenly Saint Star region and meet you. After I return from the Court of Life, and my life level has improved, I will fight you again. Chun Hui muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the distant star field, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. It was as if something exciting was waiting for Chun Hui in a distant star field. However, Su Ming's encounter with Chun Hui was merely a minor incident on the road. Su Ming quickly put Chun Hui's matter out of his mind and sped towards the Tiansheng star region. The Tiansheng star field has undergone extensive modifications by the Eastern Underworld Alliance due to its unique interstellar status. In the original normal star system, planetary habitation was the main form of life. However, in the center of the Tiansheng star field, the Eastern Underworld Alliance cleared out all the planets, and in the empty void, they built a flat arena covering trillions of square kilometers. This arena has a normal gravity system and normal living facilities, as well as air, water, ranking system, and so on. If the entire arena weren't flat, this place would be no different from a normal habitable planet. The battles and lives of these geniuses take place on this enormous, flat arena. At this moment, Su Ming piloted his spaceship and landed directly on the Tiansheng plain. Is this the spaceship? I heard that Su Ming is heading towards the Tiansheng star region. I guess it's this spaceship. At this moment, several young people were gathered on the Tiansheng plain. When they saw Su Ming's spaceship land, one of the young people's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile. These young men were all around 20 years old, each possessing a powerful aura. Even the weakest among them was at the level of a low-grade 7th-level Gene Warrior. At this moment, when these young people saw the spaceship land and a young man step out of it, they couldn't help but show an expression of unusual surprise and joy. They all recognized that the young man who had just stepped off the spaceship was Su Ming. Chapter 139 Rules of the Battle. Very good, very good. Lao Ma, turn on the live stream for me. It's time to make a name for myself. I didn't expect Su Ming to actually come. It's time to show Su Ming the difference between a top genius in the universe and an ordinary genius. The Eastern Underworld Alliance is rife with competition, and its combat strength is worlds apart from that of its peers in other cosmic nations. I think Su Ming is just a frog in a well. It's about time he realized his limitations. A group of powerful and solid-looking young men walked with smiles to the bottom of Su Ming's spaceship, waiting for Su Ming to come down. The young man at the head of the group was slightly less arrogant. He looked at his companions and then shook his head, saying, "Don't underestimate Su Ming. I've seen his skills. Apart from being a little lacking in cultivation, his skills are undeniable, very strong." This young man, named Wang Quan, was the strongest among them, possessing a cultivation level of the lower 8th rank. Many of the others, carrying a sense of superiority from the Eastern Underworld Alliance, viewed Su Ming as if he were a frog in a well. However, Wang Quan knew that some of his companions hadn't even understood Su Ming's actions, which was why they thought Su Ming's actions were mediocre. In fact, even Wang Quan dared not underestimate Su Ming's skills. Of course, it was just a matter of manipulation. As a low-level 8th-grade Gene Warrior, Wang Quan was still somewhat dismissive of Su Ming's cultivation level of only 7th grade. Undeniably, Wang Quan also wants a surge in popularity, which would bring him many benefits and resources. The wealth he gains, in exchange for various knowledge and supplements, could very well allow him to advance further. So even though it might seem like bullying the weak, Wang Quan shamelessly wanted to fight Su Ming. After Su Ming stepped off the spaceship, his gaze fell upon the crowd in front of him. He wasn't surprised. He had naturally heard what these people were saying outside, and when he came down, his expression showed no sign of panic. Su Ming, right? I am Li Qinyuo from planet Hema. I watched your video in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. It was pretty good. Come and fight me. A young man eagerly stepped forward and spoke to Su Ming. He was secretly pleased with himself, having seized the opportunity to challenge Su Ming to a duel before anyone else. The live stream has now started. A battle with Su Ming shatters the myth. The young man posted a striking title on the forum, which attracted the attention of many netizens. Su Ming went to the Eastern Underworld Alliance. It seems to be true. Su Ming is right across from him. This guy wants to challenge Su Ming. Su Ming's popularity was still high, and soon people entered the live stream following the title. After seeing the live stream, they decisively stayed in the live stream. This young man, named Lee Qinyuo, was quite famous. As someone who had already reached the upper level of the 7th grade at the age of 22, he could be considered a young talent. Compared to ordinary people, Lee Qinyuo's identity and cultivation level were simply dazzling. Many people knew Lee Qinyuo, and thus discovered that Su Ming had already come to the Eastern Underworld Alliance. When Lee Qinyuo saw so many people flooding into his live stream, he was overjoyed. Sure enough, riding the wave of popularity was a viable strategy. He looked at Su Ming with satisfaction, adjusting his state to prepare for a battle with Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at the man, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Do you have a ranking on the Heavenly Saint ranking?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Lee Qinyuo was stunned for a moment, then seemed somewhat embarrassed and annoyed as he said, "What does my challenge to you have to do with rankings?" Upon hearing Lee Qinyuo's words, Su Ming immediately understood that this person, I guess they didn't make the list. Although the Heavenly Saint ranking was established by the Eastern Underworld Alliance, not just anyone can enter it. There are 3 lists, and each list only admits 20,000 people. No one else will be admitted. Don't be fooled by the number 20,000. However, this list is for all young talents under the age of 25 in the entire human society. Most of the young talents in human society gather here, numbering in the trillions. From trillions of talented young people, only the top 20,000 are selected, one in hundreds of millions. This shows just how demanding the requirements are for those who want to enter the 3 Heavenly Saints ranking. However, Su Ming came to the Tiansheng Star region, this time to compete for mechanical knowledge by ranking up, and he was not interested in those who were not on the list. Su Ming shook his head, and then said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in people who aren't on the list." After saying that, Su Ming walked straight past Lee Qinyuo. Lee Qinyuo was taken aback, and then his face turned bright red. This is also why Su Ming was unaware of the cultural atmosphere of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. In the fiercely competitive Eastern Underworld Alliance, few would refuse a challenge. If someone refused a challenge, it was almost a given that the other party was not worthy of fighting them. This is an extreme insult to the people of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. It was incredibly embarrassing for Lee Qinyuo to be rejected during his live stream. Driven by extreme anger, Lee Qinyuo prepared to forcibly take action against Su Ming. But at that moment, a hand stopped Lee Qinyuo. Lee Qinyuo was taken aback, and then he saw the person who had stopped him, which was Wang Quan. At this moment, Wang Quan shook his head at Lee Qinyuo, and then said to Su Ming, "Didn't you want to challenge someone with a ranking? I have a ranking too, so why don't you fight me?" Upon hearing this person's words, Su Ming turned around and asked, "You have a ranking?" Wang Quan nodded, then said, "Ranking on the combat power list, 19,200. Upon hearing Wang Quan's ranking, Su Ming was taken aback and instinctively prepared to refuse. Ranked 19,200 is practically the same as having no ranking at all. There's no need for me to fight him. Seeing the expression on Su Ming's face, Wang Quan seemed to guess what Su Ming was thinking, and said in a low voice, "I know that this is your first time in the Eastern Underworld Alliance, and you don't seem to know the rules of the Eastern Underworld Alliance." Upon hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of keen interest on his face, and earnestly said, "I would like to hear more details." Wang Quan slowly began to speak. The Eastern Underworld Alliance is rife with infighting, which has led to some unwritten rules. Any challenging challenge requires both sides to set a wager. Bet? Su Ming asked in surprise. Wang Quan nodded. Usually, it's about knowledge in a combat sport. The loser has to pass on one of their skills to the winner. Otherwise, the fight is pointless for both sides except for combat experience. So, we need some kind of gimmick to maintain this competitive atmosphere that everyone is willing to engage in. Upon hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Ming's face showed a look of sudden realization. So if you're willing to accept my challenge, I'm willing to wager an entire item of knowledge. Chapter 140, Riding the Wave. Upon hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Ming accepted them without hesitation. Knowledge with independent components is offered to you. Don't refuse it. However, to Su Ming's surprise, Wang Quan raised the stakes to such a high level as independent knowledge in order to duel with him. After all, for a normal duel invitation, basic knowledge at the intermediate level or above is sufficient. The mechanical knowledge of independent items is more than 10 times more valuable than ordinary mechanical knowledge. In that case, I'll also wager one independent piece of knowledge. Since it's a bet, both sides must offer something of equal value as a wager. Fortunately, Su Ming had acquired a unique piece of knowledge during his previous time in the Donglin Universe Kingdom. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Brother Quan is betting this big? I remember Brother Quan only has 2 independent knowledge items. He's really going all out this time. Wang Quan's companion looked surprised. They exchanged a glance, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. I think there's no problem. It's a sure thing. Brother Quan is already an 8th level Gene Warrior, while Su Ming is only a 7th level Gene Warrior. Although Su Ming should be considered very strong among those of the same level, Brother Quan is no less so. With this suppression of realm, Su Ming is bound to lose. The others beside him, though some of them had the bad habit of having an inexplicable sense of superiority due to their privileged backgrounds, were quite perceptive and could see the source of Wang Quan's confidence. At this moment, they all thought highly of Wang Quan. After all, being able to enter the 3 lists of Tiansheng is almost 1 in several hundred million. Although Wang Quan ranks low in the 3 lists of Tiansheng, he is still a figure at the very top of the younger generation. Turn on the live stream, get it on. Record the entire battle scene. Wang Quan's companions have not forgotten their original intention in challenging Su Ming. Traffic. Popularity. Wang Quan is actually quite well known, but most of his fame is limited to the Gene Warrior circle. His fame among ordinary people is not great, or even non-existent. This battle presents the perfect opportunity for Wang Quan to connect with the wider human society. Once he gains popularity in human society, he will be able to receive support from various resources, which would be an excellent opportunity for Wang Quan. Everyone, don't miss the live stream of Wang Quan versus Su Ming. You can all guess who will be the winner. A young man, who knew exactly what Wang Quan wanted, immediately spoke excitedly to the netizens in the live stream. Immediately, the live stream chat exploded with comments. I only know Su Ming, and I feel like Su Ming will win. Su Ming will definitely win. I've already read Su Ming's technical analysis on Manon's side. Su Ming is very strong, there's no doubt about it. Su Ming, I support Su Ming. Seeing the unanimous support for Su Ming in the live stream, the young man chuckled and said, "You may not be familiar with the ranking system for Gene Warriors. I'll post their ranking information in the live stream now." After speaking, the young man immediately posted information about Wang Quan and Su Ming, as well as their rankings on the Tiansheng 3 lists, in the live stream. Moreover, this person was careful and did not write down the ages of the 2 people. If their ages were listed, Wang Quan would be a 20-year-old, lower level 8 Gene Warrior, while Su Ming would be a 17-year-old, lower level 7 Gene Warrior. This would not only give the impression that Wang Quan is bullying the younger one, but also that Wang Quan is no match for Su Ming at the same age. Although this is true, however, it's normal to conceal some information in order to gain traffic. These were Wang Quan's companions' little tricks, but they did indeed confuse the viewers in the live stream. Most of the viewers in the live stream were ordinary people whose understanding of Gene Warriors was limited to the fact that level 8 Gene Warriors were stronger than level 7 Gene Warriors. They didn't realize that there were many other factors that could affect the final outcome of a Gene Warriors battle. Upon seeing that Wang Quan was already an 8th level Gene Warrior, while Su Ming was only a 7th level intermediate level cultivator, netizens suddenly erupted in uproar. Who is this Wang Quan? He's amazing. He doesn't look very old, yet he's already an 8th level Gene Warrior. Someone like him will surely become a general in the future. What a talented young man. I felt Su Ming was already quite capable, but I didn't expect Wang Quan to be so strong despite not being very famous. After seeing the 2 players' level information, the viewers in the live chat unanimously began discussing Wang Quan. In the cultural atmosphere of interstellar society, because civilizations are constantly facing invasions from external enemies, The promotion of individual military strength and heroism has reached its extreme. The people of interstellar society unconditionally worship the strong. Su Ming is indeed very strong, which has attracted a group of fans. But now Wang Quan has appeared, and his rank is even higher than Su Ming's, which has immediately changed the public's opinion. The number of viewers gradually increased during the live stream. Even this live stream gradually came to the attention of the young people of the Empire, and many people in the Empire began to pay attention to it. Su Ming, son of Lord Corin Clarence, is now going to the Eastern Underworld Alliance to challenge its younger generation. The son of the Empire's apocalypse must be very strong. If Su Ming defeats these people from the Eastern Underworld Alliance, wouldn't that be a great honor for the Empire? I have to go and see. Immediately, a large number of netizens from the Empire flooded into the live stream. Where is Su Ming? We came to watch Su Ming fight against the younger generation of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Su Ming is capable. He is a young powerhouse of our empire. It's time to sweep away the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Seeing some Imperial chat members gloating like this in the live stream, some citizens of the Eastern Underworld Alliance couldn't sit still any longer. Immediately, comments from the Eastern Underworld Alliance jumped out. What a joke. Our Eastern Underworld Alliance is known as a top-tier cosmic nation with the most powerful individuals and a multitude of geniuses. Your empire may be decent in the field of technology, but when it comes to geniuses and powerful individuals, I advise you to keep a low profile. Hilarious. You probably don't even know how powerful geniuses on the Heavenly Saint 3 rankings are. The people from the Empire will be humiliated in no time. With netizens having nothing better to do, a hint of tension has begun to rise online. Hashtag Empire's Su Ming attacks the Eastern Underworld Sacred Star region hashtag. This topic quickly climbed to number 21 on the trending search list. At this moment, Corin Clarence was sitting in the warship on his way to the front line, when suddenly the warship's intelligent electronic voice began to give a prompt. Beep news that may be of interest to His Excellency Corin Clarence has been detected. Would you like to view it? A look of surprise flashed across Corin Clarence's face. Then he slowly nodded and said, "Open it and take a look." Chapter 141 Wang Quan's Challenge. Su Ming has already gone to the Eastern Underworld Alliance? In that case, this is interesting. A puzzled look appeared on Corin Clarence's face, as if he had thought of something. Turn on the live stream. I want to see how Su Ming is doing, Clarence said in a low voice. Then a huge screen appeared in front of Corin Clarence. Su Ming arrived in the Tiansheng Star region and prepared to begin his challenge. This news quickly reached the ears of some people in the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Very well, Corin Clarence's son, is that it? Beat this kid to death. Corin Clarence is such a despicable guy. His son must be beaten black and blue in the Eastern Underworld Alliance. A heavenly revelation level expert from the Eastern Underworld Alliance chuckled, seemingly quite satisfied with the result, and then spoke calmly. However, Su Ming was unaware of all this. He saw that someone was live streaming his own content, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Want to ride on my coattails? Sure. However, if you lack the ability and can't capitalize on the hype, you can't blame yourself. My ranking is based on combat power. I can also pilot a mecha, but I'm not as strong as someone with pure physical combat power. I know your mecha abilities are very strong, but if we're talking about mecha, even if you beat me, you won't make it onto the list. Wang Quan looked at Su Ming and spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled and then said nonchalantly, "It's all right. Since you have strong pure physical combat power, let's compare pure physical combat power. Pure physical combat strength refers to fighting with bare hands without using mechs. Weapons can be used, but the mental energy level cannot be unleashed. This is a combat method that purely tests the physical energy level. This combat style exists for a reason. After all, under many extreme conditions, mechs may become unusable. In such cases, physical combat strength becomes extremely important. Wang Quan's brain energy level is not very high. Although his mecha combat power is not weak, it is not his forte. His true strength lies in the explosive power of his physical energy. Upon hearing that Su Ming actually wanted to compete with him in physical strength, Wang Quan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Very good. Su Ming's mecha skills are very high, as can be seen in the video. But now Su Ming has actually given up his mecha advantage and wants to compete with me in terms of physical strength, which is a bit arrogant. Wang Quan wasn't very confident at first, but now that he heard Su Ming wanted to compete with him in physical strength, he suddenly felt almost certain of victory. Very well, let's go to the arena. Wang Quan jumped onto the arena and looked down at Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming jumped onto the arena as well. Once the two stood on the arena, the surrounding defensive shield instantly rose up. At that very moment, the auras of both men on the arena underwent a tremendous change. The two were no longer as nonchalant as they had been during their earlier conversation. Instead, they gradually released their auras and began to entangle and collide in the arena. The atmosphere in the arena gradually became tense, and the two gradually adjusted their state to battle mode. A long spear gradually appeared in Wang Quan's hand. It was a spear forged from an unknown metal, not a mechanical weapon, but a normal cold weapon. However, Su Ming could clearly sense that the spear was emanating a chilling aura, which, once unleashed, would likely transform into a terrifying killing weapon, easily piercing a large hole in its opponent. Wang Quan turned his gaze to Su Ming and, seeing that Su Ming's hands were empty, a strange expression appeared on his face. Su Ming is actually a gene warrior who uses his fists? This is extremely rare among genetic warriors. However, Wang Quan quickly forgot his surprise. He carefully examined Su Ming and saw that Su Ming's stance and aura were very casual, as if he had not entered a fighting state at all. What a great opportunity! Wang Quan was overjoyed and prepared to raise his gun to stab Su Ming in the face. But as soon as the thought arose, he subconsciously rejected it. Based on his judgment, if his spear were to pierce Su Ming's face, it would give Su Ming a chance to dodge, thus exposing his weakness and putting him in a passive position. You can't thrust it from the front, as that would give Su Ming the chance to see right through the spear's shadow. So what about from the left? Wang Quan tightened his grip on the gun, ready to strike at any moment. But at that moment, he abruptly stopped himself from making any rash moves and handed over the gun. Because he had already realized that, given Su Ming's current casual stance, he could easily dodge his shot by simply taking a step to the side, which would expose his back to Su Ming. If we can't stab from the left, then how about stabbing from the right? A strange sense of absurdity arose in Wang Quan's mind, and his hand gripping the spear began to tremble. On the right side, it's the same. If I stab Su Ming on the right, Su Ming will dodge it, and I will face the same fate of revealing a weakness. Wang Quan stood there blankly, sweat gradually beading on his forehead. How could that be? A deep look of panic flashed in his eyes. Su Ming's stance and posture, though loose and seemingly very casual, were still quite relaxed. However, it is precisely this casual stance that makes him seem to have flaws everywhere. But upon closer inspection, there are no flaws at all. No matter where he attacked Su Ming would easily dodge and then strike him in return. Does he not have any weaknesses at all? Wang Quan felt utterly absurd and stood there, at a loss for what to do. Attack? No, it will be dodged, putting you at a disadvantage. But not attacking is not an option either because the two sides' energies are already intertwined and are currently colliding. Now is the time when my momentum is at its strongest. If I don't make a move, my momentum will gradually dissipate in the process. After all the energy was depleted, without Su Ming even lifting a finger, he didn't have the courage to fight back and immediately surrendered. How are we supposed to fight like this? Su Ming looked at Wang Quan calmly, but couldn't help but shake his head slightly in his heart. This Wang Quan is all right, but he's far inferior to a top-tier genius like Chen Hui. I am not without flaws. However, Wang Quan's combat awareness is far inferior to his own. Even if he just stands there casually, he can force Wang Quan to not dare to make a move. Not wanting to waste time, Su Ming gently released a small amount of his aura. Drawn by the flow of energy, even though Wang Quan hadn't found a weakness in Su Ming's defenses, he was still forced to raise his spear and thrust it at Su Ming. Chapter 142 Li Heron. Wang Quan stretched out the gun in his hand and stabbed directly at Su Ming. Just as Wang Quan had predicted, Su Ming easily dodged the shot. Wang Quan's aura couldn't even lock onto Su Ming's movements. However, Wang Quan was one of the 3 people on the Heavenly Saint list. Just when he was about to be put on the defensive, Wang Quan suddenly swung his spear to the side, blocking Su Ming's attack. The 2 sides clashed at that moment, but separated immediately after the first blow. Su Ming looked at Wang Quan, feeling slightly surprised. This shot was unexpected. Although Wang Quan was somewhat lacking in Qi lock-on, it must be said that his marksmanship and ability to adapt to the situation were still very good. Although Su Ming had a slight advantage in this attack, Wang Quan managed to neutralize it by leveraging his higher energy level. With their energy activated, both sides launched a fierce attack on each other without pause. A glint flashed in Wang Quan's eyes, and he immediately unleashed a thunderous spear strike at Su Ming. The spear pierced through the air and hurtled towards Su Ming. Su Ming remained unfazed and bravely met Wang Quan's spear head-on. While the 2 were fighting, neither Su Ming nor Wang Quan noticed a figure quietly appearing below the arena. This was a carefree young man, with the air of a cynical and spoiled playboy. He reluctantly approached the ring, then yawned and looked at the ring. Others nearby who saw the young man were startled. Li Heron? What's he doing here? A young man looked at the man in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Li Heron, the mecha genius, ranked 1490th on the mecha leaderboard. At this moment, Li Heron also realized that the people around him recognized him, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Hey everyone, if you're socially anxious, stop staring at me. Li He muttered to himself, then secretly found a secluded corner and sat down. My old man is really something. He can't beat that guy from the Empire, so he insists I beat up his son. Isn't that embarrassing? Don't say I'm bullying you, I didn't mean to. Li Heron muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the arena. Just then, Li Heron suddenly let out a soft exclamation, then widened his eyes and looked towards the arena. Using his bare body to withstand a spear? This guy's got some nerve. At this moment, on the arena, Su Ming charged towards Wang Quan like a small Tyrannosaurus Rex. When Wang Quan saw Su Ming rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth, then stretched out his spear and thrust it fiercely at Su Ming. But at that moment, Su Ming reached out and actually clashed with the spear, grabbing the spearhead with his hand. With a soft shout, he broke the spear in 2. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Ming in disbelief at what they saw. It's like looking at some kind of alien creature. Although the spearhead of a spear is certainly not as penetrating as the tip, the spearhead of this spear has been sharpened, and in terms of sharpness, it is not much worse than an ordinary machete. However, this spearhead only left a faint red mark on Su Ming's arm before Su Ming broke it off with his bare hands. Is Su Ming's body made of steel? It's incredibly hard. The viewers in the live stream were incredulous upon witnessing this scene. However, there was no fluctuation in Su Ming's eyes. Although the spear was sharp, it was somewhat insufficient for Su Ming, who had already undergone 7 body tempering sessions. Don't be fooled by the fact that Su Ming's current physical energy level is only at the intermediate level of level 7. However, his body had already been forged into something extremely hard and terrifying. If you really want to hurt Su Ming, it's simply impossible without a level 8 superior energy level. His actual combat strength, under the effect of body tempering, cannot be judged according to the level of the 7th grade intermediate energy level. Even a level 8 Gene warrior might not be able to gain the upper hand against Su Ming. Having lost his spear, Wang Quan didn't have time to retrieve a spare from his storage space. Left with no other choice, Wang Quan had to face Su Ming barehanded. A glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and then he suddenly rushed in front of Wang Quan. Open the heavens. Although Kaitian is a sword technique, once its essence is mastered, it can be applied to any weapon, including fist techniques. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from Su Ming's body, making him appear like an ancient giant as he charged towards Wang Quan. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Su Ming anymore. Everyone originally thought that Su Ming's real strength lay in operating the mecha, but now it seems that Su Ming's physical strength is just as formidable. Once they started charging, they gave off an unstoppable feeling. Wang Quan shouted loudly, and the energy within his body exploded completely. He then faced Su Ming and released terrifying power. Boom! The two collided instantly, shaking the entire arena. Everyone stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing a single detail. As soon as the two figures collided, Wang Quan was clearly sent flying backward, crashing into the energy shield and landing heavily on the ground. He was covered in blood, with wounds cracked open from the impact, looking utterly miserable. In contrast, Su Ming only had a small laceration on his shoulder and was not seriously injured elsewhere. The outcome is clear. Who won and who lost is obvious. Wang Quan's companions were immediately in an uproar. They had thought it was a sure thing, but who would have thought that Wang Quan would be defeated by Su Ming? This surprised everyone. Only Li Heron, standing below the arena, was focused on Su Ming's shoulder, watching as it visibly healed rapidly after the fight. Li Heron's eyes lit up immediately, and he muttered to himself, "Extraordinary vitality, tough body, this Su Ming is a treasure. Great. I was just wondering how to get to the living tribunal, and now I've encountered someone with such strong vitality. Old man, I'm sorry, you can call someone else to beat up Su Ming. I'm not going to. If I beat up Su Ming, who's going to accompany me to the tribunal for the dead?" Li Heron muttered to himself, then strode off towards Su Ming's location. Chapter 143, The Court of Life. Wang Quan was covered in blood, but he recovered quickly after being treated by the medical robot. He walked to Su Ming's side with a somewhat dejected expression, then handed Su Ming a crystal with a wry smile. "I admit defeat. I have indeed lost this battle head-on, so this independent knowledge item is now yours." After saying that, Wang Quan sighed helplessly. He had originally planned to use his victory over Su Ming to gain some popularity, but he didn't expect to not only fail to gain popularity, but also end up getting beaten up by Su Ming and covered in blood. Now the entire scene was witnessed by the viewers in the live stream, making him incredibly embarrassed. They could only hastily shut down the live stream and then, along with a few companions, slunk away. Su Ming held this independent piece of knowledge in his hand and read it directly from the system. Focus on Qi vital energy. Knowledge type, physical/combat. Knowledge effects. Focus brings power. The more focused a knowledge holder is, the stronger the power they can unleash. First level effect. As the user's concentration increases, the power of the next attack increases by 20% 50%. Power coefficient is related to concentration level. Second tier effect. As the user's attention is focused, the power of the next attack increases by 20% to 100%. Negative effects. Once you focus on attacking, you can't pay attention to other things such as defense, locking down, etc. While increasing your strength, you will inevitably experience a decline in other aspects. After seeing this knowledge, Su Ming thought for a moment and then entered it into the Mech Warrior system. Although it wasn't mechanical knowledge, which Su Ming found somewhat regrettable, it was still a separate area of knowledge, making it many times more valuable than ordinary knowledge. It's better than nothing, so I'll start learning. Just after Su Ming entered this independent knowledge into the system, a sense of vigilance suddenly arose in his heart. He subconsciously looked to the side, only to sense a powerful figure attacking him. Without a second thought, Su Ming threw a punch, unleashing a powerful burst of energy towards the attacker. Wow! Li Heron, who was walking towards Su Ming, was startled. He then sprang up like a frightened cat, barely dodging Su Ming's punch. No, brother, I meant no harm, please don't attack." Li Heron spoke with an innocent expression, then looked sheepishly at Su Ming. Su Ming was taken aback, then looked at Li Heron and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" He felt a slight chill. He had sensed someone approaching him and had thrown a punch in that instant. Although it was just an ordinary punch, the aura it delivered had completely locked onto the person's aura, making it difficult to dodge under normal circumstances. However, this person instantly broke free from his aura lock and dodged his punch. Very few people can do that, let alone people the same age. Seeing the puzzled look on Su Ming's face, Li Heron chuckled, then scratched his head and said, "My name is Li Heron. If it's convenient, let's chat." Li Heron. Su Ming's expression shifted, and then the intelligence system in his earpiece suddenly alerted him. Beep. Li Heron ranked 1490th on the mech ranking. Su Ming was taken aback after hearing the prompt from the intelligence system. Ranked 1490th on the mecha leaderboard? That's already considered a very advanced genius. Why would they choose me? Su Ming looked at Li Heron with suspicion. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that a genius ranked 1490 wouldn't bother to challenge him. Seeing the suspicion in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron scratched his head, chuckled, and then said, "What are you doing staying in the Tiansheng Star region?" Although this is known as the ranking star region of the Tiansheng 3 rankings, most of the top-ranked geniuses do not operate in the Tiansheng Star region. You'll hardly encounter any top-tier geniuses here. Li Heron laughed and said, "Or come with me somewhere. I guarantee it'll be a lot of fun." Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "Where?" "The Court of Life." Li Heron spoke in a low voice. "The Court of Life? What kind of place is this?" Su Ming frowned and asked curiously. This time, it was Li Heron's turn to be puzzled. "You don't know about the Court of Life?" Li Heron asked in surprise with a strange expression. "Yeah, it's strange not to know about the living tribunal." Su Ming spoke up naturally, saying that, strictly speaking, he had only become truly conscious after the age of 16, which was only a year ago. It's fair to say that he's only truly understood this world for about a year, so naturally his understanding of some of its strange phenomena is limited. Li Heron glanced at Su Ming in surprise. Seeing the serious expression on Su Ming's face, which seemed genuine, he finally believed that Su Ming was not joking with him and that he really did not know about the Court of Life. The living tribunal is actually a relic of another civilization. Li Heron spoke in a low voice. "Remains?" Su Ming was taken aback, then frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, anything found in the ruins is usually divided up by the intergalactic nations of human society after it is discovered and digested by human society in a very short time. Almost none of the other discovered remains of civilizations have been preserved. If this living tribunal were truly a relic of another civilization, it would surely have been completely assimilated by human civilization in a very short time. How could it possibly have given others the opportunity to enter? Seeing the surprise on Su Ming's face, Li Heron chuckled and then said, "Because this relic is not a material form as we normally understand it, and the location of the relic is not in normal space." Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming's expression shifted. "You mean a parallel universe?" Li Heron nodded. "Similar to a parallel universe, but not that exaggerated. It's like a space-time that grew out outside of the normal space-time. It's from the same source as the main space-time, so it's more like an alternate space-time." Su Ming nodded, indicating his understanding. "Then what do you mean by abnormal material forms?" Li shook his head. "Even the 5 major cosmic nations haven't figured this out. How would I know? However, the living tribunal has a characteristic. It's impossible to take any matter out of the living tribunal. Only living beings that enter this space-time can gain some leap in their life level from the living tribunal." Chapter 144, Heading to the Court of Life. Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming showed a thoughtful expression, but he was still somewhat puzzled. "For example, why do you want to drag me into the tribunal of life?" Su Ming couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. This is the most important thing. After all, Li Heron and I are not related. Why would he invite me to the Court of Life if he has nothing better to do? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron chuckled and then said, "Although the living tribunal is still in the exploration stage, some areas have already been explored. There is only one condition for gaining benefits from the living tribunal. The stronger the vitality, the farther it can go, and the wider the area it can explore." As Li Heron finished speaking, his gaze fell upon Su Ming, scrutinizing Su Ming's body with a hint of admiration in his eyes, as if he were looking at a. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, then silently took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Li Heron. He looked at Li Heron speechlessly. "How can I trust you?" Su Ming remained somewhat wary. Seeing the wariness in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron chuckled, and then said, "Well, with your status and permissions, you should be able to access the Life Tribunal's files. As for why you trust me." Li Heron paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, "It's simple. Although my dad often gets beaten up by your dad, the 2 of them have a pretty good relationship." Su Ming was taken aback. "Who is your father?" "Dimensional God, Li Ku, the revelation of the Eastern underworld." "What?" Su Ming looked at Li Heron in surprise, never expecting that he was actually the son of a dimensional god. Li Ku is an apocalypse-level expert of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, as well as a divine apocalypse, nicknamed the Dimensional God, who is proficient in super-dimensional divinity. He and his father were longtime friends and rivals. However, although the dimensional spirit is very strong, he often gets beaten up by his own father. After all, someone like his father, who is almost invincible in direct combat, is good at dealing with flashy and bizarre super-dimensional divine abilities, but his direct combat abilities are too weak, and he is completely restrained by his father. Upon hearing that Li Heron was actually Li Ku's son, Su Ming's vigilance gradually subsided. In a way, he's the son of my father's comrade in arms, so he probably doesn't have too many bad intentions. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron, and after considering the information about the Court of Life that the intelligence system had just found online, Su Ming thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. Li Heron was overjoyed when he saw Su Ming agree, and then he and Su Ming piloted the spaceship away from the Tiansheng Star region. Several hours later, two figures detached from the spaceship and appeared in the void. The entrance to the Living Tribunal is here. It is a magical space. Once inside the Living Tribunal, only divine items will be revealed. Other things, though still on your body, will not be visible. Li Heron looked at the void in front of him and spoke to Su Ming. A divine artifact? Su Ming was surprised. Li Heron chuckled and then looked at Su Ming. You should have a mecha you assembled yourself, right? A mecha that has been activated by the divine can function inside, even if it's a divine item. But if someone else made the mecha for you, then it can't be used inside. Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming's face showed a look of sudden realization. The mechs that were inspired by the gods, I possess them all. Every mech that was completed for the first time was an inspired mech. If you do the math, you have more than 10D ranked divine mechs, so you don't need to worry about not having any mechs to use after entering the Living Tribunal. Seeing the relaxed expression on Su Ming's face, Li Heron immediately understood what was going on and said to Su Ming, "Let's go in." After saying that, Li Heron took the lead and plunged into the chaotic spatial turbulence ahead. Su Ming glanced at the spatial turbulence ahead, hesitated for a moment, but then thought that since Li Heron had already gone in, there shouldn't be any problems. So he followed Li Heron and went into the spatial turbulence. If it is an unknown spatial turbulence, then the direction the turbulence will lead is an unknown space, and it is even possible to be permanently trapped in the spatial turbulence until the energy is exhausted and death occurs. However, some spatial turbulence has a certain directionality, and the direction of spatial turbulence can be clearly determined. Such spatial turbulence is safe, and one can use it to enter another spacetime. Without hesitation, Su Ming took out a rather heavy-looking mecha from his storage space and wrapped it around himself. Shield Mountain Heavy Mech. This is a heavy mech that emphasizes defense. The mech is covered with a thick layer of alloy, and there are as many as 3 layers of energy shields. When combined, the total energy level it can withstand reaches a terrifying 1 million points. Even a master of the vacuum level would need a full 5 minutes to break through Shield Mountain's shield. The Shield Mountain warrior is enormous, standing over 30 meters tall. Its entire body gleams with a thick, black metallic sheen. Its left arm holds a massive shield, also over 30 meters tall, which, once deployed, can easily block the Shield Mountain warrior from behind. Its right arm holds a sniper rifle that exudes a chilling aura. Dark Jungle Basic D rank sniper rifle. This is a giant sniper rifle, a type of heavy weapon, which can unleash terrifying power once activated. Its power is more than twice that of a sniper rifle of the same level. Of course, such immense power comes at the cost of a relatively long charging time. However, this price is completely acceptable for the Shield Mountain mech. The correct way to use the Shield Mountain mech is to use its powerful defensive capabilities to withstand enemy attacks, while simultaneously using a long-charged, high-powered weapon to attack from behind the shield. Although it is bulky, once hit by the Shield Mountain, even a C-class mech would be in trouble. Su Ming is a pilot-type mecha warrior. Mechas with high maneuverability are more effective in his hands. The reason for abandoning the more maneuverable mother-daughter mech and instead using the Shield Mountain mech is also due to safety considerations. After all, in places like this where danger can strike from anywhere, Relying on reaction and awareness is definitely not safe. It's safer to stay inside a heavy mech. The surrounding space-time turbulence was constantly flowing, and light and normal matter were constantly deformed in this space-time turbulence, as if they were being stretched into various different shapes, which looked extremely bizarre and grotesque. However, Ming knew in his heart that these deformations were more visual. The actual matter and light did not change much. After drifting in the turbulent flow of time and space for a while, Ming felt the surrounding space quiet down, and then his vision gradually returned. Chapter 145 Strange Space. The Living Tribunal is an alternate dimension outside the main timeline. Everything around it is stained with a pale yellow substance, as if a pale yellow filter has been added to this alternate dimension. Ming's vision returned to normal. He raised his hand and saw that his arm had turned a pale yellow color. Upon seeing this scene, Ming couldn't help but marvel. He guessed that the spectrum of this alternate dimension had a different frequency than that of the main universe, which was why it looked like this. At this moment, Li Heron had also sat down in a light yellow mecha. Ming estimated that the mecha was originally silver-white, but in this world, it appeared as a pale yellow. "Brother Heron, what do you mean?" Ming spoke to Li Heron through the walkie-talkie. What now lay before them was an endless void, filled with intense, radiating light that was dazzlingly bright. A strange expression appeared on Ming's face. This void really didn't contain a trace of matter. It was just endless emptiness and violent radiation. For ordinary people, the moment they step into the court of life, they would probably be torn to pieces by the violent energy. "Let's go in. This space is quite wondrous. You'll see once we're inside." Li Heron spoke to Ming. Without hesitation, the two piloted their mechs and flew into the void before them. As soon as he entered the void, Ming's expression changed. The surrounding environment has undergone tremendous changes. The void, which was originally empty, was transformed into a huge corridor by the formation of energy, enveloping the entire world. Ming and Li Heron were currently flying through this long corridor. "This is..." Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself in surprise. "This is an energy form constructed by a civilization within the Living Tribunal. This civilization is wondrous. It can construct a form that resembles both energy and matter through different combinations of energy. Normal human civilizations can only use equipment that has undergone divine transformation here. The scene before my eyes is like the greatest work of art. With each step the two take, the surrounding energy is reorganized, resulting in a completely different scene appearing before them. The surrounding scenery also changed dramatically due to the different energy structures. What kind of civilization is this? Is it possible to find knowledge about civilizations?" Ming became extremely curious about the civilization that could construct such a magnificent energy display. Li Heron's voice came through the communication device. "We haven't yet figured out what the main body of the Living Tribunal civilization is, but many people have seen the life forms of this civilization." "Life forms? This civilization still exists? Then this counts as an invasion." Ming was startled. "No, that civilization has vanished into the dust of history. As for life forms, you'll understand when you encounter civilized life in the future." After hearing Li Heron's words, Ming nodded slowly, and then without hesitation, followed Li Heron as they continued to fly forward. But as the two went deeper into the room, Ming suddenly changed his expression and felt a strange sensation coming from his body. "What's going on? My bodily activity is decreasing." Because of the mechanical martial venerable system, Ming's observation of bodily activity is very intuitive. Initially, his physical activity was maintained at 100%, but as he went deeper, the surrounding energy substances seemed to be absorbing his physical energy level, causing his physical activity to gradually decline. 97%, 95%. In the blink of an eye, it has dropped by 10%, reaching 90%. This is the origin of the name, Living Tribunal. The surrounding energy will plunder the body's energy level, but once you withstand the plundering of the surrounding energy, the Living Tribunal will give back to your body accordingly. Li Heron's voice came through the communication device. His voice was deep, as if he was also enduring the plundering of life in the court of life. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded, not minding at all, as his physical activity could be replenished through starlight points. As long as there are enough starlight points, the loss of bodily activity is not a serious problem. As the two continued flying forward, a loud bell suddenly rang out. Upon hearing the bell ring, Su Ming and Li Heron were both taken aback. Thump! The sound of the bell was like a pronouncement of judgment on something. As it rang, the surrounding energy suddenly changed, as if it began to isolate this place into an independent space-time. What's going on? Su Ming shouted into the communication device. The Court of Life has begun its trial. Before Su Ming could ask any more questions, he saw 5 illusory figures appear in front of him and Li Heron. Fortunately, there are only 5 living beings, so it's not a big problem. What the hell? Su Ming was completely confused, but he could clearly sense that the 5 newly appeared phantoms were very hostile towards him and Li Heron. The next moment, the 5 phantoms did not pause. Their figures suddenly swelled, and they attacked Su Ming and Li Heron fiercely. You provide the output. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate and spoke loudly. He immediately rushed to the front, and the shield in his hand stood upright. Under the burst of energy in his brain, the shield instantly emitted a strong golden light and then stretched out to both sides. In the blink of an eye, the giant shield in Shield Mountain's hand enveloped Shield Mountain's mech and Li Heron's mech behind him. The shield instantly transformed into the most powerful defense, easily blocking the attacks of the 5 figures. Taking this opportunity, Su Ming couldn't help but turn his gaze to the 5 illusory figures. These phantoms, like ghosts created in human society, were enveloped in a dark yellow energy shield, each wielding a large sword and radiating powerful energy. Sensing the aura emanating from each of the illusory figures, Su Ming's eyes flickered. These phantoms, almost all of them possessed the energy fluctuations of a level 9 gene warrior. Together, they directly exerted approximately 400,000 points of energy pressure on the giant shield. However, the shield-mounted warrior's energy resistance reached a full 1 million points. Although the attacks of these phantoms were powerful and terrifying, they were still blocked by the shield-mounted warrior piloted by Su Ming. Well done. Upon seeing that Su Ming's mecha possessed such terrifying defensive capabilities, Li Heron couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He then raised his sniper rifle and aimed it sharply at one of the phantom figures. Chapter 146. The giant cannon is set up. Boom! A terrifying flash of fire suddenly erupted from behind the Shield Mountain mech, striking one of the phantoms. The attack that just came from the sniper rifle in Li Heron's hand. At this moment, it unleashed an exceptionally terrifying power, directly shattering the afterimage into pieces. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded secretly. It must be said that Li Heron truly deserves his place among the top 3 on the Heavenly Saint list. His shot was exquisite in both accuracy and power. But at that moment, the phantom that Li Heron had shot and blasted apart suddenly reassembled and reappeared in front of the 2 of them. Su Ming's expression shifted. Can't you kill him? No, you can kill him, but it will take a lot of shots. Li Heron spoke in a low voice. As he said, although the phantom reassembled, its aura actually decreased in the process. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, unlike crystal creatures, it did not weaken after being attacked. Instead, it absorbed energy and became even stronger. If they could absorb attacks like crystalline creatures, then these 5 phantoms would probably keep the 2 of them busy for a while. Hold on, I'm about to fire my second shot. Li Heron shamelessly spoke up. Having a Shield Mountain mech blocking your way is an incredibly enjoyable experience. You don't need to worry about defense at all. You only need to think about how to attack. Li Heron calmly took out his sniper rifle, then quietly activated his brain energy level, preparing to aim at the phantom he had attacked earlier and fire a second shot. But at that moment, Li was suddenly dumbfounded to find that the Shield Mountain warrior in front of him put his shield forward and then pulled out a huge sniper cannon from his pocket. It's called a sniper rifle, but look at that thick barrel and the recoil damping base. It looks like a cannon no matter how you look at it. What are you doing? Put up your shield. They're attacking. Li Heron was dumbfounded, somewhat confused as to why Su Ming was taking out this sniper rifle now. Su Ming turned to look at Li Heron, then said in a low voice, "Yours is too slow. It'll take forever. Let me do it." Li was stunned for a moment, then immediately sensed an exceptionally powerful and explosive energy fluctuation coming from ahead. The next moment, before Li Heron could react, a loud bang suddenly rang out, the recoil so great that it seemed as if the surrounding void was about to tremble. Li Heron was so frightened that he jumped up and almost fired his gun at Dunshan. The energy level fluctuation was so great that Li Heron felt an unusually strong sense of crisis. The next moment, something happened that made Li's mouth drop open. The sniper rifle next to Su Ming actually stood up and turned into a giant vertical cannon, and then a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the barrel. Dark Jungle Basic D Rank Sniper Rifle. Sniper Form Handheld. Increases agility by 100%, burst energy of 150,000 200,000, briefly locks onto the enemy upon hit, and increases the second hit's accuracy by 30%. Turret Form Cannon Mount. Flexibility 100%. Energy burst is 20W, 25W. Removes lock-on effect. Increases attack frequency by 40%. Frontal hits deal plus 30% energy damage. At this moment, Su Ming adjusted the Dark Jungle Sniper Rifle into turret mode and mounted it directly behind him. Boom, 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 boom. One loud bang after another rang out, and Li Heron saw the cannonballs land accurately on the phantoms that were attacking the shields of the Shield Mountain warriors. The barrage of artillery fire, with its incredibly high frequency, gave Li Heron the feeling that it was as if 10 people were firing at the same time. Each time the 5 illusory figures were scattered and reassembled, before they could even reunite, they were met with another wave of giant cannon attacks, which scattered them once again. After this happened repeatedly, the phantoms before their eyes were shattered one by the terrifying giant cannons of the Shield Mountain warrior. Looking at the illusory figures that had been completely wiped out, Li Heron felt a lingering fear. The bombardment from those giant cannons was really exhilarating. Simple and brutal, yet incredibly powerful. If Li Heron were to face the bombardment of these shells himself, he would probably have no choice but to flee or temporarily avoid their attacks. That's so violent. But I like it. Li Heron arrived next to the Shield Mountain warrior with an excited expression. At that moment, Su Ming was storing the giant shield and sniper rifle into his storage space. "Hey bro, do you have the blueprints for this sniper rifle? Sell me a copy, it's fucking awesome." Su Ming glanced at Li Heron sideways, then shook his head. "I assembled it myself. I'm not selling it." Upon hearing this, Li Heron curled his lip and said, "How stingy." However, despite saying that, Li Heron was very clear in his heart that every mechanic has his own unique engraving patterns and methods, especially in the modified mechanical equipment. The unique patterns belonging to the mechanic are very obvious. Under normal circumstances, mechanics would not sell their modification blueprints. This is equivalent to telling others where the flaws in your machinery are. Feeling a slight pang of regret, Li Heron was absolutely in love with the modifications made to this giant cannon. Just then, Su Ming and Li Heron suddenly felt a strange life energy surge into their bodies. With a strange expression, Su Ming sensed this life energy. Under the influence of this life energy, it seemed that his genes were beginning to change. This life energy is more advanced than normal bodily activity. As it flows into the body, a portion of the body's genetic chain begins to absorb this life energy and gradually begins to emit a pale golden light. "This is," Su Ming muttered to himself. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Li Heron chuckled and then said, "This is the charm of the living tribunal. Although you have consumed a lot of your physical activity before, you will undergo a trial in the living tribunal. The trial involves sending out life forms to fight. If you win, the living tribunal will reward you with higher level life energy. As for what happens if we fail," Li paused, then spoke meaningfully. "The lost vitality of the body will be given to newly emerging life forms, allowing these life forms to obtain life energy." Chapter 147, The Void Lord. For the life forms in this space? A strange look appeared on Su Ming's face, and he couldn't help but ask, after these life forms in the living tribunal acquire these bodily activators, can they become stronger? Or come back to life? He had already noticed it when he attacked the phantom earlier. These phantoms are not real living entities and do not possess the characteristics of living beings. Rather than a living entity, it is more like an illusion constructed from 5 energies, not a true living entity. If this so-called living cord is filled with these so-called life forms, then in a sense there are no truly living civilized beings. Lee shook his head. This is what the 5 major cosmic nations are currently researching. The living tribunal seems to contain an ability to resurrect living beings. Although no living being has been definitively resurrected yet, based on some of the properties exhibited by the living tribunal, it is indeed moving towards the goal of resurrection. Resurrection? Is it really possible? A strange look appeared on Su Ming's face as he muttered to himself. Theoretically, it should be possible. After all, normal living organisms are composed of matter and information. As long as we can collect all the information you originally possessed and restore the original activity of your body, it should be achievable. But, Lee Heron paused for a moment, then slowly said, this only exists in theory. After all, the Eastern Underworld Alliance has actually discovered that in addition to information and material activity, the human body also contains elements such as spirit and divinity that exist outside the body. If these elements are not restored, and only the information and physical state are restored, it is at best a clone, not the real you being resurrected. Su Ming nodded slowly. This was roughly in line with his understanding. Reviving a person is not a simple matter. It involves many aspects and cannot be achieved simply by reactivating the body and injecting information. So the living tribunal is trying to resurrect the life forms of the civilization behind it? Su Ming vaguely guessed the significance of the Court of Life's existence. The so-called trial seemed to be purposeful. Lee Heron nodded. The prevailing theory is this. Su Ming's gaze turned into the depths of the Court of Life. At that moment, he became extremely interested in the living tribunal and couldn't wait to see what was inside its depths. If this ability to resurrect could be used for one's own benefit, even if it can only be used once, I will not hesitate to enter the depths of the Court of Life. After all, he had someone he wanted to resurrect. They must be resurrected. Let's go deeper. Su Ming didn't say much, but spoke calmly before taking off and flying deeper into the Court of Life. Lee, standing nearby, was taken aback for a moment, then muttered to himself, why are you so enthusiastic now? Have you really fallen for life energy? Su Ming ignored him and continued flying deeper into the distance without stopping. Hey, wait for me. Lee was speechless. He then quickly piloted his mecha and disappeared from the spot along with Su Ming. As soon as the two left, the energy structure here underwent a huge change. 5 phantoms gradually appeared from the void, and then a huge surge of life energy flowed into the bodies of the 5 phantoms, restoring their aura to the strength it had when Su Ming first encountered them. It seemed that these 5 illusory figures were waiting here for the next wave of people to enter the tribunal of life. Meanwhile, as Su Ming and Lee Heron flew deeper into the Court of Life, in a vast star field in the universe, squads of strangely shaped alien soldiers are currently suspended in the air. These people have peculiar appearances, dark blue skin, long, thin arms but thick fingers, and their bodies covered in blue vines. The strangest thing is these people have no noses, and their heads are split in the middle, all the way to their eyes, making them look extremely eerie. This alien race is the Void race, who are constantly at war with the human race. The Void race is completely different from the human race. The human race needs to rely on a life-bearing planet to reproduce and thrive. However, the Void race is born with the ability to survive in the void of the universe, and can even travel through the void with ease. At this moment, these voidlings are communicating with each other in their own language. Human civilization's offensive is extremely fierce, and the human apocalypse is simply too powerful. It will be very difficult for us to gain the upper hand against the apocalypse. I heard that the Void Lord has a mission to assign us this time. The Void clan members stood together, exchanging ideas. At that moment, a violent void fluctuation suddenly occurred in the void. A Void clan member with an incomparably powerful aura gradually revealed himself from the void. This Void clan member was enveloped in the void, as if connected to it, and appeared exceptionally unfathomable. Upon seeing this person, All the Void Clan soldiers tensed up. Void Lord. This is a terrifying existence on par with the human apocalypse. Although the human apocalypse has the amplification of mechs, in terms of actual combat power, it is almost twice that of the Void Lords. Usually, it takes 3 Void Lords to fight against 1 human apocalypse. However, at least the Void Lord is already in existence of this level. All the Void Civilization members who saw the Void Lord couldn't help but show awe and worship, and the scene immediately fell silent. The Void Lord opened his eyes, scanned the Void soldiers present, and then slowly said, "Human civilization is strong in technology and mechs, but our Void civilization also has its strengths, and our trump cards have not yet been discovered by human civilization." Upon hearing the Void Lord's words, the soldiers below seemed to have guessed something, and their faces lit up with surprise. "You guessed right." The Void Lord chuckled upon seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, then said calmly, "The Void civilization not only has a close affinity with the Void and can travel freely within it, but it can also open Void passages for long-distance teleportation. Currently, we have been trying to open up channels from the Void civilization to human civilization. There are more than 20 such channels under construction, all pointing directly to important areas of human civilization. Now one of them has been discovered. Above the secondary dimension of the spatial coordinates of human civilization, there exists a special extra-dimensional existence, which is suspected to be the ruins of other civilizations. If we follow this passage, we may be able to enter the territory of human civilization. However, we need to send a team of soldiers to investigate the safety and stability of this subdimension. Are you willing to enter the secondary dimension? Chapter 148: The Depths of the Living Court. One after another, figures tore through the void and entered a strange space through a passage. The owners of these figures possess strange abilities that allow them to more easily merge into the void and survive normally in a vacuum environment. They are members of the Void civilization. Once inside the strange space, these people immediately split into dozens of small teams, each flying off in a different direction. But after flying for a while, these people from the Void civilization suddenly frowned, sensing a strange energy around them that was plundering the vitality in their bodies. The weaker Void clan members were already feeling a very uncomfortable sensation in their bodies. The life force of the weaker Voidlings is certainly inferior to that of the stronger Voidlings. At this moment, these weak Void race members, having lost some of their vitality, were gradually having their normal physiological functions affected. Painful expressions immediately appeared on the faces of some Voidlings. Like people drowning at the bottom of the sea, they opened their mouths wide, wanting to shout, but the lack of vitality in their bodies caused them to spasm, forcing them to stop moving forward and roll around in place. Neither Su Ming nor Li Heron could have imagined that the entry of the weak into the Court of Life would be a disaster for them. These people cannot even survive until the trial by the Court of Life, as the Court of Life will drain their bodily vitality and directly cause them to lose their normal physiological abilities. At this moment, the Void Clan members ahead quickly discovered that many of their members had experienced a dangerous drop in physical activity. If this continued, they would likely be unable to maintain normal physiological functions and would die in this area. Several powerful Void Clan members frowned. This amount of vitality plundering was no problem for them. Their body's self-recovery capabilities and immense life force were enough to support them for a long time. But these weak Voidlings are no match for them. You guys go back first. The Void race has a unique way of communicating, and then the powerful Void race member slowly spoke to his companions behind him. The weaker Void clan members behind them had already reached their limit. If it weren't for military orders, they would probably have left long ago. Upon hearing their leader give the order to leave, they felt as if they had been granted a pardon and retreated without lingering for even a second. However, these weak Voidlings underestimated the living tribunal's power to deprive the body of its vitality. Before they could completely withdraw from the Court of Life, their bodily activity dropped to a level that could no longer support normal physiological functions during the process. They immediately fainted, floating unconsciously in the Court of Life. The dissection of the body in the Court of Life will not make an exception for those who have fainted. The stripping away of bodily activity continues. These unconscious voidlings were quickly stripped of their entire bodies by the living tribunal. Immediately, the bodies of the voidlings collapsed within the living tribunal, turning into clumps of lifeless flesh and blood that floated within it. It was quickly assimilated by the energy in the living tribunal, and even its last physical body disappeared without a trace. Just after the living tribunal stripped the life force from the bodies of hundreds of voidlings, the extracted life energy quickly flowed through some channel of the living tribunal into a certain area deep within it. At this moment, in this deep area, there are about 100 people lying quietly. These people exuded a strong life force, and they looked as if they were asleep. No one would mistake them for dead people. However, if a human apocalypse were to arrive at this place at this time, they would be keenly aware of it. These people are indeed dead. Although the body's activity and some information states are well preserved, it is almost indistinguishable from a living person. However, the divinity within these people has been completely stripped away. Divinity represents a person's spiritual and life imprint. This is the fundamental factor that distinguishes you from a copy. So even though these people possess all the characteristics to function as normal living beings, the living tribunal still failed to awaken them. Otherwise, once awakened, only clones will be awakened. The true original will not be resurrected. However, at this moment, the life energy of some voidlings who died entered this space through the energy channels within the Court of Life. Upon entering this space, the energy form within it underwent a tremendous change. Subsequently, a strange substance merged into these life energies, causing them to mutate. The mutated life energy has become something that is almost between matter and non-matter. Then, the energy within the living tribunal shifted, controlling these mutated life energies and surging into another entity within this space. In this space, besides the hundreds of civilized beings who were sleeping and had lost their divinity, above their heads hung several spheres that shone with silver light. These spheres are not matter in the normal sense. They are more like strange entities constructed by thought and imagination. If a divine revelation from the Eastern Underworld Alliance were to arrive here at this moment, it would surely exclaim in astonishment that it was impossible. Because the fluctuations emanating from these silver spheres are exactly the same as the divine perception of these divine revelations. These silver spheres are clearly condensations of divinity. These divine entities vary in size. The larger ones appear more complete and abundant, while the smaller ones look much more rigid and immature. The life energy of the void race, plundered and transformed into strange entities, was then manipulated by an invisible force and flowed into these divine entities. It was as if an invisible hand, like knitting a sweater, was gradually adding these life energies, transformed into things, onto the divine essence according to a special rule. The condensation of divinity is not simply a matter of shaping. All the imprints and marks within it must also be carved out in order to restore the original appearance. At this moment, among these divine condensations, some of the more mature divine condensations are gradually showing signs of being about to be completed. It is estimated that with a little more plundered bodily vitality, this divine essence could truly be completed, becoming a key factor in the resurrection of these dormant civilizations. Chapter 149, The Other Three Mechs. Within the Court of Life, two figures traverse the void, the surrounding energy shifting and constantly stripping away the vitality of the mecha pilots' bodies. However, Ming and Li Heron, who were piloting the mecha, were no ordinary people. Despite the increasingly strong suction around them, their expressions remained calm, and they did not show much anxiety. A silvery white light flashed across Ming's body from time to time, and then his lost physical vitality was restored. This is the effect of starlight energy. Ming can use starlight energy to replenish his body's activity each time. As long as there are enough starlight points, he can maintain his body activity at over 90%. Li Heron also has corresponding countermeasures. His body gradually became a semi-transparent entity. Sometimes it felt like he was still in this space-time, and sometimes it felt like Li Heron's body had fallen into another space-time. How could the son of a dimensional deity be simple? Li Heron used this strange method to obtain a large amount of replenishment and rest from another place. in order to avoid his body's vitality being constantly consumed by the life tribunal. Just then, the two suddenly changed their expressions and looked ahead, only to discover that there were three mechs being judged in front of them. At this moment, dozens of phantom figures were frantically attacking the three mechs. The deeper the phantoms go, the stronger they become. These figures are already comparable to the strength of a level 9 superior gene warrior. When all 10 figures are combined, their combat power is extremely formidable. To Su Ming and Li Heron's surprise, despite facing such a sharp attack, the three figures never showed any signs of weakness. On the contrary, they were adept at both offense and defense, and their teamwork was excellent. Three mechs, crisscrossing each other, unleashed terrifying energy from their bodies, easily tearing the afterimages to shreds. Let's go up and take a look. These three mechs look somewhat familiar. They must be people we know. Let's see if we can help them deal with the phantoms. Li Heron spoke up. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Although the pilots of these three mechs may not necessarily be from the Empire, they are very likely from the Eastern Underworld Alliance, and to some extent, they are competitors of Su Ming. However, as all belong to human civilization, when facing any external civilization, all people within human civilization become a whole, no longer competing as different cosmic nations. This is the main reason why humanity has evolved from a surface civilization to a cosmic civilization. Without a formidable cohesive force, human civilization would have perished long ago when it encountered other civilizations during its development. Without hesitation, Su Ming and Li Heron piloted their mechs and engaged in battle with the three mechs ahead. Boom! At that moment, the Shield Mountain Warrior unleashed an exceptionally terrifying speed, accelerating rapidly and then holding its shield in front of the mech. Suddenly, a huge red light shone in front of the Shield Mountain Warrior, and a strong energy fluctuation burst forth from the shield. This is the unique attack method of the Shield Mountain Warrior. It accelerates from a great distance, bursting out with powerful speed and generating terrifying kinetic energy. Ultimately, the shield takes on a sharp shape, convex in the middle and tapering back at both sides, before charging forward with a sudden burst of speed. Shield Bash, Celestial Assault. A massive black mech, over 30 meters tall, hurtled towards the phantoms surrounding the three mechs like a giant meteorite falling from the sky. Su Ming's sudden appearance attracted the attention of everyone present. The three human mechs were startled, but they were relieved after seeing that it was just a mech. Immediately, everyone saw the speed that the Shield Mountain Warrior unleashed, reaching an extreme level. With an unstoppable force, he instantly shattered several illusory figures with a single shield strike. This attack was a charged strike, its power reaching its peak. These phantoms had absolutely no ability to resist, and even when they condensed again, they were much weaker. The others were all experts with extremely fast reactions. Almost the instant they saw Su Ming kill the phantoms, they immediately launched an attack, shattering the phantoms that had just been formed. Once you gain an advantage, it's easy to snowball that advantage, to continuously expand our advantages. None of these scattered afterimages could recover before being struck again and scattered away. Before long, all of these illusory figures were defeated and disappeared by the crowd. A strange energy fluctuation suddenly surged into the bodies of Su Ming and the others. It was a higher level of life energy that, after flowing into their bodies, elevated them from the deepest levels of their genes. The group did not speak immediately, but quietly absorbed the transformation brought about by this wave of life energy. None of the pilots of these three mechs felt that Su Ming and Li Heron were fighting over energy, because the life energy returned by the Tribunal of Life is equal. The addition of Su Ming and Li Heron will not divide the energy of the three, but will instead provide them with two more streams of life energy from the Court of Life. After the five people gradually absorbed the life energy into their bodies, they looked at each other. Huh? It's you. Su Ming was taken aback when he saw one of the people clearly. This person was none other than Chun Hui, who had crossed paths with Su Ming earlier, and was ranked among the top 1,000 on the Heavenly Saint ranking. Unexpectedly, this time they encountered Chun Hui. The other two were a muscular, strong man and a surprisingly pretty young woman. At this moment, Chunhui saw Su Ming and recognized him as well. It's you. You've come to the court of life too. Chunhui looked at Su Ming in surprise. Chunhui had a deep impression of Su Ming. He had originally planned to fight Su Ming, but he happened to agree to an appointment with two friends to venture into the court of life together. That's why Su Ming was missed. Originally, Chunhui planned to challenge Su Ming after leaving the court of life. But what was unexpected was that Su Ming also entered the court of life. However, this place is not the best place for a fight. Although Chunhui was itching to fight, he still knew what was important. Oh my, it's you guys. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Li Heron grinned and said. Li Heron was a socially awkward chatterbox who loved to ramble on, which made him very popular in the Eastern Underworld Alliance. At this moment, Li Heron smiled and looked at the three of them, then said to Su Ming, "Come on, brother Su Ming, let me introduce you. This is Du Bing, who specializes in close-quarters mecha combat and is ranked 1071st on the Heavenly Saint ranking. This girl is called Chi Sun, ranked 812th on the Heavenly Saint ranking. And this one, by the way, did you know Chunhui before?" Li Heron looked at Su Ming with surprise. Su Ming shook his head, about to speak. But at that moment, all five of them suddenly turned their heads to look in one of the directions of the living tribunal. A strong void fluctuation emanated from that direction, and then figures gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 150 Positional Coordination. After seeing these figures approaching from a distance, the five people gradually recognized who they were, and were suddenly taken aback. Void race? How come we see void race people here? The appearance of the void race can be found in all the major cosmic kingdoms of human civilization. Upon seeing these people, the five of them recognized them instantly. These people flying towards this direction are the Void Clan, and there are quite a few. The five people exchanged glances, all seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Preliminary estimates suggest there are no fewer than 100 people. Although we don't know their combat strength, anyone who can advance this far in the living tribunal and reach this point must have considerable combat strength. Just as the five people saw the Void Clan, the Void Clan naturally also noticed their presence. Just as the five instantly recognized the Void Clan members, these Void Clan members, upon seeing the unique mecha design of human civilization, instantly realized the identities of the five. Excellent. This road is open. It's confirmed that we can reach human civilization. The discovery of life forms that are inhabited by humans means that we are not far from achieving human civilization. Send two people to notify the other exploration teams to converge on this side. We'll launch an attack first, capture these beings from human civilization alive, and obtain clues about human civilization. The Void Clan quickly made corresponding arrangements based on the current situation of both sides. Several Void Clan members with considerable auras silently disappeared from the rear of this force, presumably to notify other forces to converge on this side. The remaining hundreds of Void Clan members rushed towards Su Ming and his group of five at an extremely fast speed. "Hey guys, we've run into the Void Clan." Seeing the Void Clan's troops approaching, Li Heron looked at the other four and spoke. The Void Clan appearing in this location is not right. After all, the Living Tribunal is connected to the main universe of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. If the Void Clan finds the path to the Eastern Underworld Alliance, it will be very bad. How about we capture some prisoners alive? The Eastern Underworld Alliance has a divine revelation who can read the minds of living beings. We can take them back and let that revelation see what kind of trouble these void race people are up to. The burly young man named Du Bing narrowed his eyes slightly and then looked at the Void Clan members flying towards him with an unfriendly expression. "I don't think there's a problem." Su Ming chuckled. Although he was not a member of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, even if the Void Clan found the passage, they would not enter the Empire first. However, when faced with outsiders, as members of human civilization, we should naturally unite. 100 Void Clan members are not easy to deal with. Everyone, tell me your positions, otherwise it will be difficult to coordinate later. The only female mech warrior suddenly spoke up, then turned her gaze to the other four. "I'm fine with either, whatever. I can do that too, you guys decide." Everyone spoke up as if it were the most natural thing in the world. War is not a battle fought by individuals. In individual battles, you can win entirely by relying on your own comprehensive abilities. However, once teamwork is involved, it's no longer a matter of each person playing their own game. Defense, damage output, interference, breakthrough, and so on. A team with players who can coordinate different positions will definitely be much stronger than a team with only one position, given equal skill levels. That's why Chi Sun asked that question. However, apart from Su Ming, everyone present was a genius listed on the Heavenly Saint ranking, and was among the top in human civilization of their generation. At this level, anyone can play any position. Alright, then let's determine the positions based on the mechs we're currently using. Chen Hui said calmly. Mine, the Flying Tiger Class D mech, is fast and has high burst damage. I'll use it for the assault. Shield Mountain, I will take charge of defense. Tengshe 2.0 mech, let me deal damage. The group quickly shared details of their mechs and their capabilities through the communication devices. Su Ming was in charge of defense. Du Bing and Chun Hui were in charge of damage output. Li Heron was in charge of interference, and Chi Sun was in charge of rushing in to kill. After confirming the location, the group quickly formed a battle formation, waiting for the arrival of the Void Clan. Su Ming's Shield Mountain warrior, standing over 30 meters tall, was like a mountain when it stood in front of him, blocking Du Bing, Chun Hui, and Li Heron behind it. Chi Sun, on the other hand, floated to the side in her mecha, detached from the team. The position for rushing in and eliminating enemies is actually the most dangerous position in a team, but it is also the most rewarding. This position is usually only suitable for mechs with powerful bursts of speed and terrifying speed. However, these types of mechs are often very fragile. Their energy shields will shatter and be destroyed if they are targeted by concentrated fire. Therefore, the mech pilot in this position needs to have exceptionally strong operational skills and a good overall perspective, and be able to accurately judge when to rush in and when not to rush forward rashly. 5 mechs floated in the void, each emanating a strong energy fluctuation. Upon seeing this, the Void Clan member's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted, "Form ranks and attack." As soon as the Void Clan finished speaking, their figures began to change, forming a special formation. The energy levels of both sides were unleashed without restraint within the living tribunal, resulting in a fierce collision in the void. Driven by the energy, both sides attacked simultaneously. A large number of Void Clan members did not hesitate and directly stretched out their hands, emanating a strong energy fluctuation. This is one of the Void race's attack methods, using their bodies to create a reaction in the void, thereby generating special energy fluctuations to launch an attack. Meanwhile, the Void Clan members in the back row spat out crystals, and then the power in their bodies surged into the crystals, causing them to generate terrifying energy rays that attacked Su Ming and the other 4. The Void Clan's first target would inevitably be Su Ming's Shield Mountain warrior. There was no way around it. The Shield Mountain warrior's body was so enormous that it perfectly covered the 3 mechs behind it. If the Shield Mountain warrior isn't defeated, the attack won't even be able to reach the 3 mechs behind him. They're here. Su Ming's eyes remained calm, showing no sign of panic. His shield held firm at that moment, and was making slight adjustments in response to the incoming attacks. Chapter 151 Team Battle erupts. Although it is a passive defense, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. The mechs occupying the defensive position are not just mindlessly using their defensive capabilities to take the enemy's attacks head-on. If that's the case, a single concentrated attack from hundreds of voidlings would likely be enough to destroy Shield Mountain's shield. To truly withstand a barrage of attacks on the battlefield without your shield breaking requires exceptional skill. Attacks shot in from all directions, and in Su Ming's eyes, these attacks from the Void Clan were quickly mapped into an attack route map. Each attack has its own unique attack route in Su Ming's mind. Angle, speed, time to arrive, power. These factors seem to transform into readily available data, constantly surfacing in Su Ming's mind. A truly powerful defender is even more difficult to operate than someone who rushes into a position. These attacks, varying in strength and speed, rained down on Su Ming in a dense barrage. Su Mingxin pushed his mental energy to its limit, and with each wave of attacks, he slightly swayed his shield. A wave of rays struck the shield. Su Ming slightly shook his arm, unleashing a moderate amount of energy that caught the first burst of rays. At the same time, he used his wrist to adjust the shield to the side. Instantly, the shield transformed into a mirror. The attack struck the shield, but Su Ming's manipulation quickly deflected it, causing it to explode behind the shield mountain warrior. Su Ming did not take the attacks head-on. Instead, it uses the angle of the shield and the changes in the energy level on the shield to adjust the frequency of the shield's energy, thus deflecting these attacks one by one. In this way, the actual damage these attacks inflict on the shield is probably only 5–15% of the original attack. Most of the power was deflected aside by the shield with a deft, effortless skill. A true expert skill is immediately apparent. Su Ming's shield-controlling technique demonstrated his comprehensive abilities in timing, energy level, shield strength, and judgment. The others, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but shout, "Beautiful!" Even if someone behind him were to do it, they wouldn't be confident they could achieve the same level of skill as Su Ming. This round of attacks likely had a total energy burst of millions, but only less than 300,000 points actually hit the shield. It can absolutely be called perfect defense. This level of damage is simply not enough for a mech like the Shield Mountain Warrior, which has an automatic shield regeneration ability. Even if it comes to several more rounds, the Shield Mountain Guardian's shield defense shield can automatically recover, and it can still handle it. Seeing that their teammates responsible for defense were so reliable, everyone felt relieved and shifted their attention to the Void Clan's army formation, where they began to unleash their attacks with confidence. With someone blocking the enemy's attacks in front, those in the rear responsible for dealing damage don't need to worry about defense or positioning. They can just focus on dealing damage. This is an incredibly exciting thing for every mech warrior. The Tingsha mech and the Zeus Thunder mech are both sniper-type mechs. The Tingsha mech fires shot after shot at the Void Race. Shenhui is not weak. In fact, when he encountered Su Ming before, he was not at a disadvantage in terms of locking and counter-locking abilities. At this moment, his sniper rifle was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Once it bit, it would mean certain death. Each gunshot takes away a Voidling soldier. Du Bing's mecha is the Zeus Thunder mecha. This mech's attacks, whether area of effect or single target burst damage, are very powerful. As Zeus Thunder mech unleashed bolts of lightning, terrifying currents surged towards the Void Clan, causing them considerable trouble. We've encountered elite mech warriors from human civilization. These 5 mech warriors hold high positions in human civilization. We must either capture them alive or eliminate them outright. We can't let them escape. At that moment, both sides had the same thought. Either capture them alive or eliminate them. However, the final outcome will depend on the result of the battle between the two sides. Su Ming released his energy level, and the arm of the Shield Mountain mech gripped the shield tightly, without letting go. Although the Shield Mountain Warrior also possesses offensive capabilities, in team battles, doing one's own job well is the most important thing. Since Su Ming is in charge of the defensive position, he must carry out the defense to the end and prevent the 3 mechs behind him from being attacked. Only in this way can the team's strength be brought into full play. Just then, Li Heron, who had been standing still, suddenly seized the opportunity. While Su Ming was still blocking the second wave of attacks from the Void Clan, he made a sudden move and released a specially made cannonball, which hit a blank spot in the Void Clan's formation. It seemed that the shell had not hit any Voidlings, but when it entered the gap in the Voidling army formation, it suddenly exploded, turning into a high-frequency noise that spread directly in a small area. This high-frequency noise directly caused the ears of the surrounding Voidlings to bleed. They immediately covered their ears, their faces showing extreme pain, and they temporarily lost their ability to attack. Li Heron's position is called the interference position. The so-called interference position is actually a disruptor in team fights. The goal is to disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm and disable their attack capabilities. Typically listed as the highest risk profession on the battlefield. The reason is simple. Such a lowly position would make anyone unhappy, and they would definitely try every means to get rid of him first. However, Li Heron was cunning enough not to move his mech out of the Shield Mountain's defensive range at all, and only launched attacks within the Shield Mountain's defensive range. After seeing that the noise bombs had worked, Li Heron immediately revealed a sly smile, and then he set up another gun mount. Boom! A cannon shot rang out, and the shell was once again fired into the Void Clan's formation, where it exploded. The shell exploded, seemingly having no effect, but the expressions on the faces of these Void Race members all changed. At this moment, these Void Race members realized that their once confident Void affinity had become useless. The feeling of being completely integrated with the Void, as if we were one, gradually disappeared. It was as if the surrounding Void had been solidified by the special substance of this cannonball. Without the affinity of the Void Race, their speed dropped rapidly. Just then, Li shouted, "Go, Chi-sun!" Chapter 152, Chi-sun's Crisis. With a loud shout from Li Heron, a small but incredibly powerful mech flew out from the side of the mech array. Flying Tiger Class, D-Burst Type Mech. This mech is characterized by its extremely high speed and explosive power. Although it is relatively fragile, it is very easy to operate. If the operator can unleash powerful operational skills, this mech will become a terrifying reaping weapon on the battlefield. Drive to the basket. The person piloting this mecha is Chi-sun, the only girl in the team, who is in charge of the assault position. At this moment, after Li Heron used the Void Solidification Bomb, the resistance of the Void Clan increased greatly, and they could no longer travel through the Void without any obstacles. After losing the ability to traverse the Void Race suffered a significant drop in both mobility and immunity to energy, effectively rendering them almost entirely useless. Now is the time for the assault mechs to reap the rewards. Two large black swords suddenly appeared in the hands of the small mecha piloted by Chi-sun, and then terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from the swords. Drink! Chi-sun let out a soft shout, her eyes gleaming a sign that her brain energy level had reached its peak. At this moment, although she was confident, she was also putting all her mental energy into it. Because this mech is extremely fragile. It's like having only one layer of mecha material in front of you. If you're not careful, you could be instantly killed by concentrated fire. She drew a great sword from her hand, and the blade immediately turned crimson. This is the state of thermal energy bursting forth. The mech swiftly swept through the void, and before the Void Race members could even dodge, they swept past, instantly killing 7 or 8 Void Race members in this wave of attack. Damn it, it's a human civilization's assault mech. It's using void binding to reduce its movement space. When the Void Clan's commander saw the flying tiger mechs catch his army off guard, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly. Having clashed with human civilization countless times, he naturally knew how to counter assault-type mechs. No matter how flashy or skillful a mech is, if its movement space is restricted to a certain range, it will have little room to maneuver and will be quickly killed by concentrated fire. It must be said that his rich battlefield experience enabled this Void Clan general to make an extremely correct judgment at the first moment. Dozens of Void Race members thrust their arms into the void, and a void cage faintly appeared within the Void Civilization Legion. Li Heron, assist Chi-sun in breaking through. Upon seeing this, Ming immediately began giving instructions over the communication channel. At this moment, some of the Void Clan's firepower had been drawn away by the flying tiger mech, greatly reducing the pressure on Ming's side. The Shield Mountain Warrior's shield energy was also replenished during this time. With the pressure lessened, Ming immediately gained a better understanding of the overall situation. Good. Without saying a word, Li Heron prepared to set up the cannon and release the neurotoxin so that Chi-sun could break free. Just then, Chi-sun's extremely calm voice suddenly rang out on the communication channel. No need. The damage dealers can just increase their output. I can leave the battlefield on my own. Upon hearing Chi-sun's words, everyone was taken aback. However, since Chi-sun had already said so, Du Bing and Chun Hui did not hesitate and directly unleashed their energy to the limit, releasing a terrifying attack that frantically struck the Void Clan's army formation. The two's attacks instantly annihilated several Voidlings and disrupted the Voidlings' formation, causing their army to fall into brief chaos due to the successive losses of their combat power. Upon seeing this, Chi Sun moved instantly, thrusting her long sword wildly, killing the Void Clan members who were sealing off the void one by one. The scorching energy erupting from the longsword permeated the entire void, making the flying tiger mech appear as if it were standing amidst turbulent waves in the void. Several more Void Clan members died directly at Chi Sun's hands, bringing the total to about 15 or 16 Void Clan members. Upon seeing this, the experts of the Void Clan were enraged. They merged into the void and attacked Chi Sun. These Void Clan experts who attacked were each about 10th level Gene warriors in terms of combat strength. If they joined forces, even Chi Sun would be intercepted and killed in the void. Upon seeing this scene, Ming and the others felt a chill run down their spines. But at that moment, Chi Sun did something that surprised everyone. She piloted her mecha, soaring straight into the sky above the battlefield, directly avoiding the encirclement and attack of the Void Clan experts. Upon seeing this scene, Ming and the other three couldn't help but change their expressions. Chi Sun, have you gone mad? Li Heron shouted loudly into the communication channel. Although Chi Sun managed to evade the ambush by the Void Clan experts, the distance she covered while rushing upwards was too great, and she was now completely out of the reach of Ming and the others. In other words, Chi Sun is now outside the scope of the team's care. In war, such an operation is undoubtedly very dangerous. It goes beyond the limits of what the team can extend and almost means death. If Chi Sun had forced her way out of the encirclement of the Void Clan experts, with the help of everyone, she would have had a good chance of breaking through with only minor injuries. But now even if everyone wanted to help Chi Sun, they were powerless and could only watch anxiously from below. But Chi Sun seemed to have other plans. Although Li Heron was extremely anxious in the communication channel, Chi Sun still did not reply. Upon seeing this, the Void Clan experts exchanged glances, all recognizing the joy in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they seized the opportunity and rushed towards Chi Sun's position. In their eyes, Chi Sun, who had left the team, was doomed to die. But at that moment, a Void Clan expert's pupils suddenly contracted, and a black shadow shot out from the sky. It's a longsword. The longsword held by the flying tiger mech. At that moment, Chi Sun threw the longsword in her hand, which shot towards the two Void Clan members at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the two Void Clan members did not panic. They immediately concealed their bodies into the void, merging with it. This is a unique innate ability of the void race, to disappear into the void. Although you'll lose most of your attack power, you'll be immune to 95% of kinetic attacks, commonly known as physical attack. The two longswords passed right through the bodies of the two Void Clan members as if they had passed through the projection, without causing any damage whatsoever. The two Void Race members wore mocking expressions as they prepared to continue their ascent. Just then the two long swords suddenly exploded within the bodies of the two Void Clan members. Chapter 153: The Operation of a Top Genius. The flying tiger mech piloted by Chi Sun had actually been modified by her. Chi Sun had actually added a self-destruct function to the inside of the two long swords. As the swords passed through the bodies of the two Void Clan experts, the self-destruct mechanism was activated. The two long swords then exploded, turning into two dazzling balls of fire that blasted the two Void Clan experts to the point of obliteration. The Void Race's racial ability allows them to merge into the void, making them immune to most attacks. However, two extremely powerful bombs exploded inside the bodies of two Void Clan experts. No matter how strong your immunity is, very few people can survive an explosion that almost overlaps with the body. The aftershocks of the explosion knocked several Void Clan experts nearby off balance. None of them had expected that the long sword had a self-destruct function embedded in it. Originally, none of them could have died, but Chi Sun's sudden weapon self-destruction resulted in the deaths of two Void Clan experts, which greatly shocked and enraged the remaining Void Clan experts. Court death. These Void Clan experts frantically attacked the flying tiger mech. The Void Clan's unique void affinity allowed them to outrun the flying tiger mech. Soon, These Void Clan experts caught up with the flying tiger mech and joined forces, unleashing a terrifying barrage of attacks on it. If hit by this attack, the flying tiger mech would likely be destroyed, and Chi-sun inside would be in grave danger. Chi-sun dodged quickly. Lee Heron looked anxious. For some reason, the flying tiger mech did not make any other moves in the face of the attack from several Void Clan experts, and continued to fly with its head down. Upon seeing this, the Void Clan experts immediately showed a hint of joy, as the attack was about to land on the flying tiger mech. But at that moment, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from within the flying tiger mech. Upon sensing this energy fluctuation, the Void Clan experts immediately showed expressions of disbelief. Oh no, she's going to self-destruct. Those below were all taken aback when they sensed this energy fluctuation. Chi-sun is actually going to self-destruct? Before anyone could think further, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from within the flying tiger mech. A terrifying energy surged outward from the inside of the flying tiger, first engulfing the mech, and then, in the next moment, engulfing the Void Clan experts who were chasing after it. Several Void Clan experts died instantly in the self-destruction. The Void Clan's elite forces have suffered another loss. Logically speaking, Su Ming and the others should be happy. However, Su Ming and the others now wore extremely complicated expressions. Did he self-destruct? Chi-sun just self-destructed like that? This girl is too fierce. She actually self-destructed without warning. For some reason, a classic line from a certain anime character from his previous life involuntarily surfaced in Su Ming's mind. An explosion is art. Su Ming felt an extremely absurd feeling. Wait, why is this girl? Is it really necessary? But at that moment, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and then let out a soft hum. Because he used the system's X-ray vision function, he saw from the flames of the explosion that there was a small black dot floating in the void above the location of the explosion. The firelight gradually disappeared, and then Su Ming saw the small black dot rushing downwards at an extremely fast speed. Call out. The extraordinary speed created a powerful sonic boom, immediately attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that Chi-sun had somehow gotten off the mecha and gone to the top of the flying tiger mecha alone. Chi-sun is not dead. Moreover, at this moment, she attacked downwards at an extremely fast speed. A mechanical weapon had appeared in her hand at some point, and with terrifying kinetic energy, she slashed at the Void Clan member who had survived the mech's self-destruction but was also injured. What's going on? Lee Heron looked stunned, seemingly unable to understand why Chi-sun had survived the self-destruction. Su Ming glanced at it, then spoke in a low voice into the communication channel. Cover up. The fire from the explosion of Chi-sun's two longswords is actually an illusion. When the fire exploded, Chi-sun detached from the flying tiger mech and rushed into the sky to hide. But the Void Clan still thinks that Chi-sun is still in the mech. At this moment, if the mech self-destructs again, it will definitely catch the Void Clan off guard. Not only will it kill some of the Void Clan, but Chi-sun can also reap the lives of the wounded. Amazing. Su Ming sincerely admired it. At this moment, Su Ming felt that the Heavenly Saint ranking was indeed of high value. As one of the top geniuses in all of human civilization, Chi-sun's ability to break into the top 800 among trillions of young people demonstrates that she is absolutely top-notch in terms of cunning, operation, judgment, and decisiveness. At this moment, Chi-sun put on a textbook perfect maneuver and design for advancing into a new position, with each move perfectly linked to the next, ensuring a complete victory. Even if Su Ming went up there, he might not be able to do better than Chi-sun. Upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, Lee Heron's mouth dropped open, and he muttered to himself, "Is this even something a human could come up with? This girl is amazing." Just then, Chi-sun's voice suddenly came through the communication channel. "Stop chatting. Prepare for the backup." Upon hearing Chi-sun's words, Su Ming immediately looked up at her, and his mental energy level silently activated. Chi-sun sprinted down at an extremely fast speed, and then used this momentum to rush towards the two Void Clan experts. Before the two Void Clan experts could react, Chi-sun beheaded them, and blue blood splattered everywhere in the void. Having killed two Void Clan experts, Chi-sun no longer hesitated and frantically rushed towards the location of Su Ming and the others below. At this moment, Chi-sun had truly run out of tricks. This style of play, while wiping out dozens of Void Clan experts, was too aggressive. At this moment, Chi-sun didn't have time to put on her mecha, and her entire body was exposed to the void. Given that physical defenses are far inferior to those of mechs, it would probably only take 5 ordinary Void Clan soldiers focusing their fire to kill Chi-sun. Su Ming and the others were aware of this, and so were the Void Clan soldiers. Without any hesitation, these Void Clan soldiers unleashed terrifying void rays directly at Chi-sun. Without the support of a mecha to change direction, Chi-sun's ability to change direction was almost zero at this moment, and she could only fall straight down. Under such circumstances, any well-trained soldier could easily hit Chi-sun. Just then, the Shield Mountain mech, which had been standing still, suddenly shot into the sky, and Su Ming raised his sniper rifle and fired at Chi-sun. Ahem, no typo, it was shot at Chi-sun. Chapter 154 Rescue Efforts. The bullet shot towards Chi-sun at extremely high speed. Upon seeing this, the 3 people behind Su Ming were taken aback. Su Ming, are you crazy? Li Heron shouted frantically into the communication channel. However, Su Ming remained completely calm. He whispered to Chi-sun through the communication device, "Use your mechanical combat soldiers to shatter this bullet." Quickly. Even Chi-sun was startled when she saw the bullets coming towards her. After the recent battle, she has virtually no defensive capabilities left. If that bullet hit me, I would be seriously injured. But after hearing Su Ming's resolute tone through the communication device, Chi-sun gritted her teeth, then steeled herself, raised her mechanical battle knife, and slashed at the bullet. Sizzle. To her surprise, when the mechanical sword struck the bullet, it did not produce a terrible explosion, but instead the bullet shattered, and a large amount of unknown material poured out of it. In the blink of an eye, she was enveloped in it. Chi-sun was startled and subconsciously prepared to unleash her physical energy to resist the envelopment of these substances. But what she didn't expect was, the energy level of his own body that he had unleashed was instantly frozen upon contact with these substances, as if these substances could hinder the transfer of energy. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the bullet explode from being slashed. Static energy element. This bullet is not equipped with any damaging functions. Its only feature is a large amount of static energy. Given the speed of the mechs, they certainly wouldn't be able to reach Chi-sun in time to defend against the Void Clan's attack. But bullets can. Chi-sun is falling downwards, while the bullets are being fired upwards. The relative speed of the two moving in opposite directions is definitely faster than the speed of the Void Clan's attack. In that instant, Su Ming did not hesitate and released the bullet directly. Of course, when Su Ming fired this bullet, he did not unleash any energy level, so the bullet only had simple kinetic energy. If the energy level were to be unleashed, even if Chi-sun managed to cleave the bullet, the shrapnel would likely cause her significant damage. After confirming that the static energy element had enveloped Chi-sun, Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately activated the mecha's spatial jump function, instantly setting the spatial anchor point in the area where Chi-sun was about to pass. At this moment, Chi-sun was surrounded by static energy, so even Chi-sun herself could not use any energy. But her forward momentum, even without unleashing any physical energy, still propelled Chi-sun downwards at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the Void Clan's attacks came one after another. The terrifying attacks descended upon Chi-sun in an instant, constantly magnifying in front of her. It's over. This was the only thought in Chi-sun's and the other 3 members' minds. But at that moment, these attacks aimed at Chi-sun strangely paused for 2 seconds in front of her. It's like someone pressed the pause button. It's completely unable to move. The energy is completely static. The energy was static, but as a physical entity, Chi-sun's movement was not affected by the static energy element, and she continued to descend. 2 seconds later, the Void Clan attack that had been aimed at Chi-sun returned to its dynamic state and continued to bombard forward. However, the targets of these energy attacks had already descended significantly within 2 seconds, causing the energy to fall directly into empty space. Upon seeing this scene, Chi Sun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Pretty. Wow, Su Ming, that was awesome. The team members naturally witnessed this scene and exclaimed in admiration over the communication channel. However, Su Ming did not receive the praise from the members at this moment, because the Shield Mountain Warrior had already activated the space jump function. At this moment, Su Ming was traversing through the folded space, blocking the signals in the main space. When Su Ming emerged from the folded space, he was already in an area 2 kilometers away, and coincidentally, Chi Sun happened to be in that location as well. Without hesitation, Su Ming released the anti-static energy element to neutralize all the static energy elements surrounding Chi Sun. Otherwise, the Shield Mountain Warrior would also be rendered unusable by the static energy element. The next moment, Shield Mountain caught Chi Sun steadily. Then, without hesitation, Su Ming placed the giant shield in front of Shield Mountain and piloted the mecha down rapidly. The second wave of attacks came quickly. However, how could the Void Clan, which had already lost most of its top fighters, possibly break through Shield Mountain's giant shield in a single attack? Su Ming casually deflected all the attacks, minimizing the damage the giant shield took. Seeing this, several Voidlings were not about to let go of this hard-won opportunity. This is their last chance. Currently, about 60% of these Void Race teams have been wiped out, and the remaining 40% are low-level Void Race members. In order to rescue Chi Sun, Dunshan used his spatial jump ability during the process and has now separated from the other 3 mechs. Now is the perfect time to annihilate the Shield Mountain Warriors. Once they return to the location of the other 3 mechs, the Void Clan army will have no chance but defeat. Immediately, a large number of Void Clan members surrounded him. Some even used the fluctuations in the void to move behind Shield Mountain, attempting to bypass the giant shield and deliver a fatal blow from behind. Piloting the Shield Mountain, Su Ming saw the Void Clan's actions clearly, and then a silver glint flashed in his eyes. This is a signal that the brain's energy level has reached its maximum. In an instant, the giant shield in Shield Mountain's hand split into 4 pieces. Immediately, the 4 split shields began to rotate around the Shield Mountain Warrior, effectively blocking all the attacks he encountered from all sides. Seeing this, Li Heron and the others below exchanged bewildered glances. Normal Shield Mountain users do not have this ability. Clearly, Su Ming's Shield Mountain shield had also undergone extensive modifications by Su Ming, resulting in the shield possessing such comprehensive capabilities. However, the shield that was rotating around Shield Mountain took on a new look at this moment. From the edges of the 4 shields, one could see incredibly sharp blades extending out. Immediately, 4 shields shot out, spinning and slicing the bodies of the Void Race members apart. Suddenly, several streaks of blue blood mist exploded in the sky. At this moment, Shield Mountain turned from defense to offense, transforming into a meat grinder, frantically reaping the lives of the surrounding Void Clan. Chapter 155 Annihilation. The heavy shield can also be transformed into a sharp and terrifying weapon. Even though the shield was divided into 4 pieces, it still possessed an incredibly heavy mass. A mere graze will cause injury, a direct contact will kill. One after another, the Voidlings fell to the heavy shield's attacks. At this moment, after several rounds of attacks by Su Ming and others, the number of Void Clan members has gradually decreased from more than 100 to only about 20 or 30. Su Ming's giant shield directly reaped nearly 50 ordinary soldiers of the Void Clan. These ordinary soldiers are only about as strong as a level 7 Gene Warrior. Although Su Ming is also at level 7, with the addition of mecha, starlight points, body tempering strength, and other factors, he can fully reach the level of a level 10 Gene Warrior. When a heavy shield, a heavy weapon, is used to directly attack, it immediately becomes a weapon of area of effect damage, instantly reaping so many lives. With only 20 or 30 Void Clan members, they could hardly be considered an army. At most, they were just a small combat squad. At this level of intensity, it's hardly considered a team battle. Below, Li Heron and the others had already piloted their mechs and soared into the sky. Now that most of the Void Clan has been wiped out, they pose little threat to Su Ming and his group of 5, so there's no need to maintain the previous lineup arrangement. Now everyone can perform their duties and give full play to their abilities. These 5 people are all extraordinary. Those who can reach around 1000th place on the Heavenly Saint ranking are all exceptional geniuses, 1 in 10,000. Each person possesses their own formidable fighting power. It's not just limited to the location of output and interference. Ming, leave some for me. Li laughed loudly, then soared into the sky, a mechanical battle axe appearing in his hand without him even noticing. The battle axe unleashed terrifying lightning power, slashing fiercely at the Void Clan member. Upon seeing this, the Void Clan members all paled and prepared to escape into the void. However, Li Heron let out a soft shout, and a mysterious power erupted from the mecha, instantly imprisoning the surrounding void. Divine mechanical knowledge. Sensing the divine power emanating from Li Heron, Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured to himself. Ming knew all too well how appealing divine mechanical knowledge was. At this moment, I sensed the divine mechanical knowledge on Li Heron. It should be divine mechanical knowledge that leans towards the dimensional void type, which actually allowed Li Heron to imprison the void for a short period of time. This move is practically the nemesis of the Void Clan. Any Void Clan member trapped in the void can hardly move an inch. Soon, these Void race members, who had lost their advantage in the void, were instantly wiped out by the 4 mechs. The void quickly returned to calm. The 4 mechs slowly hovered in the void, taking advantage of the lull in the battle to restore their energy levels. Chi Sun patted the Shield Mountain Warrior's big head, then laughed and jumped up from the Shield Mountain Warrior mech, his body hovering in the void. She then took out another silver-white mecha and put it on. The 5 people present were not only gene warriors, but also highly capable mechanics. The mechanical equipment they wore was all made by themselves. Otherwise, they would not have been able to activate the divine and use it in the living tribunal. Flying Tiger was already scrapped, but Chi Sun had other mechs, so she naturally switched to another one. The 5 of them remained silent, closing their eyes to process the gains and losses of the battle they had just fought. Gene warriors, especially those who have unlocked their brain energy levels, will receive a certain boost from every life or death battle. After recovering, the brain energy levels of the 5 individuals showed subtle increases to varying degrees. However, the process was quick, and none of the 5 stayed there for long. They moved and left the area immediately. So, the one we spared earlier was with you, wasn't he? Ming flew along, then turned his head and asked curiously. Li Heron grinned and then opened the mecha's hand, revealing 2 Void Clan members whose hands and feet had been severed, bound together unconscious. These 2 Void soldiers were the only 2 survivors. The Voidlings' entry into the living tribunal was somewhat suspicious, so naturally, 2 of them were left alive. Once back in human society, Apocalypse, who was skilled in mind control, could read their thoughts and find out why the Voidlings were allowed into the living tribunal. Don't worry, my old man knows Apocalypse, who's an expert in mind control. We can just hand these 2 over to him and let him handle it, Li Heron said with a smile. He then placed the 2 Void Clan members into a life capsule, which he then shrunk and stored in his own storage space. Friends, what do you say? To stay or to leave? Du Bing suddenly spoke up on the communication channel. After hearing Du Bing's words, the group was taken aback, and then pondered for a few seconds. After all, the living tribunal has a special mechanism. Once someone leaves the living tribunal will no longer welcome them. It's unlikely they'll be able to get in after that, given their current strength. For geniuses, the living tribunal is an excellent opportunity to elevate their life level and significantly enhance their physical energy. If one had not received enough benefits to further elevate their level of existence, who would willingly leave the court of life? But Psi-human civilization is still more important. The news that the Void race can enter the living tribunal should be told to the 5 major cosmic nations as soon as possible, so that the 5 major cosmic nations can determine the level of danger. Besides, who can guarantee that this is the only Void civilization team to enter the living tribunal? Under normal circumstances, when a civilization enters an unknown area, it will definitely send out many exploration teams to explore. There might be other Void exploration teams in the living tribunal. Shenhui slowly began to speak. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although they were unwilling, everyone understood what the right choice was. The group moved quickly, preparing to leave from where they had come from. However, what the group didn't notice was that right after they left the area, the corpses of the Void Clan members killed by the 5 of them all turned into clusters of life energy, which were absorbed by the Life Tribunal. Having tasted the sweetness of life, the Tribunal of Life seems to possess its own independent consciousness and has begun to gradually change some of the layouts within the Tribunal of Life. What started as a detour has become a deeper path. Continuing along this path, the 5 will not only fail to leave this place, but will instead draw ever closer to one of the Void Race reconnaissance squads. The Living Tribunal seems to want to see both sides fight, and wants to devour the remaining corpses and energy on the battlefield into the deepest part of the Living Tribunal. Chapter 156: The Insidious Court of Life. 5 mechs flew at extremely high speed within the Court of Life, carrying Ming and his 4 companions. The 5 of them sped along the road, and on the way, they encountered another wave of afterimages. With the combined efforts of the 5, the Phantom could not pose much of a threat to them and was directly killed by them. Subsequently, the life level of the 5 was significantly improved. As Ming's physical energy level improved during the process of advancing his life level, it also improved accordingly, directly from 6W to 6.5W. The improvement in one's spiritual level has a particularly significant impact on the improvement of the body's energy level, which is much faster than exercise. However, the improvement of one's life level can only reach a certain level within a certain stage. If one wants to improve further, one still has to honestly improve the physical energy level through cultivation in order to improve the life level. The 5 continued flying forward. The stripping of their physical vitality by the Living Tribunal posed little threat to them, as they were all capable of finding ways to resist the Living Tribunal's extraction at this level. Just then, the 5 of them suddenly changed their expressions and let out a soft exclamation. "Did you feel it?" Chi Sun's slightly solemn voice came from the communication device. Upon hearing Chi Sun's voice, everyone slowly nodded. "We are receiving a large number of energy level fluctuations in the direction we are flying. They're Void Race." Li Heron spoke with certainty. Ming nodded, then frowned and muttered to himself. "This is the way we're going back. How did we encounter the Void Clan? Logically, the Void Clan should be behind us." A look of confusion flashed across everyone's eyes. Logically speaking, the Void Race would definitely be chasing from behind, not from the front. If they come from the front, it means the Void Race has entered human civilization and is coming from there to ambush everyone. This is clearly impossible. Once the Void Race enters human civilization, a large-scale war will likely break out immediately. How could they possibly have the time to send out armies to kill everyone? Something's not right, something's strange. Let's head in another direction and avoid the Void Clan army ahead. Shenhui spoke with a solemn tone. The 5 of them were not lacking in confidence to annihilate an army of Void Race members. However, something was clearly wrong with the situation, and no one wanted to waste too much time on this Void Clan army. Shenhui's suggestion was accepted by everyone, and the group immediately changed direction in their mechs to avoid the obstacle from another angle. However, about 10 minutes later, Ming and the others' expressions changed again. Because according to their perception, a Void Clan army was heading straight towards them, both sides moving in opposite directions, and they estimated that they would soon encounter each other head-on. This time, the 5 of them were certain. Something's really wrong. Something's up to no good. No matter which direction we go, we keep running into Void Clan armies. There's no way the Void Clan could have surrounded this place. Li Heron spoke in a cold voice. The group was in the void. What is the concept of emptiness? It means that you can move not only left, right, forward, and backward, but also up, down, and diagonally. The directions you can move in are almost endless. However, no matter which direction they went, they encountered voidlings. There are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the Void Race has already dispatched an army to surround the entire area. Dubing couldn't help but laugh as he said this. What a joke! To surround this place. Even sending hundreds of billions of troops wouldn't be enough to encircle the entire void into a sphere. After all, The living tribunal is exceptionally vast, comparable in size to a star cluster. It's simply impossible to surround a space of this size. The second type. Du Bing slowly suppressed his smile, then said calmly, I'm afraid some being has deliberately placed the Void Clan's army in front of us, just waiting for us to encounter them. After hearing Du Bing's words, the other four remained expressionless. They had already guessed the second possibility. Something was deliberately placed in front of everyone by the Void race. The Court of Life. Su Ming muttered to himself. In the living tribunal, if there is any being that can arbitrarily control the direction of the entire space, then it is undoubtedly the living tribunal itself. Everyone had always thought that the living tribunal was an inanimate object, or rather, a rule entity with its own unique rules. But unexpectedly, the Court of Life seemed to have its own independent consciousness and could arbitrarily adjust some of its internal structures. What is the Court of Life trying to do by doing this? Chi Sun asked, puzzled. Su Ming squinted, then slowly said, I don't know the specifics, but I feel it's related to life energy. It feels that extracting our life force is no longer enough. It wants more life energy. And what could be faster than directly extracting all the life energy from a complete person? After saying this, Su Ming stopped talking and looked ahead, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Damn it, how insidious. So, the life energy we receive in return is just like honey on a pitcher plant, a sweet treat to lure others into the Court of Life. Li Heron spoke up, somewhat displeased. What do we do now? Is there a way to break free from the spatial chaos of the Court of Life and escape from it? Chi Sun sighed, then looked at everyone. Just then, a hint of blue gradually appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and then his gaze passed through the various strange energy structures in the Court of Life, seeing a deeper level of space within the Court of Life. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I have a way to enter the deeper levels of the living tribunal, but there is a possibility of encountering dangers within the living tribunal. Would you like to enter the deeper levels of the living tribunal with me? After hearing Su Ming's words, the four of them exchanged glances. Du Bing then grinned, his eyes filled with coldness. Fine. Everyone has a temper. Since the Court of Life is messing with us like this, we'll go into the depths of the Court of Life together and see what the Court of Life is up to. We might even cause a big scene and make the Court of Life pay the price. The others nodded to each other, their thoughts mirroring Du Bing's. Su Ming chuckled lightly, then slowly said, All right, but it will take a little time. Let's wipe out this Void Clan army first. Chapter 157 Energy Level Splitting. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group did not hesitate and immediately raised their energy levels, charging towards the Void Clan team. Since moving around within the Living Tribunal would inevitably lead to encounters with the Void Clan squads, it would be better to directly eliminate this squad head-on, rather than having everyone chased around like rats in the street by the Void Clan squads. All five of them had their own tempers and were proud of themselves. Who could stand this insult? They might as well just wipe out this Void Clan squad head-on. In this way, even if the next Void Race army is brought under the control of the Living Tribunal, it will still take some time for everyone to have some peace and quiet. After all, what Su Ming needs right now is time. A swift and decisive victory. Su Ming took the lead and rushed out first. Midway, Chun Hui and the others were surprised to see that Su Ming had released 3 more Class D mechs. Including the Shield Mountain, there are a total of 4 mechs. Su Ming, what's going on here? Li looked at Su Ming with confusion, then asked in surprise. Su Ming didn't reply. He sprang out of the Shield Mountain mech, and then entered a mech called Spirit Fox ZL-003 Assault Mech. The Spirit Fox mech was the first mech Su Ming had ever used, but he liked it very much as soon as he assembled it. This mech is perfect for charging in. Not only is it compact and extremely fast, but it also possesses a range of characteristics such as interference, stealth, and burst damage. If you have strong piloting skills, it can definitely unleash terrifying power. After Su Ming entered the Spirit Fox mech, the other 3 mechs, including the Shield Mountain mech, did not stop. Instead, they were also controlled by Su Ming and moved forward. Upon seeing this, Li Heron and the others were taken aback. Too much? Su Ming, can you handle the energy consumption? Li Heron couldn't help but speak with concern. They all came from wealthy families. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Heavenly Saint ranking at such a young age. Naturally, their families also possess independent mechanical knowledge related to multi-operation. However, none of the four of them cultivated. The reason is the energy consumption. The energy consumption from multiple operations is several times that of single operations. The energy level may be exhausted before the battle is even over, and the mech may no longer be able to be piloted. Therefore, when everyone saw Su Ming actually engaging in multiple sexual acts, they couldn't help but feel worried. Su Ming shook his head, offering no further explanation. As the energy levels of the group were unleashed, the Void Clan team naturally sensed the auras of Su Ming and his companions and instantly launched an attack on them. Su Ming and the others exchanged glances, and then, during their flight, they frantically changed direction, recreating their previous formation. The difference is this time, Su Ming has 3 more mechs. In addition to Shield Mountain and Spirit Fox, Su Ming pilots 2 other mechs, one for offense and one for defense. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming could hold out for a long time with just 1 Shield Mountain mech, or even just 1 Shield Mountain mech would be enough. However, Su Ming was definitely not as adept at maneuvering drones as he was at piloting them himself, so just in case, he set up 2 defensive mechs. A swift and decisive victory. Su Ming spoke calmly over the communication channel. The 2 sides clashed at that moment. The Void Clan launched their first wave of attacks, fiercely targeting Su Ming and his group of 5. However, the team, equipped with 2 defensive mechs, managed to withstand all the damage from the first wave of attacks. The 3 attack mechs behind him were unharmed. Attack. Without saying much, Su Ming directly controlled his offensive mech to fire wildly into the Void Clan's army formation. Each bullet accurately hit a Voidling soldier. Roughly 3 shots were enough to take down a Voidling soldier. At that moment, Su Ming felt his brain energy level split into 3 streams, surging wildly into the 3 mechs to maintain their normal operation. This consumes an enormous amount of energy, and before long Su Ming could feel that his brain's energy level was already more than half depleted. Su Ming was startled, and now he had a direct understanding of the energy consumption of multi-level manipulation. Too fast, too terrifying. The strain of excessive manipulation, especially for someone as meticulous as Su Ming, resulted in an alarming level of mental energy depletion. At this rate of exhaustion, Su Ming will probably lose his fighting ability completely in about 10 minutes. No wonder skills that require a lot of manipulation have always been considered useless. However, what might be a burden for others is barely acceptable for Su Ming. System, exchange for starlight points to replenish my energy level at any time. Su Ming sat inside the mecha and spoke calmly. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a large amount of starlight energy surged into Su Ming's body, instantly sweeping away the fatigue in Su Ming's mind. Immediately afterwards, Su Ming once again recklessly poured his brain energy into the other 3 mechs. The defensive mechs are deflecting attacks with exceptional precision. Meanwhile, the offensive mechs were positioned behind the defensive mechs, relentlessly attacking the Void Race squad. Despite the significant consumption of energy levels and starlight points, the results have been remarkable. One by one, the Void Clan experts were shattered by the frenzied attacks and died on the spot. Even when Su Ming wasn't doing much, a small team from the Void Clan couldn't defeat Su Ming and his group of 5. Now that Su Ming is doing more, and the team has 3 more high-level mechs, it's even more impressive. This battle was much easier than the previous ones. At this moment, Su Ming saw that the enemy's camp was beginning to show some defensive gaps. The continuous loss of personnel meant that the Void Clan team could not fill these gaps in time, which created an opening for the Void Clan team. Suddenly, the void has been locked. Chi Sun is preparing to charge forward with me. Su Ming calmly directed the operation through the communication channel. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Li Heron did not hesitate and immediately used his mecha to unleash the void locking ability he had just used, instantly suppressing the Void Race's void affinity ability to the minimum. Under these circumstances, the Void Race cannot merge into the void for the time being, and therefore cannot avoid kinetic attacks. Upon seeing this, Su Ming didn't hesitate and whispered to Chi Sun beside him. Chi Sun, charge. After speaking, Su Ming, piloting the Spirit Fox mech, instantly unleashed terrifying speed, tearing through the Void Clan's defensive network and charging into their ranks. Chapter 158 The Creation of Heaven reappears. Su Ming was extremely fast. The Spirit Fox mech flickered between light and darkness as it moved, as if it were teleporting in segments. But this is actually the reflective technology used by the Fox mech, which can easily hide in the void, making it difficult for enemies to figure out. Seeing that Su Ming had already launched an attack, Chi Sun was not to be outdone and joined Su Ming in attacking the Void Clan. The two piloted their charge-type mechs one after the other, unleashing terrifying speed at that moment. Two slender blades appeared in the hands of the Spirit Fox mech, their sharp edges gleaming with a silver metallic light, looking just like the claws and fangs of a spirit fox. The Void race had already noticed the small mech, and immediately a Void expert shouted in a cold voice, "This is a human civilization's assault mech, with extremely high destructive power. Stop it! Kill it!" At the command of the Void Clan expert, dozens of Void Clan soldiers instantly sprang into action, rushing towards the Spirit Fox mech. These Void soldiers linked together, which is one of the most effective methods for dealing with assault mechs. After all, while assault-type mechs have extremely high burst damage, they are not suitable for being surrounded. The Void soldiers in front of me were lined up in a row. Even if I killed a few, the remaining Void soldiers would quickly surround the assault mech and then concentrate their fire on it. These Void soldiers were all experienced warriors on the battlefield, and at this moment they immediately demonstrated extremely high military skills. However, a flash of silver light appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he was not intimidated by the formation of the Void Clan soldiers. His figure did not stop for a moment, and he continued to charge swiftly toward the iron wall formed by the Void Clan soldiers. Seeing Su Ming's fierce and powerful demeanor, the three people below were all stunned once again. Why do we feel like both of our assault-type mechs are so aggressive? Aren't assault-type mechs supposed to play cautiously and find a good opening before engaging? This Su Ming is not treating the enemy like human beings. Li Heron muttered to himself. Just to correct you, the other side wasn't human either. Chun Hui glanced at Li Heron, then continued his frantic output while speaking calmly. Li Heron, that makes so much sense, I'm speechless. Just then, a dazzling starlight suddenly erupted from the Spirit Fox mech, and a powerful energy level instantly burst forth on the battlefield. Everyone's expression shifted, and their gazes immediately turned to the Spirit Fox mech. The long blade held by the Spirit Fox mech suddenly emitted an exceptionally strong starlight, and an unstoppable aura gradually erupted from the Spirit Fox mech. The creation of heaven. At that moment, Su Ming directly exchanged 5,000 star points in one go. This is the maximum number of starlight points he can withstand after reaching level 7 of body tempering. This was the first time Su Ming had ever exchanged for so much starlight energy. A terrifying wave of energy instantly swept over every corner of Su Ming's body, unleashing the Spirit Fox mech's power to its strongest state. The already powerful Spirit Fox mech now unleashed an energy level more than twice as strong as before. Such terrifying power, amplified by the heaven-opening martial technique, generated an unstoppable and terrifying aura. Boom! The dazzling starlight completely engulfed the Void Clan team that was intercepting Su Ming. The entire void seemed to be illuminated by the dazzling starlight, making it impossible to see normally for a long time. Once everyone regained their sight, they immediately saw that the place where the Spirit Fox mech had exploded was now nothingness, and there was no trace of the Void race left. More than 30 Void Clan soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes by this single attack. Hiss! The three people below gasped in shock upon seeing this. Chen Hui and Du Bing stared solemnly at the Spirit Fox mech hovering in the void. Both of them could sense that Su Ming's own energy level fluctuations were probably only around the middle level of level 7. With the mecha attached, he can barely unleash the combat power of a level 10 gene warrior. This is already quite incredible. After all, level 7 is a leap to level 10, which is a very large dimension. However, the power that Su Ming just unleashed actually had a faint vacuum level energy fluctuation. The two asked themselves honestly, if this attack were directed at them, even if they managed to withstand it, their mechs would probably be destroyed. Is such an attack really something a level 7 Gene warrior could unleash? Everyone looked at Su Ming with disbelief. The other Void Clan experts were terrified by this attack and broke out in a cold sweat. This human mech pilot is so strong? He can unleash such power? What's the point of fighting? There's no need to fight at all. 2 more attacks like that, and the entire team will be wiped out. Despite this, the Void Clan's powerful warriors did not become discouraged. They were all quite perceptive and could naturally see that this attack had completely exceeded the normal burst range of this mech warrior, and would probably put a huge burden on him. This mech warrior is definitely not able to continue unleashing such a powerful attack for a short period of time. Go, send more men and kill him outright. Don't let him recover. If he unleashes a second attack, we'll have no chance of winning. The Void Clan squad leader looked at the Spirit Fox mech and then addressed the Void Clan experts around him. Instantly, dozens of Void Clan experts erupted and attacked the Spirit Fox mech. This time, the Void Clan team sent highly skilled fighters, far superior to the soldiers from before. The average strength of this group of experts was 1 or 2 levels higher than that of the soldiers. They were not even in the same combat power league. The Void Clan general's judgment was quite correct. Such an attack was indeed slightly beyond what Su Ming's body could withstand. Such a massive force surged into Su Ming's body all at once. And even though Su Ming's body tempering was already very strong, his body was still stretched and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Su Ming secretly estimated that such an attack could only be released once every half hour at most. If it were released continuously within half an hour, his body would definitely crack because it could not withstand such a high-intensity burst. Therefore, at this moment, Su Ming only dared to exchange for some starlight energy that was normally used for combat, and did not dare to go all out at once. However, although he can no longer use starlight burst, Su Ming's normal combat strength is by no means weak. Suddenly, a faint, mysterious aura emanated from the Spirit Fox mech. Logically speaking, elements with such a mysterious aura should not be perceived by rational and rigorous mechs. But that's exactly what happened. This is a divine force that represents the pinnacle of all technology. Divine power. At this moment, the Spirit Fox mech seemed to undergo some slight changes. A faint layer of colored light flowed through the cockpit of the Spirit Fox mech, connecting Su Ming with the mech. Divine mechanical knowledge. Exoskeleton. Activated. Chapter 159, Another Annihilation. In an instant, Su Ming felt as if he and the mecha had become one. Between Su Ming and the mecha, there exists a mysterious substance that endows the mecha with special neurosensory abilities, which it then shares with Su Ming. Normal mech warriors, no matter how skilled or powerful they are always separated by a layer of armor, making it difficult for them to perceive subtle changes in the mech through their actual physical senses. This creates a certain gray area in terms of operation. However, with the ability to attach an exoskeleton, a portion of the mech senses can be transmitted to the mech warrior. This is like taking off your gloves and doing things directly with your hands. Both your sensitivity and operability are greatly improved. For assault-type mechs, the most important factor is operational capability. At that moment, dozens of Void Clan experts attacked Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes showed little clear emotion. He remained frighteningly calm. In that instant, he took in the movement trajectories and angles of these Void Clan experts. It was as if the Void Clan experts and the Spirit Fox mechs before them formed a beautiful picture. This image kept flashing through Su Ming's mind, and in that short moment, Su Ming quickly deduced many different possibilities. He then moved swiftly, instantly piloting the Spirit Fox mech and disappearing from the spot. The next moment, Su Ming appeared amidst the encirclement of Void Clan experts. Immediately, 2 long swords flew continuously, their blades flashing wildly, blocking the attacks of 2 Void Clan experts. At the same time, he killed 2 Void Clan experts. Blue blood gushed everywhere. The other experts of the Void Clan ignored their companion's death. Their eyes were filled with coldness. Using the time their companion had bought them with his life, they conjured void blades on their arms and slashed at the Spirit Fox mech. This moment marks the exhaustion of Su Ming's old strength and the approaching end of his new strength. Having killed 2 Void Clan experts, Su Ming found it difficult to quickly return to defense and withstand the attacks from the other Void Clan experts. However, there wasn't much panic in Su Ming's eyes, because he wasn't the only one with a charge-type mech. A terrifying blade of light ripped through the sky, and after the Void Clan experts were all drawn to Su Ming, they instantly launched an attack. These Void Clan experts had just been distracted by the Spirit Fox mech's earth-shattering strike, and now their focus was entirely on Su Ming. However, they overlooked another mech. 7 fragrances. Even without the starlight points, Chi Sun's combat power is even much stronger than Su Ming's. At that moment, Chi Sun seized the opportunity perfectly, instantly drawing her blade and killing 3 level 9 Void Clan experts with a single strike. Su Ming had already taken Chi Sun into account when he made his move. Chi Sun's previous actions and abilities gave Su Ming enough confidence in her. At this moment, the two displayed excellent teamwork. Taking advantage of Chi Sun's sudden outburst, Su Ming quickly adjusted his state and swung his long sword to block the void attack coming towards him. Bite! A crisp metallic clang rang out in the void. The void blade, condensed by Void Clan experts, is created by continuously compressing the void, ultimately forging a long blade that is sharp and tough enough to attack enemies. These void blades were in no way weaker than mechanical battle swords, and when they collided, they still unleashed tremendous power. Su Ming frowned slightly, then retreated rapidly. Although this attack blocked the attack from the Void Clan expert, it also destroyed the long sword in his hand. The mech's interior also suffered some damage. To Su Ming's surprise, even this slight injury was transmitted to his body by the exoskeleton's ability. Su Ming clearly felt a pain in his body when he sensed the damage to the mecha. It wasn't that his body was actually in pain, but rather that the sensory nerves of the exoskeleton gave Su Ming an illusion. However, it was this slight pain that allowed Su Ming to accurately determine the mecha's current situation. Soon, Su Ming severed the nerve connection that caused the pain, and the pain in his body disappeared. Fortunately, it seems that only some minor parts were damaged and deformed, and there are no major problems elsewhere, so it does not affect operation. This is how the assault-type mech was designed. In order to pursue the ultimate burst of speed and power, the mech shell directly abandoned the power buffer layer, making the mech exceptionally small and swift. Without a buffer layer, even a single hit will damage the mech. If it's a heavy mech like the Shield Mountain Warrior, the mech's shell has many layers of force buffering, so even if it's hit head-on by a lot of attacks, it may not necessarily cause much damage to the mech. However, as long as it doesn't affect operation, this damage is nothing to Su Ming, the mechanic. He quickly took out a spare mechanical battle knife from his storage space and replaced the original, broken mechanical battle knife with it. The next moment, Su Ming piloted the Spirit Fox mech, his figure suddenly rising up. Using the light sensing system, he directly concealed his figure, constantly changing direction and weaving among the Void Clan experts. At this moment, the Spirit Fox mech was like an incredibly sharp assassin, its figure mysterious and secretive, exuding a suffocating aura, appearing and disappearing intermittently. The long blade flashed by, and instantly a Void Clan expert's head was severed, and he died instantly in the void. At this moment, Chi Sun transformed into a warrior who moved directly around the enemy, constantly engaging in combat with the Void Clan experts. Although Su Ming's killing speed was not as fast as that of the Fox mech, it was precisely because of Chi Sun's direct interference that Su Ming was able to kill more smoothly while remaining hidden. Team battles are always a game of teamwork. At this moment, Su Ming and Chi Sun formed a coordinated team, while Su Ming's other 3 mechs coordinated with the other 3 members. Su Ming acted as a bond within the team, tightly connecting the 4 of them. The attacks from below were relentlessly killing the Void Clan soldiers. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Chi Sun above were constantly killing Void Clan experts. Before long, this Void Clan squad was completely annihilated by Su Ming and his 4 companions. A large number of corpses floated in the void, and blue blood was splattered everywhere. This time, none of the 5 were spared, they were all killed. Su Ming piloted the Spirit Fox mech and descended from the sky. Then, With a swift movement, he directly stored the other 3 mechs into his storage space. The next moment, scorching flames erupted from the arms of the Spirit Fox mech, burning the corpses of these Void Clan experts to ashes. Trying to use us as pawns to kill someone else, to reap the benefits without lifting a finger? Dream on. Su Ming sneered. Once these corpses are burned, the so-called life energy is a joke. All that will be obtained in the end is carbonized matter. Just then, from the depths of the Court of Life, a sense of anger seemed to emanate. The 5 of them immediately sensed a slight change in the surrounding energy. Chapter 160 in depth. The surrounding life energy suddenly erupted at this moment, and the 5 people's expressions changed drastically after sensing the surge of this power. At this moment, the living tribunal is plundering the vitality of everyone's bodies 5 times more than before. A significant amount of bodily activity was thus directly plundered by the living tribunal. At this rate, a person without any means of resistance would likely succumb to exhaustion and die within 10 minutes at most in the Court of Life. The living tribunal does indeed possess its own consciousness. It is now clear that it is retaliating against us for burning all the corpses of these voidling soldiers. Su Ming spoke calmly. At this moment, his body was covered by a faint layer of starlight. Whenever his physical activity decreased, the starlight would flow into his body and replenish his physical activity to a good level. At the same time, a faint blue glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he kept his gaze fixed on the energy changes ahead. I estimate that if this is the case, a large number of Void Race squads will be teleported to our side by the living tribunal to besiege us. Shenhui spoke with a cold expression. The Void civilization and the human civilization are mortal enemies. The Void Clan squad that entered had no idea about the rules of the living tribunal and was unwittingly used as a pawn by the living tribunal without even realizing it. It's estimated that any Voidling team encountering 5 people would simply consider it a coincidence. But in reality, the Court of Life is behind it all. Through energy reconstruction, the living tribunal can continuously restructure the spatial sequence within it, easily achieving the goal of controlling the direction of the procession. Do we have to annihilate all the Void Clan squads that have come in? Li Heron frowned and spoke. I estimate there are at least dozens of Void Clan squads that have entered. If they are all controlled by the living tribunal and move towards us, we will probably be overwhelmed by their numbers. A Void Race squad is nothing to the 5 of them. 2, 3, 4. If this continues, the 5 of them will be unable to withstand it. At that point, even a single normal attack from each of the Void Clan soldiers would be enough to easily wipe them out. Don't panic, follow me. Just then, Su Ming's voice rang out on the communication channel. Immediately, Su Ming moved forward. At this moment, the blue halo in Su Ming's eyes kept shifting. This is the system's perspective function. The original system's clairvoyance function may not be able to clearly see the energy changes in the life court. Finding these energy changes requires observation over a certain period of time. However, just now, the living tribunal seemed to have undergone a violent energy change in its rage, which allowed Su Ming to easily see the energy changes within the living tribunal through the system's X-ray vision function. Su Ming quickly found the path leading to the depths of the Court of Life. Without hesitation, he moved and drove straight ahead. Seeing this, the 4 people beside him did not hesitate and flew forward with Su Ming. But halfway through the flight, the 4 of them suddenly froze, and then saw Su Ming change direction again, flying directly to the rear. The 4 exchanged glances, all seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. But Su Ming must have had his reasons for doing this. No one here would risk their life. With no other choice, the group decisively followed Su Ming and flew backward for a while longer. Su Ming then changed direction again. We flew to the left for 3 minutes. It flew backward for 1 minute. We flew forward for 10 minutes. It flew to the right for 4 minutes. Su Ming's changes of direction were completely unpredictable, as if he were leading everyone in circles. The 4 became increasingly confused, and finally Chi Sun couldn't help but ask, Su Ming, why do you keep changing direction? After hearing Chi Sun's words, Su Ming's gaze remained unchanged as he continued to look ahead. He then slowly explained. The spatial structure of the living court is constructed by the energy transformations of the living court. In other words, the living court can reconstruct space through energy changes. Although we change direction from time to time, from the perspective of the living court, we are always moving deeper into the living court. After hearing Su Ming's explanation, the four of them looked enlightened, and then looked at Su Ming and the surrounding space with strange expressions. They can sense changes in the surrounding energy. However, they are completely unable to perceive changes in space through changes in energy. However, Su Ming seemed to be able to easily detect changes in space, and it even felt like Su Ming never made a mistake, always finding the right direction accurately. This surprised the four of them. What abilities does Su Ming possess that allow him to see through changes in space? The five people kept changing direction, making irregular movements as if they were drunk. However, as the five people seemingly playfully changed direction, the surrounding space soon began to change slightly. None of the five were ordinary people, and they immediately sensed the changes in the surrounding space. This method is correct. I can already feel the life energy becoming increasingly concentrated. If we go in further, I feel that we can even use the surrounding life energy to cleanse our bodies and allow our life level to evolve. Li Heron spoke excitedly. No one had ever ventured deep into the living tribunal before. It was initially thought that the physical activity of these pioneers was insufficient to support their entry into the depths of the living tribunal. It now seems that the living tribunal itself uses energy shifts to keep those who enter it circling around, making it impossible for them to penetrate its depths. Now that everyone has been able to enter the depths of the living tribunal, they will surely be able to touch upon the core secrets of the living tribunal. This is a secret at the level of a civilization, and it will definitely bring huge benefits to everyone. Just then, the living tribunal seemed to sense the threat posed by the five, and the energy of the entire living tribunal began to boil. Numerous phantoms condensed around the five people and attacked them. All the Void Clan squads wandering within the living tribunal, guided by the living tribunal, unwittingly headed in the direction the five had traveled. In order to prevent the five from entering the deeper layers of the living tribunal, the living tribunal directly opened up spatial passages leading directly to the five's location, allowing the Void Clan team to proceed. At this moment, not only the Phantom, but also the Void Clan squad were all approaching the five people.